Chapter 1 Transmigration. Thínsa sant brazing gopher mobi lefo nichuid in thedum room, its vibrations reverberating against a nightstand. Beneath the heavy curtains, a hand emerged from the covers, followed by the chevlet head. Ufehar just completed a surgery that morning and Uberlamina jet to sleep for 3 hours after a hectic shift. Her eyes, heavy with fatigue and shadowed by dark circles, struggled to focus a glinseed at the phone. A message from her close friend appeared on the screen. You have to see this. It's updated. Check it out now. What update? You for ned in irritation and open ed thatchet window. Images. A series of comic screenshots filled her screen. Look. Wow, they're finally target her. Finally. The comic depicted Tomanon, a tall figure, knelt before the author, embracing him with tears brimming in his retinities. Familiarity of the character spark a distant memories within Ufe. She remembered her fondness for this comic. Thousand details felt hazy and distant, as if obscured by time. What had drawn her to act back then? What was the plot? Ufe crawled through her friend's screenshots, Herman dressing to recall. Several keywords surface debt, forced love, abo, thuifa chasing cremation ground. It was essentially a melodramatic tale. Beauty's exquisite style had made it quite popular at the time. Shakol Davin gave particular fondness for any character Yethana Milu Deterno. She continued to flip through images until finally paused her tone. A senior in Minizento fe perfect conclusion under the glow of streetlights. Toman walked hand in hand with her child along a snow-dusted street, heading toward a bustling crowd. What a outwarm image, yet, Ufe found her gaze inexplicably drawn to a woman in the fringes of the crowd, clad in a thin black coat and holding an umbrella. Her crimson lips to doot stark lie among the throng. Shilo nizimi to stand apart, her long hair below engine thuend, beneath the brim of her umbrella, her grey eyes spear seed thrut ha crowd, locking onto Ufe's gaze ethrat heffany creen. It was impossible to discern the motion flickering in Harry's beauty in that moment. Ufe felt taste how she might be drawn into a swirling grey vortex, her heart momentarily stilling. A glaring caption Basie Death You a Man read. Reunion. Suddenly, the hair-gripping phone trembled, and her hat fell Ufe hurried lies atop, forcing herself to regain composure as thin sheen of sweat break out in her skin. Buzz phone began to vibrate again. Ufe ner lighter zeeted her way in a panic, but managed to retain a semblance of rationality. It was Sackle from her friend. Hey you, did you see the message I sent? Her friend's voice was brimming with excitement. Yeah, you fire piteously. What do I think? Isn't it perfect? They're a final target there. Thought a latter part feels say betrushed strange. Perfect? The image of the woman from merely flashed in Ufe's mind, letting Garina Bleto agree. The woman stood there, as if watching somebody or waiting for someone, out of place among the joyous crowd. Beauty should she carry about a fictional character. Hello. Her friend's voice broke out of her heights. You are listening? In listening, exhausted from Lockfrest, Ufe felt her delacane her head and pressed her fingers to her temples, her voice barely above a whisper. Are you feeling unwell? Concerned seed her friend's stone. It was as if she were speaking through her fog. Ufe suddenly found it difficult to hear words. You. The words faded, slipping further from her grasp. Huthroat felt perked. Ufe's gaze wandered to future cuponthatable. She wanted to get up but sensita their current state was far from right. I am not feeling Welsh mini jed to say into the phone. But their voice was too soft to convey the message effully. What did you say? Her friend's voice grew increasingly anxious. Ufe, what's wrong? A sensation of weightlessness enveloped her, and just as he intended to respond it felt her siphon unseen force pulled her back, causing her to collapse into the bed. These oft mattress transformed into a treacherous mire, ensnaring her tightly and dragging her down. Ufe struggled, but it was futile. Suddenly, a flash of light pierced the room, and the dishevelled bed was left empty. Her phone, still illuminated, fell to the floor, the green core went doustically displaying the very image Esh had just seen, the enigmatic woman and the two bold characters. Reunion. In the heart of Star City, within Throkers and lavish Golden Capital nightclub, men and women see energetically in the pulsating crowd, adore Neden luxury Sertiri theta kudi denai rof wealth. Fangxing, dressed in a black and white uniform, moveth throt throng with a stoic expression, performing is a conjo buff the day. It wasn't until the clock struck twarn the morning that the dragged highs weary body back to the changing grum to shidis were clothers before cradling Isel, preparing to head home. On Thessalant, deserted street, his slender figure waist long gated bithy street lights as could past the homeless, exu dingan a rovcam. The Kilden high's arms murmured softly, possibly dreaming. Fangxing and Lai patted her back to juther her, but this peripheral vision court sighter fey ham protruding from a hinder trash binin thedum lilitally. Author's note trigger warning. This is a new book featuring admirably strong dynamic, with the official pairing of Feng Shui and Yufei, Ichmwato for cool women's rooftop worker scenario, thought romantism and smenet bovalai sweet. Both female lads are imperfect, their relationship is complicated, the initial backdrop of test rise rooted in melodramatic, forced love, so there may be some elements of coercion and flashback segments. P.S. Feng Shui is a genuine lunatic with a strong possessive streak, thus user licken seal satandri quias coaxing. Ufia appears to be pressured by environment agro, but shephers a degree of subjective awareness she's an invisible power player he dislikes being in a subordinate position. The narrative while primarily focus on the carriers, akin to leveling Upina game, where Uv has the and charm of a crowd pleaser, this is my first attempt to tassify narrative, so I ask for your understanding. Lastly, and most importantly, Fort Hosie's sensitive to certain topics. There is a new Fi and Fangxing live together is imply that she initially had no heritage stay, and Hitukarin, helping with her debts is merely a gesture of gratitude for his ongoing assistance, which inadvertently led her into a situation. Imagine he being in an unfamiliar world where Samani continuously helps Song Shell to see how Kuldona remain indifferent. Moreover, Fangxing and his sister regard her as family. Thus, in the latter chapters, Yufei will assist them, and when Feng Shui Yurfens Fangxing, her first artist will carto in money. Alright, that's now half the warning. I hope those who enjoy the story will continue reading and leave me a good review. Thank you. I'm not trying to ramble, but I have a fragile episode. Chapter 2 Fangxing. A corpse. Fangxing's grip around his sister tightened, his shirt constricting. Ashglen see that the homeless man sitting by the roadside, beats soft sweat forming on his back. Suddenly, Thathant moved. Fangxing's pupils dilated as she watched her hand shift, pushing against he ground. Yufei knelt thee, shaking her head to dispel their throbbing pain that see meter have enveloped her, and her gazamet Fangxing's. In the filthy, demali, a fellow dorhungeon theorazarat scurried by, carrying scraps of word. Yufei steed up, her bare feet pressing against her greasy ground, shilirkadan at hegrime staining her body, thinart the handsome figure before her mind struggling to process the situation. Where was? Was he a dream, or merely a hallucination from fainting? Yufei. Fangxing stared at her in disbelief, eyes wide, momentarily losing control of his volume. The little ledger Lin Haizam's rub at here and Lukaji with the usually composed brother. You gnome? Yufei asked, her gaze fixed on him. Fangxing was momentarily speechless, eyes as dark with emotion, then, as if transformed, Hara shed toward her, disregarding the dirt in her clothes, and embraced her tightly. We haven't you shown up for so long? He exclaimed. Do you have any idea where I've been since you disappeared for 2 years? Worried about me? Staggered by his sudden approach, Yufei frowned and quickly pushed him away. Yufei, Fangxing looked at her, bewildered by her coldness. You don't remember him? Ignoring him, Yufei strode toward Hella's exit. Floating, old circular objects, unfamiliar buildings, a strange environment. A dream? Schürste tiefer in Gurander, lost in thought, her steps slowed. The shard soft glass in the ground sparkled under the streetlight, but Yufei's oblivious until she stepped in on, the pain jolting her back to reality. This isn't a dream. She stared at the blood seeping from her foot. Fangxing watched her daisied expression, and despite not understanding what was happening, had decided to take her home. This time, Yufei met no resistance. Her mind felt scrambled. Everything seemed surreal. The Norweg Fang Lila nestled against the brother's holder, blinking her big, round Saturdays du Fay. When you Fay glanced earther, the little ejol shyly curled jupen Fangsing's embrace. You Fay looked at the tuck-and hearted siblings before Heron felt her flicker of hope that perhaps they were Reno bad pay or pleftrol. A faint sound of plastic crunching Gretchy Drisa shitterned her head, Butels has a worse emptiness. Unbeknownst to her, after she walked away, a figure's lip out from the shadows. Fangsing's small home was modest, barely 30 square meters, sparsely furnished. Yufei stepped inside, instinctively surveying her surroundings. Fangsing sat her down, blushing gash gathered the dirty clothes from thesher and toast them into thuishing Makeen, then scratched his head, looking gather. Makia self her thumb. Fang Li Lilo Kejupather, her cheeks flushed. You Faglin see dat the toel meaning siblings, feeling a bite uncomfortably shutterned her head to avoid their gaze. May I wash up? Shoes still covered in the fused lingerie out from the trash bin. Fangsing nodded their request and rummaged through fabox, pulling out her heighty short-sleeved shirt and a striped skirt. They were Ray's mother's clothes, one of the fu keepsake shadowed, originally a seed toju the crying Fang Li lead night. Thank you. Yufei accepted the clothes gratefully. Fangsing studied her face, his lips moving slightly. Uriela don't remember. In response, Yufei offered him a blank, puzzled look. Fangsing's expression fell. After washing up, Yufei's her chair, tending to the cuts in her foot. Fangsing waist tidying up the small bedroom which had been Fang Lily's sleeping space but was no being prepared for Yufei. The living room was quiet, save for the sound of our corton bowl soaky dinner dini being tossed into the trash. Yufei bithily passy carefully extracted tina glass shards, wincing got hasting. One shratched fari cotton swarb on the table, shinoti see da small handle red jofaranja tower. It was Fang Lila. Yufei shirt stirred at the sight of her, and after a long pause, she said, "Thank you." Ehe the little girl, bashfully pleased with the gratitude, turned to seek her brother. By the time Fangsing Finis had tidying up, Yufei had also taken care of her wounds. You can leave for Leland I will to Kathy of the bedroom, hes aid. Yufei gazed at the two siblings who hard shown her kindness and said their first encounter and hesitated before speaking. Thank you for taking main, but you might have mistaken for some else, in what persona are looking for. Lily lo kedu confused. However, I will repay your kindness, tomorrow, I will. No, none. Fangsing interrupted her, what's your scissors? Yufei, if any didn't remember, when he held you, is ordered crescent-shaped birth mockber hindi rear it can't be mistaken. Yufei fell silent, raising her hand to her the birth mock shattered since a killed horde. Chapter 3, Women in Comics. Currently, the uninformed Yufei could only take up residence at Fangxing's home, remaining there for 3 days until the wound on her foot no longer impeded her ability to walk. This is your light brain. It contains your access card, identity code, and my contact information, Fangxing said, handing Yufei a device resembling a wristwatch after finishing his deliveries that afternoon. Having familiarized herself with her surroundings over the past couple of days, Yufei expressed her gratitude and accepted it. I appreciate your assistance. It's nothing, he replied. I happened to overhear someone discussing this the day before yesterday, so I inquired and managed to get it for you. Suddenly, a sound emitted from Fangxing's light brain. He swiped to check the notification, discovering it was a message about overtime. Someone had called in sick for the night shift, and the supervisor hoped he could fill in, offering extra pay. Given his current situation, he found it impossible to decline. The repayment deadline loomed just days away. My work has been moved up for tonight, could you possibly pick up Lele for me? Fangxing asked. If she cries in the evening, feel free to come find me. All right, Yufei replied. With her agreement, Fangxing departed once more, estimating the kindergarten's dismissal time. Yufei donned her shoes and set out. She arrived just as parents were queuing to collect their children. Silently, she joined the line, scanning the throng of youngsters at the school gate until her gaze landed on the obedient Fang Lila, being led by her teacher. Upon noticing Yufei, Lele's eyes lit up. After verifying that Lele recognized Yufei, the teacher allowed her to step forward. Their 3 days of interaction had fostered a sense of familiarity. Yet the little girl always seemed inexplicably shy in Yufei's presence, twisting her fingers. Misinterpreting Leilei's bashfulness as sadness over Fangxing's absence, Yufei instinctively took her hand and reassured her, "Your brother is a bit busy today, I've come to pick you up." Leilei gazed at her, then pouted and lowered her head. "Buy me candy, buy me candy, buy me candy." At that moment, a chubby boy suddenly burst forth, careening around with flailing arms. "If you don't buy it, I won't leave." As he snatched Leilei to his side, Yufei felt an unintentional punch from the boy's flailing arms strike her waist. Furrowing her brow, she chose not to voice her discomfort. "Are you all right?" came a low, minty voice from beside her. "I apologize, children can be quite thoughtless." Turning her head, Yufei locked eyes with a pair of pale grey irises. Her pupils constricted in an instant, recalling the woman from the comic she had seen before arriving in this world. The woman before her wore an alluring purple blouse, her long black hair cascading down without an ounce of vulgarity, while her grey eyes radiated a mix of aggression and an almost imperceptible tenderness. "Miss Feng, how did you end up here?" the chubby boy exclaimed, pointing at her. The aunt, who had been at a loss with him, seemed to have found a lifeline. "Miss Feng." The woman who had been conversing with Yufei smiled at him, causing the boy to retreat in fear. "Apologize," she commanded. "Aye," the boy stammered, attempting to evade. "It's unnecessary," Yufei interjected, pulling Leilei away while cautiously observing the peculiar woman before her. An inexplicable sense of wariness enveloped her in this woman's presence. "My name is Feng Shui," the woman said, seemingly oblivious to Yufei's guarded demeanor, her smile unwavering. Why Yufei had no desire to become entangled with this individual, as she was still enveloped in the shroud of uncertainty that this world presented. Thus, she turned to leave with the child. "Yufei!" Feng Shui called from behind, with her foot poised to depart. Yufei hesitated and turned back to face her. "It has been a long time, Yufei." Upon returning to her small abode, Yufei prepared a meal for the child, and contrary to Fangxing's concerns about Leilei becoming restless, their time together had been harmonious. However, as Fangxing's work hours approached, they waited in vain for his return. Leilei, weary, rubbed her eyes without fussing, merely gazing silently at Yufei. Sleep now," Yufei gently stroked her head. "Your brother will return." Leilei grasped her sleeve, remaining silent. Observing the child waiting patiently, Yufei felt a twinge of uncertainty. "Do you wish for me to keep you company?" Sleepily, Leilei nodded. Why were they so unguarded around her? Sitting at the edge of the bed, Yufei gently patted Leilei's back, soothing her to sleep while questioning in her heart. It felt as though she had been here before, at some unknown time, which made them seem so familiar with her, and then there was that woman from earlier. Those eyes, they bore an uncanny resemblance to the woman from the comic. Was it merely her imagination, or was there a deeper significance? Fangxing, who was supposed to have returned home in the early hours, only appeared the following noon. Yufei noticed that he was clad in different attire from the previous day, his clothing disheveled, and his demeanor less than favorable. "I need to rest for a bit, could you please help me pick up Leilei again?" he requested. Yufei watched as he retreated into the bedroom, her gaze lingering on the back of his neck for a moment before she paused and responded affirmatively. On her way to fetch Leilei, she scrutinized her surroundings with keen attention, taking in the strangeness of it all, until she halted at a nearly verdant section of the sidewalk. A massive advertisement displayed on a high-rise was broadcasting a report about Feng Corporation's heir, Feng Shui, a prodigy of extraordinary mental prowess, making a triumphant return. The accompanying image was a candid shot of Feng Shui, the setting all too familiar. It was Leilei's kindergarten. Leaning against the vehicle, Yufei's gaze grew contemplative. She had not truly examined this individual yesterday. After exchanging pleasantries, she had turned to leave. Now, however, her scrutiny deepened considerably. Feng Shui possessed striking features, her deep-set eyes framed by high cheekbones. Beneath her prominent nose lay those grey irises, which, when devoid of expression, conveyed an air of disdain and coolness. Yet, she was undeniably beautiful, a captivating beauty that lingered in the mind long after. The LED screen once again displayed a list of individuals deemed most likely to gain power, with the highest votes going to a man in a sharp suit, his chiseled face adorned with a slightly furrowed brow, exuding maturity, authority, and an air of inviolability. His eyes mirrored those of Feng Shui. A flash of recognition ignited in Yufei's mind, recalling the comic panels she had glimpsed before arriving in this world. An implausible thought took root within her. When Fanxing had entered the bedroom earlier, she had noticed the faint hickeys on the back of his neck, marked with teeth impressions. Though her memories of the comic had begun to fade, the connections between Fanxing, Lei, Feng Shui, and that man felt eerily familiar. Upon her arrival at the kindergarten, the dismissal bell rang just as she stepped inside. After retrieving Lei from the teacher with a polite thank you, a commotion erupted among the crowd. Yufei looked up to see the teacher gasping in astonishment, as if she had witnessed something shocking. Turning to see what had caused the stir, she beheld a striking profile, characterized by a prominent nose and breathtaking features. Feng Shui, today devoid of ostentation, donned a simple black hoodie, topped with a matching cap, paired with loosely fitted distressed jeans that exuded youthful vigor. "Yufei," she exclaimed, her smile illuminating her face, her eyes crescent-shaped like a waning moon. It was her once more. Chapter 4, The Gradual Unraveling of Doubts. Do we know each other? Yufei straightened her posture, pulling Lei close as she gazed at her. Feng Shui's eyes flickered momentarily before she responded, "But I don't remember you." This statement seemed to cut deeply, and Feng Shui's expression instantly dimmed, the light in her pupils fading as well. She appeared as if she had been cast aside. Passers-by gradually turned their attention toward them. The reappearance of Feng Shui, a figure of intrigue, captivated their curiosity as they wondered why she was present. Meanwhile, Yufei, engaged in conversation with Feng Shui, became the subject of speculation about her identity. The scrutinizing glances made Yufei feel somewhat uncomfortable. She looked at the woman before her, her gaze deepening, then grasped Lei's hand and began to walk away. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Just as Yufei had nearly walked 2 meters away, she suddenly turned around. Behind her, there was no trace of the despondency that one might expect from someone abandoned. Instead, Feng Shui narrowed her eyes slightly, her lips curling into a smile as she met Yufei's gaze. Stripped of her facade, her look resembled that of a predator locking onto its prey. This was her true self. Yufei's usually tranquil heart inexplicably skipped a beat. Lei, sensing the danger, hid behind Yufei's back, clutching her garment tightly. The child's instinct warned her that Feng Shui was perilous. "See you next time." Feng Shui waved. Yufei's hand, which rested at her side, tightened slightly. Upon returning home, Lei caught a whiff of her brother's scent and immediately yearned to drop her backpack and dash toward him, but halfway there, Yufei scooped her up by the waist. Lei looked at her in confusion, her eyes blinking. "Your brother is resting." Yufei gently set her down and ruffled her hair. "Shall we watch some television?" The little girl, not yet taller than Yufei's thigh, was at a mischievous age, yet she understood Yufei's words well and did not cause too much ruckus. She reached out her hand toward Yufei, understanding her intent. Yufei bent down to lift her up, knowing that Lei needed comfort at that moment. Having spent nearly a day apart from her brother, it was natural for the child to feel a bit anxious. With Lei cradled in one arm, Yufei entered the kitchen, expertly igniting the stove. Lei, perched on her shoulder, turned to watch her actions with wide eyes. However, when Yufei retrieved a tomato from the refrigerator, Lei's little face froze, and she silently averted her gaze. Noticing the subtle gesture, Yufei chuckled and shook her slightly. "Don't you like it?" Lei tightened her grip around Yufei's neck to avoid falling and took a moment before responding. Sour, she did not voice her reluctance to eat it, as their financial situation limited their options, and Fanxing was already doing his utmost to provide for her. "Then let us not have it." Yufei swiftly returned the tomato to the fridge. Lei clung even tighter, nuzzling her face against Yufei's cheek. "Do you like me?" Yufei teased, pinching her cheek playfully. The little one did not protest. Instead, she leaned against her, her cheeks flushed. The water in the pot had begun to boil, and Yufei shifted her body slightly to keep the child at a safe distance before lifting the lid and dropping a handful of noodles into the white steam. "Lei, came the response from her arms. "Why do you like me?" Yufei inquired. "We have only just met. Didn't I look dirty that day? Aren't you scared?" Lei looked up at her and shook her head, her usually reticent self speaking in a clear, sweet voice. "No, not dirty." She even comforted Yufei. "Dangerous, not afraid. We are here, dangerous. Yu Fei regarded her, wondering if the child believed that her appearance in a garbage bin constituted an unfortunate incident. Sister smells nice. I like. Lei added nice. Yu Fei sniffed herself. She had been using the same products as Fangxing and Lei for the past few days, and there was no distinct fragrance. Not at all, she replied. Lei then seemed to experience a wave of inexplicable disappointment, burying her head into Yu Fei's shoulder. Now it's just a little bit. Now, Yu Fei caught the nuance in her words, her brows furrowing. Connecting the behaviors of Fangxing and Feng Shui, could it be that she had genuinely existed here before? Curious about the past, suddenly, Fangxing's voice drifted in from outside the kitchen. Lei's mood shifted from gloomy to bright in an instant. Brother, Fangxing scooped her up, turning to the bewildered Yu Fei. I'm sorry, I didn't have the opportunity to explain things to you in the past few days. Yu Fei, caught in the act of prying into the child's past, maintained a facade of discomfort for a moment. She simply found it hard to trust others in this unfamiliar place. Are you making noodles? Fangxing asked as he entered, still holding Lei. Yu Fei affirmed, just like before. Fangxing remarked, you still prefer convenience. Before, Yu Fei questioned, what was I like back then? United, friendly, and helpful. Yu Fei, such an official and insipid appraisal. Fangxing chuckled at her unimpressed expression, leaning against the refrigerator as he laughed until tears streamed down his face. After a long while, he composed himself and said, to me, you have always been that kind of person, Yu Fei. He recounted how, during his high school years, he had entered the same school as Yu Fei, largely because he was exempt from exorbitant tuition fees. The institution was predominantly filled with children from affluent families, each possessing a certain status, making it quite rare for someone like him, an excellent student, to be present, and he was often bullied. It was Yu Fei who had bravely intervened on one occasion when he was being tormented, teaching the bullies a lesson. From then on, their paths frequently crossed, and they developed a good friendship. As for Lei, Fangxing continued, 2 years ago, you returned home with me after a spat with your friends during the holidays. At that time, the outskirts of a star were experiencing turbulent fluctuations due to the Zerg, causing widespread panic. Yet, due to the holiday, we still planned to go out for some fun, not anticipating the presence of a lurking, mutated red spider. Though it appeared to be injured, it was still formidable, and we could only instinctively flee. At that moment, a woman twisted her ankle, and out of goodwill, we paused to assist her, but no one expected that she would push Lei away when the creature attacked. Lei was barely over a year old, unsteady on her feet, and she burst into tears from fright. We were all left dumbfounded. Fangxing recounted that time, and then, Yu Fei asked. You saved her, Fangxing said, looking at Lei. In school, you always trailed behind your friends, seemingly idle. I once thought the teachers claimed you had an A-level psychic ability just to avoid tarnishing your grades, as that was their usual treatment of students, especially for strong alphas. Little did I know it was genuine. In a critical moment, you controlled the star beast's actions, allowing it to lose its brief mobility, then leaped away with Lei in your arms to evade danger until the patrol team arrived and dispatched it. At that moment, your pheromones enveloped the surroundings, an overpowering and terrifying presence that Lei, cradled in your arms, would forever remember. Chapter 5, It turns out I really have entered the world of comics. Pheromone. Yu Fei instinctively touched the smooth skin at the nape of her neck. It appeared she had indeed traversed into the realm of comics, and was now a female alpha. Do I possess it now? She inquired. Fangxing shook his head. I cannot detect your scent. He was merely a beater. Moreover, unless one reveals their pheromones, only individuals with superior mental abilities can perceive them faintly. In the last few days before my disappearance, did we meet? Yu Fei looked at him. What happened to me? What transpired? Fangxing pondered, resting his chin on his hand, and after a considerable pause, frowned. Strangely, I find it somewhat unclear, but I recall you went to a certain place with your friend. A place? Yu Fei felt incredulous. What kind of place could it be? Our friends, the one Fangxing frequently mentioned. He was that friend of mine. Yu Fei pressed. Fangxing's countenance darkened upon hearing the question. After a series of emotional shifts across his face, he finally spoke slowly. Feng Shui. A thread of understanding began to weave itself. Yu Fei mentally aligned the connections among their group. Fangxing, burdened with debts and raising a child alone, was likely the male protagonist in the comic, and the man bearing a striking resemblance to Feng Shui was the eventual suitor who would embrace Fangxing in tears of remorse. Feng Shui was the suitor's sister, and it seemed she might have once been Feng Shui's subordinate. Fangxing had mentioned always being with her, though the nature of their relationship remained vague. He referred to her as a friend, yet his demeanor suggested something amiss. Feng Shui herself was equally enigmatic. Coupled with the final scene of the comic featuring Feng Shui, it was hard not to speculate. Was her arrival somehow linked to her? What could the reason be? With the information gleaned from Fangxing, Yu Fei found herself tossing and turning in bed that night. The image of Feng Shui from the comic's closing scene and the face she had seen today danced in her mind. She felt like a predator, while Yu Fei, who had fallen into this world, was merely a blank slate, a lamb being watched. After a day of rest, Fangxing returned to work the following day. Not wishing to remain idle, Yu Fei sought employment for herself. She found a position at a nearby internet cafe, where her duties consisted of logging identity codes, operating computers, and delivering snacks and beverages to customers. Her identity code indicated she was 20, though in reality, nearly 28-year-old Yu Fei felt slightly guilty during the interview, yet the proprietor displayed no signs of suspicion. Upon returning home, Yu Fei, having neglected her appearance for so long, stared at herself in the bathroom mirror and realized the fatigue and dark circles beneath her eyes had noticeably diminished. Curious, she measured her height against the mirror and wondered if it was merely an illusion, as she felt slightly taller. If this was true, then carrying Lei, who was 4 years old, while cooking noodles yesterday had not been exhausting at all. In the days that followed, with Fangxing adhering to a regular work schedule, Yu Fei ceased her visits to the kindergarten and lost contact with Feng Shui. Noticing changes in her body, Yu Fei felt considerably lighter, even taking up morning exercises. After all, this was an unknown world, rife with dangers, and she could not afford to lack the strength to escape. Long-distance running, jumping, and pull-ups, she adapted quickly, as if she had done this before, her body acclimating swiftly. Except for the initial muscle soreness, she found herself enduring the training with an insatiable desire for more. She felt like a machine powered by a perpetual motion engine. In contrast, her appetite grew increasingly voracious. The owner of the lunch shop observed her ever-expanding appetite with a pang in his heart, yet he said nothing. His modest establishment was situated on the edge of a bustling city, frequented by individuals from various star systems. Previously, many ruffians had taken to bullying him, often leaving without paying. He had tried employing young people, but to little avail. Some were even scared off, and those with ability seldom patronized his small shop, given the low wages. However, Yu Fei, this new face, was different. When she first arrived, she was not particularly strong, at most just healthy, dressed in worn-out clothing, yet her dark eyes and slightly drooping eyelids evoked an inexplicable sense of unease in others when she locked her gaze on them. Coupled with the absence of pheromones, her reserved demeanor and cold expression suggested she was not the type to provoke. In the ensuing days, as she had anticipated, trouble diminished significantly, for no one could ascertain her true nature. Although it felt like shooting at a phantom target, the old man was pleased to have hired someone useful. However, he subsequently noticed Yu Fei's increasing appetite and visible physical transformation. She could effortlessly lift 4 or 5 boxes of beer and soft drinks stacked together, her dusty, sleeveless shirt tied around her waist, revealing slightly bulging muscles and prominent veins in her arms. "I can't shake the feeling that this new hire is no ordinary fish in the pond," the old man remarked to his wife as he prepared to retire for the night after a few drinks. Unbeknownst to Yu Fei, who was receiving high praise from her employer, she continued diligently logging identity codes. "1 bottle of cola, please," a voice called out to her. Given the crowd, she did not catch it clearly and looked up, spotting a frail little boy. She responded amiably, "What did you say?" The boy, slightly taken aback, straightened his posture and stammered, "Big sister, please, may I have a bottle of cola?" What a peculiar child, Yu Fei thought as she retrieved a bottle from the refrigerator behind her. 6 yuan, she said. "All right, big sister," the boy replied, snatching the cola and darting away. Why was he so polite? Yu Fei found it puzzling. She then noticed the school emblem emblazoned on the boy's back. He was a student. The teacher must have done a splendid job instilling manners. The child's politeness lifted Yufei's spirits as she left work that day, and she kindly intervened to separate two individuals who were causing a ruckus and attempting to damage a computer. On her way home, amidst the bustling crowd, she felt as though someone was watching her. Glancing up, she noticed a group turning their heads, whispering among themselves. The throngs increased as she approached her destination. Upon arriving home, Yufei spotted an exorbitantly expensive black hovering luxury vehicle parked conspicuously near her doorway. Fangxing stood outside the car, his expression rather grim. The rightful partner returns home, caught in the act, murmured a voice from the crowd, a scene of chaos. Given that Fangxing, a single father, had previously lived alone, the sudden addition of Yufei to their household had led many to assume they were a couple. Now, with the apparent arrival of a wealthy individual, and Fangxing descending from the vehicle, it all appeared quite scandalous. The thrill of gossip ignited excitement among the onlookers. Fangxing gazed at Yufei as she approached home, his expression slightly uncomfortable. The scenery within the car captured his attention, and as he turned his gaze towards Yufei, the cold light of his silver-grey pupils flickered beneath his golden-rimmed glasses. That little brat of Class A. His voice was deep, laced with an air of superiority. You are actually together with her. How intriguing. With long fingers resting casually on his knee, he tapped twice, a knowing smile gracing his lips. No wonder Feng Shui has been acting strangely lately. So the dog I raised has run away. Chapter 6. Peering in the shadows, the mysterious card, you. Upon hearing her close friend being berated, Fangxing glared at him in indignation. You are not welcome here, please leave. The expelled Feng Jingcheng showed no sign of discomfort, maintaining a steady gaze upon Fangxing. I assisted you today. You ought to express your gratitude, rather than exhibit such rudeness. Gratitude, Fangxing nearly choked on her anger. If it were not for his outrageous actions that day, would a respectable individual like her have been subjected to such unwarranted humiliation? What a laughable twisting of facts. Fangxing slammed the door behind her. As Yufei entered the house, she passed by Feng Jingcheng, glancing up to confirm her suspicion. He was indeed the older brother of Feng Shui, as seen in the advertisement. Her assumption was correct. Feng Jingcheng leaned against the car window, his fingers subtly twitching as he observed the two retreating figures with inscrutable intent. Drive, he commanded, retracting his hand after having seen enough. Inside the house, Yufei refrained from inquiring about Fangxing. Although her memory of the comic was hazy, she understood that there existed a complicated emotional entanglement between Fangxing and Feng Jingcheng. It was clear they were destined to become a couple. Despite Feng Jingcheng's character being portrayed as malicious and pretentious, he had not inflicted any significant harm upon Fangxing. Furthermore, she had no reason to meddle in others' romantic affairs. However, she would listen if Fangxing chose to speak, yet that did not happen, and Yufei opted not to pry, instead inviting Lei to keep her company during Feng Jingcheng's irritable moments. The little imp was more than willing. She seemed to possess a natural dependency on Yufei, possibly due to the pheromone influence from 2 years prior. While Lei, experiencing her first night sleeping with Yufei, sat inside, playfully pinching the muscles on Yufei's arm then rolled up her sleeves to compare. Yufei cast a glance at her, allowing her to indulge in her play. The delicate little fists flailed in the air, the soft flesh of her arms jiggling. After observing for a moment, Lei, feeling somewhat out of place, reclined against the wall, presenting the back of her head to Yufei. Yufei stole another glance, a smile curving her lips involuntarily. Although Lei was not particularly talkative, her myriad expressions were quite endearing. The two spent a tranquil evening together, and when morning arrived, Fangxing opened the door to find the two sprawled out in deep slumber. Upon waking, they washed up, and Fangxing placed a simple sandwich on the table. Brother. Lei, having completed her preparations, dashed over and hugged his leg. Fangxing lifted his hand to wipe the white toothpaste smudge from her mouth. Har. Lei rolled up her sleeves to show him her arms. Understanding immediately, Fangxing pinched her arm playfully. Wow, what a strong little friend you are. Did you exercise yesterday? Oh, Lei nodded, having battled monsters all night in her dreams. After breakfast, Fangxing headed to work, taking Lei to school along the way. Yufei also began her own workday. Though the number of patrons was small, she sensed a gaze lingering upon her, yet when she looked around, nothing seemed amiss. After a typical day of work, she left the establishment but soon encountered two ragged, frail thugs. "Lend me some money," one of them stated. "I have no money," Yufei replied honestly. Her salary had yet to be disbursed, and she only had the grocery money Fang Xing provided, which she did not need today. The leading man made no immediate move, he merely appraised her from head to toe before turning to his accomplice, saying, "Search her." "Huh? Me?" The young thug beside him was taken aback. "Hurry up, stop dawdling," the leader barked, glancing at Yufei with a wary expression. "You better not move." He then produced a small knife from his pocket. It was clear this was his first encounter with such a situation. His hand trembled slightly around the weapon as he urged his companion onward. While Yufei observed them, feeling her tension ease slightly. Clearly, they were more frightened than she was. She raised her hands in compliance as they searched her. "Brother, nothing," the searching thug shook his head. "How is that possible?" the leader exclaimed incredulously. "She can't have no money. Otherwise, why would they say?" His sentence trailed off. "Say what?" Yufei inquired, watching him. The man appeared to feel duped, grinding his teeth in frustration before storming off with his companions. Confused, Yufei watched their retreating figures before stepping away herself. In the days that followed, she noticed a growing presence of ambiguous individuals in the shop. They rarely engaged in games, merely sitting around, yet when she glanced in their direction, their eyes would meet hers. A surge of irritation welled up within her as she distinctly felt their gaze upon her. For reasons unknown, they merely maintained their unnerving surveillance without taking further action, leaving her to observe and await developments. "Activate the machine." Suddenly, a tall man appeared behind Yufei as she crouched down to unpack drinks. He bore a noticeable dent on the left side of his forehead, sported a long scruffy beard, and had bandages wrapped around his right hand. While Yufei looked up to meet his gaze, accepting the light brain he offered to her. She registered the device and noticed the injuries on his knuckles. "All set," she said, handing the device back to him with a stoic expression. Their eyes locked for a moment, and Xu Da broke into a grin, his facial muscles twitching slightly. Yet, in an instant, he swung his fist at her, reacting instinctively. Yufei raised the hard-shell notebook on the table to block the incoming blow, simultaneously grabbing a bottle from the table and swinging it toward him. As Xu Da raised his hand to defend himself, she deftly vaulted over the table, her chest heaved slightly. The entire sequence felt like a deeply ingrained instinct. The benefits of her recent physical training were now evident. She no longer appeared as an easily manipulated weakling. "Impressive reflexes," Xu Da remarked, shedding the shards of glass from his hand, his sharp eyes filled with admiration. The nearby patrons had already vacated the vicinity as the glass bottle shattered, leaving only the two of them in a standoff. The man before her exuded a dangerous aura, causing Yufei's heart to race and her hands to tremble. Though she could not quite discern the reason, yet, she understood that the lurking scrutiny she had felt in the shadows had finally revealed itself. She regarded him, tying her shoulder-length hair up. "Disruptions are prohibited in this establishment. Damages will incur threefold compensation. I have no money. His loss is your responsibility." Xu Da chuckled at her nonchalant tone. Although her level remained uncertain, it was evident her footing was unsteady, and her strikes were instinctual. She appeared calm yet surprisingly reckless. He found her oddly appealing. "Are you interested in earning some extra cash?" Xu Da's eyes lost their earlier sharpness, his tone now laced with intrigue. Yufei, already prepared for an inevitable confrontation, looked at him with curiosity. "If you're interested, come find me." Xu Da tossed something her way. While Yufei caught it and examined it, it was a palm-sized chip card, resembling a standard bank card, with the words "Life and Death Arena, Dare to Join, Abundant Rewards" printed on the back. Her brows knitted together. She was about to voice her thoughts when Xu Da interrupted her. "This is an internal card, don't rush to refuse. You'll want to come." With that, he turned and walked away. Yufei stared at the card in her hand, an inexplicable impulse preventing her from discarding it. She slipped it into her pocket before picking up a broom to sweep the shards of glass from the floor. A group of unruly young boys barged in, oblivious to Yufei by the door, colliding with her as they rushed inside. "Hurry up, get the money to activate the machine," they urged, shoving a smaller boy among them. "I have no money left," the small boy exclaimed, fear evident as he hugged his head. I've spent all my money this month. My dad said he won't give me any until the beginning of next month. Are you useless? The ringleader struck the boy's head with a fist. While Yufei paused her sweeping to watch. You all spent too quickly. I simply don't have that much money, the small boy explained. Aren't you going to sneak some? The ringleader, feeling his pride wounded in front of his subordinates, raised his hand to strike again. Yufei seized his descending hand from behind, her gaze icy. Disruptions are prohibited in this establishment. Perhaps due to her earlier brief altercation with Xu Die, her adrenaline surged, and her eyes sharpened. The boys before her shrank back in trepidation, and the small boy looked up at her, stammering, "Sister." Yufei cast him a glance before lowering her gaze to the ringleader. Do you understand? Her black eyes resembled bottomless pits, evoking an eerie sensation akin to being hunted by a monster, sending shivers down their spines. I understand, the boy hastily nodded. Yufei relaxed her grip, releasing him. The boy stumbled out, trailing his companions, and just before reaching the door, he spat out a hollow threat. You wait, I'm not afraid of you. Yufei remained nonchalant, blinking as she resumed tidying her desk. The remaining frail boy moved his lips, mumbling, Thank you, sister. Why are you thanking me? Yufei inquired, turning to face him. Thank you for helping me. No, Yufei interrupted, her tone flat. This is my job. I did not help you. So, you will still be bullied next time, she stated. Then what should I do? The small boy looked at her. What should you do? Yufei echoed softly, then sat down in a chair. She recalled how frightened those children appeared earlier, the lingering gazes she had sensed, and the brief encounter with Xu Die, her fingers absently rubbing the rigid card nestled in her pocket. Chapter 7 Reunion at the perilous arena of life and death. In the days that followed, Yufei distinctly sensed a reduction in the probing gazes directed at her. However, the foot traffic in the shop dwindled, as if whispers of an impending storm had reached the ears of the patrons. During lunch, the shopkeeper, visibly troubled, inquired, Xiao Yu, have you offended someone recently? Yufei's mind wandered back to that day when Feng Jingcheng made his presence known. After all, it was not unusual for someone with such intense possessiveness and paranoia to attempt to drive away any suspicious individuals around Fangxing. Yet, if it were indeed him, the absence of a direct and violent warning to keep her distance from Fangxing raised suspicions of its OWN. The afternoon drew to a close, the sky darkened, and a gentle rain began to fall. With few customers in the shop, Yufei sat alone, tallying the day's earnings. She was engrossed in her calculations when a sudden chill swept through the air, and the light dimmed. She assumed it was merely a passerby seeking refuge from the rain to play games, but upon looking up, she was taken aback to find Feng Su staring at her with an inscrutable expression. Her meticulously styled long hair was now speckled with droplets of rain, and her black trench coat bore patches of dampness. Open a computer, she commanded, handing over her light brain. While Yufei noted the delicate beauty of her fingers and caught a faint whiff of alcohol wafting from her. What are you thinking about? Feng Su asked, noticing Yufei's lack of movement. Her face was devoid of makeup, yet her lips radiated a captivating crimson hue. The rain had stripped her of her striking allure, yet somehow rendered her even more enticing. While Yufei averted her gaze, accepting the light brain to register the transaction. As she returned the device, she also handed Feng Su a clean tissue from the side. Feng Su's eyes flickered as she took the tissue before retrieving her own light brain. Why do you avoid looking at me? She probed. Yufei remained silent, her fingers deftly navigating the numbers, her head bowed in concentration. After a prolonged silence, she noticed the light returning, and Feng Su turned to leave. Her position was not far, and Yufei glanced over to see her reclining in her chair, staring vacantly at the ceiling. She showed no inclination to play games or even dry off from the rain. Outside, the rain continued to fall, accompanied by occasional gusts of cold wind that seeped through the cracks. Yufei tapped her pen against the table, feeling a twinge of irritation. She turned to observe Feng Su again, noting that her eyes were now slightly closed, as if she were on the verge of drifting into slumber. By the time her replacement colleague arrived, Yufei had no choice but to rise and make way. As she changed clothes, she inexplicably cast another glance at Feng Su, who appeared to be dozing off. See you tomorrow. Shortly thereafter, having donned her own attire, Yufei politely nodded her farewell to her colleague. As she passed Feng Su, she left behind her spare jacket on the table, unsure of the significance of her gesture, merely acting on instinct. Due to the rain, she returned home later than usual, only to find that Fangxing had prepared dinner, laid out on the table. In the days that followed, business at the shop continued to falter. One day, the shopkeeper looked at her with an apologetic expression. "Xiao Yu, business has been slow lately. I no longer require your assistance for the time being." Yufei said nothing. She had been keeping track of the shop's income and knew it was not faring well. After receiving her payment in star coins, she expressed her gratitude for the care shown during her time there. Upon returning home, she briefly mentioned to Fangxing her intent to seek new employment, only to see her face darken at the news. It seemed Feng Jingcheng's influence loomed large, Yufei thought. After transferring a considerable portion of her funds to Fangxing for rent and living expenses, she resumed her job search the next day. In this impoverished region, employment opportunities were scarce, and after a prolonged search with little success, Yufei found herself sitting by the roadside, sipping a bottle of water. It was sheer luck that led her to find an internet cafe in the first place. She even took on a short-term position at the port, unloading cargo for a few days. Although the pay was decent, the labor was grueling, leaving her exhausted and often collapsing into bed upon returning home, her feet blistered from the strain. She dared not seek work in the affluent areas of the city, fearing that the false identity Fangxing had crafted for her might be exposed by the advanced machines in those districts, leading to imprisonment and unnecessary trouble. Thus, she settled for whatever jobs she could find. Finally, on a rare day off during the weekend, Yufei lay resting at home, while Lei, who had not accompanied Fangxing to the market, piled blocks onto her. Bathed in the warm sunlight streaming through the window, the scene was tranquil and idyllic. Unfortunately, this serene moment was short-lived. A loud knock on the door jolted her awake, causing Lei to instinctively burrow into her embrace. They were debt collectors. This was Yufei's first encounter with such an intimidating situation. While she had read about Fangxing's debts in stories, the reality was suffocating. Upon opening the door, the collectors barged in, kicking and striking the furniture in search of Fangxing, their eyes filled with menace as they threatened to break fingers if the debts were not repaid. The blocks that Lei had just stacked were ruthlessly knocked to the ground, clattering loudly. The little girl trembled, burying her face into Yufei's chest, too frightened to look up. Outside, a crowd of onlookers gathered, their whispers laced with indifference and mockery. While Yufei stood by the door, her expression grave as she held the child tightly, attempting to soothe her anxiety. She then engaged with the intruders, transferring the money she had earned over the past few days from her light brain. "Are you Fangxing's new toy?" one of them scoffed, eyeing the amount she had sent. Their demeanor softened momentarily. "Can you leave now?" Yufei pressed. "We will repay the money." "Oh, quite the little master you are," the leader chuckled, a brutish man with a wide grin, maliciously patting Yufei's shoulder. "Do you know how much he owes? If you dare to claim you can repay, you better hope you can, otherwise," his eyes glinted ominously. "You wouldn't want to know the consequences." With that, they departed. Yufei shut the door, cutting off their gaze and maintaining a stoic expression as she paced the room, cradling Lei in her arms, gently patting her back to help her relax. At that moment, Yufei understood why Lei was different from other children, exhibiting a remarkable sense of maturity and silence. When Fangxing returned home, he surveyed the disarray, momentarily stunned, before quickly regaining his composure to comfort Lei and apologize to Yufei. "I'm sorry. I must have frightened you." Yufei, not wishing to appear strong, bent down to tidy up the mess in the house, murmuring, "It's fine, I'm okay." Fangxing studied her for a long while, his lips moving as if he wished to say something, but ultimately he pressed them together, burying his face in Lei's small shoulder. "You must think I'm terrible." His shoulders trembled slightly, though he made no sound. Yufei hesitated but reached out to pat his shoulder. "I've already sent them this month's payment," he mumbled. "Millimeter," Yufei replied, omitting the fact that she had just repaid a portion of the debt herself. After spending these days with Fangxing, she had witnessed his efforts to earn money and had come to trust him, but earning money was no easy feat. How could one satisfy the insatiable appetite of debt collectors, with interest compounding day by day, leaving one to wonder when the debts would ever be repaid? That night, As Yufei organized her disheveled bedroom, her eyes caught a glimpse of a corner of a card peeking from beneath her bed.it was the card Xu Da had given her. She picked it up, examined it briefly, and then tucked it into her pocket. The following day, as Yufei returned to work, she had only been there half a day when the foreman announced the end of her shift. The remaining inventory was scant, and they no longer required temporary help. It seemed as though fate had predetermined her path. Ever since she had kept that card, everything appeared to be set in motion. Yufei sat in a corner by the roadside, munching on some dry rations while repeatedly glancing at the card Xu Da had given her. Her fingers flicked over it, and as it rotated twice in her palm, a thought crossed her mind: should she go have a look? The entrance to the arena of life and death was merely an unremarkable, dilapidated iron gate, flanked by two men smoking. As Yufei approached, they stood up, demanding, "What do you want?" She extended the card in her hand. The man who took it scrutinized her from head to toe, exchanged glances with his companion, and then opened the gate. Xu Ji's successor, Ho. As Yufei stepped closer, the man, wearing a half-smile, returned the card to her. Successor, Yufei remained silent, simply accepting the card and following them inside. The interior resembled a labyrinth. After navigating a winding path, they finally arrived at an open area. "Please place the card here," the man instructed, stepping back and pointing to a transparent recess in the wall. Yufei raised her hand and complied. The moment the card was pressed into place, a blue light enveloped her hand, including her fingerprint. "New account, 1947, welcome." A mechanical voice emanated from a small speaker beside the recess. "This allocation is for the newcomer battle zone, Area C. Enjoy your experience." Suddenly, the floor beneath her feet cracked open, and a sensation of weightlessness engulfed her. "To see Xu Ji, you must win first," the man above stated. Yufei plummeted down a chute, the rapid descent leaving her no time to react, not even to curse. She could only shield her head with her arms. In mere seconds, she felt herself entering a world that stood in stark contrast to the silence above. It was a cacophony of voices, a chaotic din that resonated in her ears. Finally, as she emerged into the light, she adjusted her posture mid-fall, rolling out and landing gracefully on one knee a few meters away, avoiding a clumsy tumble. How could she describe the scene before her? Slowly, Yufei rose to her feet. Surrounding the vast octagonal cage were throngs of people, diverse and colorful. There were bare-chested men, impeccably dressed elites, alluring women, the elderly, and the young. They waved wads of cash, their voices hoarse as they watched the spectacle unfolding within the cage. Not 10 meters away, in another octagonal cage, a man lay pinned beneath another, receiving heavy blows. His face was a bloody mess, his limbs limp, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. "It seems our new friend isn't faring well today," the commentator's voice rang out with a chuckle. "His luck is abysmal. He's come up against 1700, the notorious maniac from the newcomer zone. Ear. Let us all wish him the best of luck in surviving these final moments." Could he survive? The outcome was all too evident. As the bell rang, the referee checked the fighters, then crossed his arms, shaking his head before raising the hand of the victor. 1700, win. The crowd erupted into deafening cheers, the noise nearly overwhelming. Violence, bloodshed, these were the elements that ignited a particular thrill among certain spectators. Only then did Yufei realize that she stood on a platform stained with fresh blood. The spotlight shifted from the previous battle to her, illuminating her figure for all to see. The gazes of the audience felt like daggers, filled with morbid excitement as they regarded her, the impending victim. The fists at her sides clenched, and Yufei pressed her lips together in a tight line. She was teetering on the brink of expletives. This was clearly a trap, an unknown one at that. The commentator resumed. 1947. It appears she is a recommended candidate from Xu Da at the 4th level. Xu Da. Someone in the crowd waved money enthusiastically. "I bet on her." This action inspired a few others to join in, but they were few and far between. While Xu Da had some notoriety here, the opponents in the newcomer arena were primarily seasoned veterans relegated from the 2nd level, making the gap in skill between newcomers and veterans starkly pronounced. Thus, even though betting on newcomers yielded higher returns, few dared to risk their fortunes. Today, facing off against 1947 is 1647, who recently lost his qualification due to verbally and physically assaulting a referee. The commentator interrupted the audience's chatter. What a coincidence. Their numbers differ by just one. Now, let's welcome our contestant, 1647, he called out exuberantly. While Yufei watched as a hulking figure descended from the second-floor audience. He was broad-shouldered, with an unkempt appearance and small, beady eyes that gleamed with malice. In terms of physique alone, Yufei was at a severe disadvantage. Those who had just expressed their bets on Yufei now began to waver. As Yufei was led onto the stage by the staff, donning protective gear, she could hardly think of Xu Die. Her mind raced with thoughts on how to navigate this bare-knuckle predicament. Suddenly, the back door of the second-floor audience opened, revealing Xu Die and a girl, their gazes fixed on Yufei in the octagonal cage, their lips moving in silent conversation. Recognize your situation. If you die, everything will be lost. Approach this seriously. Though she had sought him out, facing the present circumstances, Yufei clenched her jaw, her dark eyes narrowing, nearly sparking with indignation. He had not mentioned the perilous situation that lay ahead. Xu Die had only spoken of the internal card but had failed to clarify that this was a direct bypass of the adaptation selection, an opportunity to enter the newcomer arena outright. Nice expression, Xu Die remarked approvingly from above. Daddy, do you think so highly of her? Xu Luran asked, surprised as she regarded Yufei below. She found her rather unremarkable. Is she truly strong? Not grasping the essence of the situation, she continued, will she easily defeat that big oaf? Xu Die stroked his chin thoughtfully. It depends on her potential. If she's fortunate, she might sustain fewer injuries. If not, well, that would be the will of fate. His words carried a certain weight. Chapter 8, Victory, Solutions to Dilemmas. The duration of the novice competition is set at half an hour, where survival is secondary. Merely enduring until the time expires is considered a triumph. Surrender is an option, but the feasibility of such a choice hinges upon one's fortune. However, among the novice ranks, 80% are plagued by ill fate, much like the man encaged in the octagonal arena adjacent to her. He has encountered a maniac with a penchant for violence. This lunatic has consistently refrained from progressing to the next level, remaining entrenched in the novice zone, his intentions glaringly apparent. Yufei's expression is grave as she regards the man before her, bracing herself for the impending clash. 1647 is the first to strike, deeming himself a veteran in this setting, dismissing Yufei, who appears to him as frail as a sparrow. She narrowly evades the incoming blows, shifting 2 steps to the side, opting to dodge rather than engage, striving to minimize contact and avoid unnecessary injuries. In truth, her mind is devoid of substantial combat techniques. Her previous encounter with Xu Die had been driven more by instinct than skill. In that fleeting moment, her body reacted instinctively, propelled by an inexplicable fighting prowess. In the days that follow, Yufei endeavors to recapture that elusive sensation, yet each attempt culminates in failure. Could it be that she lacks a critical element? Once again, she leaves 1647 behind, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead. Her body already bears the marks of battle, the most severe being a punch to her right arm and collarbone, while her mouth is bruised, nearly causing her vision to blur. She can only shake her head to clear her mind as the jeers from the spectators echo around her, some urging for a swifter, more exhilarating conclusion. They brandish their money, shouting for 1647 to unleash his fury upon her. They revel in witnessing the beauty of a fighter reduced to agonizing cries and feeble moans, indulging their perverse inclinations. For the first time, Yufei genuinely experiences the peril of this unfamiliar world. Yet, 1647 is not faring well himself. Despite being the aggressor, the passage of time has drained him considerably, and he is now panting heavily. Yet, he cannot afford to restrain Yufei, as doing so would invite accusations of holding back, a notion that infuriates him. A feral glint ignites in 1647's eyes. You dart about like a loathsome rat. He then unleashes a powerful blow. The force of his punch appears to slow in Yufei's perception, the muscles in his arm quivering like a slow-motion sequence. Exhaustion weighs upon her, and she realizes she cannot evade this attack. Her mind races with a singular thought. If struck, will she perish? Her heartbeat quickens, threatening to leap from her throat, her breath becoming increasingly labored. Suddenly, an inexplicable energy surges from her heart, igniting her limbs with warmth, and two figures engaged in practice flash through her mind. Just a fraction more. Yufei focuses intently on 1647, inhaling deeply as if a wave of power has shattered the confines of her body. In a heartbeat, her gaze sharpens, her demeanor transforming as she sidesteps with a cold determination, raising her left hand to seize 1647's incoming arm, using his momentum to deflect his strike. In one fluid motion, her right hand delivers a swift palm strike to his chin. Caught off guard, 1647's head jerks back, and he stumbles several steps, momentarily disoriented. Seizing the opportunity, Yufei advances, delivering a powerful blow to his exposed right side, followed by a swift kick to his thigh. In an instant, the tide of battle shifts, the massive figure of 1647 collapses before the incredulous eyes of the spectators. Damn it! The fallen 1647, humiliated and enraged, attempts to rise and his ribs are fractured, his thigh seizes painfully. 7 minutes remain until the conclusion. Yufei stands before him, her chest rising and falling, though not particularly tall. Her presence has transformed, and 1647 feels an inexplicable pressure, his heart racing, his pupils dilating. 6 minutes, Yufei declares, her expression devoid of emotion as she looks down upon him. No, 1647's gaze wanders, his voice rising in desperation. I can concede. Before he can finish, Yufei swiftly raises her foot and delivers a kick. Surrender. Who can ascertain its authenticity? Would she allow him the luxury of recuperation? Surely, she is not a fool. With his words cut short, 1647 suffers a staggering blow to the head, his eyes rolling back as his body goes rigid, collapsing to the ground. A profound silence envelops the arena. Yufei approaches, maintaining a cautious distance as she observes the fallen figure. Realizing he is not feigning, she crouches to check his neck. He is alive. The tension in her body eases slightly. The man overseeing Yufei issues a piercing cry, and the surrounding crowd erupts into chaos once more. It is not until the final bell tolls that Yufei relinquishes her gaze from 1647. The referee strides forward, assesses the situation, and raises Yufei's hand in victory. 1947, win. As the imposing atmosphere dissipates, Yufei sways slightly, though she quickly regains her composure. Above, after a brief respite and a sip of water, she is swiftly led away again. The elevator descends rapidly to the 4th underground level, where only a handful of rooms reside, with Shu Die's chamber being the furthest inside. It is equipped with a full array of medical apparatus and a treatment pod. You may enter to attend to your injuries, a young attendant respectfully suggests. Having already been examined by Shu Die, Yufei is reluctant to comply and declines. Do not worry. This is not a trap, Shu Die interjects as he enters. Why Yufei, upon seeing him, wears an expression of discontent. What does the card signify? I have no interest in playing games with lives here. Shu Die takes a seat, with Shularan standing beside him. You came of your own accord. I did not compel you, did I? His words ring true, causing Yufei to pause before responding. Then why did you assault me? For the reward, Shu Die replies candidly. A substantial sum was offered to ensure you faced some hardship, ideally to drive you away. United University, determining the path ahead. This was simply a decisive blow. Shu Die had investigated a considerable amount of information about her. Shu Die gazed at the speechless Yufei, his astute eyes glimmering as he spoke slowly. Moreover, I shall not allow you to languish in a place devoid of light. What do you mean? Yufei inquired, noticing that he now walked with a slight limp, a detail absent during their last meeting. Are you aware that the admissions assessment for United University is approaching? United University. Admissions assessment? Yufei looked at him quizzically. What is that? United University, one of the earliest military institutions established to combat the insect race, stands as one of the 5 most prestigious military academies. It is a school that accommodates a plethora of disciplines, spanning from civilian life to the battlefield. Furthermore, it is the only place that currently accepts individuals with extraordinary talents, regardless of their background or status. Each year, they conduct assessments to admit numerous socially untrained but exceptionally gifted students aged between 18 to 22. Those who pass the assessment can seamlessly enter the institution, with tuition fees halved, while also participating in numerous point-based competitions to earn money legitimately, thereby securing their living expenses. Most notably, participating in missions against the insect race offers substantial rewards, and graduates can directly enlist in the military. Shu Da placed his hand on Yufei's shoulder and remarked, "The Armed Forces of United University, this is a place yearned for by the It was exceedingly favorable, almost too good to be true." "What are your conditions?" Yufei asked. "There is no such thing as a free lunch." "You are quite verbose, do you take kindness for weakness?" Shu Luran, who had been listening, could not help but interject. "Luran," Shu Da called out, silencing her. Yufei fixed her gaze on him, refusing to back down. "My initial intention was to groom you as my successor, to earn money here." However, Shu Da regarded her with admiration and smiled. "My daughter will also be participating in the assessment." "Do you want me to help her?" Yufei questioned. Shu Da shook his head. "No, I have confidence in Sharan's abilities. The condition is that I require you to stay by her side and protect her until she no longer needs it." It felt akin to bequeathing a final request. This was indeed a formidable demand, entrusting his daughter to a stranger he had just met. "Dad, I don't want that," Shu Luran exclaimed. "I can manage on my own, I don't like her." Shu Da ignored her. "Is that all?" Yufei pressed. Shu Da turned and took a few steps. "You must find a way to cover your tuition." "Here, money is easily earned," he remarked. "You need not fret." After pondering for several seconds, Yufei finally spoke. "All right." After receiving treatment from Shu Da, Yufei felt a significant alleviation in her physical condition. The bruises on her collarbone had faded, and after moving her arms a few times, she no longer felt any notable discomfort. "You are to come here every month. I will devise a training plan for you," Shu Da stated, handing Yufei a paper bag filled with the earnings she had made in the arena that day, over 10,000 star coins, equivalent to her monthly wages at the port. "All right." Surprised by the change in her body, Yufei stared at the treatment chamber, then turned and accepted the bag from the attendant who had brought her there. Once the figure disappeared from view, Shu Luran sulked in her chair. "Dad, I do not need a rude person like her following me. Why are you helping her?" Shu Da did not respond, merely pouring himself a cup of red tea, blowing gently on it before bringing it to his lips. It was not that he wished to assist, rather, there were those who sought to extend a helping hand, and refusing a beneficial opportunity would be utterly foolish. His seemingly profound demeanor did not sit well with Shu Luran. She regarded him with an odd expression, her countenance darkening. "Honestly, Dad, do you have an illegitimate child outside?" But the tea he had just sipped was sprayed out in surprise. Shu Luran swiftly dodged, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Really?" Shu Da awkwardly wiped his mouth. "You little brat, what nonsense are you spouting?" She was unconvinced. Shu Luran frowned. "But you haven't been back for a long time, always busy outside." Shu Da nearly kicked his precious daughter. Fortunately, his paternal love restrained him. "Aside from your mother, I have no one else. All right." "You little rascal," Shu Da bellowed. Upon reaching the underground level B1, Yufei encountered the man who had come to escort her. He handed her a card. "Congratulations." Yufei accepted it, discovering it was the card Shu Da had given her, now imprinted with the numbers 1947. "Thank you," she replied. The man led her down an unfamiliar path, smiling. "Not at all, you've passed the newcomer arena, and from now on, you will be under Shu Da's wing, with ample opportunities to meet in the future." Yufei remained silent, but when a small door appeared before her, she pulled out several star coins from the paper bag. "Sorry for the trouble," she said. The man glanced at her for a moment before reaching out to accept the coins. When Yufei pressed the button to open the door, the sight revealed not the entrance she had come from, but rather a storage room filled with alcohol. She glanced around before stepping out, only to find a man standing guard. It seemed they had taken precautions at the arena. Noticing that he paid her no mind, Yufei took her leave. Navigating through several winding paths, she eventually reached a door. As she pushed it open, vibrant lights flashed before her eyes, accompanied by a deafening sound. Heavy metal music blared, and in the center of the dance floor stood several bold individuals, surrounded by a cheering crowd. The dim lighting, alcohol, and music were intoxicating, creating a haze of euphoria. At the edges of the stage, people embraced passionately, their lips entwined. Yufei maneuvered through a less crowded area for several minutes, during which she was mistakenly grabbed by a drunken patron, causing her to hastily jerk away. Finally escaping the throng, she was about to exhale a sigh of relief when she locked eyes with a pair of incredulous gazes at the exit. Yufei froze momentarily, yet it was Lei, nestled in Fangxing's arms, who broke the silence by reaching out to Yufei. Instinctively, Yufei raised her hand to accept Lei's gesture, then scratched the back of her neck. She had not anticipated that this would be Fangxing's workplace at night, nor that the perilous arena's influence would extend to the city center. "I sent you a message, but you probably didn't see it," Fangxing remarked. "So, I brought Lei along." It was then that Yufei realized her light brain was not in her hand. She felt around and pulled it from her pocket. She had removed it during the initial moments of the octagonal cage and forgotten to take it back. "Sorry, I wasn't paying attention." Fangxing's gaze swept over Yufei's disheveled attire and the ambiguous paper bag in her hand, finally lingering on the freshly imprinted lipstick mark on her arm. "Yufei, what are you doing here?" Yufei hesitated for a few seconds. As Fangxing noticed her uncertainty, he averted his gaze. "I'm off to work now." Lei looked puzzled at her brother's departing figure but sensed his displeasure and then turned to Yufei, who was holding her. "Are you hungry?" Yufei asked, stroking Lei's head. The child nodded. "Let's head back." The next morning, Fangxing returned, and during breakfast, Yufei recounted her dealings with Xu, omitting the thrilling details of the competition, merely stating that she would follow Xu. Upon hearing this news, Fangxing was momentarily taken aback. He had thought Yufei's recent business indicated a desire to leave, especially after witnessing his own predicament with debt collectors. However, he felt a twinge of confusion. "Isn't this fine? Why would you suddenly want to?" Yufei took a sip of her porridge before replying, "I wish to uncover those forgotten matters. But my current life is too constrained, and my abilities are too weak. I still require your assistance." She looked up at him. "I dislike this feeling. There, I can become a little stronger and seek out the memories I have lost." And Yufei recalled Feng Shui's penetrating gaze upon her. "I do not enjoy being watched." Living passively felt akin to being a fish laid bare on a chopping board. If her presence was due to Feng Shui, she wanted to understand why. Fangxing paused, comprehending Yufei's desire to unravel the unknown and her yearning for knowledge. He simply set down the egg pancake he was holding. "You seem a bit different from before." Yufei blinked, lowering her head in silence. She retrieved the paper bag from yesterday and handed it to Fangxing. "This is the money I won yesterday." Chapter 10. Friends stand tall. Xu wielded the wooden stick in his hand mercilessly. "Your lower body is far too unstable." Today, during training, Yufei was effortlessly knocked down by her opponent's sweeping kick. Were this a life-and-death arena, such a fleeting lapse could have resulted in grievous injury. Crouched in a horse stance, Yufei trembled, drenched in sweat, gritting her teeth to endure the pain radiating from her spine. Xu training regimen was indeed not something an ordinary person could withstand. The foundational physical training was nothing short of torturous, compounded by subsequent sparring sessions. In recent days, Yufei felt as though she had shed several layers of skin, each day pushing her physical limits, her muscles engorged and trembling. Without the treatment pod, she was certain her body would be rendered utterly useless. "Can't go on?" Xu inquired, bending down to observe her sweat-soaked, quivering thighs. Sweat trickled into Yufei's eyes, obscuring her vision. She blinked vigorously, the mucous membrane inside her mouth torn as she bit down, the metallic tang of blood momentarily invigorating her fatigued mind. She slowly pressed her lips together and replied, "No." Xu Luran leaned against the door of the training room, observing them. It was entirely normal to feel fatigued and take occasional breaks, yet Yufei did not. Though she had previously held a certain disdain for her, she could not deny that Yufei's actions in recent days had shifted her perspective. The girl possessed remarkable perseverance, an indomitable spirit. After enduring the requisite duration, Yufei finally relaxed her body as the bell rang. Sinking to the ground, she tilted her head back, gasping for breath, her body radiating heat, her skin damp, the grey floor beneath her darkened with sweat. The engorged veins pulsating on her arms and thighs were impossible to overlook. Supporting herself with her hands on the ground, she clenched her fists slightly, gazing up at the incandescent lights, her eyes sparkling with fervor. She felt a profound exhilaration, an electrifying sensation coursing through her veins. In the realm of reality, she sought this sensation within the surreal dreams she inhabited, challenging her limits, savoring the tremors of her heart and flesh, fully mastering her own body. At this moment, perhaps more than any knowledge of her existence in this world, she was enamored with this very experience. Once burdened by the monotony of her daily existence, she had gradually lost her passion, often becoming engrossed in the vivid descriptions found in books, fantasizing about immersing herself in such worlds. Why haven't you gone to the treatment pod to recover? A sudden feminine voice interrupted Yufei's reverie, prompting her to turn her head. Shulan regarded her awkwardly, her tone sharp. How much longer do you plan to linger? I still have to clean. Only then did Yufei realize that Shu Da had already left, leaving her alone in the training room. Silently, she rose to her feet, albeit with a slight stumble. Sorry for the trouble, she muttered. Shulan watched her retreating figure, pursing her lips before huffing softly. She had no desire to be around someone like that. After lying in the treatment pod for over half an hour, a wave of intense fatigue and hunger washed over Yufei. She emerged, ravenous, as she had no money to eat when she returned home. Shu Da raised an eyebrow at the sight of her devouring food like a voracious tiger, genuinely concerned she might eat herself to death. After finishing her meal, Yufei wiped her mouth, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. Arrange for me to have a match, she demanded. Shu Da scrutinized her. Are you certain? I must test the fruits of my labor from the past half-month, she replied. Having satiated her hunger, Yufei departed from Shu Da's presence, making her way to the place where she previously worked with Fangxing, intending to pick up Lei, who was waiting in the lounge. This had become their current arrangement. Fangxing continued to handle the child's school schedule, while Yufei, after training, would take Lei home to rest. While Yufei greeted passing colleagues of Fangxing with a natural demeanor, her physique increasingly robust and upright due to her training, her muscles well-defined. With her hair cropped short, she could only manage a small tuft at the back of her head, her striking features accentuated by her naturally aloof gaze, exuding an air of cool detachment. Yet, she returned daily to pick up the child, embodying a striking contrast of a strong woman with nurturing qualities. A petite female omega watched Yufei's silhouette with admiration, her eyes glistening. Oh, may the heavens grant me an alpha like that, handsome and family-oriented. Dream on, retorted a nearby colleague with a sharp tongue. The female omega dramatically bit into her colleague's arm, feigning tears. Why am I not like Fangxing? It is so unfair. Meanwhile, the very subject of their conversation, Fangxing, was taking advantage of his break to visit his sister, bringing along some snacks. As Yufei entered, she found Fangxing seated beside Lei, observing her drawing. Their eyes met, and Fangxing glanced at the time, uttering, sorry for the trouble. Yufei waved dismissively, not at all. She then crouched down, waiting for Lei to finish her artwork. Fangxing regarded her with a conflicted expression. He had to admit that Yufei's presence alleviated some of his burdens, allowing him to juggle work and childcare more easily, yet it also led to misunderstandings and complications. An increasing number of people speculated that they were a couple, even expressing envy at his fortunate partnership. However, Fangxing knew they were merely friends. That morning, he had intended to inquire why Yufei had been at the Jindu nightclub. Furthermore, he felt he lacked the standing to pry into her affairs. He had initially thought Yufei would choose to leave, which left him feeling somewhat dejected. Though she had opted to stay and face challenges alongside him, he understood their relationship was strictly platonic. Thus, Fangxing pondered whether allowing such misunderstandings to persist might lead to complications. He was unaware of Yufei's internal thoughts, fearing that his inaction might evoke her dissatisfaction or disdain, especially given the perverse possessiveness of that man. What is wrong? He asked, noticing Yufei had not taken her leave. Nothing, Fang Xing replied, shaking his head as he stepped outside. Why Yu Fei regarded him with confusion before turning her attention back to Lei. She held no grand notions, she merely viewed Fang Xing as a good person, a friend. She felt no need to clarify rumors, believing it unnecessary and thinking it would ease Fang Xing's workload, as he often faced harassment and bullying in the workplace. Fang Xing's situation mirrored that of many women in reality. Undeniably, he required a support figure to prevent others from taking advantage of him. Why Yu Fei, with her teasing demeanor, could not provide that support, but rather, it often subjected Fang Xing to ridicule and belittlement, turning him into a subject of jokes. Yu Fei regarded Fang Xing as a good person who had helped her significantly since her arrival, prompting her to wish to extend her assistance in any way she could. Chapter 11, Yu Fei's Mental Strength. Look. Lei proudly held up her completed artwork, her eyes sparkling with excitement. On the pristine white canvas, a simple depiction of a tree and a house was drawn, with 3 figures holding hands outside the door. Yu Fei pointed to the child in the middle and smiled, "Is this us?" Lei nodded vigorously, then carefully folded the drawing with a serious expression and placed it in her backpack. The little teacher had assigned homework today to illustrate family members, creating a family portrait. She could hardly remember her departed parents, only knowing she had a loving brother, and now with Yu Fei, it seemed almost complete. As usual, Yu Fei carried her home, but upon exiting the elevator, she accidentally bumped into a drunken man. "I apologize," Yu Fei stepped back. The young man swayed unsteadily, his wine-red hair spiking up like a hedgehog, clad in what appeared to be some sort of uniform. "Have you no eyes?" he shouted, pointing a finger at Yu Fei. "Dare to collide with me, Yu Fei." In the next instant, his expression shifted to one of shock, the effects of alcohol momentarily fading. Yu Fei was taken aback by the unfortunate coincidence of encountering a stranger who recognized her. "Carl, what are you doing? Stop causing a scene just because you've had a drink," a long-haired woman in a similar uniform approached with a frosty demeanor. "Let us go." No, Carl rubbed his eyes and grabbed the woman. "Look, isn't he that Yu Fei?" The woman, exhibiting a hint of impatience, finally glanced at Yu Fei standing nearby. "Isn't it so?" Carl pressed. "I'm not seeing things because I'm drunk, right?" The woman did not respond, merely reaching out to grip his neck and dragging him into the elevator. "Stop causing trouble." "Wait, was I wrong?" The once arrogant youth, now being pulled by the neck, tilted his head in confusion. Yu Fei, initially anticipating a confrontation with a familiar face, locked eyes with the woman in the elevator. She seemed to effortlessly subdue Carl, her expression indifferent, as if dismissing everything around her. Yu Fei sensed the disdain in the woman's gaze towards her. However, since the woman seemed disinclined to expose her recognition, Yu Fei chose not to provoke the situation. Xu Da had swiftly arranged a competition, and 3 days later, Yu Fei found herself stepping onto the second-tier stage. She needed to win 3 matches to advance to the 3rd tier and secure a substantial prize. "Stay focused," Xu Da encouraged, giving her a light pat on the back before she ascended the stage. "All right," Yu Fei nodded in response. "Just be careful not to get beaten up," Shulan remarked sarcastically, arms crossed. Yu Fei shot her a glance, but Shulan huffed and turned away, refusing to engage further. "I won tea," Yu Fei replied, "thank you for your concern." After several days of training, Yu Fei felt a sense of confidence. She had proactively requested to compete. She sensed her body becoming increasingly familiar, a gradual merging with her identity in this world. "Who's concerned about you?" Shulan exclaimed, her cheeks flushing crimson with embarrassment as she stomped off. "How self-important." Xu Da had mentioned that the opponents in the first 2 tiers were not particularly formidable, mostly relying on brute strength, with only the latter 3 tiers utilizing mental power. Thus, although Yu Fei had yet to train her mental abilities, she was not without a chance of victory. Moreover, her inherent mental strength was quite considerable. Fang Xing had stated that her mental capacity was previously assessed at an A rating, surpassing the majority of ordinary individuals. Her first opponent was a slender man, appearing even smaller than Yu Fei, his body marred by numerous injuries. He was likely another newcomer, emerging from the rookie arena without adequate healing, thus looking somewhat disheveled. "Let us anticipate which of these 2 newcomers will emerge victorious," the commentator announced. In the next moment, someone in the audience shouted, 1947, 1947, 1947. Yufei turned her head to see a man supporting the rookie arena, 1947, 1947, 1947. He rallied many others around him. The already injured man began to lose morale, realizing the disparity between himself and Yufei, understanding that it was impossible for him to triumph over her as he prepared to strike. In the rookie arena, there was no room for surrender unless the opponent chose to relent. 15 minutes elapsed, and the bell rang to commence. The man launched a probing attack, swinging his right arm toward Yufei's cheek. Yufei deftly dodged, countering with a swift punch that grazed his jaw. Caught off guard, he stumbled back, and Yufei seized the opportunity, raising her right leg to strike his thigh. The man fell heavily to the ground, crashing down before receiving a kick to his abdomen, sliding toward the cage's edge. While Yufei frowned at her foot, then approached him. The man hastily raised his hands to hold her advance. "Are you conceding?" Yufei inquired. The man nodded and lay down, realizing he was there to earn money, not to risk his life. While Yufei then understood that his earlier actions were merely for show. She had thought she had struck with considerable force, yet it appeared otherwise. Accepting his surrender, the first match concluded in a swift 2 minutes, with the man carried away, leaving Yufei unscathed. The applause was deafening, a testament to their astonishment at her significant progress, while they tossed the prize money into the air. Yufei mused that the man was quite the actor, adept at feigning injury, unaware that he genuinely could not stand. "Damn, this woman is tough as nails." The man on the stretcher grimaced in pain. The second opponent was an elderly man who had been in the second tier for some time. Unlike the previous slender man, he appeared formidable and struck swiftly. This was Yufei's first encounter with an opponent so fierce and quick, contrasting sharply with the sparring partners Xu Die had arranged for her. The elderly man was ruthless, showing no mercy, and Yufei found herself struggling to keep pace. However, she adapted well, even managing to return the moves he had delivered mere moments ago. They were locked in a fierce exchange. In the end, Yufei found an opening, delivering a palm strike to the man's chest, creating distance between them, followed by a sweeping kick that caught him off guard. As he rolled to the side, Yufei's elbow aimed for his chest. The man quickly rolled away, yet Yufei seized his hand, twisting it, then knelt on his waist, applying pressure to his arm. Damn. The man's arm was nearly bent at 180 degrees, causing him to pound the mat in agony. Although Yufei perceived no signs of surrender from him, she felt no significant malice emanating from him either, yet she continued to exert her grip. Should he violently break free, his arm would surely be rendered useless. However, the audience seemed deranged. He genuinely attempted to escape Yufei's hold, beginning to struggle against her. While Yufei exerted all her strength to maintain control when suddenly, a faint, unfamiliar scent wafted through the air, reminiscent of pine needles, elusive and indistinct. In that moment of adrenaline surging, the scent provoked an instinctual irritation within her, akin to someone urinating on her territory, utterly repulsive, making her yearn for an air freshener. In the next instant, a chilling and piercing fragrance engulfed the arena, as if seeking to freeze everything in place. Flecks of white began to appear in Yufei's dark eyes, gradually extending and connecting, forming a hexagonal snowflake pattern that slowly faded away. Unbeknownst to her, the man below her ceased struggling, collapsing onto the ground, frothing at the mouth. "Oh, so cold. Who lacks martial virtue, making me feel nauseous." The audience squirmed in various awkward positions, their expressions reflecting extreme discomfort, with only a handful appearing less affected. Yufei felt somewhat dazed, bewildered by the unfolding events. In a shadowed corner of the second floor, the long-haired woman who had previously encountered Yufei flicked her cigarette in surprise. "Har har har," Carl laughed, clutching his sides. "You've been rejected." "Carl," the woman turned, her pupils glowing a menacing green, her expression fearsome. "Are you itching for trouble?" "Har har har," the boy, suddenly recalling something, stiffened, his laughter abruptly silenced. Due to the opponent's fainting and Yufei's bewilderment, the crowd failed to associate the frightening mental energy and pheromones with her. They merely marveled at her substantial mental capacity, noting her lack of adverse reactions to such an aggressive display of power. After waiting a considerable time on stage, Yufei was finally informed that she would not need to compete in the next match, as the opponent was currently leaning against the wall, retching. Yufei won the second-tier competition with remarkable ease, not only advancing but also gaining numerous supporters overnight. The prize money promptly arrived, amounting to a staggering 25,000. Truly a lucrative industry. Recognizing the effectiveness of Yufei's physical training, Xu Tie commenced specialized training for her mental abilities. Given her apparent confusion, he decided to start from the very basics. The first step was to confirm her ability to perceive her mental strength, using it to knock down objects in front of her. However, due to the strong repulsion between alphas, to avoid unnecessary complications, Yufei entered the isolation chamber alone for training, while Xu Tie remained outside. Initially, Yufei struggled to comprehend how to connect with her mental strength, merely staring blankly at the object before her, prompting Xu Tie to curse in exasperation from outside. Xu Luran, having witnessed Yufei's struggles, couldn't he help but stifle a laugh, yet the next moment, her father shoved her into the chamber. As a beater, she faced little repulsion from alphas. Ran, demonstrate for her, Xu Tie instructed. Still chuckling, Xu Luran was pushed in the empty room, the two of them alone. She glanced at Yufei with an uncomfortable tilt of her head. Sorry to trouble you, Yufei said sincerely. She genuinely had no idea how to unleash her mental strength, having attempted multiple times without success, her frustration mounting. I'm not helping you, Xu Luran muttered softly. She stepped beside Yufei, closed her eyes to meditate for a moment, then opened them again, a faint, invisible aura swirling around her, intertwining to form a whip-like extension that struck towards the empty can in front of them. Clang, clang, the can toppled to the ground, rolling away. Yufei's typically vacant eyes widened in surprise. Is that all there is to it? Xu Luran turned away dismissively. Just think of it as your third hand, do whatever you want with it. Though it sounded simple, awakened beaters were rare, and even fewer could control their abilities. Xu Luran was exceptionally gifted, her own level being A, making her 1 in a million. Yet Yufei seemed to grasp her meaning. Once Xu Luran exited, she resumed her training. It was merely a matter of visualizing it as a hand. She closed her eyes, striving to feel this ethereal power. Earlier, Xu Tie had not connected the dangerous mental energy with Yufei until he observed the accumulating chill through the transparent window of the isolation chamber. His cigarette fell from his mouth, and he cursed under his breath. Damn. There was no time to warn Yufei to cease her actions as the cold air took on a tendril-like form, fiercely lashing out in all directions. Bang, clang, Yufei beamed at the empty can on the ground, excitement bubbling within her as she turned to Xu Tie. Standing amidst the shattered glass, Xu Tie had no time to marvel at his discovery. He stood frozen, staring at the devastation within the isolation chamber, feeling as though a substantial fortune had just slipped away. Chapter 12, The assessment begins. Yufei was undergoing her daily training at Shu University, and in the blink of an eye, several days had swiftly passed. During this period, she had participated in 2 more competitions, managing to pass them without much difficulty, securing 2 prizes totaling nearly 60,000. While this windfall propelled her onto the underground second-tier rankings, it felt somewhat surreal. Fortunately, the notification for the special admissions assessment at United University had been announced, prompting Yufei to withdraw from the competitions and focus on her own preparation. On the day of the assessment, Fangxing took a day off, leading Lei to observe from the periphery as participants queued for their physical data collection and information registration. Take this number to measure your mental strength, instructed a teacher, handing Yufei a slip of paper. The identity Shu University had provided her was not scrutinized, and Yufei took the paper, following the directions into a room where a doctor placed an apparatus over her head. Within mere seconds, the device emitted a series of beeping sounds. The doctor, glancing at the data on the computer, raised an eyebrow and reviewed Yufei's physical statistics. All indicators displayed a consistent A, with comments noting her potential for advancement. With a flourish, he marked her mental strength as S-. This differed from the A-grade mental strength Fangxing had mentioned, leaving Yufei slightly puzzled, though she did not dwell on it. Fortunately, she had passed the preliminary test, and her neural implant had received notification of the practical assessment scheduled for the following day. The assessments at United University varied each time, proving to be unpredictable. This year, the assessment location was a desolate village situated in the southwest direction of S*, which had once been overrun by mutated giant lizards and had only recently regained its tranquility after extensive cleanup efforts. You are required to traverse the village that may harbor giant lizards, retrieve the scattered red flags, and ultimately reach the designated location as indicated on the map to achieve victory, announced the teacher overseeing the assessment, with a time limit of 3 hours. It sounds rather simple, some participants murmured from the audience. The distance isn't far, and if luck is on our side, we can avoid the giant lizards and just grab the flags to leave. This assessment doesn't seem too severe, another voice chimed in. Tang Fang, standing on the platform, surveyed the crowd before speaking. If any of you believe this is simple, you are indeed underestimating the challenge. In this assessment, individuals from the school, along with those hired by the institution, will be dispersed throughout. Each of them possesses the authority to eliminate participants and will obstruct your path to the destination, he declared, his gaze sharp and penetrating. Do you see the sensors on your chests? Yu Fei looked down to find that they were all clad in newly issued black combat uniforms, with loose military-style trousers and combat boots, while the fitted short sleeves accentuated their forms. Indeed, there was a circular device on their chests. That device not only allows you to send a distress signal if you encounter insurmountable dangers, but should it sustain more than 3 attacks, it will illuminate red, signifying elimination, he continued. Thus, your threats include not only the giant lizards but also those waiting for you. Furthermore, this assessment will be recorded in its entirety, he concluded. As he spoke, a buzzing sound emanated from above, where drones began to soar towards the assessment site. Good luck to you all. Yu Fei checked her equipment, glanced at the route transmitted by her neural implant, and, alongside Xu Luran, joined the throng as they surged forward. The temperature here was elevated, and the ground parched, creating an ideal habitat for the mutated giant lizards, which often lurked beneath the soil, ambushing surface-dwelling creatures. Gripping the issued thermal knife, Yu Fei remained vigilant of her surroundings. Suddenly, she spotted a red flag prominently displayed atop a dilapidated structure. It was strikingly conspicuous, shielded from the sun's glare. Yu Fei squinted her eyes, cautiously surveying the area. There's a flag here. Xu Luran exclaimed in disbelief. Didn't you see the others ahead? They had set off at a midpoint, and with many participants ahead, it seemed improbable that such a noticeable flag would remain unclaimed. The ground was littered with chaotic footprints, rendering them indistinguishable. Yu Fei paused momentarily, shaking her head at Xu Luran, signaling to continue onward without approaching the flag. Xu Luran, sensing the potential trap, opted to follow Yu Fei instead. Quite prudent, a woman clad in black combat attire, her lower face obscured by a mask, sneered from within the shadows of the house, where 2 bound participants lay on the floor, their mouths gagged with cloth. Millimeter, they struggled, writhing in desperation. Li Chunxiao turned, her expression one of impatience as she regarded the two, then swiftly delivered 2 kicks, watching as their sensors transitioned from orange to red, signaling their elimination. Though Yu Fei and Xu Luran had yet to secure the red flag, their path remained unobstructed. Yu Fei glanced at her neural implant, noting they had surpassed the halfway mark in their route, with only 40 minutes elapsed. Just as she was about to remark on their smooth progress, a tremor resonated through the ground. She exchanged a glance with Xu Luran, and they both pivoted to run. In the next instant, a 3-meter-long, dark brown creature burst forth from the earth, its jaws agape. Dust swirled chaotically, nearly obscuring their vision. The pair fled, veering off their original course. Suddenly, a massive dead tree lay across their path, obstructing their way. The rumbling sounds from behind were unmistakable. Facing the impending assault, Yu Fei and Xu Luran exchanged a glance and pointed toward the tree. I'll handle it, Xu Luran offered. All right, Yu Fei acquiesced. In the next moment, she braced her right leg against the ground, abruptly halting her momentum and withdrawing the thermal knife strap to her leg, channeling her mental energy into it. The short blade elongated rapidly, and Yu Fei's expression turned serious. This was her first encounter with a mutated creature. The evolved giant lizard's body was as solid as rock. To inflict significant damage, one could only target its eyes or the relatively softer underbelly. Yufei deftly evaded the creature's gaping maw, pivoting to slash with her knife. However, her strike met only the hardened skin, grazing it and leaving a faint mark. As she maneuvered to a different angle, the creature, drawn by the distraction, turned its focus toward her, resulting in a chaotic flurry of dust as they dodged and struck. Yufei, momentarily blinded, stumbled backward just as the massive creature slowed its attack, its gaze fixated on her before lunging forward. At that moment, Shularun, having found her vantage point atop the tree, leaped down, gripping her blade tightly as she plunged it into the giant lizard's eye. The pain caused the creature to rear up on its front legs, thrashing violently, and Yufei seized the opportunity to strike at its body. As Shularun landed, observing the lifeless creature before them, she wiped the blood from her hands. Not too bad. Its attack power isn't very high. After all, it was unlikely that the assessment would place participants in insurmountable danger. It was merely a means of selection. Following this encounter, Yufei and Shularun adopted a more cautious approach. Fortunately, they eventually secured a red flag, gifted selflessly by a trio from another team. The opposing team, imposing in stature, had been bullying a short-haired girl wearing glasses, while several alphas lay incapacitated on the ground. The girl glared at them in anger but was compelled to retreat due to the disparity in strength. "Have your eyes gone blind? If you don't move aside quickly, I'll ensure you regret it," she warned, her voice resolute. The men dismissed her threats, mockingly responding before one of them shoved her. "Should I call your parents? People like you aren't worthy of wasting enrollment spots. You'd be better off at home nursing from your mother." The girl fumed. "Enough chatter. You have a red flag on you, hand it over." "Get lost," she retorted, pushing back against the man. The man's expression shifted dramatically as he retaliated with a fierce punch. "Are you asking for trouble?" In the next instant, a muffled thud echoed as Yufei intervened, raising her hand to block the blow while pulling the girl behind her. The force of the punch sent her bangs fluttering. Just as the man was taken aback, another figure appeared, delivering a powerful blow to his abdomen. Jack doubled over, expelling some of his stomach contents as he stumbled back, only to be met with another strike, this time a right hook that landed squarely on his jaw. Within mere moments, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Yufei unsheathed her knife and approached, while Shularun stood tall amidst the dust, fixing her icy gaze on the remaining two adversaries, a smile curling at the corner of her mouth. "How about we put your strength to the test? Is bullying the weak all you've got?" Chapter 13. The assessment is underway, and Li Chunxiao makes her grand entrance in but a moment. She dispatched the two assailants, allowing Yufei and her companions to seize a red flag. Shularun, observing the fleeing figures with disdain, clapped her hands mockingly before turning to Yufei and stating, "The number of red flags here is undoubtedly far fewer than the multitude that arrived for the assessment. What lies ahead will surely devolve into a chaotic melee as everyone vies for the flags. You'd best keep yours well hidden." Currently, Shularun's apparent strength surpassed that of the two, which meant she would likely attract more attention during the ensuing fray. Though Yufei lacked combat experience, she possessed an inexplicably formidable mental fortitude, making her a prudent choice to hold the flag and thereby mitigate the risk of being targeted. Lisa, having been rescued by the two, noticed their indifference towards her and, without uttering a word of gratitude, hastily grabbed her backpack that had been discarded on the ground and followed suit, kicking one of her own fallen companions in the process, muttering a curse of incompetence. As time dwindled, hiding became futile. Yufei and Shularun abandoned their previous stealth and dashed forward, guided by the map. They were aware of a persistent tailing figure but deemed it no threat and chose to ignore it. Along their path lay numerous wounded individuals, some lying motionless, others seated and wailing in agony. The battlefield cleanup crew was seen transporting the injured on stretchers, and Yufei noted the red lights flashing on their chests. With no obvious external injuries, it was evident that these were not caused by the mutated giant lizards. They must have been inflicted by the external examiners hired by the school. A grave expression crossed Yufei and Shularun's faces. With such a significant number of casualties, did they intend to push this year's elimination rate to a staggering 100%? Soon, an obstacle appeared on their route. A giant lizard's forelimb was deliberately thrown into their path, causing both to halt in their tracks. They turned to see a figure lounging nonchalantly atop a dilapidated wooden roof, donning a red serrated mask, casually tossing a bound This road is mine, if you wish to pass, leave, pay the toll, you fool, a low, husky female voice interjected suddenly. In that instant, a figure stealthily emerged from the nearby tree trunk, moving with the grace of a cat before rising to her full height. She was clearly allied with the masked individual, though her own mask was entirely black. Hey, what are you doing here? The red-masked youth, having failed to appear imposing, stood up defiantly, claiming, "This is my territory." Li Chunxiao paid no mind to his bluster, her gaze fixated intently on the two below, before she raised a hand to touch the trunk beside her. Planning to flee, she inquired. Yu Fei was the first to sense the tremors emanating from the ground. With no time to shout a warning, she grasped Shu Luran and leapt aside. Several snake-like roots burst forth from the earth, snapping with a menacing sound. Upon recognizing the presence of humans, they lunged toward the pair. Though she had suggested an escape, the onslaught was relentless. The clearing was anything but safe, and with their path blocked, the two found themselves with nowhere to hide, forced to change direction. Shu Luran was the first to be pursued into the shelter beneath the red-masked figure. The relentless branches ceased their pursuit of her and redirected their attention toward Ufei. Li Chunxiao, perched above, surveyed the scene with a hawkish gaze, her brow furrowing as it landed on a figure hiding in the distance. Yu Fei, having narrowly evaded another attack, noticed that the root strikes had grown increasingly ferocious, surpassing even those Shu Luran had encountered earlier. Each blow appeared lethal, yet a peculiar feeling nagged at her. Evading yet another root that nearly struck her, Yu Fei pondered. She realized this was what Xu Da had referred to as the manifestation of mental energy in assault form, yet she had yet to learn this technique, feeling akin to a novice. As she observed the figure above, her gaze flickered, and when the next attack came, she feigned to stumble, unable to evade in time. The root that should have pierced her arm swiftly altered its trajectory, merely grazing past her. Her black combat suit was torn, causing a stinging pain and drawing blood. Yu Fei steadied herself, lifting her gaze to see Li Chunxiao's other hand moving with a swift flick of her fingers. Once more, the ghostly roots lashed out, leaving no room for escape. Yet Yu Fei felt no urge to retreat. She understood that despite Li Chunxiao's formidable technique, it would be impossible to eliminate a contender in plain sight. Thus, she adopted an offensive stance, disregarding the danger. If lethal harm was not a concern, her sole goal was to safeguard her sensor light from damage. In the next moment, the sensor light on her chest flickered to life, the surface icy to the touch, swiftly expanding until it enveloped her in a thin layer of ice. Without a hint of apprehension, Yu Fei severed the encroaching roots one by one, despite her body becoming increasingly marred with injuries. "Madwoman," Li Chunxiao murmured, taking a step back, gathering her strength before leaping down from the tree. She landed lightly on the swaying branches, then, with a series of agile jumps, seized a root and thrust it toward Yu Fei's face with force. Yu Fei quickly raised her arm to block the attack but was still knocked back several steps. Before she could regain her footing, Li Chunxiao, having landed, unleashed a rapid series of punches towards her. Yu Fei evaded to the side, deflecting the blows and using the momentum to counterattack. Li Chunxiao pressed her advantage, raising her palm to strike Yu Fei's chin, then delivering a punch to her chest. Yu Fei managed to parry with both hands, seizing the opportunity to knee Li Chunxiao in response. The latter countered with an elbow strike, mitigating the damage and creating distance, only to launch another assault. In a matter of moments, the two exchanged blows repeatedly. Yu Fei found herself relegated to a defensive position, retreating step by step, her hands growing numb. "Is your strength really that diminished?" Li Chunxiao remarked coldly. "She knows me." Yu Fei was momentarily taken aback by her words, inadvertently receiving a blow to her cheekbone, causing her to stumble sideways, stars dancing before her eyes. "You won't pass like this." Li Chunxiao's voice lingered ominously in her ears, laced with aggression, revealing that her very presence here was a direct challenge to Yu Fei. Regaining her composure, Yu Fei focused on her opponent. She noticed the man inside the building engaged in combat with Shu Luran, finally recognizing his striking red hair coupled with the frigid demeanor of the woman before her. It was clear they were the same. Yu Fei, having lost her memory, might be unaware of the backgrounds of Li Chunxiao and her companion, but Fang Xing was keenly aware. Both were third-year students from a prestigious university, their combined performance in practical evaluations already rivaling that of military personnel. Their exceptional abilities had seen them participate in numerous battles. Most crucially, the Li family held a dominant position in the current arms trade, with Li Chunxiao as the rightful heiress. Meanwhile, Cao was the scion of a mineral energy dynasty, his status equally esteemed. The weight of their lineage and personal prowess spoke volumes, yet what troubled Fangxing most was the implication of their presence. Another individual was sure to be lurking nearby. That individual was none other than Feng Shui, the man who, like her brother, possessed a terrifying desire for control. Chapter 14, The Flag Snatch. The appearance of the Wind Su Li Chunxiao remained non-committal about the praise heaped upon her as an elite, exhibiting neither pride nor elation. Her demeanor was utterly devoid of emotion. Why Yu Fei regarded her, finding the situation exceedingly tricky. Although unsure of her motives, it was evident that this woman was intent on confronting him. Xu Luran, on the other hand, found her encounter considerably less challenging. Cao, who was primarily responsible for the assessment, did not impose undue difficulties. After exchanging several moves, she seized an opportunity, breaking through the defense and leaping out of the window. However, she did not depart alone. She circled around to Li Chunxiao's rear, extending her psychic tendrils to ensnare a wildly thrashing dead branch, and then called out, "Yu Fei." Receiving the signal, Yu Fei abruptly launched an attack on Li Chunxiao. His blatant assault left no room for defense, prompting a scoff from Li Chunxiao. She defended, counterattacked, and executed her moves in one fluid motion, her speed astonishing. The indicator light on Yu Fei's chest was struck, revealing cracks on the thin ice, and Li Chunxiao, seeing victory within her grasp, could not help but smile, mocking Yu Fei's overconfidence. Eventually, under the relentless assault, the indicator light flickered red, leaving Yu Fei with but 2 chances remaining. "You can't." Li Chunxiao's remaining words were abruptly cut short as her expression hardened. She glanced down to find her feet ensnared by Yu Fei's transparent tendrils, and in the next instant, a tremendous force wrapped around her waist, flinging her violently away. With no obstruction in her path, Yu Fei hastily departed towards the gap opened by Xu Luran. A prepared Xu Luran immediately released her tendrils, and the two fled without looking back. The flailing roots caught Li Chunxiao, who steadied herself upon them, her expression one of displeasure. "Cunning Yu Fei." Cao emerged from the building, shielding his eyes from the glaring sunlight as he observed her fury. "Chun, you ventured over here on your own. Those extra candidates will surely head towards Feng Shui." He left unsaid the implications of his words, but they were well aware of each other's familiarity. Feng Shui was not a benevolent figure. That temper, aside from the previous Yu Fei, no one could endure it. Talkative, Li Chunxiao coldly chided, casting a casual glance at Li's south hiding place before turning to leave. Meanwhile, all the roots on the ground retracted into the earth in the blink of an eye. Truly worthy of the future head of the Li family, while her attacks were restrained, they remain formidable, remarked a teacher observing from the sidelines. Visualization is typically a second-year concept. Many do not master it even by graduation, yet she appears to wield it with remarkable finesse. "Indeed, she is what one might call a prodigy," echoed another nearby. Fangxing, seated closely, listened quietly. He cared little for the talents they spoke of, his gaze fixated on the scene where Yu Fei had appeared. "These two are impressive," the teacher in charge of the evaluation remarked, pointing at the fleeing Yu Fei and Xu Luran. "Their physical prowess is commendable, and they exhibit calmness and intelligence, demonstrating excellent teamwork." The teacher beside her nodded in agreement. "Quite so." Suddenly, she furrowed her brow, staring intently at Yu Fei. "I feel like I've seen this individual before." "Who?" "I can't quite place it." After distancing themselves from Li Chunxiao and her companion, Yu Fei and Xu Luran slowed their pace. An hour and a half had elapsed in the assessment. They took a moment to rest and hydrate. Xu Luran wiped the sweat from her brow. "That red-masked individual possesses numerous red flags. They are either surrendering or have snatched them from those who passed, the latter being highly improbable. With a stroke of luck, we might encounter candidates from the same assessment and seize their red flags. If not, we may have to resort to stealing from the examiners, which could lead to chaos. That was indeed disheartening news. The two examiners ahead had proven formidable, and their chances of successfully pilfering items from them were less than 20%. Yufei recognized the urgency of the situation and discarded her empty water bottle into a trash bin. Then let us proceed to snatch. Fortuitously, we have conserved sufficient stamina. At the onset of the competition, the two had endeavored to minimize conflicts and conserve energy in the unknown environment, aware of the unpredictable nature of the 3-hour time frame. For instance, there were those who sought to forcibly seize Lisa's red flags. Year after year, many such individuals emerged, not all aimed for success, some merely sought to disrupt the candidates. Now, as the assessment neared its conclusion, with Li Chunxiao and her peers having filtered out many participants, the calmness of Yufei's declaration to snatch struck Shulan as somewhat peculiar, causing her brow to furrow in disbelief. She had assumed Yufei would not choose to engage in such underhanded tactics, as it seemed rather unprincipled to take advantage of others' misfortune. During their training days, Xu Luran had observed Yufei's unwavering diligence. She never slacked off or sought shortcuts, never attempting to gain an unfair advantage from Xu's status. It was said she was equally responsible towards her partner, and her promise to her father was due to her partner accruing significant debts. She presented as a quintessentially honest individual, unfazed by the scrutiny. Yufei accepted Xu Luran's examination with a puzzled expression. "What is it?" Suddenly caught under Xu Luran's gaze, the latter awkwardly turned her head away, ignoring her. Accustomed to Xu's peculiarities, Yufei refrained from questioning further and began to pack her belongings. At this juncture, it was a matter of either seizing or being seized. Seizing the initiative was paramount. The majority of participants in this assessment had opted for teamwork, rendering it no simple task to execute a stealthy ambush. Yufei and Xu Luran stealthily observed several teams, but none presented a viable target, and they nearly got discovered. Just as they were at a loss, an opportunity arose. A team of 5, nearing the finish line yet possessing only 3 red flags, was embroiled in heated debate. Though the opposition had the numerical advantage, opportunity still existed. After all, they were not intent on annihilating one another. Acquiring the red flag sufficed. Thus, Yufei and Xu Luran cautiously approached. As they were about to quietly confer a plan, they noticed a figure shifting behind a nearby rock. Yufei halted, signaling Xu Luran with a nod, and they quietly advanced. "How foolish, how foolish. Get further in here," a still youthful voice lamented in a hushed tone, tinged with frustration. I know, a girl's voice responded, sounding equally youthful, her tone submissive and timid. Yufei materialized before the two just as the girl finished speaking, weapon in hand. Her appearance often bore a deceptive quality, her silence rendered her seem unapproachable. Both were momentarily stunned, then Qi Hong, trembling before Yufei, pulled back, while Qifei forced a smile. No, don't attack. We mean no harm." Before Yufei could respond, he continued, "I understand what you seek, we desire the same, why not collaborate?" Yufei considered the feasibility for a moment and ultimately did not decline. As she walked away alone, Qifei and Qi Hong were taken aback. "They're joining us," Yufei remarked, "more hands make light work." To avoid potential betrayal, after confirming the target red flags were indeed with those individuals, Yufei took the timid Qi Hong as bait. This decision left Qifei, who had initially planned for chaos, reluctantly gnashing his teeth. The first to emerge, Qi Hong appeared before the quarrelsome 5, fidgeting as she regarded them, yet taking no action. As the group pondered her intentions, Yufei, concealed in the shadows, unleashed her psychic tendrils, striking one of them. Just as the individual was about to topple, Yufei seized a red flag from her grasp, swiftly retreating with her prize. Realizing they had been robbed, the others abandoned their concerns over flag distribution and hastened to pursue, leaving the remaining flag holder vulnerable and exposed. However, as they widened the gap, Xu Luran and Yufei emerged like phantoms from hiding, swiftly silencing the last pursuer with a hand over their mouth, then delivering a swift chop to knock them unconscious. After securing the red flag, the duo placed the individual on the ground and quickly departed. While Yufei glanced back, witnessing Xu Luran's triumphant gesture, and, reassured, she eased her pace. She waved her psychic tendrils behind her, stirring up clouds of dust from the dry ground to draw attention. then seized the opportunity to pull Chi-hung down a side path they had previously noted. Stop, came the relentless pursuit. Chi-hung, tearfully glancing back, suddenly found her feet ensnared by a rising obstruction, sending her tumbling down. Yu Fei halted as well. In an instant, the three pursuers had closed in, surrounding them. Why yes, I'm so sorry, Chi-hung apologized. Yu Fei shot her a glance, devoid of reproach, positioning herself protectively in front of her. Hand over the flags, the leading man barked menacingly. Dare to steal from me, you're courting death. Yu Fei would not comply. She cast a sidelong glance at the now upright Chi-hung. Can you manage? Chi-hung nodded timidly. With no further words, Yu Fei kicked aside an assailant attempting to ambush from the side and launched her own assault. The group devolved into chaos, and Yu Fei endeavored to contain several of them, urging Chi-hung to flee. Not a chance. One man, sensing their intent, broke free from Yu Fei and charged towards Chi-hung. The transparent psychic tendril surged forth with force, yet Chi-hung stood frozen in shock, and Yu Fei could not divert her attention. Just when everyone anticipated Chi-hung would be harmed, she emitted a piercing scream. The formless yet immense psychic tendrils flailed wildly, shaking the ground. The man who had attempted to ambush her was sent soaring through the air in an elegant arc. The scene fell momentarily silent. By the heavens, Yu Fei snapped back to reality first, leaping out of the attack range. Moments later, the man on the ground glared resentfully at Yu Fei. Despicable. Not only had she stolen, but she also executed a clever diversion. While Yu Fei glanced at the still shocked Chi-hung beside her, who was delicately wiping her eyes. It was not her fault. Such a demeanor was utterly unexpected. Her intentions were far from malicious. Surprisingly successful in their ambush, Yu Fei and Chi-hung regrouped. Shu Luran handed the red flag to Chi Fei, completing their collection. Chi-hung was near tears as Chi Fei, now in possession of the flag, asked, "Did someone bully you?" "Not at all, Yu Fei wouldn't allow her to be mistreated," Shu Luran replied. "All right, let us head to the finish line," Yu Fei suggested, casting a bemused glance at them. Chi Fei grabbed Yu Fei's departing figure. "Are you two just going to walk straight down the main road?" Shu Luran looked at him. "There are many like us now, they are all eyeing others' flags," he said. "Going that way is tantamount to delivering ourselves. Not to mention the examiners." "What are you suggesting?" Yu Fei inquired. Chi Fei explained, "The team we were following ahead got robbed of their points, which forced Chi-hung and me to return. However, I heard them mention there's a small path leading towards the finish line that's relatively unoccupied." "Unoccupied? How do they know that?" "I have no idea," Chi Fei answered candidly, "but it appears to be true, and I saw some of them head that way." He activated his holographic device, revealing a zoomed-in map that indeed displayed the alternate route. "To be cautious, we can explore this path," he suggested earnestly. Yu Fei and Shu Luran found no reason to doubt his honesty and relaxed. However, when they encountered three shadowy figures standing ahead, along with several candidates lying on the ground who had not received timely medical attention, regret flooded them. They had indeed avoided a chaotic battle, yet they had not anticipated directly facing a trio of bosses. Upon turning, Chi Fei had already pulled Chi-hung far away, even turning back to mockingly make faces at them. Had he not been afraid of losing, he would not have conceded. Shu Luran, feeling deceived, was instantly filled with rage and intended to pursue him for retribution, only to find herself ensnared by familiar, shifting branches that yanked her back. Li Chunxiao, who had been coldly observing due to Yu Fei's maneuver, finally allowed a smirk to escape. "Feng Shui, this time, it was not my intention." They had stumbled into this situation themselves. She bore no blame. They had unwittingly chosen such a path and coincidentally encountered the duo who were converging with Feng Shui after completing their task. "Now is not your moment," Feng Shui replied, her expression concealed beneath her grey mask, her cold gaze fixed on Yu Fei and Shu Luran from a distance, her tone dripping the outburst of psychic power, manifestation. "I did not lay a finger on her," Li Chunxiao asserted. Feng Shui turned to her, an unfavorable expression on her face. "I never noticed before how attentive you were towards Yu Fei." "What a coincidence, I hold the same opinion of you," Li Chunxiao replied, "though I am somewhat curious." Her deep green eye sparkled with an inscrutable emotion, a blend of malice and amusement. "Do you believe that one can truly die and be reborn?" What are you implying? Feng Shui scrutinized her. I recall there was an Omega who accompanied Yu Fei to a solitary asteroid, and then we received news of her demise at the beginning of the term, Li Chunxia remarked, yet we never found her body. Her gaze shifted towards Yu Fei in the distance. Now, she seems to have no recollection of us whatsoever. To be honest, I suspect you might be engaging in something illicit. You seem overly concerned about matters that don't pertain to you. Feng Shui retorted coldly, she simply has no memory of you. Li Chuanxiao's countenance darkened. At that moment, Call interjected, averting the brewing tension between the two. We must focus on the task at hand, time is running short, he stated. Feng Shui remained silent as she turned away, while Li Chunxia relinquished her control over Yu Fei and the others, scoffing before departing. Once freed, Yu Fei and her companion exhaled in relief, albeit puzzled by the earlier discord. It was worth noting that the remaining examiner had an unsettling aura. Yu Fei was uncertain if it was merely her imagination. Feng Shui, she observed the familiar grey pupils behind the mask, furrowing her brow, without any intention of concealing her identity. Feng Shui spoke straightforwardly, simply surpass me to reach the finish line. Such a modest demand, if only it weren't overshadowed by the presence of those unsuccessful candidates behind her. With no time to ponder the bewildering fact that Feng Shui was an examiner, Yu Fei and her companion launched their attacks, for they had less than 10 minutes remaining. Gracefully evading their strikes, Feng Shui exerted minimal effort, effortlessly casting Xu Luran aside. She then faced Yu Fei's knee strike, blocking it with a palm against her shoulder, swiftly following up with a knee to her abdomen as Yu Fei staggered back. Even as Yu Fei attempted to defend herself, the impact left her hand stinging. Xu Luran's psychic tendrils lashed towards Feng Shui's head from behind, but Feng Shui merely flickered a glance and raised her hand to deflect it. The converging psychic energy met an extraordinarily rigid force, creating a gust of wind that tousled her hair. Yu Fei was sent flying several meters by a kick, and upon regaining her composure, she beheld Feng Shui's hand gradually darkening, as a serpent, thick as an arm and adorned with black patterns, materialized with lightning speed, ensnaring Xu Luran's psychic tendril and sinking its fangs into it. Instantly, Xu Luran appeared visibly distressed, beads of sweat dotting her face. The reason was not solely the constricting grip of the serpent, but also due to the venom it was releasing from the bite, inducing a throbbing headache and numbness in her limbs. Yet again, manifestation of psychic power, Yu Fei felt an urge to curse. In this examination, did no one find such actions to be against the rules? She had only just mastered the utilization of psychic energy. However, hesitation was not an option. Yu Fei could only charge forward. Feng Shui maintained her calm demeanor, displaying no outward change, but just as Yu Fei approached, the black serpent suddenly released its grip and turned its gaze towards her, its grey-slit pupils fixated on her, emitting a hissing sound that sent chills down her spine. It released Xu Luran and leaped onto Feng Shui's shoulder, coiling its body as its tail swayed. At that moment, Yu Fei had yet to unleash her psychic energy to aid her companion, but upon witnessing this scene, she instinctively attempted to retreat, creating distance. However, before she could react, her wrist was seized, yanked forward, and a sharp pain shot through her leg, causing her to kneel on the ground. Feng Shui twisted her hand behind her back, applying pressure until Yu Fei emitted a muffled grunt, at which point she leaned closer. When the gap in strength is too great, recklessness is a poor habit. Yu Fei turned to glare at her, but was abruptly struck by a slick sensation in her palm. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that the black serpent had vanished from Feng Shui's shoulder. She quickly glanced down, feeling the cold, serpentine body slithering up her arm, sending goosebumps across her skin until it settled at the nape of her neck. She distinctly sensed it nudging her neck with its snout, its forked tongue flicking about as if searching for something. Yu Fei's body tensed involuntarily, her hands clenching at her sides. Feng Shui made no attempt to hold her. She firmly restrained Yu Fei, stifling her struggles. The serpent, frustrated by its inability to find what it sought, angrily struck Yu Fei's neck with its head, its tail coiling tightly around her throat, hissing menacingly. Yu Fei met its gaze, her lips pressed together. SSSHH, it bared its fangs, its formidable psychic energy triggering a powerful wave of psychic disturbance. In that instant, Yu Fei comprehended the agony experienced by those who had been subjected to her previous psychic outburst, perhaps even more so. A severe headache plagued her, her nerves taut, but unlike mere suffering, Yufei felt something else stirring within her. An unruly force inside her yearned to seize the serpent that had ensnared her, longing to wrench it away with all her might. Alphas were known to be fiercely territorial, each valuing their domain. To have an alpha's psychic energy entwined with her own was nothing short of humiliation. Why Yufei had not felt much initially, but the pheromones emanating from the serpent compelled her into this state. Just as in the arena, icy points coalesced in her eyes, swiftly transforming into flurries of snow, a powerful chill enveloping everyone around her. Yet this time was markedly different. Influenced by the serpent, she was filled with boundless aggression, unlike her previous confusion. Even Shuluran, typically indifferent to pheromones, furrowed her brow in this environment. The failed candidates waiting for the staff to escort them away were pressed to the ground, clutching their heads in agony. Damn it, where are those incompetent staff members? Someone's lost control, a voice roared in frustration. For heaven's sake, I'm going to die. The teacher who had previously deemed Yufei and Shuluran promising now stood agitatedly at the forefront, recognizing that Yufei's current state was unstable, not a psychic outburst, but rather, she was on the brink of manifestation. While manifestation did not cause indiscriminate harm like a psychic outburst, an uncontrollable rage was still powerless, and improper guidance could lead to psychic damage and defects. Feng Shui suddenly felt droplets of water on her arm. Raising her gaze, she noticed vapor rising in the frigid air. Drip, 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 drops of water cascaded from Yufei's fingertips, creating an eerie, thunderous sound. Realizing something was amiss, Feng Shui's eyes widened in alarm as she swiftly retreated, increasing the distance between them. The next instant, boom, a colossal shadow loomed before everyone, its eyes tightly shut, its skin a viscous brown, brandishing 8 tentacles adorned with suckers that violently thrashed the ground. In its presence, all seemed diminutive, and the hearts of those within the vicinity raced with trepidation. I can't believe this. Those closest to it collapsed to the ground, staring vacantly upwards. They had never witnessed such a vast manifestation of psychic energy. Damn it, where are the staff? Someone shouted in fury. At that moment, Tang Fang, impeccably dressed, arrived with several teachers, scattering spherical devices that rapidly established a containment zone. They began evacuating the injured and, noticing the approaching Li Chunxiao and Carl, instructed, "Buy us some time. The school's personnel will arrive shortly." The two nodded and took their positions beside Feng Shui. "Feng Shui, are you all right?" Carl inquired, having witnessed the writhing figure behind the containment wall, his shock far greater than that of merely receiving a notification. Was Yufei truly like this? Fragments of memories flashed in his mind, recalling a subordinate who would follow Feng Shui's every command without question. Li Chunxiao was equally taken aback, but the immediate priority was to bring Yufei back to her senses. Otherwise, the agitated octopus would drain her psychic energy, leading to cerebral exhaustion and nerve damage. Chapter 16, the anticipated passage. At this moment, Yufei found herself ensnared by the immense octopus, her mind enveloped in chaos. Yufei. In her dazed state, she heard someone calling her name. Reflexively, she looked up to find herself in an unfamiliar room, where a figure, cold and impassive, loomed above her. The figure spoke. "Do not even think about escaping me, or I shall break your legs. You have no authority over my freedom." Yufei retorted uncontrollably. HMPH. The person scoffed disdainfully. "You can discuss this matter with me once you manage to escape from here." Why is she becoming increasingly agitated? The colossal octopus began to thrash violently against the isolation wall, causing numerous cracks to appear. Carl, who had been observing silently, exclaimed in astonishment, utterly shocked. This was an isolation wall capable of containing S-class aberrations. How could Yufei have only scored S on her entrance examination? At that moment, Feng Shui, who had been silent until now, reacted. She tilted her head to gaze at the unfamiliar behemoth before her, her pupils flickering. Suddenly, she burst into laughter, which grew louder until she doubled over, coughing several times. "Feng Shui." Li Chunxiao looked at her in confusion. "I do not understand her at all." Feng Shui paused her actions to glance at her and said, "No, none of us truly understand her." Her eyes sparkled with tears, whether from her cough or something else, but it weighed heavily on the heart. No one comprehended what she was thinking at that moment. Before Li Chunxia could utter a word, Feng Shui straightened her posture. She raised her hand to press against the cracked area where the octopus had attacked, seemingly in close contact with the writhing tentacles. Inside the isolation wall, Yu Fei's muddled thoughts were drawn to a peculiar scent, a captivating fragrance that could not be masked by its chilling undertone. Beneath her tightly shut eyelids, her eyes darted restlessly until she finally opened them slowly. Through the frenzied flurry of tentacles and splattering mucus, Yu Fei caught sight of Feng Shui on the other side of the wall, their gazes locking. The other's lips moved, yet Yu Fei could not discern her words, and another wave of pain surged in her head. Behind her, the enormous octopus, its previously closed eyes now wide open, revealed a pair of inky black pupils that fixated directly on Feng Shui. All chaotic attacks ceased. "Stop, has it stopped?" Cao uttered in disbelief. Li Chunxia's expression turned grave. Suddenly, a piercing roar erupted from the colossal creature. 3 of its tentacles merged and shot toward Feng Shui. As the wall shattered, the tentacles, adorned with grotesque suckers, emerged menacingly. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, the arriving teachers unleashed several enormous nets that fell and contracted, restraining the agitated tentacles. The tentacles hurtling toward Feng Shui were ensnared by protruding branches from the ground, rendering them immobile. From a distance, Li Chunxia knelt on one knee, one of his hands completely transformed into entwined branches that plunged into the earth. Feng Shui glanced sideways, understanding that no words were needed between the two familiar figures. Suddenly, a swirl of black mist appeared behind her. The black serpent that had vanished earlier due to Yu Fei's mental turmoil reemerged, its size magnified several times. The octopus, ensnared by the net, glared intently at it, and the two titanic beings seemed to be at an impasse. The black serpent propelled itself swiftly, utilizing the tentacles under Li Chunxia's control to glide rapidly, and then coiled tightly around the octopus's head, sinking its fangs into it in a fit of rage. The restrained octopus thrashed and extended its tentacles in a desperate attempt to break free, but the neurotoxin released by the serpent's sharp fangs forced it to calm down. Simultaneously, countless tranquilizer darts came flying in. Yu Fei also felt the sting of a needle in her arm. The potent drug caused her muscles to relax instantly, and she collapsed to the ground. The giant octopus, too, lost its frenzied demeanor, its tentacles softening. A pair of black military boots appeared before her, and Yu Fei strained to lift her gaze, taking in the serious and somber dark uniform of the figure standing before her. "You are still conscious." "Quite impressive," he remarked. "Wrap it up." Feeling a sense of relief as her consciousness began to clear, Yu Fei's vision faded to black, and she collapsed. Just as she was about to hit the ground, Feng Shui, who had approached unnoticed, reached out to catch her. Outside, Lei watched Yu Fei's fallen figure, breaking free from her brother's embrace, pointing anxiously at the screen. "Hurry, hurry, Yu Fei." Fanxing embraced her, soothingly saying, "It's all right." Those who had witnessed the event firsthand, along with the onlookers, recounted their harrowing experiences in front of the cameras. "It was enormous, truly enormous. That was my first encounter with such a massive manifestation of psychic energy." The online community exploded, especially within the military academies. It is well known that the power of a manifested psychic entity is directly correlated with the individual's psychic strength. The more formidable the individual, the greater the offensive capability and size of their psychic entity. Much like the legendary Marshal, who perished in a battle against mutated starfish due to radiation, her psychic entity was an immensely colossal orca, surpassing 3s in strength. Its mere call could obliterate the brains of most sea monsters, leaving a sea littered with countless corpses. Even now, that region can still detect residual psychic waves from that esteemed individual. To have manifested such a power before even entering the academy is nothing short of prodigious. In an attempt to further stir the excitement, the official military released a 5-second video. The isolation wall, capable of withstanding S-class aberrations, was riddled with cracks, and the interior was filled with mist. Tentacles lashed about wildly, appearing as though they would descend upon the viewers at any moment. As the drone's camera zoomed in, a figure came into view, trapped within the body of the octopus, her head bowed. Suddenly, as if sensing something, she lifted her gaze. Her dark eyes resembled a chilling abyss, embodying the peril of the deep sea. Bang! The fragile wall shattered instantly, a shadow darting forward, and the drone was torn asunder. The fallen camera emitted a couple of crackling sounds before the screen went dark. Viewers online reacted. Sad smiley. I'm getting chills. It feels like I'm about to be snatched away. Oh my, octopus phobia. No prize guessing. If I faced her, how long until I meet my demise? Damn, why does the United always produce geniuses? Why don't they come to us? Is our empire not appealing? A reply emerged. Why don't you go? The tuition is exorbitant, and the pretentious nobility is insufferable. How dare you attack me personally? The original questioner retorted, let us see if you dare to confront reality. Amidst these voices, another contingent chimed in. So cool, sister is so cool. What was struck was not the drone, but my fragile heart. Thank you, I'm already pregnant, now awaiting a title. In contrast to the online adulation for Yu Fei, Fangxing awaited anxiously outside the examination room. Due to excessive psychic energy expenditure and an overdose of anesthetics, Yu Fei would likely remain unconscious for a day. Lei stood on her chair, tiptoeing to peer through the window at Yu Fei lying on the bed, looking dejected. It was then that Feng Shui appeared. Fangxing looked up at her. You are just as annoying as your brother, she remarked, a persistent spirit. Chapter 17. The proclamation of Feng Shui. He discerned the actions directed towards Yu Fei within the Feng Shui arena, believing this was no mere coincidence. Indeed, even if they refrained from instigating trouble, the two siblings of the Feng family would not relent. An unyielding spectre. Feng Shui replied ambiguously, what of it? Although her initial resolution was merely to linger on the path, avoiding direct confrontation with Yu Fei, none could have foreseen the ensuing missteps. However, there was no need to elucidate this to Fangxing. Fangxing was left speechless in her fury. Cease harboring thoughts regarding Yu Fei, Feng Shui said, looking down at him, devoid of any respect typically afforded to a future sister-in-law, her exquisite visage betraying no emotion. Otherwise, Feng Jingcheng will not let you off lightly, and neither will I. But I am different from him, she retorted. I possess even less humanity. Thus, to live a good life, refrain from any sentiments towards the undeserving. She was menacing him. Fangxing was momentarily taken aback, her expression darkening. It was unclear whether her distress stemmed from being treated with such rudeness or from having her thoughts laid bare. She observed everything about them. Otherwise, she would not have uttered such words. Seeing her brother being bullied, Lei descended from her chair, indignantly extending her arms to shield Fangxing, her diminutive frame trembling with fear yet exhibiting a resolute spirit. Having spent considerable time with Yu Fei, perhaps influenced by her experiences of debt collection and life's challenges, she no longer cowered in fear, for Yu Fei always maintained emotional stability before her and was formidable. She could lift her high, ensuring her brother did not fear traversing the path home alone. Feng Shui was not inclined to speak harshly to a child. On the contrary, her gaze sparkled as she raised a hand to ruffle Lei's hair. Her touch lacked the warmth of Yu Fei's. As Lei wobbled from the gesture and freed herself, she clasped her head with both hands, hiding behind Fangxing. What a terrifying woman. Feng Shui glanced at Yu Fei, who lay asleep in the room, and chose to remain silent as she departed. After a night had passed, Yu Fei finally regained consciousness. Lei had kept vigil by her brother's side throughout the night, and upon witnessing him awaken, she joyfully seized her hand. Yu Fei affectionately patted her head, inquiring if she was tired. Lei shook her head, then seemed to recall something and began to complain, climbing onto the bed to sit beside Yu Fei. Bad woman, Lei's head, like this. She cradled her head in a swaying manner, her eyes resembling spirals, before collapsing onto Yu Fei's belly, exclaiming, I'm going to faint. Yu Fei chuckled at the sight, pinching her cheek playfully as she caught the words spilling from her lips, bad woman. It's Feng Shui, Fangxing interjected. She visited you and merely teased her. Feng Shui. Yu Fei recalled the moment during her competition when the black serpent had coiled around her neck, her smile faltering. Knock, 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 a knock echoed. The schoolteacher entered, and Yu Fei recognized him. She had seen him once while in a state of unconsciousness. Greetings, Yu Fei. I am Jin Sai, the specially appointed instructor for the first-year individual combat department. He introduced himself. Hello, Yu Fei replied. Have you rested well? He inquired. Yu Fei regarded him. Because you collapsed, your spiritual essence has yet to return, so we must retrieve it now. The spiritual essence does not perish upon detaching from its host, but it weakens progressively due to the continuous loss of spiritual energy, growing irritable. Yu Fei's colossal octopus was currently in such a state, thrashing wildly in a vast tank, the frigid air within the room almost lethal. In her lucid state, Yu Fei observed it. The tentacles slapping against the tank's walls appeared immensely powerful, with suckers larger than her hand. The octopus sensed Yu Fei's presence, its agitation subsiding momentarily. It slowly descended until its gaze met hers. Open the tank, Jin Sai instructed the nearby staff. The mechanical sounds of 2 beeps resonated as the tightly sealed lid of the tank gradually lifted. The octopus's eyes flickered, and it scrambled out, using its tentacles to ascend the tank's wall. As Yu Fei beheld the tentacles that now hovered before her, she instinctively reached out. The octopus, devoid of its previous frenzy, nudged her palm gently before collapsing weakly. Almost instinctively, Yu Fei wished for it to rest. In the next moment, the octopus's massive body rapidly shrank, ultimately reducing to the size of her palm. It climbed onto her hand and, as her arm moved, it settled onto her shoulder, eventually vanishing from sight. Yu Fei glanced down to find a flesh-toned octopus tattoo securely resting on her shoulder, its flamboyant tentacles draping across her collarbone and onto her chest. She raised her hand to touch it. Though it was merely an illustration, she could feel its tangible existence. Do not be late for the start of term. I have little patience for those who are tardy, Jin Sai remarked as he departed. This confirmed her enrollment in the university. Yu Fei nodded, and the 2 parted ways. Upon returning to the examination room, Xu Luran also appeared. She bent down to amuse Lei, though the latter evaded her attempts. Having passed her assessment, Xu Luran was now there to check on Yu Fei's recovery. With nothing amiss, the group tidied up before heading home. Xu Da felt a sense of gratification. He had seen Yu Fei's video and marveled at having made the right choice. Meanwhile, the atmosphere around Fangxing was abuzz. Although his colleagues were unaware of Yu Fei's participation in the evaluation, they had seen her on StarNet. They surrounded him, chattering excitedly, their words brimming with envy. A female colleague who had previously taken a liking to Yu Fei felt utterly despondent. Fangxing, you are truly remarkable. In stark contrast to the atmosphere surrounding her, Yu Fei lay at home, resting, while Lei, who had no classes, nestled in her embrace to catch up on sleep. Meanwhile, tension hung thick in another location. Upon returning home, Feng Shui flicked on the lights to find Feng Jingcheng seated on the sofa. This is my domain, she stated. Feng Jingcheng's countenance darkened. Where are my people? Today, he had reviewed reports from his subordinates and learned that those sent to surveil and target Yu Fei had failed miserably. Not only had they failed to make Yu Fei witness Fangxing's burden of insurmountable debt and the pressures of her environment, but they had also inadvertently aided her in gaining admission to the United University. This was infuriating and made it evident that matters were far from simple. Eliminate them, Feng Shui said flatly, changing into a pair of slippers and pouring herself a glass of water, which she casually handed to him. Do not lay a finger on Yu Fei. I have warned you before. Warned? A cold glimmer passed over Feng Jingcheng's gold-rimmed glasses as he toyed with the water cup in his hands. Do you understand the gravity of what you're saying? The atmosphere between the brother and sister instantly turned tense, fraught with an impending storm. Feng Shui set down her cup, squinted as she leaned back into the sofa, exhaling a deep breath. Though it was merely a struggle for family fortune, anyone with discernment could recognize the extent of Feng Jingcheng's power and the considerable authority he had amassed over the years. Feng Shui was not in a position of advantage. Despite her exceptional spiritual talent, she was still a decade younger than Feng Jingcheng, and even in her later years, she would struggle to contend with him. Moreover, no one had ever claimed Feng Jingcheng's talent to be lacking. His sole focus lay in the pursuit of power. Fully aware of Feng Jingcheng's capabilities, Feng Shui had no intention of instigating a conflict with him at this juncture. Do not touch Yu Fei. That is my only stipulation, she declared. Aside from her, I possess no interest in anything else. Without her, I can achieve anything, dear brother. Chapter 18, the beginning of term. No one knew that throughout his life, old Master Feng relentlessly pursued wealth and power, reveling particularly in the pleasures of the world, indulging in each fleeting moment. At this juncture, the two siblings, sharing the same mother, could not afford to falter. Their emotions were, after all, merely trivial distractions. Due to the blend of disciplines, the United University was divided into two campuses, each commencing their terms at different times. The combat department began a fortnight earlier than the life integration department. 2 days prior, Yu Fei had received her parcel, which contained 2 sets of uniforms and her dormitory key. Fanxing, due to personal reasons and the fact that the history department did not enforce accommodation, had been residing off campus. Lei, sensing the impending separation, had been unusually melancholic over the past few days, struggling to sleep soundly at night, often curling up in a corner and peeling at the wall. Fanxing found her demeanor both amusing and perplexing. The sentiments of children were always so straightforward and abundant. Sister Yu Fei will return, my dear, he gently patted her, assuring, very soon. The little one turned her head to gaze at him. How soon is very soon? Will she be back tomorrow night? Oh, that was clearly improbable, and Fanxing found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The disheartened child turned away once more, continuing her melancholic reverie. For her, the adult's notion of soon felt agonizingly prolonged. Fanxing nearly burst into laughter, yet he stifled it to spare the little one's feelings, opting instead to assist her into her nightwear. Indeed, it was evident that Fang Lei had a genuine affection for Yu Fei, which stirred a hint of jealousy within him as her older brother once changed. Lei sat in his lap, suppressing her emotions, rubbing her reddened eyes, and solemnly inquired, will Yu Fei return in a week? To her, this was the longest duration imaginable. With a resigned pinch to her cheek, Fanxing replied, why not simply ask her? But she protested, for Yu Fei would depart the following day. Lei sniffed, determined to endure without adding to anyone's troubles. It's fine. Having cared for her alone until now, Fanxing could not fathom the thoughts swirling within her little mind. He cupped her face and reassured her, Yu Fei won't find it bothersome. She cherishes us, doesn't she? Darling, you can be bolder. At that moment, Yu Fei, reclining on her bed and perusing the enrollment guide, was startled as the door swung open. She looked down to see Lei, clutching her small pillow, scampering over with great enthusiasm, clambering onto the bed with little effort. What is the matter? She set aside her guide, gently steadying Lei to prevent her from tumbling. I want to sleep together. Lei gazed up at her. Naturally, Yu Fei would not decline, adjusting the pillow for her to settle in comfortably. It was impossible for Yu Fei not to notice the little one's somber demeanor over the past couple of days. It simply hadn't registered as a personal concern. Yu Fei, will you come back? Lei instinctively nestled against her arm, her eyes filled with trepidation. I don't know, Yu Fei replied honestly, shaking her head. The guide indicated there would be 2 days off on the weekend, but uncertainties lingered about potential delays. Lei's expression dimmed instantly, her lips pursing as she buried her head. She had grown accustomed to Yu Fei's presence, and the thought of her sudden departure was genuinely disheartening. I'll visit whenever I can, or you mustn't deceive me. Yu Fei chuckled at her childish yet resolute words. Shall we make a pinky promise? Not going to talk to me. Yu Fei feigned sadness, dramatically resting her forehead in her hand. Ignoring her, Lei hesitantly extended her finger. Har har har, the sight made Yu Fei nearly burst into laughter as she quickly grasped the little one's hand. Lei, taken aback, looked up at her with wide eyes. You naughty girl, boo-hoo. For the first time, Yu Fei found herself flustered by having upset someone, scrambling to gather the little one in her arms. At that moment, Fanxing, coincidentally passing by, caught their eye. Yu Fei silently pleaded, help me. While Fanxing stifled a laugh, ultimately, it was the promise of shall we explore the school together tomorrow that pacified Yu Fei. The following day, the entire family rallied together. Lei, brimming with excitement, woke early, urging her brother to rise, eager to share Yu Fei's decision. Having received Yu Fei's message the night prior, a groggy Fangxing lifted Lei onto a stool in the bathroom, preparing her for the day, purposely commenting, "Lei, your week of leave is nearly over. Will you be able to keep up with your classes?" The after-school program had also continued with lessons during the break, as they had taken time off to watch Yufei's competitions. As Lei brushed her teeth, the thought of studying made her head throb. "Are you both awake?" Yufei, thinking she had risen early, stepped out only to find the two of them. Fangxing simply affirmed she is particularly excited today. The cramped quarters felt even more confined with the three of them, especially with Yufei now having grown taller and more robust. She pinched Lei's cheek playfully and retreated into the bathroom. "You two go ahead and wash up, I'll prepare breakfast." After their meal, they readied themselves to depart. Due to taking several days off recently, Fangxing needed to make up for lost time and entrusted Lei to Yufei. "I'll be back to pick her up around 3 or 4 in the afternoon." Yufei, not intending to carry any unnecessary items, brought only a backpack, which hardly hindered her ability to look after a child, and nodded in agreement. The three parted ways at the intersection, with Yufei taking Lei to board the floating monorail. At the crowded and noisy waiting area, fearing she might lose sight of her, Yufei lifted Lei into her arms. The little one, filled with excitement at her first outing with Yufei, clung tightly to her, her round eyes darting about. Clad in light blue overalls and a cheerful yellow shirt, Lei's chubby arms peeked out, showcasing her fair and innocent beauty, a stark contrast to Yufei's tall, uniform-clad figure, which bore a more serious demeanor, drawing the attention of passers-by. Upon boarding, Yufei found a seat and, concerned about the cleanliness of public spaces, invited Lei to sit on her lap, inquiring if she would like some water. Her demeanor was gentle and attentive, a stark contrast to her exterior. A gaze fell upon her, neutral and devoid of malice. Looking up, Yufei spotted a girl in a similar school uniform, her expression weary as she sat at the end of the carriage. Just then, the train halted, allowing a pregnant woman to board, prompting Yufei to stand and offer her seat. Even the least observant could not help but stare. Yihen felt awkward, unsure of where to place her limbs, her body tense. She was certain she did not recognize the woman who had been looking at her. "Yufei, are you looking at that sister?" Lei suddenly asked from her embrace. Why Yufei was momentarily speechless. Yihen felt the weight of the awkwardness enveloping them. Yufei shifted to make space, gesturing for the girl to sit. Ignoring her would seem quite inconsiderate, so Yihen had no choice but to step forward and take a seat. "Hello, I'm Yihen, a freshman." Yufei, likewise. Lei, kindergarten. Lei, clinging to Yufei's waist, interjected, gazing curiously at Yihen. Even the fatigue of travel could not suppress her desire to smile. Yihen silently turned her head away. Chapter 19, An encounter with rivals, roommates. The two briefly exchanged pleasantries, gleaning some fundamental information about one another. Unlike Yufei, who had joined through a social recruitment process, Yihen was a fresh student recruited from various districts of the school, only 18 years old this year. Being new to the scene, Yufei was unfamiliar with much of the information regarding Xinguang, particularly the explosive enrollment situation at the United University 2 months prior. The headline, "A Genius Lost in Ruins, 3's New Star Fury Strikes the Proud," had trended for 2 days. Upon disembarking at their destination, the two walked a few hundred meters before finally spotting the school. With the semester underway, the crowd bustled with excitement, as volunteers and intelligent robots navigated through the throng to welcome the new students. Many parents accompanied their children, but those with toddlers were a rarity, especially when onlookers recognized the girl from the recently released official video. They stood in astonishment, and then turned to the new student beside her, whose silver-grey hair seemed oddly familiar. "Oh my! Wow!" exclaimed Fang Lyle, her eyes widening in wonder at the impressive assembly of people, all dressed in the same attire as Yufei. "How cool," she chirped. No one is immune to flattery. Several passers-by glanced over, amused by Fang Lyle's innocent demeanor. "Where are you headed?" inquired a short-haired girl who led the group. She exuded a refined presence, her height of nearly 2 meters adding to her imposing aura. Before Yufei could respond, the girl reached out, patting Fang Lyle's head and pinching her cheek. Caught off guard by this unexpected childishness, Fang Lyle retreated into Yufei's embrace, revealing her round, grape-sized eyes. Is she your daughter? The short-haired girl finally shifted her focus back to Yufei, her brow furrowed in confusion. That's not. How old is she? Underage. Yufei found herself without the chance to interject. Noticing the increasing number of curious gazes around her, she sighed and began to walk away. Hey, where are you going? The girl called after her. As Yufei quickened her pace, intent on ignoring the crowd, she caught sight of a familiar face. Chi-hong, with her eyes red and puffy, clung to Chi-Fei's hand, reluctant to enter the dormitory, her expression filled with both longing and dependence. Chi-Fei, though stern, spoke in a manner that conveyed his affection. Are you a coward, afraid of this and that? If anyone bullies you, just tell me, I'll take care of it. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder, interrupting his speech. Who? Chi-Fei frowned and turned, but his voice dwindled as he recognized the figure before him. Long eyes Yufei fixated on him, a silent challenge flickering in her gaze, daring him to play tricks, to engage in such underhanded tactics. Chi-Fei, who had nearly collapsed under the weight of the encounter, coughed twice, attempting to regain composure. What lovely weather we have today, such a blue sky. What a coincidence. Chi-Hong looked equally uneasy. Why Yufei wasn't truly seeking trouble, she merely felt a bit irked by the antics of these two children, who seemed to have inadvertently ensnared her in their little schemes. Sister, I was wrong. Chi-Fei immediately switched to a conciliatory tone upon sensing her shift in expression, playfully punching her arm before noticing Lyle in her embrace. Oh, is this my little niece? She's absolutely adorable. He pinched her cheek and reached out to hold her, but before Lyle could react, she instinctively clung to his shirt. See, she really likes me, Chi-Fei remarked. Lyle, bewildered, gazed up at him, her expression questioning. Yufei, the short-haired girl trailing behind them, what an audacious individual. Realizing that Lyle was now being embraced by a strange, unfamiliar man, her lips began to tremble, and she appeared on the verge of tears. Ultimately, Yufei, choosing not to fuss over the situation, took Lyle back into her arms, muttering, "What a bundle of mischief." Chi-Fei nodded in agreement. You're absolutely right. He then turned his attention back to Chi-Hong. Your sister is, after all, just a stone's throw away. Yufei found herself utterly exasperated by the audacity of it all. She had not anticipated that Chi-Hong would declare herself a combat specialist, having assumed the siblings would remain together. Without lingering further, Yufei made her way to her dormitory, confirming her room assignment before halting in her tracks. You live here too, exclaimed a surprised voice from behind her. Turning around, she found herself face to face with the short-haired girl again. How had she managed to follow so closely? Fang Lyle's eyes widened in disbelief. My name is He Jiao, the girl introduced herself, seemingly oblivious to the social cues around her. Yufei, she replied tersely. I know. I've seen your video, He Jiao smiled. You're quite impressive, especially that, excuse me, may I pass? At that moment, a cold voice interrupted her. A bespectacled girl approached, her golden curls framing her serious expression. With striking green cat-like eyes and skin as fair as porcelain, she wore the same uniform, which appeared tailored to perfection, exuding an air of nobility. You chose the combat specialty. He Jiao's attention shifted to the newcomer, disbelief etched on her face. Is there a problem? The girl glanced at her with an arched brow. He Jiao rubbed her nose sheepishly. You seem quite different. The girl, resembling a model, shot her a glare before stepping into the dormitory. Realizing she might have misspoken again, He Jiao hurried after her, leaving Yufei standing at the entrance. At that moment, another figure caught her eye. Feng Shui, clad in black during the assessment, had now changed into the new student uniform, her long hair flowing gracefully as she wheeled her suitcase toward them. Once a freshman at the United University, she had taken a 2-year hiatus due to illness and was now returning to start anew. Fang Lyle clung tightly to Yufei, her cheeks puffed as she glared at Feng Shui, recalling how she had bullied both her and her brother. With an impassive expression, Feng Shui reached out to pat Lyle's head before entering the dormitory. Ow, Lyle whimpered, cradling her head and leaning against Yufei, on the verge of tears. Inside, Feng Shi, unable to endure He Jiao's incessant chatter, kicked her. Get lost, you annoying woman. The two of them created quite the ruckus on the bed. Yu Fei found herself sharing a room with Feng Shui, their beds facing each other. As she observed the lively interactions among the three within the room, she couldn't shake the feeling that life ahead would be anything but dull. Thus, room 416 was now fully occupied. Chapter 20, The Conference. What do you plan to eat? Hagao, having tidied her bed and glistening with sweat, changed into her casual attire and, slouched on her chair, inquired, "Shall we go together?" Yu Fei, who had no intention of making the indoor atmosphere tense as the school year commenced, stood up. Feng Shi and Feng Shui nodded in agreement. The four of them were not inclined to dine at the cafeteria, thus they made their way outside the campus. Yu Fei. Fang Xing, who had finished work early, arrived at the school just as she was about to make a phone call. Upon spotting Yu Fei among the quartet, she waved her hand enthusiastically. While Yu Fei approached with Fang Lilo in her embrace, Hagao, with a lollipop pilfered from Feng Shi dangling from her lips, leaned closer and whispered, "Do you think the sister of Yu Fei is a winner in life?" Feng Shi, with no noticeable change in expression, casually pushed her head away. "Shinjin. Look at her, she has established a family and a career." "She has already satisfied the first two criteria," Hagao retorted indignantly. "She is merely 2 years older than me." Feng Shi regarded her with a gaze akin to that reserved for the intellectually challenged, her lips twitching. "Do you seriously think she resembles the child we just saw as mother and daughter? How foolish." Feng Shui also looked at Hagao with a look that spoke volumes. But Hagao attempted to interject. "If that were true, then if she had seduced a minor into a relationship, Yu Fei's partner should be in prison right now, rather than appearing before us as a senior from our university." Feng Shi shot her a disdainful glance. Hagao, struck by the revelation, remained speechless. How could she have known? How was Feng Shi so informed? Meanwhile, Yu Fei had approached with Fang Xing. "This is my friend, Fang Xing." She glanced at the three, her focus lingering on Hagao, and then pointed to Fang Lila, Fang Xing's sister, Lolo. Fang Xing smiled shyly. "Hello, everyone." Hagao. Feng Shi's emerald eyes shot a sideways glance at her, brimming with disdain. "Wait, why didn't you mention it earlier, sister?" Hagao remarked. Why Yu Fei lightly slapped her. "You never gave me the chance." Primarily, her incessant chatter was to blame. Fang Lila, nestled in Fang Xing's arms, appeared a bit drowsy. "You all go ahead and eat, Lulu and I will head back to rest first." Yu Fei turned to him. "Have you eaten yet?" Fang Xing shook his head. "Then let's eat together." Hagao, attempting to salvage her image and oblivious to the misunderstanding regarding their relationship, chimed in, "We're all alumni." Yu Fei found the idea agreeable. It mattered little to her. Feng Shui observed them silently. Feng Shi glanced at her before approaching. "Sui Sui, sister." Her eyes sparkled like flowing light. Upon hearing the voice, Feng Shui lowered her gaze towards her, her grey eyes flickering. Feng Shi, golden hair, green eyes, she was the illegitimate child of Lord Feng and someone else. The details escaped her memory. Unexpectedly, Feng Shui diverted her gaze back to her own thoughts. She never wasted too much energy on unnecessary individuals. Feng Shi bit her lip, her lashes fluttering briefly before she regained her composure. The group eventually parted ways after their meal, which concluded as evening fell. During their time together, Hagao insisted on testing her limits with adult beverages. Surprisingly, her alcohol tolerance was quite low, though fortunately, she was not so inebriated that she required assistance to walk. While Yu Fei accompanied Fang Xing and the others to the bus station, and they dispersed. "Message me if you need anything," Yu Fei instructed as they reached their destination. Fang Xing nodded. "Don't worry, I will." Yet, a pensive look clouded his face, and he hesitated to speak. Yu Fei inquired. "Nothing, it's nothing," he replied, ultimately refraining from questioning her about living with Feng Shui or his opinion on her. Their affairs were beyond his jurisdiction, lest he overstep his boundaries and meddle unnecessarily. Even if he held a distaste for Feng Shui, he could not impose his thoughts upon others, especially considering Yu Fei's current condition. She remembered nothing. Only after he departed did Yu Fei turn to leave. The sky had turned a deep shade of black, and the streetlights flickered to life. After walking for a while, Yufei lifted her gaze and spotted Feng Shui leaning against the shadows, seemingly waiting for quite some time. The weight of her gaze felt inexplicably burdensome, something Yufei wished to evade yet found hard to ignore. "Do you like Fangxing?" Feng Shui suddenly asked as Yufei approached. "You two are too close. It will lead to many misunderstandings." "Why do you ask that?" Yufei countered, her tone devoid of explanation. Feng Shui fell silent, her eyes fixed on Yufei's, attempting to discern something. Yufei turned her head away, lifting her foot to leave. The following day, the orientation for new students commenced, and Yufei's group was separated. Feng Xi and Hagao moved to a nearby class while Feng Shui and Yufei remained in the special recruitment class. One had taken a medical leave, while the other was a social recruit, thus neither could be considered traditional students. "Why do they get to stand with us?" A voice from a nearby class expressed disdain. "Who knows where these paupers came from?" Yufei, who had just settled, remained silent. Those who could opt for external assessments were indeed predominantly individuals like her and Shularan, who possessed nothing. Nobody spoke up, regardless of who it was, even in the face of discontent. This seemed to be a familiar scene, perhaps an understanding of their place. However, this year appeared to deviate from the norm. A girl stepped out from the ranks. "Who do you think you are?" barking like a dog. With glasses and a bobbed haircut, she was a familiar face, the girl Yufei had encountered during the assessment with Shularan. The girl was indeed bold, both inside and outside the venue, just as a classmate about to retort was interrupted by a figure in higher grade uniform approaching to maintain order. "What is all this noise? Quiet down." They wore the uniforms of upperclassmen, adorned with a blue badge on their arms. Lisa smugly glanced at the provocateur, seemingly confident that the latter could do nothing to her. The person who had been insulted could only grit their teeth and mutter, "Just you wait." Lisa, unfazed, shot back a glare. While Yufei caught a glimpse of Feng Shui beside her and, for reasons unknown, felt somewhat astonished that someone like her could endure the humiliation of others. After all, the term "they" encompassed everyone. The conference soon commenced. After the host went through the proceedings, it was time for this year's new student speeches. Those selected were among the Armée de l'Armée, the elite, a fact universally acknowledged. Li Chunxiao from the third year, Hart Reyes from the second year, along with predecessors whose names were well known throughout history. To ascend the stage to speak was a mark of recognition and honor. Currently, the most favored candidate online was the prodigy Fu Qi, who had been abducted by star pirates in his youth yet possessed exceptional talent, the eldest son of the highest authority, His Majesty the Emperor. When he was discovered, he was already 18, having appeared in footage from the ravaged Black Department area. The Emperor, feeling indebted, assessed his mental prowess and subsequently enrolled him in the school. However, as is often the case, events unfolded unexpectedly. When a figure took the stage, the audience collectively inhaled. Even Feng Shui's gaze was drawn in. While Yufei, too, was incredulous as she beheld Yihen on the stage. Chapter 21, Interstellar History. As Yihen recited from the script, her gaze lifted to meet the astonished eyes of Yufei below. A barely perceptible smile graced her lips. As the conclusion approached, Feng Shui seemed to have pressing matters to attend to and walked away alone, leaving only Yufei behind. Several male alphas obstructed her path home. "Are you Yufei?" one of them inquired bluntly, noting the identical fresh uniforms adorning them. Yufei maintained her composure. "What is the matter? Do you wish to join us?" the leading male proposed. Yufei's mind was clouded with confusion. "Join whom?" Just then, a voice broke through the crowd. He Jia, leading Feng Xi, approached. "Yufei." Upon noticing their approach, the group's expression soured, and they retreated in displeasure. "What happened?" He Jia asked, observing their departing figures. "He asked me to join them, but I'm not sure what it means," Yufei replied. Feng Xi crossed her arms, scrutinizing her. "Perhaps they want you to become the new leader of the Grey faction." "Huh?" Yufei looked at her, puzzled. "Grey faction, what is that?" "I see." He Jia nodded, draping her arm around Yufei's shoulders. "Impressive." Yufei remained utterly bewildered. "You understand soon enough," Feng Xi remarked. Upon returning to her dormitory, Yufei conducted a search on her light brain, After sifting through numerous posts, clarity dawned upon her. This institution was not merely a place for learning. It harbored unspoken divisions of power. The Grey faction, Gold faction, and Blue faction corresponded to the underprivileged commoners, the affluent scions, and the elite, student council, respectively. The most oppressed, the Grey faction, often faced bullying, while the Blue faction adopted a neutral stance, wielding considerable authority and prestige. It resembled a primary school gang. Yufei smirked slightly, disinterested, and closed the page. Her gaze fell upon Feng Shui, who had just returned to the dormitory, emanating an unfamiliar aura. Yufei studied her silhouette before averting her eyes and climbing into bed. The next day, familiar faces filled the classroom as Jin Sai, clad in athletic gear, stood at the podium. "I am Jin Sai, your overseer for the next 4 years." Over 20 pairs of eyes turned toward him. The initial excitement of enrollment faded, replaced by an overwhelming wave of academic pressure. The first-year curriculum included interstellar history, current affairs, and politics, insectoid chronicles, anatomy, origins and applications of mental power, combat techniques, and the physical training course for individual soldiers. Daily, one could hear the lamentations of students, often jesting that they had chosen the individual soldier track simply because they were poor at studying, yet found themselves burdened with an abundance of courses. Within the pages of the history book, Yufei uncovered another facet of this world. Apart from the melodramatic, torturous romances, perhaps it could be deemed a glimpse into humanity's speculative future. In the passage of time, the moment when humanity, tranquil in the skies, was violently torn asunder by colossal black claws marked their near obliteration. Countless unknown entities plummeted from the heavens, bearing with them immense radiation that ravaged the ecosystem, leading to the extinction or mutation of numerous flora and fauna. Their inherent brutality and formidable abilities rendered ordinary humans relatively insignificant, utterly defenseless. Aside from the fortified zones, nearly 80% of the world succumbed to chaos. This period was dubbed the Dark Genesis, an enduring nightmare for humanity. Yet fortune favored the bold. Amidst the turmoil, human technological civilization surged forward at an astonishing pace. Shields, energy weapons. Moreover, those who ventured forth to combat the insectoids began to undergo transformations due to radiation exposure. Some emerged stronger, possessing immense strength, while others gained swiftness. A rare few even acquired magical abilities, magnetists, water controllers, earth affinity beings. Research revealed that these empowered individuals had all been in close contact with the insectoids or mutated organisms. A renowned water controller, for instance, had been gravely injured by a walrus infected at an aquarium and awoke with newfound powers. As time sped onward, the evolved individuals gradually learned to manipulate objects with their minds, materializing them to confront the thick-skinned, resilient beasts. This ability to control objects through consciousness was termed mental power. The unknown entities were classified as insectoids. The creatures mutated by radiation were referred to as aberrant beasts, mutated plant life. With the advent of mental power, humanity too began to evolve. Based on the grades of mental power, surveys indicated that individuals awakening to higher levels of mental power were more likely to be humanoid. They exhibited abundant energy, superior physicality, and a fierce combat capability, with a staggering crime rate of 70%. However, those endowed with such power often struggled with loss of control, leading to violent outbursts, and the materialized substances possessed heightened aggressiveness. Alarmingly, females in this category displayed greater height and strength akin to their male counterparts, often losing their reproductive capabilities. Conversely, there were those whose awakening to high levels of mental power mirrored the aforementioned group, yet curiously, they appeared smaller than the average person, requiring protection from others. The materialized substances they conjured were gentler, and the likelihood of them experiencing mental breakdowns was significantly lower. Astonishingly, males within this group retained the ability to reproduce, akin to females. Additionally, some individuals, regardless of gender, lacked reproductive capabilities. Although the probability of them awakening to high levels of mental power was minimal, their mental stability was akin to that of previous humans, devoid of loss of control. Thus, society further delineated its population. The binary gender system evolved into 6 distinct genders: female alpha, beta, omega, and male alpha, beta, omega. This differentiation overturned antiquated binary perspectives, as procreation was no longer solely the domain of women. Any Omega possessed the ability to bear offspring, thus, a new era, the interstellar age, dawned. Ra having just completed a 10-kilometer run, appeared utterly exhausted, lacking the appetite for lunch as she slumped in her chair. Running for an entire class, I can't believe it. A Feng-Shi, returning alongside her, looked equally disheveled, though her demeanor was less overtly expressive. As Yu Fei entered with her lunchbox, she observed their sorry state and inquired, what happened? Physical training class, Hee-Jio replied, her tone grave. I feel like I'm dying. You have no idea how twisted this instructor is. We had to run for an entire class, and those who failed to complete the task kept running. Is it really that strict? Yu Fei asked in surprise. She thought their special class would fare better, as physical training was far more popular than the other courses requiring rote memorization. Have you eaten yet? Noticing their listless expressions, Yu Fei opened her lunchbox and offered, I always pack plenty. If you're not picky, we can share. Feng-Shi waved her hand dismissively, still recovering, while Hee-Jia leaned weakly toward the lunchbox. Why is it all vegetarian? Hee-Jia exclaimed in despair, collapsing back into her seat. I want to eat it. I might as well starve. Yu Fei, not wishing to press her, picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. What classes do you have this afternoon? Hee-Jia asked, glancing at her. Yu Fei, not lifting her head, replied, combat techniques. With how you're eating, will you be able to manage? There's no nutrition, don't collapse during the battles. Yu Fei produced 2 tubes of nutritional gel from her pocket, waving them before Hee-Jia. Don't worry, I'll be fine. A true gem. Chapter 22. Sparring in the first-year combat skills course, the training had yet to reflect the individual soldier's specialization. The core content across several disciplines was largely indistinguishable, encompassing shooting, hand-to-hand combat, and close-quarters fighting, all taught by the same few instructors. Hence, on the practice field, Yu Fei spotted someone she hadn't seen in several days, Xu Luran, among the students of the adjacent command department. Qi Fei was also present. Unlike the individual soldier assessments, which attracted only a handful of participants from outside the school, the command department lacked a dedicated class, merging directly into the existing ones. Upon feeling a gaze upon her, Xu Luran turned her head, her eyes widening momentarily before narrowing with a pursed lip and a glare. While Yu Fei touched her nose, withdrawing her gaze. Soon after the instructor concluded the lecture, they transitioned into the sparring session. This marked their first combat practice since enrollment. The previous sessions had merely encompassed theoretical discussions on combat techniques, purposes, and significance, purely academic content. Consequently, all members of the special admission class appeared restless, having been overwhelmed by knowledge and yearning for a more physical outlet to vent their pent-up energy. Form teams freely, the instructor commanded. Yu Fei scanned her surroundings, seeking a partner for the exercise, yet those she made eye contact with quickly turned away. Even Qi-Hong did the same. Was she truly so unworthy of companionship? Yu Fei thought to herself. She turned her head to continue her search, only to find Feng Sui at the back. Equally solitary. As a repeat student, she had been hired as an external examiner for this special admissions test. Almost everyone in attendance had faced her scrutiny, and her demeanor was notoriously difficult, exuding an icy detachment that deterred any attempts at approach. While Yu Fei felt no desire to engage either. But just as their eyes met, Feng Sui strode over, stopping a couple of paces away. They stood opposite each other, one radiating a silent danger, the other exuding a heavy, palpable strength. Despite their silence, the atmosphere was taut with tension. Some onlookers glanced over. Everyone in the special admission class was aware of the video regarding Yu Fei's assessment, featuring her wrestling a massive black python that had ensnared a writhing octopus. It was a stark portrayal of the real-world confrontation between the mutated anaconda, a top predator of the Amazon, and the giant octopus, Fire. The instructor called out. The two stepped up to the 10-meter target, raising their weapons. Bang, 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 all 10 shots hit perfectly. Both achieved a flawless score. The student responsible for checking the targets raised a hand to signal. Gasps echoed around them. Fortunately, they hadn't hit each other. In close combat, Yufei genuinely hesitated to engage, yet no one was willing to partner with her. If you don't step up, I will, Feng Shui declared. With that, she launched the first strike. Yufei raised her hand to block the attack but was swiftly drawn into several exchanges. Aren't you going to retaliate? Feng Shui, having found the exchange mundane, grasped Yufei's wrist, her gaze piercing into Yufei's eyes. Is it that you find it difficult to resist, or do you simply not care? Yufei remained silent. Their relationship prior to the assessment had not been so strained. She had once offered Feng Shui clothing on rainy days and handed her tissues, but everything had changed post-assessment. She was deliberately maintaining her distance. Feng Shui's temples throbbed with tension, yet, fortunately for Yufei, she was not as indifferent as Feng Shui assumed. She quickly readied herself to counterattack. The sounds of their fists meeting flesh were jarring, their movements fast and close-knit, drawing the attention of many others engaged in sparring who paused to observe. Feng Shui executed a spinning kick, but Yufei anticipated it and dodged effortlessly. Feng Shui attempted to press her advantage, but Yufei countered, retreating a step too far, and the distance opened. Yufei's fist was suddenly before Feng Shui, who sensed impending danger. Sure enough, the next moment, what appeared to be an attack aimed at her face was merely a feint. Yufei's body flowed downward, using momentum to spin, executing a 720-degree roundhouse kick. Feng Shui's pupils dilated in shock as she urgently raised her hand, but the black serpent of Yufei's leg struck with tremendous force against her head. The devastating attack thudded against Feng Shui, who stumbled to the side, her protective gear dislodging as she braced herself against the ground, rolling away. Silence enveloped the surroundings as Yufei panted heavily, staring at the incredulous expression on Feng Shui's face. This move was something she had only just learned, and her execution was still lacking. Clap, 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 the instructor from the command department led the applause, jolting everyone back to reality. That was an impressive display, she remarked, glancing at Feng Shui on the ground in admiration. The capoeira kick, known as the Hell Kick, resembled a graceful, poised beast, beautiful yet deadly. Shall we have both classes spar together? She suggested, piquing her interest as she turned to the special admission class instructor. The instructor looked at Yufei and her peers. Do you dare? The challenge was evident. We dare. The spirited youths eagerly responded, falling perfectly into the trap. Yufei thought to herself. She reached out to help Feng Shui up, bracing for the possibility of being pushed away, knowing that losing to her would be quite humiliating for Feng Shui. However, Feng Shui grasped her hand, her demeanor shifting from earlier frustration to one of fierce intensity, her gaze burning bright despite having narrowly avoided a potentially crushing blow. Yufei considered withdrawing her hand but was met with a firm squeeze. How shall we proceed? The special admission class instructor inquired, successfully rallying the students. Let us have one from each class, the female teacher suggested. Upon receiving agreement, she turned to the command class. Who wishes to step up? The students exchanged glances, uncertain. The command and individual soldier classes, well, their eyes eventually landed on one individual in the center. It seemed the only one capable of facing them was, extra points on offer, the female teacher stated. Yihan stepped forward. I will. Shulan quickly followed suit. I want to as well. Oh, 2 volunteers, the female teacher remarked, turning to the special admission class. You must choose 2 as well. I. In stark contrast to the command class's lack of enthusiasm, the special admission class buzzed with excitement, priding themselves on their combat prowess despite their academic shortcomings. Moreover, they were eager to face the popular new students, the representatives of genius. Just the thought filled them with exhilaration. However, this is too many, the female teacher interjected. Why not let them choose among themselves? That won't do. What if they pick the weaker ones? As the special admission students began to express their discontent, Shulan and Yihan simultaneously pointed at Yufei. Instantly, silence fell among them. It was clear they were masters, uninterested in trivial matches. This won't do, the special admission instructor stated firmly. Only one may compete. Shulan huffed in frustration and sat down, conceding. The 2 stood at the center. Let us spar, just a touch. Yihan winked at her, whispering quietly. Yufei paused for a moment before nodding. After the freshman orientation, she had researched Yihan's profile, a talented 18-year-old with a 3S psychic ability. She was leagues ahead of Yu Fei, having reached an understanding. The two launched their offensive. Their movements were sharp and stylish, captivating to behold, yet Yu Fei sensed that Yi Hen was holding back, her defensive maneuvers suggesting a reserved power. An attack aimed at Yu Fei was deftly deflected, but Yi Hen pivoted, pushing against Yu Fei's chin, then twisted her wrist, bringing Yu Fei down to the ground. Just as the command class was about to scream, Yu Fei rolled over, gripping Yi Hen's hand and ensnaring her legs around it. Oh, cheers erupted from the special admission class. The two were evenly matched. While Yu Fei released her grip, standing up in confusion, gazing at Yi Hen. Even if it was merely a spar, Yi Hen had shown little effort. Understanding her thoughts, Yi Hen smiled, leaning in to whisper, "It's a bit tiring to go all out. Let us take it easy." Most importantly, they were friends who had known each other since the beginning of the semester. The ends of her tied-back hair brushed against Yu Fei's cheek, causing a ticklish sensation as Yu Fei listened to her explanation, breaking into a smile. Later that night, a video surfaced on the school forum, bearing the satirical title "Former examinee brutally assaults examiner. Is it the malice of humanity or the decay of morality?" The footage captured Yu Fei's kick aimed at Feng Shui during their sparring session, detailing their identities. Everyone clicked on the post, expecting humor, only to be dazzled. A flood of admiring comments erupted. "Impressive, truly impressive. Absolutely remarkable," yet dissenting voices emerged. "It's just flashy moves, what is so impressive?" Moments later, those who had commented were challenged to experience it themselves, yet received no reply. "Wait, I feel like I've seen that move somewhere," someone remarked. Please elaborate." "Upstairs." I remember now." Outside the screen, Carl happened to stumble upon the video, parsing it to the indifferent Li Chongxiao beside him. "Quick, take a look." Li Chongxiao glanced at it briefly before his expression shifted to one of concern. Chapter 23, The Temptation of the Grey Faction. Recently, Yu Fei has sensed the gaze of another upon her, intense and fervent, yet lacking the malice she had previously encountered in the impoverished district. Even during mealtimes, she noticed the scrutiny. Glancing up, she met the eyes of a man whose disguise was woefully inadequate. After a moment's hesitation, she inquired, "Do you need something?" He maintained a respectful distance across the table, appearing not to belong to the ranks of solitary operatives, his frame overly slender, and glasses perched precariously upon his nose. Upon catching Yu Fei's gaze, he averted his eyes, his expression turning apologetic as he murmured that it was nothing. While Yu Fei observed the lingering bruise beneath his collarbone. "After searching high and low, I find you've been hiding here," announced a somewhat rotund man, flanked by several companions, as he rudely took a seat. Fang Tsong contemplated departing, but was thwarted when the man draped an arm over his shoulder. He could only feebly attempt to extricate himself, frowning at the group. "What manner of swill are you consuming?" the portly man remarked, reaching into Fang Tsong's plate and disdainfully tossing the food onto the floor, wiping his greasy hands on Fang Tsong's pristine attire. Fang Tsong's expression soured, yet he remained silent, outnumbered. "And where is the meal we requested you procure?" the man continued. Fang Tsong's eyes, hidden behind his glasses, seemed to spark with fury. "Do I look like I have the funds for you lot? You called it pig slop. What, are you starving and want to eat it now?" Such words were unmistakably an insult. One of the more volatile individuals within the group stood and slapped him across the face, barking, "You want to die." Fang Tsong's glasses flew from his face, and before he could react, he was forcefully pressed down into the broth-laden plate before him. "You've got quite a hard head, don't you?" the rotund man taunted, shoving the remnants of food onto Fang Tsong's head. Fang Tsong struggled momentarily, but his efforts were in vain. The others instinctively shielded the scene from prying eyes. It was a time when the dining hall was sparsely populated, and they were tucked away in a secluded corner, rendering them virtually unnoticed. "Is it to your liking?" the man asked mockingly. Fang Tsong glared, slowly spitting out a retort, "Go to hell." The fat man's lips twitched. Fang Tsong's unexpected defiance was causing him considerable annoyance, and he retaliated with a kick. Fang Tsong tumbled to the ground, his face and hair smeared with greasy broth, dripping messily onto the floor. At that moment, Yu Fei, carrying her tray, was obstructed, halting in her tracks. With pain etched on his face, Fang Tsong struggled to sit up, his long bangs partially obscuring his narrow, phoenix-like eyes as he looked towards her. It appeared there was no escape. The group finally acknowledged Yu Fei's presence, crossing their arms and inquiring, "New student. Is there a problem? If not, kindly step aside," Yu Fei replied calmly. Fang Song's gaze trembled beneath his long eyelashes. "You little," the portly man pointed at her, preparing to speak, but was restrained by one of his companions. "She's a special recruit this year, thanks to the school." The uniforms of the special recruitment class were emblazoned with the words "special recruitment" to distinguish them. After all, the recruits often hailed from the fringes of society, their tempers typically volatile and unruly, with a history of causing disturbances. There had been instances where a class nearly assaulted their teacher to death. Although investigations revealed fault on both sides, it prompted the school to enact new regulations. The instructors for the special recruitment program were carefully selected, and those who instigated trouble faced severe repercussions, expulsion being the mildest consequence. The poor were not inherently fearsome, it was the combination of poverty and arrogance that posed a true threat, particularly those labeled as uneducated. The rotund man's lips moved as if to protest, yet ultimately relented, allowing Yu Fei to pass. As she approached, Fang Song grasped her pant leg. Yu Fei halted and looked down at him. "Are you really going to leave like this?" he asked. The elevated perspective allowed her to see the grey badge pinned to the inside of his jacket. "Even if you witness someone being bullied," Fang Song said, "can you simply choose to ignore it? Why must one intervene in times of injustice?" It seemed absurd, a forced moral obligation. Why should she entangle herself in conflict? Yu Fei found herself disliking this feeling, her demeanor noticeably cooling as she spoke with a lack of courtesy. "Is this how you plead for help?" He bit his lip and lowered his head, revealing a slender, white neck. "Can you assist me?" With no excuse to refuse, he had shown vulnerability, and Yu Fei suddenly realized she had unwittingly fallen into a trap today. The Grey faction sought to compel her to take a side, however, abandoning him was equally unacceptable. Her expression darkened as she turned to the portly man and his associates. "May I take him with me?" There was no need for a definitive response. Yu Fei felt as though she had just tasted something bitter, yet she politely inquired before turning to leave. "Damn it," the portly man vented, kicking the nearby table in frustration. Fang Song observed the disgruntled expressions of the others, a cold smirk crossing his face as he disregarded his soiled state and followed Yu Fei outside. Yet his moment of satisfaction was fleeting, for as he stepped through the doorway, Yu Fei issued a warning. "Stop with your games and keep your distance." This was the first time she had shown such a demeanor towards another, her discomfort at being manipulated palpable, feeling deeply offended. "I have no desire to be involved with your factions." Fang Song wiped the broth from his face, looking up at her. "I was merely bullied." "What does that have to do with any faction?" Yu Fei tugged at his clothing, yanking off the badge affixed to it and holding it before his eyes. Fang Song was taken aback by her swift and rude actions, his expression freezing as he clenched his jaw. "Moreover, you truly underestimate my intellect," Yu Fei declared, slapping the badge onto his shoulder. Fang Song staggered back, feeling the weight of her assertiveness, finally realizing how different Yu Fei was from the image painted in the assessments. Beyond her reputation as a devoted partner and nurturing figure, she was, in essence, a genuine alpha, exuding a formidable air of aggression. Chapter 24, A Threat. Beads of sweat trickled down Fang Song's forehead as he regretted his decision to engage with Yu Fei. Sensing the opportunity to withdraw, Yu Fei took, "Without capable candidates, how can we resist? It's still the beginning of the semester, we need a clear stance to ease the days ahead." In essence, it was about using moral constraints to select a target, drawing attention, and enabling them to evade scrutiny. Yu Fei was certain they were not seeking only him. Perhaps he Hen, chosen for the freshman speech, shared a similar predicament, or was even a primary invitee. After all, he was the monster that crushed geniuses during the entrance examination. "I apologize, but I have neither interest nor obligation to participate." Contemplating this, Yu Fei asserted, "I have always believed that only through self-improvement can one earn respect, and I have no affinity for troublesome matters." Fang Song's once lovely visage twisted in anger. "So, you intend to join their ranks? To be a sycophant of the nobility?" Yu Fei dismissed him with a disinterested remark, "Boring," and turned away, refusing to engage further. Aren't you curious about your role as the boyfriend of a less fortunate student? Fang Song, desperate and resorting to threats, declared, "We are, you dare." Yu Fei paused, turning to face him, her dark eyes seemingly swirling with a tempest. Despite no overt actions, an oppressive aura enveloped the air, the atmosphere grew thick with an unsettling chill. Although Fang Song could not perceive it, the intensity in her gaze inexplicably halted his heart and made breathing labored. "If they encounter any issues, I will only inquire of you." Yu Fei's voice was cold as ice. With that, she turned and departed. Once she left, Fang Song crumpled to the ground, gritting his teeth in anger as he pounded the earth. Unbeknownst to either, a figure emerged from behind a tree not far from them. Feng Shui returned late today, but everyone had grown accustomed to her elusive presence, so no one questioned her absence. After a shower, Yu Fei was bent over the sink, rinsing her hair, when a foam bubble inadvertently entered her eye. She reached out, seeking her towel that she had placed nearby, but found nothing. Suddenly, she heard footsteps. Mistaking it for He Jia's arrival, Yu Fei called out, "Could you hand me my towel?" A hand extended toward her, and after expressing her gratitude, she wiped her eyes. "You've got foam on your collar," a crisp female voice chimed in, accompanied by a cool hand that kindly adjusted her collar. Yu Fei's spine tingled at the touch. She turned sharply to find it was Feng Shui. "Continue washing your hair, why are you staring at me?" Feng Shui spoke, her expression inscrutable. She had heard reports about those tailing Yu Fei earlier, and her mood was far from pleasant. "No need. I can manage myself." Yu Fei declined her assistance. Feng Shui, who had previously managed to control her facial expressions, now succumbed to biting her lip in frustration, letting out a cold snort. Her temperament was notoriously volatile, shifting unpredictably. When Yu Fei was around, it was inevitable that she would throw minor tantrums daily, and major ones every few days, akin to pacifying a child. Now that Yu Fei had lost her memory, such indulgences were no longer granted, and her affections had been usurped by another. What could she do? Feng Shui spent the afternoon convincing herself not to take it to heart, but despite her efforts to calm her emotions, she found it unbearable, ultimately storming off with heavy footsteps. Yu Fei was left baffled, feeling inexplicably cast aside as she silently lowered her head to flush the toilet. Wow, it's almost time to turn off the lights." He Jia, who had been engrossed in a game since returning, suddenly noticed the time and jumped out of bed in a panic, rushing in. "Hurry, let me take a shower." Yu Fei wiped the droplets from her forehead and made room. She exited the bathroom, only to find Feng Shui absent from the dormitory. Feng Qi, sensing her gaze, nonchalantly turned a page of her book. She went out. Yu Fei wiped her face dry and muttered a few sounds of acknowledgement as she climbed into bed. Tomorrow was the weekend, and she had promised Fang Lele she would return home. Shu Luran had been sulking for quite some time since Yu Fei hadn't messaged her upon arrival, but was now gradually warming up. "Are you going back tomorrow?" Just as she was about to fall asleep, Yu Fei received a message from her. She replied with a simple yes. After 2 minutes, the other party leisurely responded with a yes. Exhausted, Yu Fei tapped her fingers, asking, "Want to go together?" The chat box on the other end repeatedly indicated that someone was typing, then stalled, then resumed, before finally sending a yes. Yu Fei set aside her communicator and drifted into a deep slumber without further thought. Due to their biological clocks, both woke early. By 9 in the morning, they arrived at the station and boarded the train without a hitch. Yu Fei alighted a stop early, took a few steps, and while the train was still stationary, tapped on the window. Shu Luran turned at the sound. "I'm going to see Uncle Shu tomorrow." Her voice, muffled by the glass, sounded hazy. Shu Luran coldly responded, "Why are you telling me? I don't care if you go or not." Confirming she had heard, Yu Fei turned to leave. When she arrived home, Fang Lele was still curled up in bed, blissfully asleep. Fang Xing was just finishing dressing for work and, upon seeing Fang Lele's state, could only shake his head in resignation. She was so excited to hear you were coming back today that she couldn't sleep a wink. "Thank goodness you'll be watching her today." "I wouldn't know how to handle it otherwise," he remarked. Yu Fei playfully squeezed Fang Lele's cheeks, which had been pressed against the bed, and smiled. I in her dreams, Fang Lei stirred and mumbled, too noisy. Fangxing, feigning annoyance, pinched her nose and quickly dashed out just as she was waking up. I'm off to work. Fang Lei, still groggy and confused, blinked in surprise when she spotted Yu Fei sitting at the edge of her bed. She swiftly sat up, cuddling into Yu Fei's embrace in a show of affection. Brother, you're mean. Yu Fei lifted her with ease, saying, the sun is going to shine on your behind, little one. Fang Lei nuzzled against her neck, exclaiming, I missed you so much, Yu Fei. Did you really miss me? The adult, unaccustomed to openly expressing emotions, ruffled her hair and said, no more cuteness. However, she felt quite pleased inside and pulled out an octopus-shaped lollipop she had bought at school, placing it in Fang Lei's arms. While Fang Lei held up the unfamiliar lollipop, her eyes sparkling, it's from Yu Fei. I love it. How about we eat first and then go out to play? Yu Fei suggested. Really? Fang Lei's eyes glimmered with excitement. Upon receiving confirmation, she leaped into Yu Fei's arms, exclaiming, Yu Fei is amazing. Chapter 25, The Emergence of Contradictions. After their meal, the two individuals tidied up their belongings with simplicity before embarking on their journey into the city. Fang Lei seldom had the opportunity to venture out, her life a monotonous cycle of attending school, working, and returning home under the watchful eye of Fangxing. Thus, everything appeared novel to her, as she curiously explored her surroundings, touching this and that. The 10,000 star coins Fangxing had saved for Yu Fei prior to her enrollment remained largely untouched, as she purchased a myriad of items that caught her fancy. Are all of these for me? Fang Lei's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, Yu Fei replied, gently patting her head. Consequently, the once demure child transformed into a vibrant spectacle, adorned with a frog headband that accentuated her large eyes, a colorful pair of glasses perched on her nose, a sunflower backpack slung over her shoulder, and cradling a lollipop larger than her own head. Such an ensemble would have been utterly flamboyant on any adult, however, it suited the innocence of a child perfectly. Yu Fei, hug me. After stubbornly insisting on walking by herself, Fang Lei finally conceded her weariness. Yu Fei bent down and lifted her effortlessly, at which point she nestled against her shoulder, utterly still. It appeared that her energy had been entirely depleted. Why Yu Fei sought out a place to dine, and since it was not far from Fangxing's workplace, she decided to take a meal to him as well. Having received prior notification, Fangxing was already aware of their outing, and upon learning that there was a portion reserved for him, he opted not to partake in a meal elsewhere. Brother. After a day filled with excitement, Fang Lei spotted Fangxing and dashed towards him like a colorful firework. Though Fangxing winced from the impact, he could not help but notice her sheer delight, her face radiating enthusiasm. Why Yu Fei placed his meal on a nearby table. Two young ladies, who shared a decent rapport with him, could not resist teasing the butterfly-like Fang Lei. What a colossal lollipop. May I have a taste? Fang Lei hesitated, reluctant to part with the sweet treat that Yu Fei had carefully selected for her. Then she remembered she had her own. Fang Lei approached Yu Fei to retrieve her small backpack, which contained a jelly candy of her own choosing, ready to share. Go ahead, enjoy it, she encouraged, opening her bag. Why, what a generous little friend, one of the young ladies remarked, crouching down to stroke Fang Lei's cheek, taking just one candy from the bag. Thank you. A shy Fang Lei instinctively hid behind Fangxing. Fangxing, someone is looking for you. At that moment, a person opened the door to the lounge. Fangxing glanced up, acknowledged the individual, and entrusted Fang Lei back to Yu Fei. I'll return shortly. Noticing his departure, the two young ladies stood up as well, bidding farewell to Fang Lei. Yu Fei initially presumed it would be a brief interlude, but when half an hour passed with no sign of Fangxing, she allowed the slightly drowsy Fang Lei to rest on a bed while she stepped outside. During the break from work, what could have kept him so occupied, she randomly called over a staff member to inquire about Fangxing's whereabouts. Are you also searching for him? Upon hearing Fangxing's name, the individual rolled their eyes, responding in a sarcastic tone, business must be booming for him. Yu Fei realized that the person before her seemed unfamiliar, likely a recent addition to the staff. Do you know where Fangxing is? Where else could he be? Over there, the individual disdainfully gestured towards a certain area Feng Shui had previously held to disdain for mingling with the riffraff, yet with Li Chunxiao and Karl off on a mission, she found herself alone at a shooting range to vent her frustrations. It was there that someone, who claimed to be a distant relative of the Feng family, approached her, eager to forge a connection and suggest a few rounds of play. With nothing else to occupy her time, she acquiesced, much to the other person's delight. However, upon arrival, she remained tight-lipped while sipping her drink, proving difficult to please. Just then, she spotted Fangxing delivering drinks, prompting an uncharacteristic snort of derision from her, inadvertently providing the others with an opening to engage. It was common knowledge that the Feng family had a reputation for maintaining a mistress, and many speculated whether Feng Shui disapproved of this arrangement. Indeed, who could blame her? The thought of her brother being ensnared by someone so inconsequential was utterly mortifying. They repeatedly summoned him to fetch drinks, only to complain that he had not brought what they desired, ultimately insisting that he remain to serve them. Initially, Fangxing had not noticed Feng Shui, but upon being summoned to pour drinks, he sensed the challenge and chose not to refuse outright, fearing further unnecessary complications. As he approached, he finally caught sight of her, leaning against the sofa. She narrowed her eyes at him, a cold expression adorning her face. "Pour for Miss Feng, why are you just standing there?" someone nudged him. Fangxing averted his gaze, resignedly crouching to pour her a drink, hoping to expedite the process, and gently passed it to her. "Here you go." Did Feng Shui drink? Certainly not. She waved her hand dismissively, causing the exquisite glass to clatter to the ground, the pale blue liquid splattering everywhere. A few drops marred Fangxing's white shirt, and he tightened his grip on his thigh instinctively, yet remained silent. "Get away from me." Feng Shui, having imbibed far too much, her voice hoarse from intoxication, spoke with an edge. As Fangxing attempted to rise, he was abruptly restrained by someone behind him, who exclaimed, "What is going on? Look at the mess you've made, clean it up." Reluctant to escalate the situation, he bent down to pick up the shards. At that moment, Yu Fei approached. Unlike Fangxing, she immediately spotted Feng Shui within the crowd. Just as Feng Shui raised her glass, she seemed to sense Yu Fei's presence and glanced over. "What a rare visitor," she quipped self-deprecatingly, then tilted her head back, downing the contents of her glass before carelessly discarding it to the ground in front of Yu Fei. A glimmer of mischief danced in her light-hued eyes, offering no regard to Fangxing standing nearby. "Please be so kind as to clean that up." "Feng Shui," Yu Fei called her name, her voice laced with barely contained ire. Fangxing, hearing Yu Fei's voice, turned abruptly, inadvertently slicing his finger on the glass. "R!" he exclaimed sharply, the remnants of glass tumbling to the floor once more, and he looked down to see a strip of skin peeled away from his fingertip. Yu Fei rushed over, casting a quick glance. "It's nothing, really," Fangxing quickly reassured her. "Just a minor issue." "Hey, who are you?" One of the onlookers stood up in protest. Why? Yu Fei seized his hand, pulling him to his feet, her gaze icy as she confronted the provocateur. You, the person's voice trailed off. "There's no need to restrain her," Feng Shui interjected. Yu Fei regarded her with the eyes of a stranger. "If there are any issues, Miss Feng can address them with me directly. After all, we're quite close by, I'm available at any time." Feng Shui raised her gaze to meet Yu Fei's, her expression inscrutable. "Is that so?" "Yu Fei," Fangxing interjected, tugging at her sleeve. "It's nothing. Let's just go." Feng Shui stood, moving towards Yu Fei before coming to a halt. "Are you certain you want me to seek you out?" "Indeed." Horror Chapter 26, The Points Competition. In the lounge, Fangxing was disinfecting his fingers with hydrogen peroxide, the pain eliciting an involuntary gasp. Yu Fei handed him a clean piece of gauze. "Wrap it up, it'll feel better." Fangxing nodded in acknowledgement, accepting it, and, mindful of the sleeping Fang Lele, murmured, "You all should refrain from conflict. We all in the same dormitory." It wasn't he out of a sense of altruism, entangling with the Feng family's two eccentric members would only complicate matters further. "Do you still get bullied here?" Yu Fei asked, her question veering off course. Fangxing was momentarily taken aback by her sudden inquiry. It was the first time anyone had posed such a question to him, but he quickly regained his composure. It's all the same. What job doesn't he entail some grievances? How much do you still owe? Yu Fei inquired. Fang Xing lifted his gaze to meet hers, opening his mouth to respond but ultimately falling silent. After a prolonged pause, he attempted a teasing smile. What is this? Are you planning to help me pay it off? Why not? Yu Fei replied, having come to this world, discovered by Fang Xing, residing in his home, experiencing his selfless generosity, and enjoying a different familial atmosphere, it was only natural for her to want to give back in any way she could. Fang Xing hesitated for an extended moment, even averting his gaze, flustered as he lowered his head. His frail figure rendered his slightly protruding shoulder blades visible through his white shirt, bathed in the dim light, resembling a butterfly longing to take flight yet lacking the strength to do so. You've already helped me a great deal. It is unnecessary, he stated. Why Yu Fei wished to say more, but at that moment, Fang Lei, who had been resting, turned over and made a noise. It's fine, Yu Fei, Fang Xing said, his voice tinged with a faint, strange chuckle. I'll be starting school soon. I won't be doing this job anymore. From then on, Yu Fei fell silent. Fang Xing was weak and fragile, yet he bore an undeniable pride. He could not accept dependence on others, especially in an unequal context. Nevertheless, he truly needed to earn a decent income, Yu Fei thought, considering it as rent, thus leaving him no room to refuse. The next day, Yu Fei went to see Xu Dei and found him lying in bed, though he was no longer in danger. He is competing again, Xu Luran said, a mixture of anger and concern evident in her voice. At his age, why is he still doing this? Yu Fei patted her shoulder and walked inside. Xu Dei smiled upon seeing her. After all, she was the apprentice he had trained himself. What a pity it was that if he could still compete in underground matches, he might have been able to vent some of his frustrations on those arrogant individuals. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Yu Fei stepped back outside. Xu Luran then went in to meticulously remind Xu Dei not to participate in any activities and to focus on his recovery, attending to every minute detail. Ultimately, Xu Dei could no longer withstand her nagging and urged Yu Fei to take her away, and the two set off back to school. Upon returning to dormitory 416 that weekend, it was evident that something was amiss. Where Yu Fei was present, Feng Shui remained silent, and where Feng Shui was, Yu Fei kept her distance. The two seemed to repel each other, isolated and indifferent. Time slipped by during their studies. The students had adjusted to school life and no longer felt the discomfort they initially experienced. Point rankings. He Jia, resting at night, stumbled upon a post and clicked to read. Why Yu Fei turned to her and asked, "What's wrong?" He Jia jumped up. Feng Shui had achieved a high ranking, defeating many upperclassmen, placing in the top 100 with nearly 40,000 points. Feng Xi, on the other hand, lagged behind with just over 5,000 points, ranked around 700. How dare they secretly engage in activities without us knowing? This is outrageous. He Jia pointed accusingly at Feng Xi. Feng Xi didn't even raise an eyebrow, casually replying, "You simply didn't know." In order to enrich students' extracurricular lives, the United University offered a plethora of entertainment options. The insectarium, practical points competitions, and holographic simulation games. The former involved observing various known insect species and mutated plants and animals in real life to understand their attack patterns and weaknesses, while the latter two served as means for self-improvement. Practical training was divided into individual and group formats, with each participant starting with a mere 5 points. Subsequent points could only be obtained by defeating opponents and absorbing their scores. Those with 0 points had to purchase their way back in. Holographic simulations faithfully recreated recorded or newly developed wartime scenarios, allowing players to immerse themselves in a fully realistic experience, complete with heightened senses and pain. Points were deducted for losses while victories earned points. This setup not only allowed students to vent their pent-up energy but also honed their combat skills, intelligence, and pre-battle preparations. Those who excelled might even catch the attention of senior students and teachers, leading to opportunities for missions and experience growth. However, unlike the practical training available to all, entry to the holographic simulations required a minimum of 10,000 points. Consequently, some students sought to accumulate points, opting to use star coins as substitutes to avoid losing their own scores. The exchange of points became a primary source of income for many students seeking part-time employment on campus, although some dismissed it as beneath them. Yufei found herself intrigued by the prospect. This was a legitimate way to earn money while also improving her skills. Thus, the following day, she made her way to the designated location, the building at the back of the school. The lobby on the first floor featured a service desk, with large screens displaying the current rankings. The first floor served as the registration area and beginner's arena, while the second floor was for those with 100-point rankings, the third for 1,000-point competitors, and the fourth for those with 10,000 points or more. Only those with over 100,000 points qualified for the top floor. The rules were quite similar to the underground matches Yufei had previously participated in, with the distinction that here, one lost points instead of lives. A man wearing a blue badge approached Yufei, instantly recognizing her as a newcomer. "Are you here to register?" he inquired. He was a member of the student council, and upon noticing his badge, Yufei realized that the council was involved here, perhaps selecting candidates from this very location, as they were staunch advocates of the survival of the fittest. Yufei nodded in affirmation. The man guided her through the registration process, scanning her information with a device. "All set," he said. Yufei thanked him and followed the directional signs inside. As night approached, around 10 o'clock, Hee-jo finished her shower and, noticing that only Feng-shi was in their dormitory, paused mid-motion while drying her hair. No one's back yet. Feng-shi ignored her, engrossed in her reading. By 10:30, Feng-shui returned, but Yufei had yet to arrive. Finally, just before 11, as the dormitory's closing bell rang, the door swung open. Yufei gasped for breath, rushing into the bathroom under the watchful eyes of her roommates. Soon after, she emerged, feeling chilled. Just as the lights were turned off, the hot water supply for the night ended at 11, and Yufei opted for a cold shower. "Where have you been?" Hee-jo asked as Yufei climbed into bed. "I went to try out that practical points competition," Yufei replied. "The one you saw yesterday." Hee-jo exclaimed, "You went too?" "Yeah," Yufei responded, removing her clothes in the darkness as the lights went out. She hadn't had time to grab a change of clothes, so she simply wore the same outfit from earlier. Fortunately, there was sleepwear on her bed. "How was it? Was it fun?" Hee-jo queried. Yufei fumbled in the dark, only managing to find her pants. "It was fine, quite good." "Then why did you play so late?" Hee-jo continued. "How many points did you earn?" 100, Yufei replied, puzzled about where her clothes had gone. 100. After all that time? Yep. Never mind, she would address it tomorrow. Exhausted, Yufei lay down to sleep, completely drained. She had started with 2 rounds to test her strength in the beginner's arena, feeling satisfied, and then continued to compete frequently. She accumulated points quickly, 5, 15, 20, 25, 35, 50, until she reached 100 and even beyond. However, some participants fell just short of 100 points and didn't want to start over, opting instead to exchange points with Yufei. The common exchange rate was 1 point for 5-star coins, and Yufei found herself quite busy. By the end of the afternoon, she had amassed nearly 800 points and exchanged 700 for 3,500 star coins. What a win! Yufei drifted off to sleep, unaware that she had already made headlines at school, dubbed the woman who had fallen into the allure of wealth. Chapter 27, a brief interlude. On the following day, Yufei rose earlier than anyone else, as she had been unable to locate her pajamas the previous night, leaving her in a state of disarray. She quietly slipped out of bed, dressed herself, and then noticed her light brain still resting on the mattress. As she climbed back onto the bed to retrieve it from beneath her pillow, she was momentarily taken aback. Before her lay Feng-shui, who appeared formidable and aloof, yet in this moment resembled a child, curled up against the wall in slumber. Her delicate brows were tightly knit, as if she were ensnared in a nightmare, her hands clutching the quilt and a small blue object. It was the very pajamas Yufei had misplaced the day before, but they had been right there. Suddenly overwhelmed, Yufei found herself at a loss for words to describe the scene before her. Just then, Feng-shui's eyes fluttered open, their gazes locked, and for the first time, Yufei felt a profound sense of bewilderment. HMPH. After a brief moment of confusion, Feng-shui quickly regained her composure, huffing at Yufei once more. Strangely, her previously icy demeanor seemed to have softened, and she turned away to resume her sleep, the conspicuous blue pajamas now enveloped within the covers. Yu Fei, still dazed, descended from the bed and glanced back at Feng Shui's sleeping form, uncertain of what to do next. Feng Shui, why would she, Yu Fei, you're up quite early, murmured He Jiao, squinting as she emerged from the bathroom, having been roused by a pressing need. Yu Fei, feeling an inexplicable guilt despite having done nothing wrong, stammered, I just got up to exercise. He Jiao, still groggy, grumbled as she stepped into the bathroom, you seem full of energy. Unable to comprehend the situation, Yu Fei ultimately decided to dismiss it from her mind. After attending her classes, she channeled all her energy into participating in the points competition, growing increasingly exhilarated as she played. After yet another victory over her opponent, Yu Fei felt no fatigue, her spirit undiminished. The competitors on the second floor had all begun with at least 100 points, with some boasting scores upwards of 700 or 800. As the points accumulated, Yu Fei had reached a staggering total of 2006. And this was only the second day, with her record unblemished. During the break between matches, several individuals approached her, eager to reclaim their points. Thus, she exchanged 1,400, leaving her with a remaining total of 1,300. To earn money from classmates, it truly takes a certain audacity, a dismissive voice interjected unexpectedly. Yu Fei and the student seeking to exchange points turned to see a tall female alpha with voluminous waves and slightly small eyes. Do you realize that the points you exchanged represent someone's living expenses for quite some time? So, a self-righteous benefactor had arrived. Yu Fei glanced at the girl intending to exchange points, whose cheeks flushed crimson, and shot an irritated glare at the tall alpha. What business is it of yours? She had over 400 points herself. She knew all too well how long it took to accumulate them. Not everyone was as absurdly gifted as Yu Fei, who had amassed over 2,000. The tall alpha, feeling her kindness was unappreciated, grew increasingly frustrated, her disdain for Yu Fei evident. Having received the substantial sum of over 2,000 star coins, Yu Fei shrugged, ignoring the tall alpha's presence. I want to challenge you, the alpha declared, incensed by Yu Fei's indifference. Possessing over 800 points, she believed herself to be a worthy contender. Why Yu Fei did not decline, and soon they found themselves standing in a small octagonal cage. Is she coming back for more? Doesn't he, that financial fiend, ever tire? The audience, having previously faced her, could not help but comment. Unbelievable stamina. Damn, seeing her makes me not want to play anymore. See you tomorrow, folks. Stick around till the end, brother, let us go together. By the end of the day, Yu Fei's image as a money-hungry competitor would only be further solidified. In stark contrast to the clamorous crowd below, the two contenders on stage maintained a calm demeanor. The tall alpha assumed an attacking stance, her expression serious. Yu Fei, I've observed you closely. I know you're impressive, but you are not the only one, nor will you always be. I will surpass you one day. This earnest declaration left Yu Fei somewhat perplexed. Was this a compliment or a slight? Ultimately, unsure of how to respond, she managed to utter, thank you. The tall alpha initiated the attack, yet Yu Fei, accustomed to combat, deftly evaded her strikes, seizing the alpha's wrist and twisting it behind her back before delivering a swift kick to her knee. Though the alpha nearly lost her balance, she retaliated with an elbow strike, creating distance between them. The two exchanged blows rapidly. The alpha's strikes, though not particularly swift, were powerful and deliberate. As Yu Fei absorbed several of her blows, she could feel her arms trembling. This was her first true adversary in the points competition. They grappled for 5 full minutes without a clear victor, drawing a growing crowd who were captivated by their duel. At that moment, Yu Fei inadvertently absorbed a powerful punch, stumbling back 2 steps. Bravo! The crowd erupted in cheers, their voices hoarse. Tall alpha, take her down. Tall alpha, tall alpha. Go, tall alpha. Such enthusiasm suggested that those who had faced defeat at Yu Fei's hands were now rooting for her opponent. Emboldened by the audience's support, the tall alpha declared, I will win. Despite the cacophony surrounding her, Yu Fei remained unfazed, simply shaking her aching shoulder as she replied, that remains to be seen. Yet within her thoughts, she resolved not to falter in front of so many spectators. As they resumed their tussle, Yu Fei's expression grew serious. The tall alpha, believing victory was within her grasp, began to strike faster and more recklessly, losing her previous composure, thus exposing her vulnerabilities. Yu Fei deftly pushed aside the alpha's side punch, blocked her hook with one hand, and delivered a swift uppercut that caught her off guard. Seizing the opportunity, she grasped the alpha's collar, delivering 2 knee strikes before throwing her to the ground, swiftly transitioning into a leg lock that rendered her immobile. Dazed and in pain, the tall alpha grimaced as she felt the pressure on her arm. The outcome was clear. A member of the student council, acting as referee, raised a sign. In the blink of an eye, Yu Fei had once again created her own miracle, boasting a record of 17 victories and 0 defeats. The tall alpha's hard-earned points were now relinquished to Yu Fei. The very individuals who had previously cheered for the tall alpha now appeared crestfallen, as though they had consumed something distasteful, with only a few offering faint applause. The tall alpha lay on the ground, her expression dark, not out of anger at losing her points, but rather due to her own overconfidence and complacency. Yu Fei helped her to her feet, genuinely complimenting her. "You were quite formidable." A worthy opponent indeed. The tall alpha's eyes widened in surprise at the unexpected praise. "Thus, in respect for you, I shall not exchange your points," Yu Fei added. The tall alpha was momentarily speechless. Not wishing to prolong the encounter, Yu Fei concluded her day of competition and turned to leave. "Yu Fei," the tall alpha called after her. Upon hearing her name, Yu Fei paused and looked back. "Why didn't you use that spinning kick today? Do you think I deemed you unworthy? Wait for me. I will find you again and make you use it," the tall alpha declared with determination. A spinning kick. Yu Fei furrowed her brow, taking a while to recall the technique she had practiced with feng shui that day. "That's not mine," Yu Fei replied. "I haven't mastered it yet. You may seek out its true owner for a proper demonstration." The tall alpha appeared skeptical but said nothing further. After Yu Fei departed, she began her search online. Eventually, an unexpected figure caught her eye. The 18-year-old feng shui, within the 1,000-point arena, radiated an aura of confidence, her brows and eyes alight with fierce determination, facing off against upperclassmen without a hint of retreat. She feigned 2 deceptive moves to draw attention before swiftly executing a spinning kick, her movements both brutal and graceful, akin to an eagle soaring in pursuit of its prey. In just 2 seconds, her opponent collapsed. Chapter 28. The resentful commoners. Yu Fei returned to the dormitory earlier than usual today. Upon opening the door, she discovered that feng shui had already returned. This raised a question in her mind. Had she brought her clothes back as well? Yu Fei found it difficult to articulate her feelings, akin to the frustration of wanting to engage in a confrontation, only to have the opponent refuse her advances and even taunt her instead. Were it someone else, she might have already lost her temper, but with feng shui, no matter how much Yu Fei tried to deceive herself, she had to admit that she felt an inexplicable fascination for her, a conflicting mix of affection and aversion. The more she pondered, the more chaotic her thoughts became. Why Yu Fei adjusted the temperature of the water to a cooler setting and held her hands against the wall, allowing the icy water to cascade over her head, forcing herself to regain composure. Her body had nearly ceased its growth, perfectly acclimatized to this world, her height astonishingly surpassing 188 centimeters, nearly 20 centimeters taller than the average height of 170 centimeters during the Interstellar era. Beneath the ethereal mist of water vapor, Yu Fei swept the strands of hair from her forehead back, the motion revealing her well-defined arms and back muscles, drawing the gaze of onlookers. Unlike the inherently somber aura of Li Chunxiao and feng shui, who exuded an air of gloom, Call radiated joy and carefree spirit, while she remained steadfast and unyielding. Though her facial expressions were few, her presence conveyed a powerful psychological Thus, her social relations had been relatively favorable thus far. When feng shui entered with her belongings, it coincided with Yu Fei finishing her shower. She stepped into the puddles formed on the floor in her white slippers, her delicate ankles exposed, and her toes rounded with a hint of pink. In stark contrast to her robust character, her skin appeared remarkably fair, with a subtle blush at her joints, a testament to her pampered upbringing. Their brief encounter was marked by silence, yet an awkward atmosphere lingered. As feng shui brushed her teeth and washed her face, Yu Fei, needing to hang her towel, could only reach from the side. The pristine mirror reflected both of them clearly. The fair-skinned Feng Shui stood in front, just a half-head shorter than Yu Fei, who caught a whiff of the fragrant shampoo wafting from Feng Shui's hair, her gaze instinctively drawn. The hand Yu Fei extended towards Feng Shui's waist seemed almost as if she were embracing her. A tremor in her hand caused the towel to slip from the countertop. In her haste to retrieve it, the two found themselves drawn closer together once again. Feng Shui leaned against the counter and turned to look at her. Water droplets from Yu Fei's damp hair cascaded down her nose and fell lightly onto Feng Shui's cheek, causing her to blink in surprise. Her face bore almost no pores, and her skin was unexpectedly soft and smooth, the loose collar of her attire exuding an elusive fragrance, making Yu Fei's pupils quiver as she observed Feng Shui from this novel perspective. Ahem. The abrupt voice of He Jia interrupted the moment from outside the door. Suddenly realizing what she had been doing, Yu Fei quickly composed herself and hurriedly exited, her steps somewhat flustered. I just wanted to use the restroom, she stammered, unaware of the earlier tension. He Jia, scratching her head awkwardly, remarked, "Why are you all sleeping in today?" Yu Fei only then noticed the sound of Feng Shui's voice from behind her. She turned to see Feng Shui, her eyes darkened with fatigue, changing clothes. "It suddenly got so cold last night. Did you all feel it?" He Jia asked while putting on her shoes. "Did someone leave a window open?" The three of them remained silent, each lost in their own thoughts. "But why is it so cold?" He Jia pondered aloud. "It's only October." Feng Shi shot her a look. "Maybe you kicked off your blanket." This seemed plausible, and He Jia chose not to dwell on it further. In the afternoon, the long-awaited return of Li Chunxiao and Carl reunited them with Feng Shui. "What have you been up to, unsatisfied with your desires?" Li Chunxiao bluntly pointed out. Feng Shui shot her a sharp glare. Yu Fei, unsure of what had transpired the previous night, felt her own pheromones stirring, leaving her restless and sleepless. In stark contrast, Yu Fei was brimming with energy throughout the day, yet most of her opponents in the 1,000-point matches were upperclassmen, making practice less effortless than before. Nevertheless, with points amounting to thousands and a modest savings of her own, she chose to prioritize learning over speed. However, in the days that followed, Yu Fei found herself plagued by dreams, her sleep increasingly restless. "Your little follower doesn't have feelings for you, does she, Feng Shui? Is this the new trend?" A faceless voice spoke with a hint of malice. "Get lost." Feng Shui, encircled by a crowd, displayed little emotion, even a touch of indifference. Yu Fei, like a shadow lurking in the darkness, felt something within her fracture with a deafening sound. Awakening in a sweat, Yu Fei looked over at Feng Shui, who lay asleep beside her, puzzled as to why these dreams haunted her. In her dreams, Feng Shui was so callous, her words so hurtful. Yet, prior to this, Yu Fei had treated her with great kindness. In the midst of her confusion, Yu Fei's emotions fluctuated, intensifying with each passing moment. "Why is it so cold again?" He Jia murmured as she wrapped herself tighter in her blanket. Feng Shi furrowed her brow, finally unable to suppress herself. Feng Shui pinched Yu Fei's neck, gritting her teeth. "Your pheromones are leaking." Yu Fei, perplexed, glanced up at the ceiling. With a resigned sigh, Feng Shui propped herself up and leaned closer. "Are you entering your heat cycle?" The oversized nightgown draped down, brushing Yu Fei's face, causing her to blink in surprise. "You smell so good." As she inadvertently touched Feng Shui's flushed face, the latter's ears burned with embarrassment, and she swatted Yu Fei lightly. What had happened to the fierce demeanor she had shown earlier? The force was not strong enough to harm, leaving Yu Fei feeling slightly aggrieved. It was one thing to call her disgusting, but to hit her as well. Feng Shui peered at her, suddenly recalling some unpleasant memories, and instantly regretted her prior actions. Having regained her, she felt a sense of satisfaction, releasing her pheromones to soothe Yu Fei's agitation. Feng Shui lay down beside her. "No matter who you are, whether genuine or false, Yu Fei, stay by my side, if only so I can see you." The next day, Yu Fei was once again greeted by He Jia's complaints, yet she felt nothing, having slept surprisingly well through the night. She had no recollection of the events that transpired. During lunch, she caught a rare glimpse of Feng Shui in the cafeteria, walking alongside Li Chunxiao and Carl, making their way directly to the high-end second floor. All three of them are so stunning. A few female omegas from the medical department, clad in logistical uniforms, whispered in awe. Wealthy, attractive, and talented, truly a display of divine craftsmanship. Exactly. Another girl exclaimed, barely able to contain her excitement. Why does Li Chunxia look so alluring yet so fierce? I want to. Listening to a stream of restricted words, Yu Fei glanced over in disbelief at a girl with a bob haircut and large, innocent eyes. What are you talking about? I think Carl, the sunny boy, is even better. A shy girl chimed in, smiling bashfully. Feng Shui is also beautiful. You're right, but she became so withdrawn after returning from her illness, lacking the allure of the other two, and now she is my classmate. I prefer those older than me, the bob-haired girl lamented. I don't see anything special about them. A voice that disrupted the girl's chatter came from a self-important young man who believed himself to be exceptional yet merely lacked the fortune of being born into privilege. The bob-haired girl rolled her eyes, dismissing him. What an annoyance. Why Yu Fei took it all in, realizing that the entrenched social dynamics at the school left commoners at a disadvantage, often resulting in bullying from the privileged elite. Conversely, the elite themselves looked down upon those who had been coddled, lacking any experience of hardship. The relationship between the two factions was undeniably strained. Chapter 29. Taking a stand. As Yu Fei made her way back to the dormitory, she noticed a crowd gathered in the hallway. It was the path she had to take, and despite her reluctance to join the commotion, she felt compelled to approach and see what was happening. Are you blind? A tall male alpha bellowed in anger, forcefully pinning someone to the ground, his voice laced with fury. I didn't he, came a quivering response that sounded vaguely familiar to Yu Fei. As she stepped closer, she recognized the man from earlier in the cafeteria, who had been pestering a group of young girls. After being ignored in the dining hall, he had returned to the dormitory to seek out his friends. Initially, their conversation had been innocuous, but soon his gaze fell upon a collection of expensive, pristine gaming equipment belonging to his roommate. What is this? He feigned ignorance as he approached. His friend cautioned him, explaining that the roommate was a neat freak and difficult to deal with. Li Ming dismissed the warning, saying, Aren't you on good terms with them? What is there to fear? I just want to take a look. He had frequented this dorm several times, causing ruckus, yet had never encountered any issues with the wealthy occupants, merely soft targets. Now that they were absent, he saw no harm in indulging himself. After all, the equipment was purchased to be enjoyed. His friend, fully aware of Li Ming's character, wished to distance himself from such individuals but felt obliged to keep him in check, given their shared background. However, Li Ming easily broke free from his grasp. I'm just looking, no need to overreact, he scoffed. Unable to reason with him, his friend decided to excuse himself, claiming he had pressing matters to attend to, urging Li Ming to join him. Li Ming waved him off. Go on your own, why should I follow you? His friend's expression darkened. Suit yourself. Thus, the ensuing chaos unfolded. As the wealthy roommate returned to the dormitory, he was greeted by the sight of someone lounging in his custom gaming chair, barefoot and engrossed in a newly purchased game. Enraged, he swung his fist, knocking Li Ming to the ground. Turning his attention to the computer, he was unaware that Li Ming had inadvertently pressed a series of keys, causing the screen to flicker uncontrollably. Are you trying to die? The rich youth, having reached his breaking point, unleashed a flurry of blows, while two other roommates observed with detached interest. Li Ming, caught off guard, found himself unable to retaliate, only able to cower and whimper. I didn't he mean to, I didn't he know it was yours. Are you blind? The wealthy student kicked him viciously. Do you have any idea how expensive my things are? They could buy your miserable life and then some. I didn't he, Li Ming curled up on the floor, his eyes darting around. That was Xiaoji who let me play, it wasn't he my intention. Xiaoji, the friend who had earlier tried to restrain him, arrived just in time to witness the tumult. Initially intending to intervene, he was taken aback by the accusations flying around. Is that what you're saying? The wealthy student spotted Xiaoji among the crowd. Xiaoji, having seen enough of Li Ming's antics, smirked coldly. I told him not to touch your things. He just wouldn't he listen. Li Ming, taken aback by Xiaoji's early return, felt a wave of resentment wash over him as he realized he had been abandoned. The next moment, he was seized by the collar and thrown out, landing right at Yu Fei's feet. Yu Fei took a step back, locking eyes with Li Ming, who, despite not knowing her, seemed to seize upon her presence as a lifeline, shouting, "Help me, save me." The rich student's expression soured as he momentarily halted his aggression, recognizing Yu Fei from their shared class, given their dormitories were in close proximity. "Are you going to help him?" Yu Fei was neither a savior nor a fool. Upon grasping the situation, she chose silence, stepping back from the fray. Li Ming, now devoid of a support, found it even harder to accept, especially since Yu Fei was one of their key recruitment targets. "You're just like us, why won't you help me? Are you content to let them bully us?" he spat, his voice dripping with indignation. Many of those who had gathered turned their gazes toward Yu Fei. Unbeknownst to her, she had positioned herself at the forefront of the crowd, standing alongside the wealthy student, with Li Ming blooded at her feet. It appeared as though she was complicit in the bullying, standing with the so-called privileged against the disadvantaged of their school. This was an unpalatable notion, and the expressions of the onlookers began to shift. Yu Fei found herself increasingly repulsed by these self-righteous individuals, who acted as if those without wealth but with capability must stand as their protectors, while neglecting their own responsibilities. To refuse was deemed shameful and unacceptable. However, if the truly disadvantaged sought her assistance, she would not turn a blind eye. Yet it irked her that those who were perfectly capable insisted on their need for protection, often revealing a different face behind closed doors. This perpetuated a cycle where those genuinely in need remained unsupported, while opportunists thrived amidst the chaos. "I have never stood with you," Yu Fei declared firmly before the gathered crowd. "Today, and in the future, I shall not." Li Ming remained obstinate. "Even so, you bear some responsibility." Yu Fei was almost amused by his absurdity. "What nonsense is this? Just by being present, I am responsible." Losing patience with such entitlement, Yu Fei crouched down to meet his gaze. "You have no right to meddle with what does not belong to you without permission. If you break someone else's belongings, that's your fault, yet somehow I, as a mere bystander, am held accountable for being obstructed on my way back to my dorm." Li Ming, realizing Yu Fei had been observing for quite some time, noticed her growing impatience, the subtle tension in her demeanor. Her sleeveless training outfit revealed a distinct tattoo on her arm, which seemed to pulse with an unspoken pressure, rendering him speechless. "Since there are so many witnesses today, I will reiterate," Yu Fei stated. "I will have no part in your petty squabbles. Do you understand?" Li Ming nodded, defeated. While Yu Fei, unwilling to linger any longer, stood up. "Then kindly inform them," she gestured towards the crowd of opportunists. With that, she turned and left, making her way back to the dormitory without obstruction. Shortly after, Feng arrived at the dorm, casting a fleeting glance at Yu Fei without exchanging pleasantries. That night, He Jia was once again roused from her slumber, but this time not due to Yu Fei's pheromones. Thanks to Feng Shui's evening guidance, Yu Fei had seamlessly navigated through her heat cycle. Perhaps it was her lack of desire in that regard that made this experience significantly easier. The wind gusted, throwing open the window, and a light rain began to fall outside, causing the temperature indoors to plummet. Initially, no one paid it any mind, until the drizzle persisted for nearly a week, despite forecasts predicting clear skies. The teachers arriving for class appeared burdened by unspoken worries. Once again, Yu Fei chose to return home for the weekend, with nothing pressing to attend to. He just suggested visiting her long-lost sister to foster camaraderie among roommates, and the two set off together. Upon disembarking from the tram, the contrast between the prosperous urban center and the impoverished outskirts was stark. He Jia's eyes widened in astonishment as she took in the scene before her, yet she did not express disdain. "I suddenly feel you're impressive, Yu Fei," she remarked. "To escape from places like this and attend the same school as us must have required immense effort." While this may not have sounded particularly flattering at first, coming from the naive and endearing He Jia, it was likely meant as genuine praise. Yu Fei, holding an umbrella, stepped off the platform, acknowledging the truth in He Jia's words. Though she had arrived later, those from her original world indeed had to exert considerable effort to break free from such conditions. Take Shuluran, for instance. Yufei had observed her training diligently alone for extended periods. Despite being a beater with no lack of talent, she still persevered in her efforts. Hijia caught up with Yufei under the umbrella. Do you think I should buy something for my sister? Weren't you supposed to get something before coming? I didn't know what to buy. Then don't buy anything. Don't, that would make me seem like a stingy sister. Thus, the two ventured into one of the few small shops available. I'll take this, and this, Hijio exclaimed, gesturing extravagantly at the items on the shelf. Yufei sighed in exasperation. You can't possibly eat that much, little one. It's fine, it won't all be consumed in one sitting. Their conversation meandered on as the gentle rain continued to fall, splattering against the ground and merging into the drainage system without a sound. Meanwhile, the filthy, odorous soil below echoed with a series of hisses and splashes. Chapter 30, The Ambush of the Mutated Two-Headed Fish. Yufei, accompanied by Hijio, made her way home after purchasing their items. Although they traversed this path many times before, an unsettling feeling lingered, as if someone were shadowing them. Hijio, ever sensitive to changes in her environment, furrowed her brows. Yufei, I detect a foul, fishy odor that wasn't present earlier. The pair halted in their tracks. Yufei glanced back, observing several figures passing through the rain, yet nothing appeared amiss. It smells even worse now. Hijio grimaced, covering her nose. While Yufei focused intently on her surroundings. Just then, a faint tremor seemed to emanate from beneath the ground. What is that sound of water? Hijio suddenly inquired. A sudden rush of air followed her words, and the manhole cover behind them was wrenched away. Yufei and Hijio instinctively leapt aside, their belongings scattering across the ground. A grotesque arm, resembling a human limb yet possessing webbed fingers, clawed at the edge of the opening, and then, an entity taller than a human emerged. With a face reminiscent of a fish and a decomposed body slick with slime. Hiss, 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 it fixated its gaze upon Yufei and Hijio, and in the next moment, it uttered, delicious, so delicious, a mutated aquatic creature, capable of human speech. Bystanders and residents on the street screamed in terror, fleeing in all directions. The commotion diverted the two-headed fish's attention from Yufei and Hijio, its clouded eyes bulging as if they might burst, blood vessels crisscrossing its gaze. With a powerful swipe of its tail, it surged toward the panicking crowd. Help, help! A mother and her child, unable to escape, watched in despair as the ravenous monster approached with its more agape. In a flash, a colossal shadow descended from above, ensnaring the pair in its slimy embrace, only to have one of its tentacles bitten off by the approaching two-headed fish. Yufei experienced a momentary headache, yet it was bearable. Infuriated by the pain, the octopus flung its tentacle, emitting a resonant roar that reverberated through the air, then fiercely clutched the fish's body, dragging it into a fierce struggle. The mother and child remained frozen in shock after the octopus departed, staring vacantly at the two creatures, their bodies coated in a viscous substance. For the first time, Hijio witnessed Yufei's tangible manifestation of an entity. After a brief moment of astonishment, she gathered the paralyzed mother and child, ushering them away from the battleground to evacuate the residents, then dialed the city guard. Without protection or a materialized spirit, it would only complicate matters for her to rush forward. In an unexpected synergy, Yufei and the octopus collaborated in their lucid state for the first time, their minds instinctively attuned to one another. The two-headed fish, attempting a flanking maneuver, found itself ensnared by the octopus's tentacles, its decaying form forcefully pinned to the ground, thrashing and shrieking, before it sank its tooth-filled maw onto the octopus. Sizzle! The furious octopus retaliated by tearing off one of its fish heads. In an instant, green blood gushed forth, and Yufei inadvertently had a droplet splash into her eye, the slightly corrosive liquid causing her to shield her face and bow her head. The lifeless fish head rolled down the drain, while the arriving guard apprehended the increasingly agitated mutated fish. While Yufei, having expended much of her mental energy in battle, sat on the roadside. Hijio continued to assist the panicked crowd when a female guard noticed her distress and approached with concern. Are you all right? Yufei's eyes throbbed painfully, and her facial muscles twitched involuntarily. Before she could utter that she was fine, a crimson hue blurred her vision, and she collapsed. Yu Fei. Upon hearing of the incident, Fangxing had sent several messages to Yu Fei, but receiving no reply, he rushed over with Lulu, only to witness her fallen state. Yu Fei was hastily transported to the hospital, her temperature rising in the ambulance, the monitoring machines incessantly beeping. "Brother, will Yu Fei die?" Lulu, seeing Yu Fei blooded and unconscious, asked in a daze. Fangxing, embracing her head, feigned calmness, reassuring her, "No, she won't." Yet, in the slums, medical facilities were far from adequate. Even upon her arrival, Yu Fei remained in a high fever, and all were at a loss. He urged them to transfer Yu Fei to a higher-tier hospital, but was met with the response that they lacked the authority, and contacting such a facility would take time. Yet by then, even if Yu Fei's life was preserved, what would become of her eyes? Infuriated, he kicked a nearby chair and grabbed her communicator. Fangxing, observing the chaos around him, felt immense guilt, believing that if it weren't for himself and Lulu, Yu Fei would not have encountered the mutated creature. But now, perhaps someone could save Yu Fei. A figure flashed in his mind, prompting Fangxing to retrieve his communicator and dial the number he despised most. The Feng family arrived even sooner than the hospital he contacted. They were the most illustrious family on planet S, engaged in countless industries, including the best hospital in S City. Feng Shui was among the crowd, clad in her school uniform, yet none dared to regard her as a mere junior. Yu Fei was swiftly transported to the superior hospital, along with the captured mutated fish. That fish is teeming with bacteria, but her left eye, due to timely intervention, has only suffered minor corrosion. "It's not serious," a middle-aged man in a white coat informed Feng Shui. "We haven't yet identified the cause of her fever. We examined her blood, and found nothing amiss." "Then why is she unconscious?" Feng Shui posed the question that weighed on everyone's mind. "Perhaps it's due to excessive mental energy depletion," the man suggested. "Let us observe her for the afternoon. I can administer some restorative medication. As for her eye issue, we are already addressing it." With no other options available, Feng Shui nodded for him to proceed. Departing with a heavy heart, the man exhaled deeply, hoping his judgment would prove correct. Otherwise, they would all face dire consequences. Back in his office, the man took a sip of water. Knock, 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 someone was at the door. "Who is it?" he replied impatiently. "Come in." By afternoon, Yu Fei remained unconscious despite receiving the medication. Feng Shui stood by, observing the man as he worked. "All done," the man remarked, looking at Feng Shui with a smile. "She'll recover soon." Feng Shui ignored him, and the man, sensing her disinterest, discreetly left. After waiting anxiously outside the ward for what felt like an eternity, Lulu still had not seen Yu Fei awaken, her eyes brimming with tears, yet she remained quiet, merely leaning against Fangxing, staring longingly at the room. He paced restlessly. Finally, at 1 o'clock in the morning, with stable vital signs, Yu Fei opened her eyes. The doctor who had administered the medication, along with others, conducted thorough checks, repeatedly confirming there were no issues. One of Yu Fei's eyes was bandaged, her vision still somewhat blurred and uncomfortable. She felt parched and was about to speak when a hand presented her with a cup of water. Feng Shui's expression was grave, and she remained silent. While Yu Fei's pupils widened as she uttered a grateful, "Thank you," accepting the cup. Yu Fei. With permission granted to enter, Lulu rushed in, tearfully leaning over the bedside. "Are you all right?" Yu Fei gently patted her head. In truth, she herself was surprised to have fainted. She had only felt pain in her eyes and a slight headache. Otherwise, she was fine. "Your eye will remain bandaged for 3 days. During this time, try to keep it dry," Feng Shui interjected. While Yu Fei nodded. Lulu, gazing at Feng Shui, grasped Yu Fei's hand, saying, "Today, the bad sister helped Yu Fei wake up." Thus, she refrained from calling her a bad woman. Yu Fei stared at Feng Shui in astonishment, finally noticing the fatigue masked beneath her serious demeanor. "Why are you looking at me?" Feng Shui asked. While Yu Fei's gaze flickered. "Thank you." Behind her, He Jia and Fangxing entered. Feng Shui regarded Yu Fei, a subtle smile curving her lips, before turning to leave. After spending the weekend in the hospital, Yu Fei bid farewell to Lulu on Monday and returned to school. Following the attack, due to the involvement of the mutated creature, both Yu Fei and He Jia were summoned by the police for questioning. Once the investigation concluded, the two received commendation banners from grateful citizens for their bravery. The incessant rain finally gave way to clear skies, lifting the spirits of the residents in the dormitory, especially He Jia, who was relieved to be rid of the chill. However, the upcoming dissection class brought a wave of nausea. As a newly emerged mutated species, the two-headed fish, now capable of speech, had endured numerous incisions under the scrutiny of researchers. Near death, it was sent to the school to extract its final value. The instructor discussed recent studies conducted on it, encouraging students to actively seek its weaknesses. Unlike the excitement felt by newcomers witnessing a living mutant for the first time, He Jia stroked her chin thoughtfully. The two-headed fish, and what about the head that was torn off by the octopus? Chapter 31, The Insatiable Human Heart. How fascinating, it even moves, exclaimed a student, astonished by the mutated fish on the dissection table. Are you out of your mind? Another retorted, it's terrifying, not cool at all. Just wait until you encounter it in reality. He Jia nodded in agreement, acknowledging that only in real life could one truly grasp the horror of such creatures. I heard you and Yu Fei from the special recruitment class were involved in subduing it, inquired a well-informed student who had approached. He Jia shook his head, replying honestly, it was Yu Fei. Didn't he have the opportunity to participate? Indeed, without weaponry to aid him and lacking the ability to materialize his spiritual body, he stood little chance against such enormous and ferocious beings. Merely being able to protect himself was a considerable feat. Yu Fei from the special recruitment class, someone asked. Yes, the one with the octopus, right. Now that you mention it, I recall. So do I. It appeared that many remembered Yu Fei. After all, he was the first among the new recruits to master materialization without a mentor and the first selected for the program. What's so impressive about that? Sneered Li Ming from a corner, his eyes filled with disdain and resentment. He's just a sycophant for the nobles. After being beaten by a wealthy peer, his actions were brought to light, leading to his ostracization by everyone, leaving him harboring lingering bitterness. The bones of the mutated fish are even harder than we imagined, the instructor continued. In comparative materials, their density exceeds that of the well-known mutated red lizard bones used in mech manufacturing. Given that it possesses a phonetic system akin to humans, it is considered a cutting-edge evolutionary specimen. This is a rare educational opportunity. I hope it aids all of you in understanding new entities and lays the groundwork for the future. Upon hearing this, the students ceased their chatter and began to engage earnestly in their studies. Many were initially hesitant to take action, fearing that the suspended mutated fish might suddenly retaliate. However, the composed He Jia was the first to step forward and separate a portion of its limbs. The mutated fish thrashed in pain, yet it was firmly restrained by the metal apparatus, its blood splattered, but with the example of Yu Fei in mind, everyone had been advised to don protective gear before class. They also shielded their eyes. Feng Shi also participated, taking a piece, and as she descended, the thrashing remnants of the mutated fish caused her palm to inadvertently jab against a fish spine, fortunately without drawing blood. During the second class, when it was the special admission class's turn, the fish was nearly gasping its last breaths, its once vibrant red-veined eyes now taking on a pallid hue. Yu Fei, whose primary field of study was medicine, exhibited remarkable composure, in stark contrast to her peers who appeared utterly at a loss. Under the scrutiny of her classmates, she deftly stripped the fish down to its bones within mere minutes, gaining a fundamental understanding of the muscle and vascular structures, ultimately reaping her rewards. Compared to the formidable challenge of severing the fish's head, they could opt to target the convergence of its blood vessels or the dorsal and fin regions, where nerves were abundant, thus inducing excessive blood loss and diminishing its mobility. The teacher nodded in appreciation before instructing the students to collectively gather the remains, subsequently declaring the class dismissed. The fish had ultimately fulfilled its final purpose. While Yu Fei gained notoriety once more at school, yet she remained devoid of any arrogance, diligently continuing her studies, engaging in competitions, and retreating to her dormitory for rest. If one were to inquire as to why, it was perhaps the lingering shadows of her previous fainting spell that loomed large, revealing her unexpected fragility, prompting her to commit to rigorous training. Here you go. On her tranquil return to the dormitory, Yu Fei was once again intercepted. Li Ming, now devoid of the disheveled appearance from earlier, stood with an air of arrogance, tossing a brand-new gaming laptop at the entrance of the wealthy student's dormitory. It's merely a trinket, hardly worth anything. He no longer resembled the impoverished figure he once was. The conspicuous designer logos adorning his attire were startling, and he donned the latest footwear. Could he have resorted to thievery? Someone whispered discreetly. After all, he had a record. Who knows? Li Ming caught wind of their conversation, his eyes bulging terrifyingly, veins bursting with fury. You're the one who should be stealing. This is my hard-earned money. And where exactly would you earn that? The other party remained unfazed, scoffing derisively. If you told me gold fell from the sky for you, I might entertain the thought. Laughter erupted among the onlookers. Li Ming, infuriated, gasped for breath, his throat emitting a sound akin to a broken wind instrument, veins throbbing at his temples, as he seemed to search for something, hastily retreating to his dormitory. The wealthy student kicked the gaming laptop Li Ming had discarded, slamming the dormitory door shut. As Yu Fei passed through the crowd, she overheard a voice. Damn it, that fool Li Ming, dressed so Trouble was imminent. The school discovered discrepancies in the number of mutated fish remains, with a significant quantity of fish bones mysteriously vanished. Those appointed by the teacher to oversee the matter were swiftly taken away for questioning. We know nothing. It was Li Ming who took them, it was Li Ming. He has gone mad with poverty. I only acquiesced in a moment of weakness. This has nothing to do with us. Due to the involvement of faculty and students, the investigation was entrusted to Li Chunxiao, who was frequently on assignment. She tossed the transaction records onto the table, a cold smile curling her lips. Did he force this money upon you? The group finally bowed their heads in admission, acknowledging their collusion in the crime. That night, as He Jiao prepared for sleep, she was once again gripped by a chilling sensation. Irritated, she opened her eyes. Why is this damned window open again? Resigned, she rose to close it. Ever since she had taken the windowside position, restful sleep had eluded her. The commotion stirred the three others from their slumber, groggy yet alert. As He Jiao reached to pull the window shut, she found it inexplicably resistant, as though someone outside were tugging at it. But this was the fourth floor. A drop of liquid splattered onto her hand, causing her to recoil in alarm, crashing into the table at the center of the dormitory, producing a loud thud. What was that? She seized a book from the table and hurled it outside, shouting. Yu Fei and the others jolted awake, instinctively rising in vigilance. Hiss, 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 from outside, a familiar yet nauseating sound echoed. Li Ming pressed against the wall, contorting his head to peer through the window, grinning grotesquely, his neck emitting unsettling cracking noises. Soaked to the bone, his eyes bulged with rage, resembling those of a fish, his tongue limply protruding from his mouth, dripping saliva incessantly. An infected one, Li Ming was infected. Chapter 32, The Murder of Li Ming. Indifferent Yu Fei, at the window, Feng Shui, using one hand to support herself against the bed railing, leapt down. In the moment of collective astonishment, she seized an iron chair from the ground and hurled it with great force. The chair struck Li Ming's head, causing him to nearly lose his grip on the wall and tumble down. Feng Shui turned back, exclaiming, "Run, what are you waiting for?" The cramped space was ill-suited for combat, prompting several to flee swiftly. Once Li Ming regained his balance, he propelled himself through the window, pursuing the others. The combative Alpha dormitory prohibited the presence of weapons, and the group, uncertain of Li Ming's infection source, dared not engage him. The sound of their hurried footsteps disturbed the slumbering Alphas, who angrily flung open their doors, only to be met with a scene that rendered them speechless. Xieji was so stunned he could not utter a word. Li Ming, appearing somewhat lucid, spotted Xieji and abruptly abandoned his pursuit of Yu Fei and the others, turning instead to attack. Feng Shui wished to assist but was already too late. Li Ming had mercilessly cleaved a significant portion of Xieji's head, causing him to collapse lifelessly. All present were left in shock. the still protected individuals erupted into a cacophony of Li Ming, with a menacing glare directed at the pale-faced scions within the dormitory, emitted a triumphant har 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 from his throat. Reaching the ground floor, Yu Fei pressed the emergency button on the robotic dormitory supervisor, and the blaring siren echoed throughout the campus, signaling the opening of the locked dormitory office. Batons, energy guns, tranquilizer darts, tools meant to manage unruly, disruptive alphas, were readily available. Deeper within lay hot melt knives, flamethrowers, and meteor hammers. Feng Shui, she shouted from below. Catch! Upon hearing the call, Feng Shui instinctively glanced over, spotting several weapons tossed her way, which she swiftly coiled around with her black serpent. She then tossed one to He Jiao and another to Feng Xi. That moment, Li Ming launched his assault. He moved not like a human but instead propelled himself using the strength of his lower limbs, leaving the aristocratic youths within the room with nowhere to retreat, their faces etched with despair. Zealer, Feng Shui twisted the flamethrower and unleashed a torrent of fire behind her. Li Ming was struck, collapsing instantly, flames igniting behind him. The searing pain elicited a series of anguished cries as he glared wrathfully at the instigator, Feng Shui. Kill them! Kill them! A voice echoed relentlessly in his mind. Li Ming fell to the ground, a viscous slime oozing from his body, while the flames on his back dwindled. Before the eyes of all, he began to undergo a second transformation. Web-like appendages sprouted from between his fingers, and sharp fins emerged from his back. Feng Shui, wielding the flamethrower, increased its power, continuously firing. Li Ming, now resembling a wraith, charged toward Feng Shui, only to be struck by a meteor hammer thrown from above, sending him crashing into the wall. Yu Fei, panting heavily, appeared on the fourth floor, brandishing a hot melt knife as she rushed forward. Attack his back, she commanded. Feng Shui discarded the flamethrower, seizing the hot melt knife Yu Fei had just thrown and infused it with her mental energy as she advanced. He Jiao and Feng Qi followed closely behind. Armed with weapons, the four no longer found themselves in a state of defensiveness. They swiftly severed Li Ming's attacking hands and legs. Yu Fei leapt onto Li Ming's back, deftly plunging the knife in, then forcefully prying it open. Li Ming, who had been frenzied moments before, abruptly ceased his movements as if his battery had been removed, collapsing to the ground, his eyes a dull grey. You. Fei Yu. Fei, he murmured, his expression vacant. Wang. When Li Chuanxia arrived with his team, the four stood vigil around Li Ming, who had already succumbed. Due to the connection with the mutated fish, Li Chuanxia received orders to retrieve Li Ming's corpse for research and to thoroughly investigate all individuals who had come into contact with him. He Jiao underwent a rigorous examination, as it was her third encounter with the mutated fish. Yu Fei was subjected to an extensive inspection from head to toe, as records of her hospitalization due to injuries from the mutated fish were confirmed, ensuring she exhibited no signs of infection before being confined to an isolation room for 2 full days to monitor for any indications of contamination. Consequently, the entire school underwent a 2-day lockdown for disinfection and sterilization. The final investigation revealed that Li Ming, while trafficking in fish bones, had neglected to take protective measures, resulting in a puncture wound from a sharp bone spur, allowing bacteria to enter his body and triggering an infection. Yu Fei was eventually released, but by then, the end of the semester loomed, leaving her no time to reflect on the incident with Li Ming as she had to focus on her studies. She studied exhaustively, and in the afternoon, she still needed to participate in point-earning activities. Over time, she began to feel a heaviness enveloping her, casting a shadow over her demeanor. On that unfortunate day, the opponent chosen by Yu Fei was a sophomore specializing in single combat. Upon seeing her, he quickly conceded. Everyone in their building was well aware that Yu Fei had ruthlessly dispatched Li Ming. While they recognized that such thoughts were misguided, after all, without 416, countless lives could be at stake, they perceived Li Ming, despite his infection, as no different from any other person. In the face of a former classmate, Yu Fei's ruthlessness and composure were unsettling. Rumors circulated that she was a madwoman with a penchant for dissection, Over the course of a single night, Yu Fei's reputation plummeted, transitioning from an unnoticed talent to a remorseless killer. In the final public dissection class, she found herself unusually isolated, devoid of any team members. Feng Shui approached and stood silently beside her. Soon after, He Jiao and Feng Qi also joined. Qihong glanced at Yu Fei and then back at her companions before hastily running over. Although she had only spent a brief time with Yu Fei during the entrance assessment, she believed Yu Fei was anything but the cold-blooded monster others claimed her to be. After all, Yu Fei had shielded her when she fell. Moreover, if it were not for Yu Fei, would they not have all fallen victim to Li Ming? Yu Fei remained largely unfazed by these thoughts, continuing her work. However, to claim that taking a life had not affected her would be disingenuous. Yet, upon reflection, she recognized that Li Ming had been deeply infected and had exhibited harmful behavior. Should she simply stand by and await her fate, Yu Fei could not recklessly abandon her own life. In the dilemma between life and death, she naturally chose her own survival. It was merely a reflection of humanity's instinct to seek advantage and avoid harm. Feng Qi, out of the corner of her eye, kept glancing at Yu Fei, who appeared unfazed, and inadvertently cut her own hand. Fortunately, today's dissection task involved a common specimen devoid of infectious properties. "Are you all right?" He Jiao inquired, noticing the cut on Feng Qi's finger, where a piece of flesh dangled precariously. Alarmed, she retrieved a tissue from her pocket and offered it. "I'm fine." Feng Qi waved her hand dismissively, then popped her finger into her mouth. He Jiao felt a shiver run down her spine. "That's so dirty." "Feng Qi, don't you have a cleanliness obsession?" Chapter 33, As you see, Feng Qi blinked her eyes, seemingly in a state of confusion, yet she still withdrew her hand from her mouth, allowing He Jiao to fetch the gauze to wrap her wound. In the age of interstellar travel, there is no distinct sensation of winter's arrival, possibly due to the historical global warming and the geographical positioning of the planet. In December, Yu Fei could only perceive a slight drop in temperature, but it was not particularly cold. By the time the exams concluded and the holiday began, it was already the end of December, and the sky had only just begun to sprinkle snowflakes like delicate strands of rain. "What are your plans for the winter break?" He Jiao asked nonchalantly while tidying up her belongings, not even glancing back. "Nothing in particular," Feng Qi replied. Why, Yu Fei added, "I have no arrangements for now." Feng Shui lay on the bed. "I'll just sleep." Her spiritual essence had already begun its hibernation, leaving her feeling perpetually fatigued. "Now that sounds dreadfully dull," He Jiao remarked. "I have nothing to do either, and I was hoping to play with one of you." "Always thinking about playing," Feng Qi retorted. "You nearly failed your cultural exam, didn't you?" With a sharp tongue, He Jiao clutched her heart dramatically. "All right, let us not delve into such disheartening topics." "I am in dire need of mental rescue," Feng Qi responded, neurotic. Feng Qi rolled her eyes. "But do you truly not wish to go out?" He Jiao pressed on, unwilling to concede. "I heard that this year, the Sea will host an unparalleled maritime fireworks display. It is common knowledge that every year, different regions come up with new ways to attract tourists," Feng Qi countered. "Moreover, the so-called unprecedented fireworks festival actually took place last year." A flustered He Jiao rushed over, playfully pinning Feng Qi to the chair. Shut up, I don't want to go," Feng Shui said, catching onto He Jiao's underlying meaning. "I just feel sleepier there." The Azure Sea, located on the frigid Y star, consistently experiences temperatures plummeting to -20 degrees Celsius, which would be akin to a deep slumber for the already hibernating black serpent. No, He Jiao lamented. "I need someone to accompany me." Yu Fei found a perfect excuse. "I have no money." Upon hearing this, He Jiao immediately turned and retrieved 4 round-trip tickets she had meticulously prepared, placing them in Yu Fei's hands. Yu Fei is the best. Ultimately, the entire dormitory set off from the starting point. Naturally, Yu Fei could not take advantage of He Jiao, and neither could Feng Shui and Feng Qi. The three suggested transferring the ticket costs to her, only to be firmly declined. "Such a trivial matter. If you're being polite, I'll expect a delicious meal from you when we get there," He Jiao exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. Yu Fei, eager to enjoy herself, could not abandon the siblings Fangxing and Fan Lei at home. After inquiring, Fangxing, for some unknown reason, couldn't he join, leaving Yu Fei to bring along the wide-eyed Lei. With her savings amounting to over 300,000, Fang Xing only insisted on taking half, allowing Yu Fei to use the rest to enjoy an outing with Fang Lele. After purchasing a half-price ticket for the child, the five of them boarded the spaceship Fang Lele, bundled up snugly by Fang Xing before their departure, donned a white down jacket, and when she leaned against the window to gaze outside, she resembled a chubby little snowman. He just sat opposite her, watching the round cheeks with growing warmth in her eyes. In the interstellar realm, due to survival issues, the birth rate is exceedingly low. As an only child, he just cherished children, but her parents adamantly refused to have any, claiming they were too difficult to raise. How could they be so hard to raise? The little person in Hejiao's mind screamed, "They're just too lazy," to which Hejiao's parents would respond, "Sai, do you know why we can easily let her go out? It's peaceful, too peaceful." In fact, upon landing, the group stepped out of the station and immediately felt the biting cold wind slicing against their faces. Aside from the well-wrapped Fang Lele, the other four shivered from head to toe. It appeared they hadn't dressed warmly enough. Oh no, suddenly, Hijio darted away, her legs in full flight. The others watched her retreating figure, their mouths twitching. As expected, Feng Shui, as she had predicted, was utterly exhausted upon their arrival, lying motionless on the hotel bed. Hijio, lacking the manifestation of her spiritual essence, was not particularly affected and did not quite understand why Yu Fei is sleepy. Feng Shi began unpacking her luggage, donning a thicker coat. The deep-sea octopus only chooses to hibernate when temperatures are extremely low. The current temperature is quite comfortable for it. Does that mean it sleeps like Feng Shui? Feng Shi deliberately frightened her. In cold weather, octopuses may choose to remain inactive instead of truly hibernating, conserving energy by reducing activity and metabolism, sustaining themselves by gnawing on their own tentacles until the temperature rises the following year, at which point their bare limbs will regenerate. Hijio's face paled, struggling to envision Yu Fei gnawing on her own hands and feet, bloody and gruesome. Knock, 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 a loud knock interrupted, causing Hijio to cling onto Feng Shi in fright. Har har har, the plan succeeded, and Feng Shi laughed uncontrollably, her previous air of pride and aloofness completely vanishing. Outside the door, Fang Lele bit her finger and turned to look at Yu Fei. "Aren't they here?" Once the group gathered their things, they finally ventured out. The deep blue surface of the sea was now thickly frozen over, with many people donning ice skates, creating a lively atmosphere. Yu Fei guided Fang Lele through the crowd, where they stumbled upon information about the Azure Sea. Decades ago, this area was one of the most perilous seas, plagued by mutated marine creatures that caused immense suffering to local residents. The most dangerous incident was instigated by a great white shark, a blue-ringed octopus, and an orca, which, within 2 days, led a host of mutated sea creatures to slay hundreds of inhabitants living by the sea, with a looming threat of encroaching ashore, resulting in a danger assessment soaring to SS. The scent of blood drove many creatures into a frenzy, raising the mutation levels in the area to alarming heights. Ultimately, it was the aging former marshal who reclaimed this territory, sacrificing his life and employing his spiritual essence to quell the chaos, thus bringing the massacre to a close. Due to this valiant achievement, the Azure Sea became well known and was transformed into a tourist destination by those with ulterior motives. Nearly 60 years have passed since then, and the former marshal's spiritual essence has grown exceedingly weak, yet fortunately, no unforeseen troubles have arisen. "Yu Fei, what are you doing over there? Hurry and change your shoes to come play." Hijio's cheerful call drew Yu Fei's attention back, and she turned to see Hijio dancing gracefully on the icy surface, waving at her. "How embarrassing," Feng Shi muttered as she noticed the gazes directed their way, silently covering her face. After Yu Fei helped Fang Lele change into her skates and led her through the entrance, she spotted Feng Shui leaning against the railing. It appeared that she was on the verge of dozing off, her tall and slender figure slouched slightly, her eyes barely open, her exquisitely sculpted features standing out amidst the crowd, the weariness softening her once aloof demeanor, giving her an unexpectedly endearing appearance. Like a pig-nosed snake, but Yu Fei chuckled at her own thoughts, quickly covering her mouth and hastening past her. Feng Shui glanced up at Yu Fei's retreating figure before resuming her nap. Chapter 34, The Lost Lele and the Mysterious Woman. The familiar Fang Lele clutched her Jier's clothing, gleefully playing, blissfully unaware as she was nearly swept away. her laughter ringing out. Hergier, equally carefree, held onto her while gliding across the icy surface, finding delight in the vendors they encountered, even more so than Lele. The duo, one large and one small, frolicked from dawn till dusk, particularly curious about the colourful adornments atop Hergier's head. Outside, Yufei and Feng Shi, along with Feng Shui, sat at a round table in silence. How much longer must they wait? At last, feeling fatigued, Hergier approached with Lele in tow, pausing for a brief respite before exclaiming, "Let us go eat." Lele's little face was flushed from the cold, obediently allowing Yufei to warm her cheeks with her hands. Upon hearing Hergier's voice, she raised her hand excitedly. Okay. The group ventured together to the snack street, timing their meal perfectly to enjoy the upcoming fireworks display. During the bustling winter holiday season, the crowds were overwhelming, and Feng Shui declined Hergier's suggestion of leisurely browsing, opting instead to stay put in a cozy eatery. Yufei, too, was reluctant to move, but Lele was unusually energetic that day. "Calm down for a moment, let us take a break," Feng Shi insisted, "I could recite lines at this rate." Yufei, for some reason, she seemed to grasp a hint of Hergier's spirited state. Lele perched atop a high stool, enjoying her meal while occasionally lifting her face to relish Yufei's affectionate touches. She felt as though the fun had only just begun. Today was truly delightful. However, her gaze shifted to Feng Shui, sitting beside her, seemingly lacking vitality all day. Was she unwell? Lele leaned towards Yufei, whispering conspiratorially, "That sister seems a bit weak. Let us suggest she rest." She thought she had spoken softly enough, but the table was small, and the presence of several alphas made her voice audible. Feng Shi turned, eyes wide with surprise. "Hergier." Feng Shui raised a hand to gently grasp Lele's head, turning her face towards her, a disturbingly wide grin spreading across her features. Did I just hear someone say they were weak?" Lele squealed, panicking. She was certain she would have nightmares tonight. "Oh dear," Yufei affectionately patted Lele's head. "Little one, weakness and fragility are not the same. Your intentions are good, but perhaps refrain from rushing next time." Before the fireworks display commenced, the group still had time to purchase small fireworks and local souvenirs. Feng Shui, no longer drowsy, walked alongside the others with a serious demeanor. Upon spotting an item Lele admired, she swiftly paid for it and tossed it into her bag. Lele glared at her, indignant, slamming her hand down on a glass bell on the table. "That's mine." She was hardly taller than the table, lacking any intimidating presence. Feng Shui effortlessly plucked the bell from beside her and declared, "How much? I'll take it." The vendor, recognizing a customer, promptly packaged it. Feng Shui received it and held it aloft in front of Lele, hanging it from her own bag. Lele pursed her lips, silent. Moments later, tears welled in her eyes, her lips quivering. "War, bad woman." Hergier, fireworks in hand, wore an expression of disbelief. Is it possible that Feng Shui's inability to hibernate has rendered her a bit unhinged? She had deviated from her usual character. Yufei, suppressing a smile, consoled the tearful Lele, while Feng Shui, in high spirits, strode ahead. No, it was merely a childish grudge. Exhausted from crying, Lele took Yufei's hand, wanting to distance herself from Feng Shui. As night fell, the three adults and one child, stood by the sea, surrounded by a cacophony of countdowns, witnessing a dazzling fireworks spectacle. The grand finale featured fireworks shaped like whales. Lele, awestruck by the sight before her, forgot the earlier unpleasantness and began to play with the fireworks she had purchased alongside Hergier. "Yufei, this is for you," she said, holding out several lit sparklers. Yufei reached out to accept them, dressed in all black. Feng Shui stood aloof nearby, uninterested in such trivialities. "Here." Lele tugged at her pant leg, interrupting her lofty demeanor. Feng Shui took the sparklers, and the small devices danced in her hand, emitting beautiful arcs of light. Caught up in the moment, Lele declared, "Even though you're a bad woman, this is for you." Then she scampered off to play with Yufei. Feng Shui clenched the fireworks tightly in her hand. How utterly foolish. The group continued their playful antics until the early hours, before finally making their way back to the hotel. Yufei, feeling drowsy, tilted her head back, yawning several times. Lele, not wanting to be carried, walked between Hergier and Yufei, chatting and laughing. "Hey, this looks interesting." Suddenly captivated by a nearby stall, Hajia stepped aside to investigate. Why Yufei yawned again, wiping away the corners of her eyes, turning to look as well. Hajia stood in front of a vendor, fiddling with something, completely alone. Wait, no one was with her. Yufei's eyes widened, her fatigue vanishing. Where was Lele? The three exchanged alarmed glances and scattered to search. Feng Shi tugged on Hajia's collar, following closely. Lele, momentarily blinded by the lights, found herself utterly alone. Being so small, she saw nothing but legs, quickly becoming disoriented. Yufei, she called out. Yufei. No one responded. Lele felt a flutter of fear rising within her, but she knew this was not the time to cry. She could not wander further or else Yufei would never find her. What a little brat, a male voice commented from nearby. Lele looked up to see a stunning woman bending down to her. What are you doing here? With long, deep blue hair and eyes resembling the ocean, the woman exuded an aura of mystery. I'm waiting for Yufei, Lele replied. Why bother with a little brat? A disgruntled man in a bodyguard uniform muttered from behind the woman. The woman, named Dina, maintained her gentle expression and glanced back. The unsatisfied man promptly fell silent. Lele. At that moment, a familiar voice called out. Lele turned excitedly. Hearing her voice, Yufei strode over, slowing her pace upon seeing Dina and her entourage. Yufei. Upon the arrival of her beloved guardian, Lele no longer needed to feign strength. She clung to Yufei's leg, sobbing, I almost got lost. Yufei reached down to comfort her, casting a glance toward Dina, who had been watching her intently. And you are? My name is Dina, the woman introduced herself, extending her hand with a warm smile. Yufei replied. I know you, Dina said, I've seen you before. I spent some time on Star S previously, Dina explained, her gaze fixed on Yufei. Is my fame truly so widespread? Yufei pondered. Are you free tomorrow? Dina continued, her enthusiasm catching Yufei off guard. Since this is your first visit to Star Y, I could show you around. Before Yufei could respond, Feng Shui's voice rang out from behind, no need to trouble yourself. It would be best for the Ackerman heiress to focus on her recovery. It's freezing outside, don't jeopardize your health. Dina's smile faltered for a moment as she regarded Feng Shui emerging from the shadows. Chapter 35, The Five School League. Mecker, thank you for your concern. I shall not impose any further, Feng Shui replied coldly as she watched her depart. Why Yufei observed her retreating figure and inquired, who is she? Feng Shui, believing her to be genuinely interested, maintained her gaze forward, her tone icy as she responded, Ackerman Daner, the second daughter of the ruling family of Planet Y. Due to premature birth, she suffers from congenital deficiencies, rendering her frail and a beater. Oh, Yufei nodded, unfamiliar with her. She then grasped Fang Lele's hand, urging, don't wander off, let's return. The group continued to frolic and make merry for several more days before setting off homeward. After a brief respite of 2 days, Yufei sought out Xu Die following the incident with the double-headed fish. She had been isolated at school for a while, and with looming affairs and examinations, it had been some time since she last visited Xu Die. She had not been idle during her time at school. She trained diligently, emerging robust and pleasing to the eye. Xu Die felt an immense pride, relishing his decision not to confine Yufei to the underground black matches. Yufei remained silent, as she was not naturally loquacious. Initially, she had harbored suspicions that Xu Die had ulterior motives, but in time, she recognized his selfless dedication to her development. Xu Die imparted all the knowledge he possessed, withholding little. Although he was strict throughout the process, Yufei undeniably reaped significant benefits. Have you seen the news online? Xu Die inquired. The Five School League, hosted by the 5 most formidable military academies in the galaxy, United University, Qingting Military Academy, the Empire's first military academy, Ackerman Military Academy, and Slanton Military. Of course, this was merely the official narrative. In truth, it served as an opportunity for each school to gauge the caliber of students from their counterparts while simultaneously motivating their own students to strive for self-improvement. Last year, United University had only secured second place and faced ridicule from the Empire's first military academy online. Rumour had it that the principal was so incensed that he turned pale and issued a directive for strict selection this year to reclaim their honour. Xu Die's large hand rested on Yu Fei's shoulder as he patted her encouragingly. "I hope to see you and Xiaoran there." Yu Fei met his gaze and nodded. In the days that followed, she continued her training with Xu Die, much like before. Xu Die even arranged for several sparring partners for her and Xu Luran. Everything progressed in an orderly fashion until one day, Xu Die halted Yu Fei's practice. "Would you like to watch the competition?" Yu Fei paused her movements and turned to him. Xu Die led her to another location, descending 4 levels underground. Even before they reached the door, the sounds of horse cheers echoed within, prompting Yu Fei to recall her first visit here, where the atmosphere was similarly rife with cacophony, violence, bloodshed, and the allure of wealth. However, today felt somewhat different. She vaguely heard the clashing of metal. Xu Die handed her a mask, stating, "You are not suited to appear here openly just yet." Yu Fei accepted it and donned the mask as they entered. The second floor offered an exceptional vantage point, and Xu Die guided her to a seat. The underground level was far more grandiose than the first and second, with a single arena occupying an area equivalent to 3 or 4 basketball courts. "The second underground level serves as a watershed," Xu Die explained. "The third level and above are predominantly occupied by those with the ability to materialize their spiritual essence, while the fourth level represents heights unattainable by ordinary individuals throughout their lives. Today, you shall witness the geniuses from another world." Surely everyone has been eagerly anticipating this moment, haven't they? The announcer's voice rang out, filled with excitement. Yes, the crowd responded in unison. "Now, let us welcome today's fiery contender, Foxtail." The audience's eyes ignited with fervor, their cheers echoing as Yu Fei instinctively followed their gaze. Who possessed such charisma? Suddenly, Yu Fei heard the heavy thuds of footsteps, the metallic sounds resounding once more. A towering figure, 6 or 7 meters high, emerged. Even before stepping into the light, it elicited a standing ovation. A metallic foot glimmered under the lights, its sleek lines and crimson chassis casting an imposing silhouette, its expression devoid of warmth yet exuding an air of dominance. Yu Fei, too, rose to her feet. "Since everyone is so exhilarated, let us welcome Foxtail's opponent today, Yashira." Yu Fei observed another mecha, black and white, striding from the opposite end. In stark contrast to Foxtail's ostentation, it exuded a calm demeanor, its worn exterior revealing the marks of countless battles endured. "Who do you think will win?" Xu Die inquired. Yu Fei pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "I cannot say. Foxtail appears more imposing, but the scars on Yashira suggest it is no fragile entity." "Be bold in your predictions," Xu Die encouraged, standing beside her with his hands clasped behind his back. "You young folks are truly remarkable competitors. The future belongs to you." Yu Fei's gaze was fixed on the arena. As the bell signaling the match rang, the two mechers quickly engaged in a fierce confrontation. Yu Fei's intuition proved correct. Although Yashira was quieter, its seasoned prowess was evident, executing maneuvers that mirrored those of a seasoned fighter. Strikes, sidekicks, and flying elbow attacks flowed seamlessly. Foxtail initially hesitated, the reason unknown, but soon regained its composure, charging forward with relentless determination, undeterred by the pressure from its elder opponent. Its fighting style lacked structure yet was ferocious, pressing Yashira back as it drew long blades from its mechanical arms. Refusing to yield, Foxtail produced a segmented whip from behind, ensnaring Yashira's blades and pulling them close. Bang! The clash of red and black echoed. Oh, a spectator in the crowd screamed with excitement, "Foxtail!" The Crimson Mecha, seemingly blessed by divine intervention, utilized the segmented whip to bind Yashira's dual blades, soaring into the air and landing a crushing blow on Yashira's back. The ground buckled beneath the impact, and Yashira, unwilling to concede defeat, struggled fiercely. Foxtail retrieved a short blade from its thigh and plunged it brutally into the back of Yashira's neck, drawing a decisive slash, decapitation. Inside Yashira's control room, the operator felt the severed mental connection with the mecha's head. A wave of pain surged through, and a scream escaped as they succumbed to unconsciousness. Foxtail stood triumphantly upon its defeated foe, raising its hands in exultation. Yufei was taken aback by the swiftness and brutality of the victory, her eyes gleaming with fervor as she watched. The subsequent 2 matches failed to eclipse the profound impression left by Foxtail. Uda observed her rapt expression closely, and at the conclusion of the event, he escorted her to a different location. In a private lounge, a petite girl, no taller than 1.50 meters, emerged with her hair styled in an elegant bun and clad in a short lavender uniform paired with white stockings and knee-high boots. Her round face appeared innocuous. However, her words were anything but polite. "Old man, is this the person you wanted me to meet?" Chapter 36, The Gig Economy. It is truly unimaginable that the fierce and formidable figure on the field is, in reality, a mere 16-year-old girl. Yufei finds herself momentarily stunned. For someone of her age to reach such heights, her mental fortitude must be exceptionally high. How could she not have been recruited by various prestigious schools? Huwei circles around Yufei twice, seemingly perceiving her confusion, but chooses not to provide any answers. "My name is Huwei, what is yours?" she inquires, tilting her head to look up at her. "Yufei. The old man said to have you do some gig work for me. Are you aware of that?" Yufei's gaze shifts towards Shudia, who stands nearby. "I want to be paying you, and I have a rather temperamental disposition," Huwei states, walking around the room with her hands behind her back, attempting to project an air of maturity. "I may scold you or even strike you, but you must obediently follow my orders. Otherwise, I will send you packing." How vexing it is that such a young individual possesses such a fiery temperament. Yufei sighs inwardly. Shudia, standing behind her, offers a small smile, knowing this is the best opportunity he can provide Yufei. Everything else will depend on her own efforts. Seeing Yufei's compliance without any rebuttal, Huwei strides past her with an air of triumph, the gemstone tassels adorning her hair swaying lightly. "Come along with me." Shudia gestures for them to follow, and Yufei trails behind Huwei as they ascend from the 4th underground level. The two navigate through familiar streets, turning left and right until they arrive at the boundary where poverty meets affluence, coming upon a machine repair shop. An elderly man with greying hair and frail stature, clad in thick glasses, sits amidst a disarray of scattered parts, intently studying the blueprints in his hands. "Old man, I'm back," Huwei announces, striding confidently into the shop. "Rude," the old man responds without looking up. "I told you to stop running off to play. You treat my words like mere whispers." Huwei pouts. "It's not my fault. Xu Laoju asked me to wait for him there." Speaking without a script, she fabricates an excuse, knowing full well it was Shudia who was waiting for her to finish. The old man hums in acknowledgement, seemingly accustomed to her antics. "By the way, this is the person introduced by Xu Laoju," Huwei says, pointing to Yufei standing at the door. Qin Chen adjusts his glasses perched on his nose to get a clearer look. "Come in," he invites. Yufei offers a slight bow. "Hello, Grandpa. My name is Yufei." "HMPH, just follow Xiao Wei," Qin Chen replies coldly. If it weren't for Shudia saving Huwei, he would never allow anyone to enter his domain so casually. "Understood," Yufei responds. Thus, Yufei remains. She accompanies Huwei daily, training at Shudia's on her days off. Wrong again. Huwei wields a rattan switch, striking Yufei's hand with a sharp crack. "Is this how you assemble it according to the blueprint? Do you intend for the joints to replace the function of your calves?" Yufei's hand turns red as she gazes at the seemingly similar parts before her, her mind in disarray. It appears to be quite a challenging endeavor. The days ahead will not be easy. In a fit of anger, Huwei tosses a few books in front of her. "You're utterly hopeless. Finish reading these." The development of Mecher's mechanical parts mechanical assembly. Thus, Yufei, who specializes in solo operations, embarks on the maintenance work, facing daily reprimands. "Didn't I tell you to lubricate the parts yesterday, Yufei? What about the sketches I asked you to draw? What part is this? If you can't answer, you'll be cleaning the toilets." After a grueling wait, she finally receives a solitary assembly task. Hu Wei glances at it and bursts into laughter. Do you believe I can assemble this mechanical arm so that you can touch the back of your head? Yu Fei Why? Hu Wei closes her eyes and takes a deep breath. Upon careful observation, Yu Fei realizes she has reversed the direction of the joints. It should flex the arm, but now it extends backward, making it impossible to touch her head. Realizing her mistake, Yu Fei diligently studies the materials each day, and eventually, she successfully completes the assembly task assigned by Hu Wei. In just over 20 days, from a novice to a competent assembler, her skills have reached a level that would astonish others, having tackled tasks that typically require 2 years of university study. Yet, Hu Wei continues to regard Yu Fei as quite dim-witted, having grown up surrounded by these components and having watched Qin Chen work since she was 7 or 8. Hu Wei had intuitively grasped the art of assembly, never considering these tasks to be particularly difficult. The machines you're assembling are still mere inanimate objects, Hu Wei explains. If we're talking about mechers, to make them move, you still require energy and the mental fortitude of a repairman to construct them. Energy is a concept easily understood, while construction refers to establishing a connection with the mecha or object, akin to wiring, but with a far greater significance. It enables the machinery to move with greater fluidity. This is also where the disparity between mechers becomes apparent. An exceptional repairman possesses top-tier construction skills, which in turn enhances the mecha's capabilities. Conversely, one unable to mentally construct the mecha cannot pilot it. For instance, an individual with A-level mental fortitude cannot operate an S-level mecha. Attempting to do so would only overload their mental capacity, leading to a collapse. However, you won't be able to learn these concepts in the short term, Hu Wei states. Just focus on what I assign you. After all, those are matters for certified masters, and Yu Fei does not require them just yet. Finally gaining Hu Wei's approval, Yu Fei feels a sigh of relief wash over her. Her hands have been swollen from the strikes over the past few days. Hu Wei tosses a box of ointment her way. Work is done. You needn't come tomorrow. School is about to commence, so Yu Fei does not linger, responding affirmatively. However, before leaving, she places a paper bag in Hu Wei's break room. During this winter break, Fangxing has not returned to work at the nightclub. Thanks to their collaborative efforts, there is no longer a need for him to toil for money. He has merely secured a position as a teaching assistant. In the past, Yu Fei had lent him over 200,000 in total, and during the break, she provided him with another 100,000. Coupled with his own earnings, the total debt, initially 2 million, has dwindled to less than 600,000. Life is progressing positively, if one disregards the persistent shadow of that man. He grips the bag tightly, gritting his teeth. Our agreement has concluded. Please conduct yourself with dignity. Did I ever say it was over? Feng Jingcheng raises and beneath his golden-rimmed glasses, Feng Jingcheng's grey eyes momentarily transform into serpentine slits before reverting to normal. His period of fervor is approaching. That evening, Fangxing returns home quite late. Yu Fei has already tucked Fang Lele into bed. As she turns around, a pungent odor assaults her senses, and upon looking up, she sees Fangxing entering the room. I'm going to take a shower, he says, a hint of embarrassment evident in his voice. All right, Yu Fei replies. Deep bite marks mar the nape of Fangxing's neck, resembling those she has seen before. It must be Feng Jingcheng deliberately leaving his pheromones, aware that Yu Fei and Fangxing still cohabitate, asserting his claim. As Yu Fei begins her school term, the 4-person dormitory is notably missing Feng Shui. The following day, the counselor, Jin Sai, informs them that Feng Shui is absent due to health issues and may not return for a few days. It is not until the 4th day that Yu Fei encounters Feng Shui after class. He is alone in the dormitory, lying on the bed, his eyes reddened, and his complexion pale, appearing somewhat serious. Are you feeling unwell? Yu Fei asks, leaning over from her own bed, her tone filled with concern. Feng Shui's body trembles slightly at her proximity. Are you cold? Yu Fei inquires. The temperature is indeed low at the beginning of March. I'll close the door, she offers, having endured days of mental selection. Yufei gently brushed her fingers against her forehead, finding it slightly warm. It was said that she had been rambling. Could it be a fever, however? Given the exceptional physical constitution of an alpha, she was uncertain. It was imperative to first procure a thermometer. Withdrawing her hand, concerned that Feng Shui might genuinely feel cold, she wrapped her blanket around her, covering her with care. Just as Feng Shui was about to frown at her departure, she was enveloped in a luxurious embrace of warmth, her nose twitching slightly, unexpectedly tranquil. Yufei hastily exited, descending the stairs in search of the dormitory management robot to retrieve a thermometer, only to encounter He Jiao and Feng Shi, who were returning to their dormitory. "What are you up to?" He Jiao inquired. "Feng Shui seems to be unwell." I touched her forehead, and it felt a bit warm. "I want to check if it's serious," Yufei replied. "Feng Shui is back," He Jiao exclaimed in surprise. Why? Yufei nodded. "We must keep a close watch. Jinji mentioned she was late to start school due to health issues. We should hurry and check on her," He Jiao urged. Feng Shi trailed behind them, her brow furrowed. There had been no news from home indicating that Feng Shui was ill. Moreover, in spring, health concerns seemed to stem from more personal matters. Upon their return to the dormitory, they found Feng Shui with her eyes closed, appearing far less troubled than before. Measured her temperature, which registered at a normal 36.5. "Thankfully, everything seems fine," He Jiao reassured. Feng Shi glanced at the quilt covering Feng Shui, then turned her gaze to Yufei, her expression suddenly turning somewhat grim. How could someone as proud and aloof as Feng Shui accept anything from others, especially in such circumstances? When had Yufei, Feng Shui, having taken a nap, felt considerably better, she placed Yufei's quilt onto her own bed, tore off her suppressants, and discarded them into the trash. Upon returning alone, Feng Shi spotted her. "Sister Shui, are you feeling better?" Concern for Feng Shui shone in her eyes. Unlike the indifferent demeanor she had adopted at the start of the term, Feng Shui merely responded with a simple millimeter. "Do you want something to eat?" Feng Shi inquired, her enthusiasm seemingly directed towards herself. Feng Shui was perplexed. Why was a mere illegitimate child so eager to please her? "No need," she replied, her tone icy. Feng Shi bit down on the soft flesh of her cheek, her eyes flickering. "Do you not remember me?" Struggling to recall anything, Feng Shui. At that moment, Yufei entered with a meal in hand. Observing the two engaged in conversation, she settled into her seat and politely asked, "Would you like to eat?" With a hearty appetite, she typically packed several portions, although the offerings on the first floor were rather unappetizing, even for He Jiao. Feng Shui approached. "Let me take a look." Yufei had only asked out of casual curiosity, not expecting anyone to actually want food. She opened the containers for Feng Shui. "What would you like to eat?" "It's quite greasy." Yufei, not short on funds, figured she might as well indulge in something rich and flavorful. After all, who could tolerate a diet of nutritional liquids day in and day out? "If you don't wish to eat, then so be it," Feng Shui said, holding Yufei's hand down. "I'll just have some vegetables." Feng Shi's hands clenched tightly at her sides, her vibrant green eyes dulling as she watched the scene unfold. Those attentive to school announcements are likely aware of the annual Five Schools Freshman Tournament, Jin Sai proclaimed from the podium as morning classes commenced. After discussions among the schools, this year's tournament will take place during the summer break. Interested participants may register, with the rules remaining unchanged. We will conduct a fair selection process to determine the participants. Those chosen will undergo after-school training this semester. The examinations will conclude a month in advance, followed by 2 months of collective training leading up to the competition, with all expenses covered. Exceptional performance or winning a medal will yield a reward of 200,000. "Wow!" exclaimed the impoverished students of the special recruitment class. There were evident 200,000, that's 50,000 more than last year. Such an opportunity was too precious to overlook. The official team would consist of 10 members, 2 commanders, 6 soldiers, 1 medic, and 1 technician, with additional substitutes available. Notifications were also sent to the logistics and command teams. That evening, the number of applicants surged to over 100. Each department decided to eliminate those with inadequate skills through preliminary screenings. ultimately selecting the most qualified candidates. In the end, only 4 individuals, all top performers in their classes, Yi Hen, Chi Fei, Xu Laran, and a male student, registered as commanders. Logistics also selected 3 outstanding students. However, the selection for soldiers was not as straightforward as with other instructors. It required a more rigorous process. Everyone believed that since they would not be wielding pens on the battlefield, mere academic performance would not suffice. They insisted on offline duels, especially for students from the special recruitment class who had previously lacked opportunities to excel academically. Jinsai, recognizing the validity of this perspective, conferred with instructors from other classes. Soon, it was decided that the soldiers' assessments would occur after school in the training building. Based on individual physical fitness, combat skills, and overall competency, 10 candidates would be selected from the 86 who registered, with printed lists of applicants disseminated. Some who reviewed the list, noticing the names of those who seemed far superior, felt they would not pass the assessments and voluntarily relinquished their chances. Ultimately, only 47 participants showed up. Under Jinsai's supervision, the physical assessments, which required carrying a 50-kilometer load, nearly pushed them to their limits. The combat skills evaluation involved each participant entering a small room to engage in battle against her. The final assessment of comprehensive qualities gathered everyone together in a location, the holographic simulation room. They donned helmets and were immersed in the most realistic data simulation, with task locations set in previously encountered battlefields, facing an onslaught from the insectoid forces. Some were swiftly eliminated due to carelessness, leaving the virtual realm dazed, while others screamed in terror. Yufei found herself in a refreshed task location, a vast ocean. Upon opening her eyes, she saw a colossal white figure darting overhead, followed by several white-brown tentacles adorned with countless suction cups crashing down onto the precarious boat. In an instant, the vessel split in two, and Yufei scrambled to grasp the nearby railing to stabilize herself, only to be ensnared by the advancing tentacles and yanked away. She was lifted high, her diminutive form dwarfed even by the creature's eye. The octopus's white-brown body shimmered with perilous blue rings, as beneath the dark blue surface of the sea, its massive tentacles writhed slowly. Yufei summoned her spiritual entity almost instinctively. The true octopus surged from the deep blue waters, its flesh-colored tentacles striking fiercely against the blue-ringed octopus, severing the tendrils that bound Yufei and wrapping around her, propelling them swiftly into the depths. Yufei raised her hand to cover her mouth and nose, preventing excessive seawater intake. Once accustomed to the true octopus's speed, she opened her eyes, only to widen them in shock the next moment. Bang! The true octopus collided with an enormous object, rebounding some distance away. In the abyss of the deep sea, a pair of immense, dark eyes opened, leaving Yufei with no time to react before both she and the true octopus were ensnared and pulled into the abyss. Yufei extracted herself from the virtual realm, the suffocating sensation of death overwhelming her, causing her to gasp for breath uncontrollably, beads of sweat collecting on her forehead. Jinsai heard the machines beeping, indicating someone was overloaded with mental energy. Upon checking the permissions, he saw Yufei in a disheveled state. Had she failed? Was this examination truly so difficult? He found it hard to believe. Yufei was among the top students in the special recruitment class, ranking within the top 5 of her grade. Thus, he opened Yufei's virtual scene. Damn! Jinsai exclaimed in rare frustration. That idiot made a mistake. An Ultra S-level virtual scene used for the freshman competition, who would be responsible if something went awry. Chapter 38 Selection and Preliminary Training. The wind had long ceased its testing of the virtual examination, yet Feng Shi, who was not far from Yufei, felt a tightening in her lips as she observed Yufei's demeanor. Just as she contemplated rising, Feng Shui swiftly passed by her side and positioned herself before Yufei. What troubles you? Feng Shui inquired. Why? Yufei waved her hand dismissively, replying, It's nothing. Feng Shi, her posture still elevated, sank back down, finding the scene before her rather jarring. Jinsai had not disclosed the alteration in Yufei's examination scenario. Instead, he had privately inquired if she felt unwell, and upon receiving a negative response, he had sighed in relief. Despite her failure, the extraordinary nature of the scenario and her commendable reactions within it led Jinsai to still grant her a spot. After 3 rounds of assessments, the selections for the individual competence were largely settled. In the special training class were Feng Shui, Yu Fei, and Qihang. In the regular class were He Jiao, Feng Shi, Da Bolang Gcai, along with 4 other male alphas. However, none of these individuals could yet be considered official competitors. Jinsai would lead them through training, after which the next examination would determine who would compete and who would be substitutes. Yu Fei busied herself once more. On this particular day, Jinsai gathered them together and announced that they would watch videos from the last 3 years of the 5-school league to help them comprehend the recent information and tendencies of each institution. For instance, Ackerman Military Academy was notorious for its cold-blooded and ruthless tactics, leaving its opponents severely diminished. Imperial Military Academy's command was famously treacherous, having led to a significant downfall in last year's joint exercises. Except for Feng Shui, everyone else was thoroughly engrossed in the league videos. The fervent battles depicted stirring a longing within them, even igniting anticipation for the challenges that lay ahead. Will we also have mechs to pilot this year? Jifei raised his hand to ask. Feng Shui, feeling the weight of everyone's gaze, caught a glimpse of the mischievous glint in Jinsai's eyes. Soon, it became evident to all why Jinsai had teased Feng Shui. In the videos from the previous league, Feng Shui had been prominently featured, with the commanding presence of Li Chunxiao and the support of Carl. Her black mech had been virtually unstoppable on the battlefield. Just her mere presence, wielding a long blade, exuded an invisible pressure. That year had been the pinnacle of the league's achievements. As Feng Shi watched the screen showcasing the triumphant Feng Shui receiving her award, her thoughts drifted, and her gaze flickered with unspoken contemplation. Time passed swiftly, and the group, now acquainted with each other and diligently training, was finally notified that they could advance to the next stage of training, materializing their mental prowess. Due to individual peculiarities and the varying timings of awakenings, this was not a mandatory requirement for everyone. However, the distinction between mental tendrils and mental entities made it evident that the ability to materialize was indeed advantageous. The methods of awakening a mental entity were diverse. Some prodigies might spontaneously manifest theirs upon reaching adulthood, like Feng Shui, Li Chunxiao, and Yi Hen, while others might trigger their emergence under duress, such as Yu Fei. Yet, the most common approach remained meditation, where individuals actively sought to unite with their mental powers on a psychological level. Initially, the group struggled to grasp the significance of this, sitting vacantly until, over time, they gradually found their footing. Jifei seemed to enter a deep state of concentration, while Qihang, seated beside him, flushed red, yet failed to achieve any results. Frustrated and at a loss, she was consoled by the supervising teacher, who then moved on to observe the progress of others. Feng Shi was the first to conclude her session, as a green-eyed Maine Coon materialized out of thin air, settling upon her lap. She had accomplished this in merely 2 days. This development sent He Jiao into a frenzy, for she was the only one among them who had yet to manifest her mental entity. Yet, the more she pondered, the more elusive it became. He Jiao felt utterly defeated. "May I touch your cat?" she inquired, longing to experience what she could not achieve herself, turning her gaze towards Feng Shi. Touching a mental entity, what difference was there from touching her? Feng Shi regarded her with incredulity, akin to observing a delusional individual, before dismissing her foolish request with a disdainful glance. He Jia felt a pang of injustice, her emotions surging as she yearned to pet the entity, only to be met with 2 swipes from the aloof Maine Coon. Woo woo woo. She cradled her scratched hands, collapsing onto her bed, attempting to smother herself with her blanket. "Let us sever ties, Feng Shi. I will succeed, and then I won't let you touch it," she retorted. "Thank you for the invitation, but no one wished to touch it." Feng Shi ignored her. He Jar, feeling even more despondent, cocooned herself in her blanket, berating herself for her inability to manifest her mental entity. The following day, the entire dormitory was roused by Heejio's wails. A black and white husky appeared on her bed, tugging at the blanket, while Heejio lay on the side, covering her rear end. In some twisted sense, she had gotten her wish. While Yufei observed her mental entity, reflecting that her initial conjecture in the Azure Sea had proven correct. Although Heejio may typically disguise herself, her true nature was that of a playful husky. Soon, the lesson on materializing mental prowess concluded. As expected from the selected elite, aside from those who had already materialized their entities, Chihang and the logistics personnel, everyone else had manifested their mental entities. Jifei's entity was a golden snub-nosed monkey, exuding cleverness. Da Bolangcai's was a carnivorous plant, while Shularan's appeared as a seemingly dim-witted yet exceedingly proud panda. The classroom resembled a lively zoo. Subsequently, Jinsai led them to the final phase of their training, towering mechs, standing at a height of 15 meters, lined up like silent yet formidable warriors. Even Yufei could not help but express her astonishment. They appeared even more imposing than Huei's foxtail. Heejio, brimming with excitement, reached out to touch one, eager to pilot it at once. This time, Jinsai did not deter their enthusiasm, allowing them to experience the mechs. The group eagerly chose their respective machines. Following the prompts, Yufei climbed aboard, maneuvering the machine a few steps, expecting smooth sailing, only to feel a lack of control. From the outside, her movements appeared unsteady, reminiscent of a child learning to walk for the first time. Observing the others, they fared similarly. Shifei, Chihang, and Shularan barely moved an inch. However, this was their first encounter with mechs, and Jinsai did not reprimand anyone. Afterward, they gathered for a meal, forming small groups and enjoying a pleasant atmosphere, except for Chihang. Her shy and reserved nature, compounded by her earlier failure to materialize her mental entity and now struggling with piloting the mech, left her feeling utterly dejected, retreating to the back of the line. Chifei, noticing her distress, slowed his pace and casually asked, "What are you doing back here?" It was better to remain silent, for upon hearing his voice, Chihang found her emotion spiraling, her eyes reddening. "Crying again, behaving like a little failure all day," Chifei remarked, "crying won't solve your problems." "But I feel so useless," Chihang lamented, "I don't know what to do." Unmoved by her plight, Chifei grasped her face firmly, his expression fierce. "If you don't know what to do, then strive harder. Stop crying and pull yourself together." Chapter 39, The Undercurrents. Before the assessment suppressing Chihang's emotions, Chifei led her to seek out Yufei and the others. In the blink of an eye, the preliminary training courses at the academy had concluded, and no longer were they novices. Chihang, having adapted, was no longer in a state of despondency. During the final lesson, Jinsai leaned against the desk, surveying the group. "According to our previously established schedule, we shall commence collective training next week. Consequently, your post-class training is suspended for the time being, as you must prioritize your examinations. Once you have completed your tests, the school will conduct a simulated formal league assessment to determine the official members based on your performances. Do you understand?" Yes, the crowd responded in unison. For Yufei, who had diligently attended classes, a week of review posed no challenge. Feng Shui and Feng Shi also found it manageable. Only Heejio, "Please help me." Heejio gazed at the books on the table, her three companions on the verge of tears. "I beg you." Feng Shi turned a page of her notes, casting a calm glance in her direction. "You brought this upon yourself." Feng Shi, Sister Shi. Like a drowning person grasping for a lifeline, Heejio clutched her hand and shook it. "Just lend me a hand. I know you're the best. Please have mercy." What a nauseating line. Feng Shi could hardly tolerate the shaking and commanded, "Let go." Heejio complied obediently, her eyes filled with fervor. After a lengthy pause, Feng Shi sighed and tossed her a notebook. It contained her summarized examination highlights. Heejio flipped through a couple of pages, elated as if she had discovered treasure, nearly wanting to kiss her, but was thwarted by Feng Shi's raised hand. Witnessing Heejio's shameless moment, Yufei, with nothing else to do, decided to seek out Shularan. They had a week off, and with the weekend approaching, she wanted to return to fetch some clothes for the upcoming training sessions, especially as the weather grew increasingly warm. Thus, she intended to inquire if Xu Luran would accompany her. At this hour, Xu Luran was still studying in the classroom. Noting the absence of others, Yu Fei stepped inside. The thought of her possibly taking the stage makes me feel utterly ill. Is this not a deliberate attempt to humiliate us? The sudden voices were not particularly hushed. While Yu Fei turned to see two girls near the entrance casting disdainful glances at Xu Luran, their lips curled in contempt. The decision to include 3 commoners from the command department in the competition had initially faced disapproval, as it left the self-important elites dissatisfied. After all, no one wished to acknowledge that their talents were deemed inferior in the eyes of the teacher compared to the commoners they looked down upon. It was simply forced through. Xu Luran noticed Yu Fei but remained unfazed by the derogatory remarks, asking, "What brings you here?" Yu Fei replied, "I'm heading back this weekend, are you coming?" Xu Luran shook her head. Though she was indifferent to the gossip, she knew that in comparison to her classmates who had also been selected, Yi Hen and Qi Fei, her innate abilities were indeed lacking. Should she fail to qualify this time, even as a reserve, the ridicule from these malicious individuals would be unbearable. Thus, she could not afford to relax. She needed to devote all her efforts to her studies, train during the weekend, and ultimately showcase her utmost capabilities in the simulated assessment. Yu Fei did not press her. Her inquiry had merely been casual. Since Xu Luran declined, she would return alone. However, she hadn't anticipated that factional divisions within the command department were so pronounced. It seemed that as a marginalized group in society, they truly struggled to earn equal respect. While Yu Fei suddenly pondered, perhaps there were also those who resented her, for instance, the previously rejected Grey faction, and the aristocrats with inflated egos at the academy. Reflecting on this, it appeared her situation was even more precarious, caught in between, antagonizing both sides. While Yu Fei chuckled softly. Meanwhile, in the student council office, the expansive conference table gradually filled with attendees. "Did they summon us back just to train the freshmen?" A female alpha reclined in her chair. "How utterly dull. At least it's a chance to collaborate again after 3 years." "I find it rather enjoyable, so please refrain from being a killjoy," replied a bespectacled gentleman beside her with a smile. "Who else is missing?" someone inquired, glancing at the vacant seats. Li Chunxiao, seated in the center, adjusted the documents in his hands and glanced at the wall clock. "They'll be here shortly." As he spoke, the door creaked open. Feng Shui entered, taking her seat. Feng Shui, the female alpha sat up, observing her. "Long time no see." Feng Shui nodded in acknowledgement. Having participated in competitions before, her position on the roster was nearly assured, which was why Jinsai had excluded her. This was to prevent others from becoming overly reliant on her during assessments, allowing them to fully showcase their own abilities. It also provided Yu Fei and her peers the opportunity to learn from their seniors, identify their shortcomings, and gain a clearer understanding of each individual's overall strength to determine the official selections. The gentleman beside the female alpha adjusted his glasses. "With everyone present, it seems the school is resolute in ensuring this year's freshmen face some trials." Someone remarked, "After all, there's a cautionary tale from last year." Their excitement led them to a blunder against the Imperial Military Academy, resulting in a lost medal. "This time, we must ensure the participating freshmen are fully alert." A disdainful black-skinned male alpha glanced at the newcomer information distributed by Li Chunxiao, a smirk tugging at his lips. "What kind of nonsense are they selecting this year? What can 7 commoners accomplish? Is this an attempt to showcase the school's humanistic values?" The long-haired man beside him was the only commoner admitted in previous years, and they had always been at odds. However, today, Shushan did not engage in banter, merely extracting a name from the documents he held. "I've heard she awakened her spiritual entity during the entrance assessment, an exceptional student, though her personality is somewhat arrogant and challenging." The black-skinned alpha scoffed, snatching the papers from his grasp. "A genius. This place is overflowing with geniuses. I'm curious to see how challenging she really is." Feng Shui glanced over. Shushan smiled at her. "I've heard she is now your roommate, Feng Shui. What do you think?" The black-skinned alpha also turned his gaze toward her. Feng Shui inexplicably smiled slightly, though her expression remained devoid of warmth. Quite well, one should simply do what one must. However, if taken too far, it could indeed be problematic. What's wrong with that? Shushan replied, isn't this a splendid opportunity for training? Because I'm not in a good mood, Feng Shui met his gaze. Shushan's smile faltered momentarily before he quickly regained his composure. Once on the battlefield, who can predict what will transpire? Chapter 40, The simulation assessment begins 1 week later. Everyone was taken to a certain location, Most Forest. The school had cordoned off an area here for a small-scale assessment. Inside the box are red and blue balls. You will draw lots, and those with the same color will form a pair. Jinsai stood at the forefront of the line, a box beside him, flanked by several teachers. Is this to determine our teams for the assessment? The crowd was puzzled, yet complied and approached to draw lots. The 4 students from the command department drew, resulting in 2 red and 2 blue balls. Qifei and Shuliran formed a team with the red ball. A few members from the infantry department went up to draw and halfway through realized something was amiss. There were only 9 participants. Wait, where's Feng Shui? I saw her just as we entered. Yu Fei was the last to draw and received a red ball. At this point, only 4 infantry members had red balls, Yu Fei, Feng Xi, Qi Hong, and a male alpha, leaving them 1 fewer than the blue team. Jinsai silenced their murmurs and instructed the 6 logistics students to draw lots. The red team had 1 medic and 1 maintenance technician, while the blue team had 2 of each. This is unfair, protested the male alpha, Renur Kant, who was paired with Yu Fei. It was already frustrating to be grouped with a civilian, but now they were outnumbered. Are you not aware that luck is also a part of the competition? Jinsai responded, showing no signs of leniency. But where's Feng Shui? Kent pressed, we had exactly 10 infantry members, why was she suddenly removed? If Feng Shui were present, their chances of winning would undoubtedly be higher. Jinsai stroked his chin, she is here. Kent retorted, where? I don't see her in the crowd at all. Jinsai clapped his hands, and Li Chunxiao and several others descended from the towering trees like phantoms, standing beside him. Feng Shui was among them, her long hair tied up, clad in the same camouflage combat uniform as Yu Fei and the others, yet a black armband adorned her arm. Not a single person noticed their presence above. Yu Fei and the others stood frozen in place. These are the practice partners arranged by the school, Jinsai smirked maliciously. What do you think? Li Chunxiao, Carl, Feng Shui, Shushan, Blackskin, they were clearly the official team members from the previous league. The excitement that had surged in the students as they watched their matches now turned to dread. No one had disclosed this information. This meant they not only had to contend with internal strife but also face the threat posed by these formidable opponents. The rules are simple, seize points. After relishing their astonishment, Jinsai continued, scattered throughout the forest are survival supplies and flags representing points. You will divide into 3 teams and choose your own routes to enter. The team with the most points wins. While the explanation seemed straightforward, the forest appeared anything but safe. It was likely filled with mutated creatures, either intentionally placed there for the assessment or naturally occurring. Moreover, with such a limited number of points, relying solely on individual efforts to accumulate them would be futile. After all, points taken from others could easily become one's own. All present solemnly tied their respective colored fabric strips to their arms and donned their helmets. Qifei and Shuliran examined the map in hand and identified several marked locations, all very close to the center. They exchanged glances at Yihen, who was a few meters away, uncertain of her choice. You have 6 hours, begin. With a gunshot, Jinsai signaled the start of the competition. Everyone surged into the forest in an instant. Where should we go? Yu Fei inquired via the team communication channel. The direction taken by Li Chunxiao's team was almost a straight shot toward the central points. Qifei and Shuliran shared a determined look, gritting their teeth. Let's head to the center. There was no escaping their fate on either side. They needed to secure flags and supplies first. After all, it was unlikely that Li Chunxiao and the others would immediately eliminate them upon entry. Furthermore, they were not without options. Following Qi Fei's planned route, the group aimed to first collect some easily obtainable supplies from the outskirts before making their way to the center. The first supply location yielded 2 first aid kits, 2 shotguns, and 20 rounds each of 3 different types of ammunition. Each participant was equipped with sensors, monitored by the back end. Light injuries resulted from 3 hits, while 4 hits equated to death. 2 hits to the torso meant instant death. Those in critical condition had only 1 hour of survival left. The first aid kits would extend their health. The red team's medic was a short-haired girl Yu Fei had encountered before. They handed the kits to her, positioning her in the center of their formation. While Yu Fei and Kent each took a shotgun, positioning themselves at the front and rear of the group, respectively. The second marked supply location contained a sniper rifle, 3 shotguns, 2 smoke grenades, 1 first aid kit, and 50 rounds of each type of ammunition. Compared to the first location, this cache was frighteningly abundant. Indeed, we must venture deeper. There are scarce supplies on the outskirts, Xu Luran remarked. Qi Fei nodded in agreement. At this moment, aside from the 2 logistics students, everyone in their team was armed. Feng Xi and Qihang each held a gun, walking alongside Yu Fei and Kant, while the remaining smoke grenades were stashed in a backpack. Wait! Just as they were about to set off, Qi Fei halted the group and packed the remaining blue and black ammunition into the bag. Everyone turned to him. What are you doing with those? Xu Luran questioned. They're not our team's colors, they're useless to us. Qi Fei shrugged on the backpack, saying only, what if they prove useful? The third supply location was already close to the edge of the central route. Qi Fei instructed the group to hold their positions and observe. Indeed, after only a minute, a barely perceptible sound emerged from the concealed bushes ahead. Li Chunxiao and her team had not entirely denied the newcomers passage. Their 10-member squad had split into 3 groups upon entry, acting independently. Blackskin stood behind a tree, visibly impatient. To him, the newcomers were merely fledglings, hardly worthy of concern. Hearing a sound, he wondered why no one had approached yet. Shushin and another teammate were hiding behind the supplies. Seeing no one advance, they deduced they must have been discovered. It was surely the sound made by Blackskin earlier. Qi Fei signaled to Yu Fei, who was closest, to take a different route. Those lurking here were undoubtedly the senior students. Now was not the time for confrontation. Evasion was the better strategy. Yu Fei nodded in agreement. Just as they were about to move and notify the others, the impatient Blackskin stepped forward. He was tall and imposing, with a dark complexion, making him seem quite formidable. In reality, he was a former vice attacker in the team. Your hiding skills are truly pathetic, he scoffed. Qi Fei and Yu Fei looked up, confirming his direction, realizing he could not see them. He was trying to bait them. Exiting would undoubtedly expose them to an ambush from those lying in wait. The 2 quickly grasped Blackskin's intent and sent messages through the team communication, signaling everyone to remain still and silent. Seeing no one emerge from his taunt, Blackskin approached, gun in hand. His footsteps crunched on the dry twigs and leaves, sending tremors through the group's nerves. On either side of the path, Yu Fei and Qi Fei held their breath, watching him pass. Suddenly, the medic, unable to withstand the pressure, made an involuntary movement, producing a sound. To the left front, Blackskin reacted instantly, raising his gun to aim. Go! Qi Fei shouted, disregarding their cover. Chapter 41, a cooperative win-win. Just as the figure clad in black was about to pull the trigger, Yu Fei dashed forward, colliding forcefully with him and sending him sprawling to the ground, causing the bullet to veer off course. In the next heartbeat, the sound of gunfire erupted. Hidden in the shadows, Shushin and Feng Xi's teams simultaneously opened fire. The black-clad individual and Yu Fei quickly became entwined in a fierce struggle, each striking without an ounce of mercy. In a moment where he found no advantage, the black figure reached for his weapon, only to be thwarted by Yu Fei, who rose and pressed her knee into him, delivering a solid punch to his face. Damn! The pain radiating from his nose sent a sharp sting through the black figure. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Fei snatched the gun from his grasp and hurled it aside. The humiliation of being bested by a newcomer, coupled with the throbbing pain in his nose and the fury swelling within him, compelled the black figure to disregard his weapon. In an instant, Yufei attempted to shake off the black figure, but he closed the distance, their faces mere inches apart, their eyes locked beneath their helmets. "So it's you," the black figure growled, his gaze glinting with malice. The newcomer Shushin had spoken of. Why Yufei created some distance between them and spotted the black figure's gun on the ground. With a swift kick, she claimed it as her own, leveling it directly at him, and without a moment's hesitation, unleashed a series of shots. Deprived of a weapon, the black figure could only evade her onslaught. Why Yufei continued to retreat while firing until her ammunition was fully expended, then turned to flee. Behind her, the black figure kicked at a nearby tree in frustration. Today, he had been thoroughly humiliated. Yufei and the others ran a considerable distance before halting. "It's all your fault," Kunti glared at the medic. "What were you thinking? We nearly met our end." The previously vocal girl with the bobbed hair felt a wave of shame wash over her. As an Omega, she felt inadequate and had only caused trouble. Now, she bit her lip in self-reproach. Shi-Hong, with a temperament similar to hers, understood her feelings and reached out to comfort her. "It's all right, it's normal for a first time." Kunti snorted dismissively. The girl with the bobbed hair felt as though they were merely humoring her, deepening her sense of discomfort. "Enough of this noise," Yufei frowned at the commotion. "We barely started and already there's conflict. Do you all wish to go solo?" Silence fell over the group. "Shularan, check the route," he instructed. Shularan pulled up the map, noting their position had shifted slightly closer to the center. There were 3 supply points nearby. "We could replenish our supplies," she said, "but there might be others. Just like before, or perhaps they might encounter the blue team." However, they had already expended a significant amount of ammunition, leaving them with little choice. The group set off once more. As they approached the black figure and his team, Yufei and his companions scrutinized the surroundings of the supply point with heightened caution. After confirming the area was clear, they advanced to gather supplies. To their surprise, they discovered a flag at that location. Instantly, confidence surged within them, and they prepared to march towards the next supply point. Yet, just as they were nearing it, several figures came into view: Yihen and his team. They too were evidently headed for that supply point, but had not anticipated being encircled by a horde of mutated monkeys. As colored bullets proved ineffective against the creatures, and with the dense trees surrounding them, the group could only summon their psychic entities and wield their heat-melting blades in a desperate standoff. Seizing the moment of vulnerability, Kunti silently raised his weapon. Yufei halted him. "What are you doing?" Kunti exclaimed, agitated. "This is a prime opportunity to eliminate the blue team." Yufei remained silent, merely turning to observe. Indeed, in the next heartbeat, a flash of golden light erupted, and a massive shadow appeared, a tail striking out to repel the advancing monkeys, roaring fiercely as it shielded the 4 logistics personnel behind it. The entire area was filled with the thunderous roar of the Black Panther, leaving everyone and the monkeys with ringing ears. Kunti was momentarily dazed. This was their first direct encounter with Yihen's psychic entity. They had only seen videos online before. Recently, due to Yufei and her team being able to materialize their entities, the teacher had not mandated it, so they had never witnessed it themselves. Kunti knew Yihen was the top student in their year, but was this truly command? "Assist us," Yufei, already acquainted with Yihen, called out. Among the 3 civilians selected this time, only Shularan and he had received explicit discontent. Just by observing the expressions of those who wanted to voice their grievances yet dared not, it was clear how formidable Yihen was. Aside from the elite few dared to openly provoke him. Yufei, Fengxi, and Qihang surged forward, joining forces with the blue team to combat the troublesome monkeys. Just as Yihen severed the arm of the monkey before him, a tentacle rushed in from behind, grabbing the creature and slamming it to the ground, swiftly sweeping through the remaining foes. She turned and caught sight of Yufei. The mutated monkeys, sensing the tide had turned, screeched in alarm and swiftly ascended the trees to flee. As calm returned to the blue team, they redirected their focus towards Yufei and her companions. "Stop," Yihen commanded, retracting her psychic entity, her voice resonating just right for everyone to hear. GCAI and the others reluctantly lowered their weapons. Yufei approached with a grin. "What a coincidence, Yihen. You're taking this route too. Speak, why are you helping us?" Yihen inquired, eyeing him warily. What else? We re-classmates, after all. Jifei draped an arm around Yufei's shoulder, adding, besides, my dear sister insists on lending a hand. What can I do? Yufei glanced at him, her grip on the gun unconsciously tightening. Yihen looked at Yufei with a hint of surprise. Did she truly consider him a friend? Under Yihen's innocent gaze, Yufei inhaled deeply, suppressing her guilt, and responded softly, millimeter. Meanwhile, Jifei rummaged through his backpack and produced some bullets. You all seem to be out of ammunition. I have some here. Yihen and the others exchanged incredulous looks. Were they truly not here to attack? Kunte, seething with anger, stepped forward. What are you doing with that? Giving it to the blue team. Have you lost your mind? We're rivals. The two logistics personnel also expressed their disapproval. Seeing their internal conflict, the blue team felt a wave of shame wash over them, realizing how vile their assumptions had been, and they lowered their weapons. Were they truly willing to do so much for them? Jifei, sensing the positive turn of events, smiled even wider. I have a plan that could make our passage smoother. Interested? Yihen regarded him skeptically. What is it? Jifei gathered everyone closer, whispering conspiratorially. He began by recounting the encounter with the black figure. Based on the ambush points they had just witnessed, he and Shuliran speculated that Feng Shui and the others might have split into several groups, significantly reducing the difficulty of their assault. However, even as they divided, facing any of their individual teams posed a challenge. Thus, collaboration was essential. They would use bait to lure fire away, diverting attention while seizing supplies and flags. To ensure fairness, each time a team served as bait, members would be chosen alternately from both teams. After a considerable discussion, the group dispersed. So, what do you think? Chapter 42, Fierce Enemies Outside the Monitor. A teacher shook his head. Although Yihen is formidable, he is ultimately too trusting of others. Jinsai did not respond, his gaze still fixed on the screen. Jifei and Yihen teamed up, and the two squads advanced to the next supply point. Indeed, there were others present. The team spread out. Standing before the supplies were the previously impatient female alpha and the bespectacled male student from the student council meeting. They showed no signs of concealment, standing directly in front of the resources. Why are they not here yet? The female alpha asked, her irritation growing. Aren't they supposed to be approaching from the center? The bespectacled student, the medic of the team, attempted to soothe her, saying, Heipai mentioned that the new student is indeed extraordinary. You should be cautious and not let your guard down. How formidable can he truly be? The female alpha scoffed. He must be careless, trying to make up for it here. Jifei and Yihen signaled up to their team. Led by Shuliran and the male commander, Yufei, Qihong, Hejiao, and GCAI followed. With two logistics personnel trailing behind, they switched their armbands, transforming into a new squad. Yufei and Hejiao fired first, the gunshots echoing sharply in the stillness of the forest. The female alpha executed a somersault, evading the bullets aimed at her, excitement finally gleaming in her eyes. They appeared to be in a hasty retreat after a failed ambush. The female alpha, unwilling to let them escape, immediately pursued. The bespectacled student hesitated for a moment as he watched her leave but eventually decided to follow. As soon as the group departed, the hiding Jifei and the others swiftly emptied the supply point of its contents. Indeed, there was a reason for the location being guarded. Inside were two flags. After collecting them, Jifei and the others hurried to provide support. Here, Yufei and Hejiao acted as the primary bait to draw fire, walking at the rear while Qihong and GCAI safeguarded their respective logistics personnel, and Shuliran guided them along the planned route to the rendezvous point. Why are you running? The female alpha, increasingly frustrated by their persistent flight, exclaimed, why not engage in a decisive battle? I can even offer you a higher score. I sense something is amiss, the bespectacled student remarked, observing their lack of resistance. What is strange about that? The female alpha replied, Red team, 2 commanders, 4 soldiers, 2 logistics, our numbers are... They must have been frightened by Heipai's ambush, he speculated. That shouldn't be the case, the bespectacled student countered. Didn't Heipai say that the new student is quite capable? There is no reason for them to keep fleeing. Moreover, why would they actively expose their location? Previously, they were only discovered by accident when facing Heipai. The female alpha paused, realizing what the bespectacled student was implying. Oh no. They found themselves surrounded. Senior sister, surrender, Chifei grinned, surrounded by trees. Over 20 individuals stood in front and behind them, leaving little room for maneuver. Regardless of the circumstances, a confrontation would not be in their favor. The team insignias of the female alpha and the bespectacled student flickered out, their communication devices taken by Yihen. On the other end, Hei Pai witnessed the scene, a twisted smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Interesting. Yu Fei and the others continued with this tactic, swiftly diverting the attention of another pair, securing 3 flags in the process. Before they could celebrate, they were confronted by the approaching Hei Pai. So, this is the Taiga summoning strategy. I wondered why they would go offline, he remarked, as the battle loomed imminent. Simultaneously, Shula Ran, who had not received a response from Chifei, sensed that something was off. She exchanged glances with the commander beside her, and they ordered the team to halt. After all, they were facing seasoned upperclassmen. They were prepared for detection, just not this swiftly. Receiving the command, Yu Fei and He Jia quickly turned back, seizing the opportunity before the 2 upperclassmen could react, unleashing a mental attack. The colossal octopus-like figure ensnared one of them, while Yu Fei sprinted along its tentacles, leaping to grasp the opponent's neck, delivering a beautiful strike. Before the upperclassman could retaliate, a distinctive mark appeared around his neck. In a real combat scenario, his head would have been severed at that moment. While Yu Fei showed no hesitation in departing, as Qi Hong fired a shot at the already critical upperclassman, the bullet struck true, a red mark forming at his brow, leaving him no time to recover. Another member of Li Chuanxiao's team was taken offline. The upperclassman facing He Jia reacted more swiftly, summoning his mental entity, and the 2 were instantly locked in combat. GCAI's formidable plant suddenly emerged from the ground, ensnaring the upperclassman's feet and biting down fiercely. The neurotoxin-laced saliva seeped into the wound, causing the upperclassman to falter. Shularan seized the moment to fire, striking him in the forehead, while He Jia delivered a kick to his cheek. Their coordination was seamless, and with multiple against 1, they proved to be formidable adversaries. As the upperclassman collapsed, yet another fell offline. While Yu Fei and the others intended to return to find Chifei, but they were intercepted midway. On a relatively spacious ground, Carl sat cheerfully on a large stone at the roadside, twirling a necklace adorned with a crimson 9-tailed pendant, the embodiment of his personal combat mech. Well done, he said, clenching the pendant. Instantly, red sparks ignited. A sense of dread washed over the others. While Yu Fei and He Jia immediately grasped the training mech pendants around their necks. 2 towering 15-meter mechs materialized, only to be seized by a fully crimson mech, which grasped them by the necks and hurled them, shattering countless trees and sending them crashing 100 meters away. This was a battle between individual warriors. Due to spatial constraints, Shularan and her team instinctively retreated. The nerve-connected mechs moved as if they were real bodies. While Yu Fei and He Jia coughed incessantly from the blows to their necks. Carl's voice emanated from within the mech. Do you wish to surrender? Impossible. Yu Fei and He Jia simultaneously rose, weapons in hand, charging forward. Chapter 43 Countdown. The 3 were reluctant to part ways, yet it was evident that Yu Fei and He Jia's control of the mechs paled in comparison to Carl's. Shularan, observing the time slipping away, began to worry about Chifei's situation, for all the flags were in his possession. GCAI proactively chose to stay behind, summoning her mech and embracing the attacking Carl from behind. Thick, vine-like tendrils erupted from the ground, ensnaring the red mecha's feet and stealthily burrowing towards its joints. Carl retaliated with a powerful punch, sending Yu Fei and He Jia sprawling back, while he reached out to seize GCAI. The ground was kicked up into a cloud of dust from their fierce battle, and Qi Hong, gazing up at the scene, felt her grip on the pendant tremble slightly. No, this cannot be. I am so weak. During the fray, Yu Fei was kicked away by Carl, her body crashing heavily to the ground, sliding along with inertia and colliding with numerous trees, hurtling forward. The mech, glinting coldly, resembled a massive iron block. Should it press down, it would. Qi Hong's pupils dilated. At that moment, Yu Fei noticed someone behind her. She immediately plunged her hands into the ground, forcibly slowing her momentum. Boom! Just as the collision seemed imminent, the enormous mech barely came to a stop. Chi Hong's bangs were blown aside by the gust, and as she raised her hands, she beheld the deep imprints of Yu Fei's fingers etched into the ground. Hiss! A sharp pain shot through Yu Fei's fingertips. "Sister Yu Fei," Chi Hong called out, dazed. "I'm fine." Yu Fei propped herself up once more, her figure towering. In her shadow, Chi Hong looked up and saw her charge forward again. Why Yu Fei, He Jiao, GCAI. They were all battling the formidable Call, while she remained here. If you don't know what to do, then just strive harder, stop crying, and pull yourself together. The words of Chi Fei suddenly echoed in her ears. Chi Hong tightened her grip on the pendant around her neck. Indeed, if unsure of what to do, then the only course was to take action. She summoned her mech and charged at Carl from behind, wrapping her arms around his as he prepared to throw a punch. He Jiao also restrained his other arm, while GCAI locked his lower limbs in place. A golden opportunity. Yu Fei stepped back, gathering her strength, her body in perfect alignment, and delivered a powerful Russian-style haymaker that struck him. The clash of metal resonated with a thunderous sound. A jolt of pain surged through Carl's chest, his footing faltering as his massive form toppled sideways. Chi Hong released her grip, and the group surged towards the fallen Carl. Strike while the iron is hot. Swish! A long arrow shot through the air at lightning speed, embedding itself in the ground before Carl and halting the advance of the four. Clad in dark green mech armor and wielding a longbow, Li Chunxiao. The four looked up, and her somewhat somber voice reverberated through the public channel. Carl has lost. She had been observing from the sidelines, refraining from intervening. After all, the purpose was merely to simulate a league to assess their abilities and instill a sense of pressure regarding the competition for these newcomers. It was not intended for the seniors to gang up and overwhelm the others, which is why she had aimed to separate the teams, providing Yu Fei and the others with the confidence to advance. Seeing that she had no intention of attacking, Yu Fei and her companions turned to leave. Carl, half sitting on the ground, coughed while clutching his chest, complaints emanating from within his mech. This Yu Fei really hits hard. Of course, he had also dealt heavy blows earlier, so it was only fair. When Yu Fei and her group arrived, Feng Shi had just been kicked aside. "Your cohort is lacking in individual prowess," He Pai boasted smugly. Feng Shi was supported by He Jiao as she regained her footing. "Yi Hen and Chi Fei have gone to retrieve the remaining flags. You should split up to provide support. Currently, there are still Feng Shui and Li Chunxiao as potential threats." It turned out that Xu Luran had already brought a team to regroup. She informed them of the situation, and after a brief discussion, they decided to account for one individual who had logged out from Chi Fei's team. They understood that only 5 were left in the arena: Li Chunxiao, Feng Shui, He Pai, Carl, and Xushen. Before long, news of Carl logging out spread through the public channel, and Yu Fei's group noted that Li Chunxiao remained close to Carl, yet made no move to attack. The number of opponents was dwindling, and nearly 4 hours had elapsed. Hence, Yi Hen and Chi Fei planned to have Feng Shi and the others delay He Pai and Xushen while they went to stealthily retrieve the other flags. In this way, they would likely only encounter Feng Shui. Meanwhile, Yu Fei and her team could rush over to provide support. Securing the flags was paramount. Even if they were to lose to Li Chunxiao, it would matter little, for once time expired, victory would still belong to them. He Pai was determined not to let Yu Fei escape, especially after having suffered a setback at her hands. He was unwilling to relent without retribution. Thus, He Jiao led GCAI and Chi Hong in pursuit of Yi Hen and the others. He Pai was a super heavy mech, specializing in close combat, and Feng Shi had already discerned his fighting style, promptly informing Yu Fei they needed to maintain distance from He Pai while also guarding against Xushen nearby. Yu Fei nodded, and alongside Feng Shi, Kunte, and the other 3 alphas, they divided their forces. While Yu Fei would take the lead to draw He Pai's attention, while Feng Shi would provide support, and the remaining 4 would focus on the less formidable Xushen. Bang! Bang bang! The sound of mechs colliding echoed. He Pai wielded a heavy battle axe, swinging it with ferocity, forcing Yu Fei and Feng Shi back several steps. The mechs used for school training were no match for the proficiency of He Pai's team, especially considering they had only been training for less than 2 months. He Pai, having repelled 2 opponents, reveled in his moment of triumph, laughing heartily. While Yu Fei felt the situation growing dire but suddenly recalled the smoke bombs she had received at the supply point. Due to the simulation training's nature and concerns about the newcomer's control, Their mechs were not equipped with lethal weapons, leaving Yufei's arm cannon empty. She deftly maneuvered, extracting 2 long blades from the back of her mech, and, coordinating with Feng Shi, launched one of the blades directly at Heipai. Heipai dodged, yet Feng Shi was already upon him, wielding her blade for a downward strike, which missed, only to swing upward from below. Heipai raised his battle axe to block, but from a distance, Yufei sprang forward, her cannon aimed at the two. Bang! Bang bang, several smoke bombs struck Heipai's chest, instantly raising a cloud of dust. With his vision obscured, he was struck in the abdomen by Feng Shi's blade, forcing him to retreat hastily, only to stumble upon the long blade Yufei had thrown earlier, causing him to falter. It's over. A thought flashed through his mind. Indeed, the next moment, when he looked up, Yufei's figure was almost upon him, the long blade poised for a vicious downward strike. Sparks flew as Yufei's blade scraped against Heipai's mech, a searing pain coursing through. He attempted to retaliate, swinging his axe, but Feng Shi kicked him aside. Yufei seized the opportunity, landing a spin and driving the long blade into Heipai's midsection, then following up with a kick. Heipai's form crumpled like a broken kite, crashing to the ground. Shushin, witnessing this scene, glared with fury. Damn it, he bellowed, swatting away those who stood in his way. Alas, how could one person contend against many? Suddenly, 2 more members of Li Chunxia's team logged out, leaving only 2 remaining. In the next round, they would face Feng Shui. Yufei took a deep breath, stretched her body, and made her way towards the coordinates Chifei had provided in their team communication. At this moment, only an hour and a half remained until the end of the assessment. Chapter 44, Feng Shui and Mingxin. Initially, Chifei and Yihen stealthily searched 2 additional locations. Perhaps due to the ongoing battle, they encountered no one and fortuitously collected a total of 7 flags. However, just as they were about to proceed to the next supply point, Yihen halted abruptly. What is the matter? Chifei inquired, turning to her. Yihen remained silent, her gaze drifting backward, where a series of hissing sounds echoed, and a massive serpent's head gradually emerged from the trees behind them. Chifei's heart momentarily skipped a beat, and he fell silent. Roar! The gigantic serpent lunged with its gaping maw. Yihen somersaulted to evade, drawing forth her thermal blade from her leg, infusing it with psychic energy, causing the blade to elongate instantaneously. A black panther, seemingly conjured from thin air, lunged at the black serpent. Lacking combat prowess, Chifei retreated, while Shulan stepped forward, her psychic energy manifested as a panther, granting her immense strength, as she seized the serpent's tail, preparing to swing it away. Feng Shui observed this spectacle from a nearby tree, her grey pupils shifting in hue, deepening to a crimson red, ultimately transforming into vertical scarlet slits. Her figure, akin to a serpent, descended silently and landed atop the black serpent's head. Yihen glanced up at her. Feng Shui's neck bore no adornment, yet a serpent-shaped ring had materialized on the index finger of her right hand. Mingxin, she whispered softly. At her utterance, the black serpent vanished in an instant, and the serpent ring emitted a crimson glow. Yihen clutched the pendant tightly as the Black Panther pushed everyone aside, clearing a space for the two. ZZZ, 2 mechas materialized simultaneously, the steam they exhaled forcing the others to shield their faces. Unlike the standard mecha provided by Yihen's school, Feng Shui's mecha was entirely black, its joints and dual mechanical eyes glowing faintly red, a highly mobile assault-type mecha, manifesting a falcon-like form, equipped with rapid-fire cannons and light missiles, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. The onlookers stared in wide-eyed astonishment. How could they possibly contend with this? The arriving Hijia and others gazed at the scene, beads of cold sweat trickling down their foreheads, gaining a comprehensive understanding of Feng Shui's formidable strength for the first time. Yihen charged forward, throwing punches and delivering kicks with ferocity. Feng Shui nimbly sidestepped, grasped her incoming leg, and flung her several meters away before turning her gaze towards the Hijia group. In an almost instantaneous reaction, they all attacked in unison, with Yihen joining the fray upon landing. GCAI was tasked with entangling their legs, while the others collaborated seamlessly. Feng Shui briefly paused her movements, then lowered her head to see the green vines ensnaring her legs, forcibly lifting her foot to sever them. She then struck the weakest among them, Qihang, creating an opening, and subsequently slammed Qihang's head into a nearby Hijia member. Finally, the trio regrouped. Hijia and Qihang knelt on the ground, clutching their heads, momentarily dazed. Yihen unsheathed her long blade and swung it, only for Feng Shui to block her with a raised hand, sparks flying. The two exchanged blows several times. Although Yihen's moves were agile and sharp, being a novice, she exhibited a certain naivety, inflicting minimal damage on Feng Shui. Something is amiss, Feng Shui suddenly spoke from within her mecha. Is it not yet? What do you mean? Yihen queried, only to be brushed aside. Regaining her composure, Hijia rose to launch another attack. However, having already exerted herself in battle, her stamina faltered, leading to her being knocked away once more. The arriving Feng Shi caught her, while Yu Fei, accompanied by 4 alphas, sprinted over to assist Yihen. There was no time to marvel at Feng Shui's exquisite mecha. The 5 of them wielded long blades, striking fiercely. The battle raged on. In the midst of it, Feng Shui gradually sustained injuries, a development that was, under normal circumstances, a cause for celebration. Yet, Yu Fei began to sense her energy waning, appearing somewhat exhausted, as did the 4 alphas. If they had fought with the same vigor as Feng Shui, they might have had a chance to win, but they had already endured a grueling battle, particularly Yu Fei. Feng Shui noticed the change in her opponents, exerting her strength to knock them down one by one. When she faced Yu Fei, she paused for a second, transforming her fist into an open palm, gently pushing her away. Yu Fei staggered back a few steps, her breathing labored. She understood clearly that they could not defeat Feng Shui at this moment, so she seized Shi Fei and the male commander and fled. After all, the flags were in their hands. If they could not win, they would hide. At least they still possessed the flags. With less than 40 minutes remaining, Feng Shui advanced to seize her, only to be tripped by Yihen leading from behind. Quite cooperative, this year's newcomers, several teachers chuckled from the screen. Their aptitude is commendable. Commendable, one teacher countered. I would say it's Although this assessment has strict limitations on lethal weaponry, preventing them from showcasing their true abilities, they've performed remarkably well. Especially that Yu Fei, who was specially recruited. Her physical fitness and combat reflexes are outstanding, but her psychic energy seems a bit low, if I recall correctly. A bit low, several teachers frowned. That doesn't seem to be the case. They all turned their gaze to Jinsai, the instructor of the special recruitment class. Jinsai, what is Yu Fei's psychic energy level? I believe it was listed as S in the enrollment records, Jinsai pondered before adding, but during the entrance examination, she suddenly manifested her psychic entity, and even an S-class shield couldn't contain it. That could be a malfunction of the machine. We should have her retested when she returns. Jinsai nodded, agreeing that this was indeed necessary. After all, Yu Fei's performance suggested she was not merely an S-level psychic. This makes selecting candidates quite challenging, several teachers lamented. Meanwhile, Yihen, leveraging her exceptionally high 3S psychic energy level, valiantly used her damaged mecha to stall Feng Shui. Yu Fei, on the other hand, led Shi Fei and others in a frantic dash towards the finish line. Suddenly, Shi Fei spotted a green mecha appearing not far from the endpoint and cursed under his breath. Damn! It was obvious, even to his toes, that it was Li Changxiao. Why make such a Is this a quest for Buddhist scriptures in the West? Yu Fei abruptly halted, momentarily at a loss for action. With only 20 minutes remaining, could they possibly fail here? Li Changxiao had evidently spotted Yu Fei and her team but made no immediate move. She stepped forward, prompting Yu Fei to take a couple of steps back. Unable to contain herself, Li Changxiao let out a brief laugh. She appeared to have no intention of obstructing them. If Yihen and her team can delay until the end, you will win, Li Changxiao stated. Hearing this, Shi Fei was elated, for the blue team members were preoccupied with stalling Feng Shui, leaving only one commander on the blue team, which offered no advantage. Let us seize the flags. Grab them all. Seeing Shi Fei's excited demeanor, Yu Fei realized he was up to no good and tightened her grip slightly. Shi Fei, feeling the pain in his waist from her grasp, looked up. The cold mechanical head stared unblinkingly at him. All right, fair split, Chi Fei shrugged. After all, they already possessed one flag, and even if they shared the one they had cooperated to obtain, the red team would still have the advantage. The nearby blue team members widened their eyes at his conversation with Yu Fei. You little rascal, do you actually intend to breach the agreement? Chapter 45, determining the official candidates. Due to the trepidation surrounding Li Chunxiao and Yu Fei's current inability to engage in combat, the group could only wait in silence as time slowly ticked away. 10 minutes, 8 minutes, 7 minutes, 6 minutes, 3 minutes. The hearts of the three at the finish line gradually began to race. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and a dark figure rushed towards them. It was Feng Shui. Had Yi Hen and the others failed, Chi Fei was on the verge of cursing. Yu Fei gently set the two individuals she had been holding onto the ground, her expression grave. Meanwhile, Yi Hen, thought to be defeated, piloted her mech like an indomitable cockroach, locking onto Mingxin from behind, sending both crashing to the ground. There's still a chance. The male commander shouted excitedly, only 2 minutes left. Feng Shui half-crouched, pressing one hand down on the exhausted and disheveled white mech, her eyes narrowing as she prepared to deliver a final blow. Yi Hen attempted to resist but was firmly held down. Just as the fist was about to descend, Yu Fei arrived. She dashed in from the side, embracing Feng Shui's body and rolling them both out. As Feng Shui was lifted, she instinctively grasped Yu Fei's arm tightly, using her strength. Yu Fei, propelled by inertia, widened her eyes, and then, two mechs, one black and one white, tumbled together and crashed to the ground. Yu Fei winced in pain at her back. The weight of the two mechs was indeed difficult to bear. Within the control room, Feng Shui seemed to chuckle lightly. Just as Yu Fei thought she might be imagining it, the black mech climbed off her, exclaiming, "We won!" Chi Fei's triumphant shout echoed from the finish line. Yu Fei propped herself up to look. Seeing Chi Fei waving a flag, Feng Shui exited her combat state, lightly landing on Yu Fei's thigh, lifting her hand to remove the headband atop her head. She appeared utterly pristine, as if she had merely come to partake in a leisurely game. The breeze tousled her flowing hair, gently caressing her crimson lips. Out of the corner of her eye, Feng Shui caught Yu Fei's gaze upon her, her lips curving slightly. Chi Fei was lost in the euphoria of victory, but in the next moment, his elation was abruptly shattered by the words of several judges. The blue team has 7 flags, the red team 6. The blue team wins. What? He widened his eyes in disbelief, then turned to the male commander of the blue team. Didn't you say you had no flags? After joining the team, he had even tried to extract information. Otherwise, Yu Fei wouldn't he have been so generous with her sharing earlier? I don't have any. The male commander scratched his head, looking skyward. You only asked if I had any, not if Yi Hen did. Chi Fei glanced over at Yi Hen, who returned a polite smile. Forget it, he thought, unable to win. He pounded his fist against the wall in frustration, realizing that cleverness could often lead to one's own downfall. Indeed, those who could command were seldom virtuous. The atmosphere within the red team grew despondent. Jinsai stepped forward, covering his mouth as he emerged. I said that the team with the higher score wins, but winning does not guarantee participation. Chi Fei, now grey-faced, weakly stared at him. Har, what do you mean? I don't understand, nor do I wish to hear. Jinsai produced a sheet. This is the composite score given by several teachers based on your performances. The outcome of this match is not of utmost importance. What truly matters is how you all performed. Gradually revitalized, Chi Fei took the sheet. Did this mean that anyone could be eligible? Indeed, the marked list indicated that the first circled name belonged to Yu Fei, who was expected to lose the match, with scores beside her: reflexes 98, physical fitness 97, intelligence 92, combat ability 98, mech control ability 95, overall strength 96. The second name was Yi Hen, with scores of reflexes 95, physical fitness 95, intelligence, leadership 97, combat ability 98, mech control ability 95, overall strength 96. He Jia scored 94, Feng Shi 93, Kunta 93, GCAI 93, while others scored in the low 90s, Jihan at 91. In the final command scores, Chi Fei received 95, Xu Luran 94, and the male Alpha 91. The logistics team had shown no remarkable performances, as the conditions did not allow for it, leading to the selection of a bob-haired girl and a shy boy. The final list of official members was announced: Commander, Yi Hen, Chi Fei, Substitute, Xu Luran, Combatants, Feng Sui, Yu Fei, He Jiao, Feng Shi, GCAI, Kunte, with others like Chi Hong as substitutes. Logistics, bob-haired Pear Blossom and the shy boy, was she. All right, you have 2 days to rest. We will gather at the school gate at 9 o'clock the day after tomorrow, Jinsai declared. This year's league will be held at T-Star, home of the Imperial Military Academy. Let us enter that place with our best spirits and reclaim last year's glory, understood? The crowd responded. Soon, 2 days later, several individuals donned in matching red and white uniforms boarded the designated spacecraft of the school. Concurrently, at the T-Star spaceport, a throng of onlookers and numerous camera operators had gathered, live broadcasts and a red carpet. The spectacle was indeed grand. I heard this is the first time the Imperial Military Academy is hosting the league, so they invited reporters and television crews to document from the start of training, striving to provide everyone with an unforgettable league experience. Truly, they are renowned for their grandiosity, someone exclaimed from the crowd. Indeed, that's right, impressive. Voices of agreement resonated around. In a world plagued by threats from insectoids and mutated creatures, records indicated that 60% of the populace had once stepped onto the battlefield. Many perished, many were injured, evoking both pain and respect. Thus, the people held the military academy in high esteem, yearning for and paying close attention to it. Most importantly, this year, the Emperor's eldest prince had withdrawn from his studies to join the Empire, destined to appear on the League battlefield. Amidst the clamour of the crowd, a lavish pale golden spaceship gracefully descended. It's the team members trained by the Imperial Military Academy. Excitement surged among the spectators. A dozen figures clad in platinum uniforms emerged, led by a man and a woman. Fuchi sported flowing light golden hair and pale eyes, his expression inscrutable, yet his determination to succeed in this league was palpable. In stark contrast to his ambitious demeanour, Fuyi appeared considerably more relaxed. She was the least favoured first princess, her hair dark and reminiscent of her mother, a maid, yet her beauty surpassed even that of Fuqi. As the two traversed the red carpet, waves of excitement rippled through both the screen and reality. In fact, one Omega, overwhelmed by the sudden appearance of such beauty, screamed and collapsed. Royal siblings are the best. The rolling comments reflected a chorus of admiration. Soon, another spaceship arrived, belonging to the Ackerman family's armed vessel. Dina stood amongst a few others, her striking blue hair drawing attention. Didn't Ackerman Dina have health issues? Why is she on the field? Someone questioned. Exactly, what can she possibly contribute in this situation? Could there be a scheme at play? The Ackerman family was notorious for being difficult to manage, otherwise, they wouldn't have made the foolish decision to arrive at the Empire in an armed spaceship. Damn Ackermans. Someone on the screen was already expressing indignation. Chapter 46, The main attacker's temper is quite unruly. The spaceship from the United University was the third to arrive, and even as it approached, it had already garnered attention. I heard that several of the main competitors from the United this year are all from impoverished backgrounds. Has their school gone mad? The names of the competitors posted were unfamiliar to all except Feng Sui. They must have gone crazy after losing to the Imperial Military Academy last year. Har har har, someone mocked. I wonder what they were thinking. Even though His Majesty recently spoke of equality for all, this is hardly the way to implement it. Flattery can only go so far. After all, no one wanted to see a military academy select a few misfits, especially with His Majesty currently under scrutiny. This could be used by unscrupulous politicians as fodder for criticism. For instance, commoners are simply not on par with nobles. There is no need to expend effort and resources on them. Of course, not all comments were disparaging. A cautious netizen quietly typed, "It's not all that bad, right? Isn't there a new student from the United this year who has already demonstrated her abilities? She's a commoner. So what? Even if she participates in the competition, can one person really turn the tide?" someone retorted. Ultimately, the United has truly lost its mind this year. Indeed, nevertheless, This was the most scathing mockery that the United had endured, bordering on cruel and nonsensical. Coupled with the live broadcast from the Imperial Military Academy, one could reasonably suspect that they were behind this, hoping to undermine the competitors' morale by exposing them to malicious comments from the outset. Inside the United spaceship, the long journey had led many to doze off, only to be roused by Jinsai. Hee-jo gazed out the window at the throngs of people below, suddenly unsure of where to place her hands and feet. Why are there so many people? Ji-fei, who had originally intended to play a game, clicked on a trending live stream and grimaced at what he saw. What are you watching? Hee-jo inquired, approaching him idly. Ji-fei had no intention of hiding it and handed it over to her. The live stream was titled Shocking Reveal, the competitors of the 5-School League make their debut. After watching for a moment, Hee-jo's expression also turned cold. They actually looked down on the United. In an instant, the excitement of competing faded from everyone on the spaceship. Feng Shui took a black mask from her bag and donned it. She was not particularly fond of such media spectacles. The others, sensing the tension, asked Jinsai to procure masks for them as well, lest they descend with foul moods and sour expressions, only to be subjected to further ridicule. The next to arrive is the United Military Academy. The female host stood in the center of the venue, struggling against the strong winds and noise that accompanied the spaceship's arrival. Feng Shui and Yu Fei, closest to the hatch, were the first to step out, clad in uniform red and white attire, devoid of any embellishments save for a few red stripes on the shoulders and pockets. They immediately captured everyone's attention from the moment they stepped forward. Feng Shui, with her hands tucked into her pockets, her long hair pulled back high, and with icy eyes concealed behind her mask, regarded no one with any regard, although Yu Fei did not exude the same level of disdain. Her casually tied ponytail and drooping eyelids seemed to convey an equal contempt for all present. Even the other team members who followed appeared rather unapproachable. A brief silence enveloped the venue and the screen. The team, all towering over 1.8 meters, emanated an overwhelming sense of intimidation upon their entrance. Was this the essence of the lone wolves from the lower classes? It was indeed rumored that these individuals from the lower strata would fiercely fight for a sliver of survival, exhibiting a ferocious nature. The female host, awkwardly smiling, eventually approached someone who appeared more approachable. Do you think you have a chance of winning this time? A chance? Yi Hen's previously friendly eyes turned icy. This question was truly repugnant, as though they were merely there to play the role of the underdog. Even with her good temperament, she would not tolerate provocations from anyone. Yi Hen raised her hand to take the microphone from her, fixing her gaze firmly on the camera, a slight smile gracing her lips, yet devoid of any warmth. We are here for the championship. This implied that she was solely focused on the title, leaving the notion of chances to others. The atmosphere fell so silent that one could hear a pin drop. On the screen, someone had already recognized her. Isn't she the SSS-level psychic genius recruited by the United this year? She even stole the Royal Prince's enrollment speech, undoubtedly the top freshman this year. What an arrogant tone. Yi Hen smiled faintly as she returned the microphone. The reporter's smile faltered, clearly unprepared for such a tough interviewee, and she had no choice but to conclude the interview. Yi Hen, with a smile that didn't reach her eyes, led her companions toward the exit, just as they were about to leave. Saying you're here for the championship, what an audacious claim, a supporter of the Empire shouted from the crowd. Do you really think your meager team of commoners can achieve that? Exactly, such grandiose words. A hollow boast. The voices of derision behind them ignited a barely contained fury on the faces of Hee-jo and her companions, especially Ji-fei, Shuliran, and GCAI. This year's league had been rife with malice toward the United, particularly targeting them as so-called commoners. Before Yi Hen could respond, Yu Fei had already steadied herself and turned to look. A massive tentacle emerged from her shoulder at a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, shooting toward the instigator of the outcry. Oh, gasps filled the air as panic ensued. The man, terrified, stumbled into others before collapsing to the ground. Yet the tentacle halted just above his head, dripping a viscous liquid onto his face. Do you see clearly now what you're up against? Yu Fei questioned him. The man swallowed hard, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he gazed at the tentacle looming so close, hurriedly nodding. I see clearly, Jin Sai, stepping in as the mentor, clapped Yu Fei on the shoulder. Obediently, she withdrew the tentacle, leaving the man a quivering heap on the ground. This is our main attacker this year. She usually has quite a pleasant disposition, Jin Sai proclaimed to the crowd. He expressed no displeasure at Yu Fei's actions. After all, there was nothing out of line, merely a demonstration for the curious onlookers. Moreover, he had already stated that she was their main attacker. One could hardly expect a person in such a role to possess an overly amiable temperament. It was their own fault for provoking her. This instant rationalization of her actions was crucial. If they had simply walked away in silence, they would have been ridiculed. It was far better to assert their strength from the outset, making it clear that these underestimated commoners were not to be trifled with. This was also why Jin Sai had remained silent initially, allowing them to forge their own presence of intimidation. Chapter 47. Do you seek trouble? No one is better suited for the role of a villain than Yu Fei, and she believes so herself. This also serves as an opportunity to demonstrate to everyone whether the decision to include them in the competition was indeed a mistake. After the match, apart from Feng Shui, everyone surrounded Yu Fei, applauding her enthusiastically. After all, they were merely a group of teenagers in their teens and 20s, prone to emotional outbursts. Yu Fei, long time no see. At that moment, a soft, gentle voice suddenly resonated. Yu Fei turned to look. It was the woman she had encountered in the Azure Sea, seemingly named Akman Daner. Shu Luran cast a curious glance at Yu Fei. When did they become acquainted? Was she a member of the Akman family? Yu Fei was surprised that the other party genuinely remembered her name, having assumed their previous conversation was merely superficial pleasantries. Hello, she replied. I'm truly delighted to see you here. Dana tilted her head slightly, her blue hair cascading over her shoulders, revealing her fair neck. Such candid words, there was a hint of youthful infatuation in her tone. It is well known that Dana is merely a beater, yet interstellar AB relationships are not uncommon. Aside from the disinterested Jihen and the visibly displeased Feng Shui, as well as the tight-lipped Shu Luran, the others looked on with amusement. Hey! Feng Shui suddenly let out a soft scoff. What is the matter? Dana turned to her. Miss Feng, are you not welcoming me? Just as Feng Shui had once referred to her as the frail lady of the Akman family, Dana reciprocated the familiarity by addressing her as Miss Feng. The closeness of their relationship was unmistakable. You're asking a question you already know the answer to. Feng Shui did not hold back, speaking directly. She stared at Feng Shui in surprise, unable to believe that these words had come from her lips, especially after she had maintained an aloof demeanor when being mocked earlier. She then pressed her lips together tightly. He Jiao. Ji Fei. The two exchanged frantic glances at Yu Fei and Feng Shui, sensing something unusual and somewhat sour in the air. Meanwhile, several soldiers dressed in light blue uniforms behind Dana cast unfriendly glances in their direction. While Yu Fei felt overwhelmed in the center of their gazes, the last time, Feng Shui had also expelled the other party with a cold demeanor. It was truly an inexplicable sense of strong possessiveness that Yu Fei could not ignore, even if she tried. Thus, she placed her hand on Feng Shui's shoulder and gave it a gentle squeeze. Feng Shui turned her head to look at her, her expression still indifferent. While Yu Fei offered Dana a symbolic smile, signifying goodwill, a thank you. Dana's enthusiasm was somewhat dampened by this slightly aloof response. Feng Shui turned and walked away, visibly irritated. While Yu Fei watched her retreating figure, a silent thought emerging in her heart. Indeed, her relationship with Feng Shui was rather awkward at this point. When she first arrived in this world, she had witnessed Feng Shui's formidable and difficult demeanor. She had learned from Fangxing that she had once been close to her and had subsequently gone missing, leading her to believe that Feng Shui, although she had been observant, she hadn't cared deeply. However, through subsequent interactions, whether it was during the entrance exam when a black serpent coiled around her neck, the unfamiliar tingling sensation along her spine, or the psychological resistance that contradicted her physiological response, or even when she witnessed Feng Shui bullying Fangxing, she felt an inexplicable anger. Then came those few nights of hazy memories, the chilling touch of Feng Shui's fingertips as she leaned in, culminating in the moment when Feng Shui, feverish, clutched her hand, revealing her first vulnerability. There seemed to exist a certain unspoken bond between them, albeit one with a less than favorable conclusion. Thus, Feng Shui had reached out to her, somewhat helplessly imploring her not to leave. Yu Fei was not entirely oblivious to matters of the heart. On the contrary, she had once been quite expressive of her emotions, yet, as the years passed, she had gradually calmed down, unsure of how to navigate such complexities. Did she really want to confront Feng Shui directly and inquire whether something had transpired between them in the past? Yu Fei was reluctant, for she sensed that knowing the answer could shatter the fragile calm of their current relationship or render it irreparable. Hence, she chose to remain mute. Coincidentally, it seemed Feng Shui shared this sentiment. A bizarre tacit understanding had formed between them. While Yu Fei quickened her pace to match Feng Shui's steps, and Qi Fei and the others followed suit, the training area mainly consisted of two venues. A makeshift training ground constructed by the Imperial Military Academy and student dormitories. Despite being temporary, the facilities were adequately equipped, including an unrestricted holographic simulation arena for training purposes. Due to Yi Hen's commanding speech on the red carpet and Yu Fei's display of strength, there were no foolish teens daring to provoke them, allowing them to pass a few days in peace. In fact, the scene of Yi Hen and Yu Fei fiercely countering their detractors was intentionally captured and shared online. Those who had previously mocked them seemed to have received a slap in the face, silencing them dramatically. Many marveled at the defiance exhibited by the two, and their prominence grew, momentarily eclipsing the royal siblings, Fu Yi and Fu Qi. Feeling oppressed in their own territory, the competitors from the Imperial Military Academy could hardly contain their dissatisfaction. However, Fu Qi showed no outward expression of concern, while Fu Yi merely smirked as she perused the online discourse. One disgruntled contestant stepped forward. His father was a high-ranking official in the political arena, and having grown up with a sense of superiority, he could not tolerate being trampled underfoot by what he deemed insignificant commoners. His gaze was fierce. What did it matter how high his prowess was? They were merely two unremarkable royal offspring, lacking any genuine fortitude. Meanwhile, Yi Hen made a new acquaintance, a main attacker from Qingting Military Academy named Klim. Their school consistently ranked at the bottom among their 5 institutions, frequently subjected to mockery for merely participating. They met at the training grounds, and Klim approached her with familiarity, expressing admiration for her words on the red carpet and appreciation for the united stance taken, which had firmly reprimanded certain arrogant nobles. Due to their equivalent standings, they quickly developed a rapport. That day, as training concluded, the members of the United Military Academy exited together. Suddenly, Yi Hen was maliciously bumped into by someone. She looked up to see a competitor from the Imperial Military Academy clad in platinum-colored uniform, flanked by 2 or 3 others. "My sincerest apologies," the individual said with a mocking tone. Yi Hen ignored him, but her progress was hindered, causing everyone from the United Military Academy to come to a halt. "Weren't you quite loud with your threats before? Why is it that now you can't even muster a word?" The other party sneered, surveying the group with disdain. "You United folks aren't anything special either. Even if they could visualize, so what? Who here couldn't? Are you looking for trouble?" Yi Hen saw through his intentions and finally regarded him. During the training session, strict regulations were in place, and any form of personal conflict was prohibited. The aggressor would surely face punishment. Chapter 48, Trouble for the Windy Hope. Danger. Yi Hen was not foolish enough to be provoked into revealing his opponent's thoughts outright. "Looking for trouble," the other scoffed. "If you're this cowardly, you should withdraw from the competition and return to where you belong." "You dare?" Qi Fei stepped forward. Yi Hen intercepted him. Since the opponent's intentions were aimed directly at her, it would be inappropriate to involve others, lest they be labeled as bullies. "So, what do you propose? A fair duel?" Yi Hen inquired. She had grown accustomed to the entanglements of these so-called nobles and was unfazed by this instance. Mochi was taken aback by her straightforwardness, pausing for a moment before stating, "Those who do not participate are cowards." Soon, news spread that the Union and Imperial military academies were about to clash, and the competitors gathered together. In the makeshift arena, Yi Hen and Mochi stood opposed. Among the onlookers, whispers circulated, Mochi is challenging a commander with just one soldier. Can he truly pull it off? The Union Academy is foolish to accept Mochi's challenge. He harbors ill intentions. In contrast to their discussions, the members of the Union Academy remained silent. Do not underestimate Yi-hen. She was a commander, not to be dismissed as weaker than any of her peers. As expected, the battle commenced, and Yi-hen showed no signs of faltering. Go, Yi-hen! Clem shouted from the sidelines, having long grown weary of the nobles. The surrounding commoners, hearing Clem's cheers, joined in. Go for it, take him down. Crush him. Suddenly, realizing that his assault would yield no results, Mochi glared at the crowd, gritting his teeth. He could not afford to lose and suffer such humiliation, thus, he pulled something from his pocket, a small folding knife, concealed in his palm. Observing closely, Yu Fei stepped forward, but Feng Shui stopped her, leaving Yu Fei puzzled. However, in the next moment, Yi-hen's demeanor shifted, almost instinctively. She tilted her head to evade Mochi's attack, stepping back while delivering a low kick to the inner thigh, followed by a high whip kick. Although Mochi raised his arm to block, he was still sent staggering a few steps back, his arm numbed. By the time he regained his senses, Yi-hen had leaped and delivered a powerful kick to his chest, sending him crashing to the ground. War! Clem exclaimed, nearly jumping with excitement. When Jinsai arrived upon receiving the notification, he beheld the scene, his commendable student standing triumphantly while an imperial student lay on the ground, seemingly lost and bewildered. My rib is broken. Mochi cried out from the ground. Jinsai ordered for him to be taken to the infirmary and paused momentarily as he passed by Yi-hen. He had noticed her during school. She possessed remarkable talent, yet due to her solitary nature, without the support of roommates like Yu Fei, she often faced difficulties. Thus, he pinched the bridge of his nose and declared, "You shall be confined for 3 days." A punishment that was neither severe nor lenient, he imposed it and then withdrew. Yi-hen nodded in acknowledgement. Her behavior seemed somewhat unusual, prompting Yu Fei to step forward to offer comfort, fearing she might overthink, yet she inadvertently met Yi-hen's unfamiliar gaze. Yu Fei halted her movement. Feng Shui grasped Yu Fei's arm, casting a watchful glance at Yi-hen. Since she had appeared here, that woman could not be far behind. 3 days later, when Yi-hen emerged from confinement, she appeared significantly more subdued. The following day during training, Yu Fei noticed Yi-hen wearing a high-collared outfit despite the sweltering heat of nearly 39 degrees Celsius. Furthermore, when Yi-hen was released from confinement, Yu Fei spotted a woman clad in a platinum uniform entering Yi-hen's quarters. Such strange developments unfolded, however, due to this minor incident involving Yi-hen. No further provocateurs emerged, yet the injured Mochi, still seething from his loss of face, cast dark glances at them. Dana also approached Yu Fei on several occasions, but each time, Feng Shui's interference curtailed their conversations. Thus, time passed day by day. One day, Jinsai approached with several boxes. These were the mech pendants provided by the school. Apart from support personnel, every official team member received one, tailored to their individual needs. Yi-hen, as a commander, was awarded the black gold medium mech spider, suitable for a certain level of combat, which she seemed to recognize well. After all, it was a freshman league, allowing Feng Shui to participate was already a bold move. Consequently, this year's primary offensive role fell to Yu Fei, who received the Iron Grey Super Heavy Mech Grim Reaper, capable of reaching a staggering weight of 1,500 kilograms in its complete form. Its power system was a nuclear engine, providing high mobility and endurance, while its defense system comprised ultra-thick alloy armor, capable of withstanding most heavy firepower attacks. The right arm was equipped with a melee chainsaw blade, capable of effortlessly slicing through enemies, while the left arm boasted a heavy artillery cannon, with anti-armor missile launchers on the shoulders, both suitable for long-range fire support. An unequivocal weapon of mass destruction, this year, the Union was determined to secure victory. As Yu Fei gazed at the colossal machine before her, her heart raced as if it might leap from her chest, and even He Jiao and the others felt the adrenaline surge at the sight. The school had stated that winning the competition would grant them unencumbered access to the use of the Missy HS.I. In the subsequent days, Yu Fei and her companions began to familiarize themselves with their new mechs, right up until 2 days before the competition. Alone in her dormitory, She received an unknown email, leaving her in a daze after reading it. The email contained numerous photographs, showcasing a younger Shui alongside a girl who bore an uncanny resemblance to Yufei, chronicling their entanglements from high school to university, culminating in the incident at sea where the girl was presumed to have perished. Most images captured the girl's profile, yet She recognized her instantly. It was Yufei, or rather, a girl who looked identical to her. Was this why Shui held such a keen interest in Yufei? Simply due to their resemblance, a wave of jealousy surged within Shi, or perhaps it had been brewing for quite some time. From the moment she was rescued by Shui from her tormentors, she had sought to emulate her as a role model, yearning for her attention. Yet all of this had been appended by Yufei, who had never cast a glance in her direction. The bitterness within her grew more pronounced, and Shi's emotion spiraled, pressing her palms against the table to steady her breathing. No, she seemed unable to rein in her feelings, as something compelled her emotions to surge. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was at the door. She inhaled deeply, approached the door, and was met with a flash of blue before a sharp pain struck her forehead, causing her to faint. It is still too early, a voice murmured softly, be good, and all will be well. Chapter 49. The competition begins. On the following day, Shi attended the pre-league training as usual, seemingly oblivious to the events of the previous day. However, bang, she suddenly collapsed to the ground during her sparring session with Hijia. Hijia, who had initially exerted little effort, hastily helped her up. What happened? Shi appeared somewhat dazed, offering no response. Nearby, Yufei and others approached, concern etched on their faces. What is going on? Are you okay? Shi looked up, her gaze bewildered as it briefly lingered on Shui before shifting to Yufei beside her. What is wrong? Yufei, noticing her gaze, could not help but inquire. In an instant, Shi's expression began to shift, a hint of ferocity emerging amidst her struggle. Go, get away. She suddenly waved her hand towards Yufei, her voice sharp and piercing. Hijia grasped her arm, urgently asking, what is wrong, are you feeling unwell? Yufei took a few steps back, confusion painted on everyone's faces. Li Hoer, with her bobbed hair, rushed over and, with Hijia's assistance, began to assess Shi's condition. Her temperature and pulse were normal, but her blood pressure was slightly elevated, yet, Shi's demeanor suggested something was amiss. She appeared to be in great distress, as if battling an unseen force. Take her to the infirmary, Li Hua declared, unable to ascertain the issue. Yufei and the others followed in a flurry, and after a series of examinations in the infirmary, the doctor, his hair graying at the temples, reported, there is nothing wrong. He fixed his gaze on Shi, adding, it may simply be pre-competition nerves. A bit of rest should suffice. What do we do about her current state? Jinsai, who had just arrived, asked, are we supposed to leave her like this? The doctor, turning away from the group, retrieved a syringe. Soon after the injection was administered, within 2 minutes, Shi closed her eyes and fell into a deep slumber. The collective anxiety of the group finally eased. Tomorrow was the league match, and for both professional and personal reasons, Shi could not afford to falter. Jinsai called everyone back to continue their training, yet Yufei remained, rooted in place. Her encounters with Shi had been few. Why had she reacted so emotionally towards her today? Cough, cough, cough. At that moment, a familiar female voice emerged from beside the infirmary's curtain. Yufei turned her head to see. Dina lifted the curtain with her hand, asking, what is going on? Is someone hurt? Her poor health was common knowledge, making her presence here seem rather incongruous. Yufei shook her head. That is good to hear. Dina responded, the match is tomorrow, we can't afford any mishaps, especially after all the training. She sounded like a caring individual. Yufei remained silent, turning to leave with Shui, leaving Jinsai as the only one behind. Dina's south smile froze in place, her lips twitching unnaturally. She awoke late in the evening. However, when Hijia approached and inquired about her distress in the morning, she could only reply, I can't remember. That night, everyone retired early, conserving energy for the impending competition. In the darkness, She suddenly opened her eyes wide and sat up. 90% of the competitors in the league training were alphas, and due to the high-intensity training and the excitement surrounding the upcoming match, fluctuations in pheromones were inevitable, therefore, each individual had their own room. Alphas with alphas, commanders with commanders, and logistics with logistics. She sat alone in the dark for a while, suddenly feeling parched and unable to endure it. She rose from her bed. In the adjacent dormitory resided GCAI, who was too excited about the impending match to sleep. As she tossed and turned, she suddenly heard the sound of rushing water. Is she taking a shower at this hour? She wondered, initially dismissing it. She closed her eyes to sleep, only to find the sound of water growing louder. Unable to bear it any longer, she got out of bed and opened the door, determined to inquire about the commotion. Upon opening the door, she encountered the equally disturbed Conte. "Is it you making this racket?" Conte glared at her, his expression far from pleasant. GCAI shot him a look. Can't GCAI just stepped out too? Who on earth is being so inconsiderate, making noise at this hour? At that moment, others from the Joint Military Academy also emerged, demanding, "Who is it?" "It seems to be Shi," GCAI chimed in. "I heard the noise coming from her room." They knocked on Shi's door, but after a considerable wait, there was no response. The ruckus had awakened Yu Fei and her companions, who stepped out to investigate. "What is going on?" Hijio yawned. "Shi is making a terrible noise at this hour." Kunti grumbled, clearly annoyed. "She woke us all up." "Noisy." Yu Fei observed the group, noting that some were even 3 doors away from Shi's room. It was implausible they could hear her. Hijia wore a puzzled expression. Didn't he hear anything at all? At that moment, the door creaked open, and Shi, draped in a coat, appeared. "What are you doing, mate?" Shi touched her face. "I just felt a bit thirsty and got up for some water." "You're drinking water, yet making so much noise." Kunte clearly did not believe her, but considering the match the next day, he chose not to pursue the matter further. "Whatever you're doing, keep it down." With that, he turned and left. He just stood there, bewildered, watching the crowd disperse, then turned to Shi, yet she simply stared at the floor in silence before taking a step back and closing the door. At that moment, Yu Fei noticed the water stains on the floor beneath Shi's feet. The next day, the 5-school league commenced as scheduled. The audience seating, which could accommodate over 1,000 spectators, began filling steadily from the morning. As the competition time approached, a sea of heads filled the view. They could monitor the real-time status of each team on the massive screens above. Meanwhile, countless cameras were set up, and the Imperial Military Academy's official website opened 5 live broadcast rooms simultaneously. To compete in front of such a vast audience, the contestants, facing this for the first time, suddenly felt immense pressure, as did the joint team. Everyone was tense, anticipating the imminent competition. The annual 5-school league is about to commence. Let us begin the countdown together. The voice of the commentator resonated through the massive speakers, echoing in the ears of all present. The audience joined in a fervent cheer, their spirits high and enthusiasm boundless. 3, 2, 1. In the waiting, misfortune, mutated mice, let us give a warm welcome to the teams from the 5 schools, the commentator announced. The air resonated with applause and shouts. Empire, Empire, Empire. Union. After exchanging nods with the substitute Shuliran, a few of them stepped forward. In that instant, all 5 teams took to the stage simultaneously. Someone screamed. This year's venue is located at the northwestern edge of Planet T, a site that once witnessed the arrival of the Zerg. Even now, it remains rife with mutated creatures due to lingering radiation, having been temporarily divided into 5 distinct zones. Once the crowd quieted, the commentator continued. The 5 teams are required to embark from different routes within their respective zones, collecting 5 flags along the way as indicated on the map, and then collectively make their way to the finish line. The team that plants their flags first will emerge victorious. The total distance is estimated to be approximately 320 kilometers, with a time limit of 24 hours. However, they will encounter all manner of unforeseen circumstances, so participants must exercise utmost caution. Lastly, as a friendly reminder, given that this is a competition, the safety measures cannot be as meticulous as in regular training, as rescue efforts also require time. Therefore, each contestant must take responsibility for their own life the moment they enter the arena. Each team is to send forth one member to draw lots and choose their route. The members of the union turned their gazes towards Yi-hen, their commander. "I don't have the best luck," Yi-hen remarked, yet she stepped forward resolutely. Reaching into the lot, she retrieved a slip. Zone C, the central area. The Empire Team S. Fuchi revealed his lot as well. Zone B. Ackerman Military Academy, Zone D. Slanton, Zone A. Qingteng, Zone E. As the teams dispersed, Mochi from the Empire Military Academy gestured across his neck towards them. Meanwhile, at the Ackerman Military Academy, Dana maintained her smile, though her companions wore expressions of hostility. This was undeniably a poor draw. The central area was already notorious for its high density of mutated creatures and was currently under threat, but what could be done? They had to proceed, for fortune had brought them to this point. The group boarded a helicopter, preparing to be deployed to their designated drop point. Though their faces remained impassive, the live stream revealed that viewers were already sweating bullets for them. This year, the Union's commander has truly drawn the short straw. The Union officials, witnessing this, were startled from their office chairs, laughing heartily. No amount of planning could have anticipated the commander's ill fortune. The northwestern edge, characterized by high temperatures and a lack of vegetation due to human absence, was nearly barren. Upon arrival, Yu Fei and her companions were greeted by swirling sand and dust blown in by the wind. They retrieved the masks prepared by Jinsai, securing them behind their heads before donning their helmets and checking their gear. As the doors of the helicopter swung open, a wave of hot air enveloped them. Yu Fei squinted against the heat, slinging her submachine gun over her shoulder, grasping the edge of the door, and signaled before leaping from 100 meters in the air like an eagle soaring through the skies. Feng Shui and the others followed closely, with the two commanders bringing up the rear. Initially, I had little faith in them, but I must admit, it's somewhat impressive. I'm truly taken aback. With masks, helmets, and military attire, those first— What is her name? TSK, with Feng Shui around, letting a freshman take the lead is madness. Some viewers felt compelled to disrupt the current atmosphere of camaraderie and tranquility. Yi-hen and Chi-Fei examined the official map, pinpointing the location of the flags while assessing the safety of their surroundings. Meanwhile, Yu Fei and her companions stood guard with their weapons. The competition begins. With the sound of a resounding gunshot, the commentator's voice rang out once more. Yi-hen and Chi-Fei finalized their route, relaying the information to the others. Let us go. They set off immediately. At the outset of the competition, each team was focused on their respective paths in search of flags, temporarily avoiding internal conflicts. Yu Fei and her group were no exception. Soon, they arrived at a location that had once been an abandoned industrial facility, the signal for the flag emanating from within. Yi-hen gestured for Yu Fei to lead He Jiao scouting ahead while the others remained on standby. Receiving the order, Yu Fei entered first. The nearly destroyed iron door bore faint claw marks. She pushed it open, and the two moved cautiously through the entrance directly opposite. Inside, everything lay in ruins, draped in cobwebs and thick layers of dust, with animal droppings scattered about. The stench was somewhat nauseating, prompting Yu Fei to frown. Chirp, 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 a sudden noise from behind startled them, causing both to whirl around. It was merely a greyish-white mouse, scurrying from the interior to the outside. He just sighed in relief, about to voice a quip when Yu Fei forcefully shoved her aside. A half-man-sized grey mouse leapt from the rafters above, its sharp claws scraping where they had just stood. What there? He just steadied herself, utterly astonished by the scene before her. Could they possibly employ such cunning tactics of diversion? But soon, an even more shocking spectacle unfolded. The previously silent expanse of the factory erupted with numerous rustling sounds. Scores of mice, their sharp teeth bared, emerged from every corner, some even dripping with blood. Each creature measured an astonishing meter in length, their fur matted together, and their claws alarmingly long. A veritable hell for those afflicted with a fear of clusters. Hee-jia felt an involuntary shiver run down her spine. While she was aware that the central zone might pose some challenges, was it truly fair to encounter such a scenario right from the outset? This was unjust, utterly unjust. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Just as she lamented internally, all the mutated mice sprang into action. In this critical moment, Yufei had already chambered a round in her UMP-45, resting it against her shoulder, switched to full auto, and pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 accompanied by the relentless gunfire and the casings that cascaded to the ground. Yufei's hair whipped about her forehead as she advanced with a cold demeanor, resembling a merciless. The airborne mice were ruthlessly shot down, crashing to the ground. Clearly, they had underestimated humanity. After all, fear of the unknown stems merely from a lack of power. With truth in hand, the world is theirs to conquer. Chapter 51, The Fire and Nest. For the first time, Hee-jia witnessed the true meaning of one man guarding the pass. 10,000 cannot open it. Her jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. Had it not been for her mask, many would have seen the astonishment etched on her face. Why Yufei's current demeanor was a stark contrast to her usual amicable and easygoing nature. No way, bro, have you secretly evolved on your own? Hee-jia suddenly felt a pang of betrayal, fiercely firing her weapon. From now on, she would be the only fool left in the 416 squad. No, it seemed she had always been the sole fool. Unbeknownst to Yufei, Hee-jia's internal monologue was rich and vivid. After expending her ammunition, she smoothly replaced the magazine with one hand. The comments from viewers on the screen began to pour in. Wow, this year's main attacker looks incredibly fierce. She is stunning, truly hard to resist. Sister, I've fallen. I need someone to help me. What you're fighting isn't he just mutated rats, it's my heart. Seems like she knows how to stir things up. Among the myriad of astonished remarks, a peculiar comment surfaced. Sister, though the words are crude, this is way too crude. They still recalled the netizens who criticized Yufei for being inferior to feng shui, claiming that choosing her was a mistake, and they immediately retaliated. Keyboard warriors riding the waves, come out and see who among you is fit to be the main attacker. Naturally, no one would respond, for they were merely keyboard warriors. Meanwhile, Yufei and Hee-jia had concluded their battle, standing amidst the numerous rat carcasses when they noticed a hidden rat clutching a hint of red.it was a flag embedded with a sensor. Evidently, this flag must have been placed elsewhere. It was unclear why it had been brought here. Why Yufei raised her weapon, aiming at the rat's head. With a resounding bang, the rat collapsed lifelessly. She approached, bent down to retrieve the flag, shook off the dirt, and pressed her finger to the earpiece. I've got the flag. Good to go. Yi-hen generously offered praise. Well done. Although she couldn't recall having such a classmate in her youth, the girl demonstrated commendable prowess. The group pressed on, remaining vigilant for any mutated creatures while searching for the flag. The second location was a mountainous region piled high with massive stones, where a bright red flag fluttered at the summit. Unlike the unexpected ambush of the first encounter, several golden-haired monkeys lounged on the rocks, occasionally grabbing something from the ground and stuffing it into their mouths. Yi-hen initially intended for feng shui to take feng shi to retrieve the flag, but considering it was the second flag, it might pose some difficulty, so she assigned Kunte to accompany them instead. Indeed, the seemingly docile monkeys transformed as soon as they sensed an approach, baring their teeth and bouncing away in refusal. Feng shui and the others raised their weapons. The monkeys halted their antics and retreated to the opposite side. They truly couldn't play. It felt as if someone wanted to engage with them. Humans were indeed quite pretentious. No wonder it said that humans evolved from monkeys, given their cleverness. Even Yi-hen didn't expect the second flag to be so easily attainable, her lips twitching in surprise. Those observing their group burst into hearty laughter at the antics of the comical monkeys. After traversing a long morning journey, the group paused to recharge. It seemed that despite being in the central area, Danger was not omnipresent. Thus far, they hadn't encountered anything perilous. The third flag awaited them at the fire and nest, which also appeared to be a former human house. However, the once towering buildings now lay in ruins, a haunting sight of devastation and desolation. "Hey, this place feels oddly familiar. I think I've seen it before," someone remarked on the screen, but no one paid it any mind. The difficulty of acquiring the flag was steadily increasing. The red and nest, while seemingly tranquil, was treacherous. The two teams split into two, sending part of the group inside to scout. As Yufei stepped into the area, the soft earth yielded beneath her feet, releasing a swarm of fire ants the size of human palms. He just stepped back, kicking away one that attempted to crawl up her pant leg. Positioned between the two, Yufei glanced at his light brain, addressing them both. "Proceed forward, take a left after 50 meters, and continue straight. The flag is located there." The trio advanced, navigating through countless disturbed fire ants that scurried frantically. They displayed a formidable aggression towards the trespassers but recoiled at the sight of the weapons. The flamethrowers, the boulder fire ants crawled up their bodies, only to be mercilessly dispatched. Frantic and enraged, the fire ants spun in circles, and from the collapsed building came a tremor, causing all the fire. The three were naturally stunned by this bizarre scene. After a moment of waiting, they found nothing amiss and continued forward. "We've arrived," Yufei announced suddenly. The trio gazed at the cluttered ground. If not, it could mean ascending to the upper floors. Yufei took the lead up the stairs. "Why are there clothes here?" Hijio inquired, noticing a black jacket beneath her feet as she ascended, perplexed. It appeared relatively new, not only clothing, but there were also instant noodle boxes, beverage bottles, and snack wrappers scattered about. Yufei meticulously scanned the debris strewn across the ground. Although coated in dust, they seemed recent. Could it be that the teachers conduct? The responsible parties wouldn't procrastinate. Most begin preparations once the competition dates are confirmed. Though these items are dusty, given their pristine condition, they likely haven't been here for more than a month. It appears someone else entered here recently. As for who that might be, they had no clue. Suddenly, the individual who had previously mentioned familiarity recalled something due to Yufei's words. "I remember now. I saw a few small streamers come here a while back." Those streamers were indeed quite minor, and at the time, their audience was merely a handful, yet their excitement suggested they believed they could attain fame through this venture. She recalled them mentioning a significant challenge, seeking mutated creatures. The comments at that time were filled with mockery, as there were many seeking to capitalize on trends nowadays. The streamers had faint excitement, creating a tense atmosphere. Thus, she found it somewhat disingenuous and exited without further attention. Little did she know that those streamers were indeed genuine, not merely acting. However, others were skeptical of her claims. As soon as someone mentions it, don't you just follow the crowd? A location verified by the military could hardly allow random entry. Such fabrications lack foundation. The netizen, who spoke truthfully, refrained from rebuttal. She merely needed to observe what unfolded for Yufei and her companions to know the veracity of her words. Meanwhile, Yufei, now on the third floor, felt an unsettling sensation wash over him. It was as if something lurked in the shadows, watching him. Yufei noticed his tense demeanor and scanned their surroundings. Suddenly, a faint metallic scent wafted through the air, accompanied by a subtle crunching sound. Yufei's expression hardened. She pulled Yufei behind her, securing her flamethrower at her waist, and drew her submachine gun, signaling to Hijia to prepare for combat. She cautiously made her way to the fourth floor. Her gaze traversed the dilapidated walls, finally landing in the desolate fourth floor, where a severed arm lay in plain sight. Swarming over it were countless juvenile fire ants. Chapter 52, Foolish Actions. A faintly discernible humanoid figure lay supine not far away, utterly devoid of color. Its chest and abdomen had been violently torn open, revealing a dense mass of white larvae and already hatched fire ants within. Beside it lay several gnawed human bones and a gigantic ant queen nearly as tall as a human. they feasted upon human flesh and blood, staving off the spread of the gruesome scent and eliminating the stench of decay. What the hell? What the hell? The screen, which had previously proclaimed the lies of others, even the personnel behind the Empire widened their eyes in disbelief. How could this have resulted in loss of life? Yu Fei and her companions faced the harrowing scene, feeling as though misfortune had befallen them. Just moments ago, they had been lamenting the possibility of encountering danger in the central district, and now such a calamity had unfolded. Suddenly, the Crimson Ant Queen had detected their presence. It opened its mouth, revealing razor-sharp mandibles that dripped with what appeared to be human blood. Yu Fei swiftly fired a shot, but before she could retreat, the rushing queen seized her firearm, violently tossing her against the wall. Positioned at the rear, he just seized the opportunity to aim for the creature's head and fired. Bang! The bullet ricocheted off the hard exoskeleton, sparking a few embers, but it only served to enrage. He cursed under her breath, but given their confined position at the stairwell, she could only continue firing. While Chi Fei activated her flamethrower, the queen roared amidst the barrage of attacks, intent on tearing them to shreds, as countless fire ants surged from all directions to swarm around them. Just as it sought to summon its minions, Yu Fei had already risen to her feet. An octopus, rivaling the queen in size, suddenly emerged, ensnaring it as they both leapt from the 4th floor. The two plummeted from a height of over 10 meters, startling Feng Shui and her companions, who rushed over in alarm. In contrast to the octopus's supple form, the queen's mandibles were razor-sharp. As they descended, it seized the octopus's body with a vicious grip, raising its venomous stinger high. Though the toxin wouldn't be fatal, it would inflict excruciating pain akin to being burned alive upon contact. Feng Shui narrowed her eyes. Just as the stinger was about to strike, the black serpent lunged forth, biting into the queen's swollen abdomen, twisting and wrapping itself tightly around it. The octopus extended its tentacles to ensnare the queen, which had been biting its head, and together they forcefully tore the creature's body apart. Yu Fei, brandishing a red flag, leapt down from the 4th floor and witnessed this unfolding spectacle. Yet, did this signify the end of their peril? Clearly not. The loss of their queen rendered the fire ants even more agitated. Suddenly, the ground trembled. Yu Fei and Feng Shui leapt aside as 3 worker ants, larger and stronger than the queen, burst forth from the earth. Perhaps they could no longer be classified as mere worker ants. Their level of mutation far surpassed that of the queen, lying dormant underground, likely as high-ranking leaders. Simultaneously, countless palm-sized fire ants responded to their summons, climbing onto the larger ants, causing them to swell in size. It seemed that ordinary weapons and spiritual entities would no longer suffice. Yu Fei tossed the flag to Yi Hen, instructing her to lead the others away while they pursued. Yi Hen understood her intent, realizing that not all of them needed to remain, and promptly took He Jiao and the others with her. Moments later, the group had scarcely moved a distance when they were met with the deafening roar of cannon fire. "I hope Yu Fei doesn't turn this place into ruins," He Jiao remarked. They had all witnessed Yu Fei's Grim Reaper. It was undoubtedly a war machine. Having reached a relatively safe distance, they intended to slow their pace and await Yu Fei and Feng Shui, only to be confronted by uninvited guests. The Empire was also poised to seize a 3rd flag, albeit from a slightly off-center position, veering toward Yu Fei's district. Thus, the Empire's forces, led by Fu Qi, made a grand appearance before them. The two factions locked eyes in a tense standoff. The Empire and the Alliance had always been at odds, with a long-standing competitive rivalry, and now, their earlier confrontation only intensified the animosity. It was a classic case of enemies encountering one another. Aside from Fu Yi, even Fu Qi wore a grim expression. Confrontation was inevitable, especially with the absence of 2 key soldiers on the opposing side. It would be unreasonable not to strike, particularly after the overt hostility displayed by Mochi during their previous encounter. "Help, help, Commander, hurry, we're about to be ambushed." the viewers monitoring Yu Fei and her group. Meanwhile, the opposing live stream erupted with cheers. Take advantage of their vulnerability, attack the alliance. With two main combatants missing, it was unrealistic to expect that He Jiao and her companions would not falter, yet surrender was out of the question. You've run into us. Consider it your misfortune, Mochi declared. He Jiao scoffed. You, someone who could lose to a commander in a duel, should refrain from acting superior here, all right. Struck to the core, Mochi's face darkened, his anger morphing into a twisted smile. Really? You think a ragtag team pulled from the mud can defeat us? With that proclamation, a surge of heat erupted, and a mech materialized. Mochi! Fuchi's discontented voice rang out. While he had no intention of letting a good opportunity to strike the alliance slip away, he was nonetheless displeased that Mochi had acted without awaiting his command. Yet Mochi was beyond listening now. In his eyes, Fuchi, raised in a slum, and the neglected Fuyi were not worth his obedience, especially when facing the alliance that had caused him such embarrassment. The very thought of being defeated by those he deemed inferior was utterly unacceptable. He must reclaim his lost dignity and deliver a severe lesson to these audacious commoners, his gaze fixated on Yi Hen, bloodshot and filled with fervor. No matter how brilliant you are, that lady has bestowed upon me boundless power. He Jiao and her companions also unleashed their mechs, and the impending battle loomed large. At this point, Fuchi could no longer afford to concern himself with Mochi's insubordination and issued the order to engage. In Yi Hen's memory, while the Empire's military academy had always been formidable, it had never reached a level of extraordinary brilliance. Thus, she did not anticipate any issues arising from the absence of Yu Fei and her companions, believing they would at least avoid a humiliating defeat before their arrival. However, the ensuing scene began to cast doubt on her recollections. Mochi was managing to hold his own against He Jiao and Feng Shi, still maintaining the upper hand. It was worth noting that he was merely a support soldier within the Empire's ranks. Bang! A colossal fist struck He Jiao's shoulder, sending her sprawling. Feng Shi rushed in to assist, swinging her blade, only to have it caught with brute force. Mochi even seized her weapon, flinging it aside. As He Jiao regained her footing, she was knocked back several meters by Feng Shi's collision. The remaining members of the alliance found themselves struggling against the Empire's relentless assault. Yi Hen turned to assist but was blocked by Fu Yi. They were now rivals, and personal interests must be set aside. Har 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 har, seeing the alliance's impending downfall, Mochi erupted in laughter. At that moment, no one, absolutely no one, could rival his might. Feng Shi and He Jiao, unwilling to concede, rose once more to attack. This time, they exhibited an extraordinary synergy, managing to land several blows on Mochi. Angered by the retreat, Mochi glared fiercely at the two, his mind consumed by an overwhelming desire for battle. He was the strongest, all who obstructed him must perish. In the next instant, he raised a cannon toward them. Fuchi, taken aback by Mochi's inexplicable behavior, shouted urgently, "Stop!" But Mochi was beyond heeding commands. He cared not whether his target was a comrade. Feng Shi, positioned closest, swiftly shoved He Jiao aside. Everything transpired with alarming rapidity. Feng Shi! He Jiao screamed. Chapter 53, the first clash between the two schools. As Feng Shi heard her voice and gazed at the flickering flames nearby, she was unexpectedly taken aback by her own instinctive action to push someone away. How foolish of me, she thought with self-mockery. Just as everyone believed she was about to be overtaken, in a moment of dire peril, a grey shadow surged forth with an almost imperceptible speed. Feng Shi was swept away by a tremendous force, and as she looked up, she caught a glimpse of a grey silhouette. With a resounding bang, an explosive sound erupted beside her. Feng Shi distinctly felt the tremor of the iron-grey mech behind her. It was Yu Fei. She had actually withstood the impact. Mochi! On the other side, Feng Shui rarely displayed any anger, yet here it was, as the black mech, resembling a vengeful deity, delivered a powerful punch to his face. Mochi was sent flying, and before he could react, Yu Fei, having released Feng Shi, swiftly approached and struck him down into the ground with another blow. You bastard! Blood trickled from the corner of Mochi's mouth. Just as he attempted to rise, Yufei landed another punch squarely on his face, silencing him with her actions. Mochi was struck once more, his mind reeling from the blows. Oh, finally here. You scared me to death. Beat him, kill this vile creature. The audience, who had previously been anxious about the alliance, finally glimpsed their savior. Yufei stood tall, adjusting her shoulder which had been hit by the cannon blast. Thanks to the exceptional defensive capabilities of the Death God mech, the damage was negligible for her. However, had that cannon struck Fengxi, the outcome would have been far more dire. Being a lightweight mech primarily focused on agility, its defenses were not particularly high, especially when aimed at the head. Yufei glanced at Fuqi and the others. Why didn't you wait for us to spar together? Feng Shui kicked aside an Imperial team member, the two standing resolutely before the alliance, as formidable as an insurmountable barrier. Yufei was undoubtedly a hot topic in this year's league, and Fuqi recognized her, albeit surprised by her unexpectedly assertive demeanor. The main attacker from the Empire could hardly tolerate the provocation and was about to advance when Fuqi raised a hand to stop him. They still had 2 flags to procure. Since they were not gaining any advantage here, they had no choice but to retreat for now. What are you doing? A female voice interrupted the standoff between the Alliance and the Imperial Military Academy. A light blue mech led several silver mech warriors onto the scene. It was Ackerman Military Academy. Daner's voice emanated from the light blue mech. Have you encountered some troublesome mutated creatures as well? Why is she everywhere? Feng Shui frowned. On the ground, the previously unconscious Mochi suddenly resurrected, pushing himself up from the ground. Oh no, are the Empire and Ackerman teaming up against us 2-on-1? No way. Fortunately, Daner was merely there to join the fray. The weather seems rather unfavorable today, she remarked. I sense a storm brewing. Yufei found herself perplexed by Daner's thoughts, but, given that the latter did not initiate an attack, she saw no reason to escalate the situation. Fengxi heard Daner's voice and couldn't help but turn her head. Daner's gaze met hers. A sharp pain shot through her mind, as if something were about to break free from within, causing Fengxi to furrow her brows. At that moment, He Jia, moved by the danger Fengxi had faced, rushed over and embraced her, inadvertently blocking Fengxi's view. Fengxi lightly punched her, attempting to push her away, but as she observed He Jia's excited demeanor, her attention was momentarily diverted, alleviating her headache. She could only allow He Jia to cling to her as they bounced around. Daner discreetly averted her gaze, noticing Mochi, who looked like a drenched rat, and a flicker of disdain crossed her eyes. Truly useless. Yufei and the others, having learned their lesson, did not separate again. They continued their journey for quite some time, until darkness descended. It was already night. The 24-hour time limit was halfway through. They were still 140 kilometers from their destination, with 2 flags remaining to be secured. It appeared that tomorrow would entail a considerable workload. The group came to a halt, initially intending to find a place to start a fire and make do for the night. However, fate had other plans. A fierce wind swept across the dry ground, intensifying with each moment, accompanied by distant rumblings and light rain. The temperature in the already chilly night air plummeted further, prompting them to rise and seek refuge in an abandoned site. This place looks good, He Jia remarked. It has doors, windows, and the walls are relatively intact. Yufei looked up to see a vacant building, its exterior damage seemingly minimal. Yi Hen and Qi Fei, feeling uneasy, took the lead to scout the area. Once they confirmed it was safe, they allowed the others to enter. Soaked to the skin, the group stepped inside and began shedding their wet clothing. As they prepared to kindle a fire, He Jia summoned her spiritual entity. A black and white husky exhaled flames, igniting the gathered firewood in an instant. Though her spiritual entity appeared rather silly at first glance, its effectiveness was not to be underestimated, given that its spiritual power was substantial, albeit somewhat whimsical like its master. Yufei removed her damp outerwear and draped it aside to dry, with Feng Shui following suit. The two, clad only in black tank tops, revealed their well-toned figures, their elegant shoulder and necklines, muscular arms that were strong yet not overly pronounced, and smooth backs were all on display. Particularly striking was Feng Shui. No one expected her waist to be so slender once she shed her clothing. Even He Jia glanced over, for Feng Shui was not one to often undress in the dormitory, always donning her oversized pajamas. No one anticipated that such an imposing figure would hide such a aesthetically pleasing silhouette beneath her clothes, with a delicate curve at the waist and 2 dimples just above her hips, leading down to the slight arch accentuated by her camouflage pants. The screen erupted with comments from viewers. Aha, is this something we can gaze upon? Sister, oh my. Under the scrutiny of her companions, Yufei's eyes glittered momentarily as she shifted to a corner. Are you cold? Would you like to sit here? Feng Shui remained silent, walking directly over to take a seat, only to be elegantly obstructed by Yufei, leaving only her exquisite profile visible. No. Quick, let my dear sister out, or I'll unfollow. Feng Shi observed the interaction between the two, her thoughts a mystery, as she settled down cross-legged. Yet, before she could dwell on anything, He Jia plopped down beside her, exuberantly like a little puppy. Her expression mirrored that of the husky behind her. Are you cold, Feng Shi? Not cold. He Jia, receiving no response, appeared a bit disheartened, and even the husky's ears drooped. What do you want? Feng Shi asked, exasperated. He Jia gazed at her. I noticed your complexion isn't great. If you're still feeling cold, you can let Xiao Har help you. Xiao Har was her spiritual entity. Hearing its master call, the husky eagerly approached, nuzzling against Feng Shi's arm, intending to wrap its body around her for warmth. Feng Shi had never been so close to anyone before, and a wave of goosebumps surged along her spine, causing her ears to flush a deep red. Divine Gold. Chapter 54. The conspiracy on the brink of success. The howling wind outside was deafening, and the rain pelted against the glass like a barrage of pebbles. The live broadcast was suspended, and a profound silence enveloped everyone. He Jia and Yufei were tasked with the vigil during the first half of the night, both leaning against the wall in a semblance of slumber. Suddenly, Yufei heard a faint rustling sound. She opened her eyes and glanced over. Opposite her, Feng Shi was sleeping fitfully against the wall, likely due to her seated position, while He Jia was carefully cradling her head against her shoulder. Unbeknownst to He Jia, who had not anticipated being seen by Yufei, she stammered, hesitant to articulate her thoughts. I just thought she wouldn't be comfortable sleeping like this. Her voice was barely above a whisper, with some words so faint they could only be discerned by lip reading. Yufei chose not to expose her. He Jia hung her head, her ears burning with embarrassment. Her gaze was solely fixated on Feng Shi's profile resting against her shoulder, her fingers instinctively tightening around her own legs. Yufei, almost on a whim, cast a glance at Feng Shui beside her. With her piercing eyes closed, she exuded an air of serene coldness. Suddenly, Feng Shui stirred slightly, prompting Yufei to swiftly avert her gaze. But Feng Shui merely felt a chill from the draft and adjusted her position, seeking warmth. And the next moment, Yufei instinctively stiffened. Beside her, Feng Shui nestled closer to her arm, drifting back into a peaceful slumber. Yufei looked down at her hand, wanting to push it away, but hesitated, lifting it and then letting it fall. In the stillness of the night, Feng Shui eventually awakened, unaware of her resting place, only realizing she had slept remarkably soundly. Yufei shifted her sore arm, which made Feng Shui conscious of her surroundings. She straightened up and glanced over. Yufei moved her shoulders. Feng Shui rose, donned the jacket draped over her, and as she turned, a fleeting glimmer of emotion and a smile flickered in her eyes. At 5 o'clock the next morning, everyone roused themselves. Only 5 hours remained until the conclusion of the competition. The joint team focused intently on securing the flags, leaving no room for delay. The torrential rain from the previous day had rendered the paths muddy. The location of the final flag was swarming with mutated giant lizards. Yufei and her companions had encountered these creatures during their entrance assessments, so their presence was not surprising. Thus, the group that had gathered the flags surged toward the finish line. Simultaneously, almost concurrently, the Ackerman team and the Imperial team had attained all their flags. The 3 groups crossed paths again, less than 5 kilometers from the finish line. What a coincidence, we meet again, Dana remarked, flanked by several robust soldiers. It would be remiss to refer to them merely as infantry. the Ackerman family, who revered martial prowess, were formidable in both command and logistics. With the Ackerman on the left and the Empire on the right, the joint team found themselves in a precarious position. However, with the conclusion nearing and only 2 hours remaining, they could not afford to linger here any longer. Yen and Chifei had to make a decision swiftly. Yen furrowed her brow, surveying the scene before her. After a prolonged moment, she instructed Yu Fei and the others to intercept the opposing team, summon their mechs, and lead Chifei toward the finish line. Dana dispatched personnel in an attempt to obstruct them, only to have Yen cleave through them with her black blade. That was an Ackerman soldier, yet in her hands, they had no room for resistance. The Imperial military team that had previously clashed with her could only watch in astonishment. Just yesterday, things had not been this way. Unlike the astonishment of the others, Fu Yi, who had battled alongside Yen the day before, couldn't he help but smirk at her retreating figure. Yen, how could she possibly be weak? Earlier, she had merely refrained from intervening too much in Yu Fei's affairs to avoid altering the narrative of their little world, fearing it might hinder their growth, but in the end, the joint team was destined to emerge victorious, so Yen's actions at this moment were entirely justified. Returning to this world, Yen began to showcase her abilities. Not only did the Imperial military shift in expression, but Dana also appeared somewhat perturbed. "You think your single team can defeat us?" An Ackerman soldier swung his sword, while the Imperial soldiers showed no signs of reluctance. Yu Fei and Feng Shui stood at the forefront, flanking Feng Shi, Hejiao, Gcai, and Kun Te. "We do not need to defeat you, we merely need to impede your progress, and victory will be ours." Such audacious words ignited an immediate clash. Before Yu Fei stood 2 Ackerman soldiers, all 3 clad in heavy assault mechs. Even Feng Shui and the others behind her faced similar odds. The 1-to-2 scenario was hardly favorable. Yu Fei endured several blows, yet ultimately seized an opportunity to block an incoming attack, transforming her right hand into a curved blade, striking the soldier's abdomen and disabling his lower transmission systems. 1 soldier fell, yet despite their efforts, the 6 soldiers could not contend against 12. The Ackerman and Imperial forces managed to slip past them. Among them were Fu Qi and Fu Yi, the sibling duo, along with 2 Ackerman commanders. Yu Fei turned her gaze, unable to spot Yen. Frankly, she had faith in Yen's prowess, although they had never engaged in a proper confrontation. Someone who could secure the position of chief among the newcomers was undoubtedly formidable. But now was not the time for complacency, even with her confidence in Yen's capabilities. Yu Fei intercepted Mo Chi, who attempted to pursue, striking him with a fist, executing a spinning kick that sent him reeling back, then plunging back into the melee of the 3 teams. Mo Chi, unwilling to relent, scrambled to his feet, intent on replicating the events of the previous day as he covertly raised a cannon. Although the use of heavy weaponry on mechs was not prohibited during the competition, it was typically directed at mutated creatures or in unforeseen circumstances, allowing for fair combat. Yet, his blatant malice, a desire to see his adversaries perish before him, was unprecedented. Thus, the previous day's incident left even Fu Qi of the Imperial team feeling unsettled. This was akin to deliberate harm. Nearby, Feng Shui observed the unfolding scene, denying him any opportunity. She seized the mech of the Imperial military beside her and hurled it toward the eager Mo Qi. Mo Qi was struck on the chin, and, following a series of failures, his eyes blazed with fury. He was consumed by hatred for the joint team before him. Why couldn't they simply perish? Dana recognized he had reached his breaking point. The neurotoxins within him were surging uncontrollably, soon to culminate in. Her gaze shifted to Feng Shi and Yu Fei. Success was imminent. Chapter 55. Morchi. The bobbit worm Morchi, the person beside him, sensed something amiss and urgently called out, "You all can perish." Inside the cockpit, Morchi had undergone a complete transformation. His body radiated a crimson hue, and his eyes bulged with intensity. Alpha pheromones and mental energy began to leak, imbued with a fierce aggressiveness. Among the logistics left by Team 3 were Omegas, Betas, and Alphas of lesser ranks, all displaying expressions of agony. Within Ackerman's team, a maintenance student who had been repairing the mecha, which had just been severed by Yu Fei, succumbed to Morchi's influence, clutching his head and collapsing to the ground. The newly established mecha conduits instantly crumbled, and the towering machine toppled over. Yu Fei, standing closest, deftly caught him and saved him from disaster, yet she herself was not faring well. Alphas were inherently antagonistic. Under the influence of Morchi's mental power, she felt an involuntary throbbing in her temples. If this were not curtailed, Morchi's rampaging mental force would incite the latent warlike instincts within the remaining Alphas, transforming the area into a bloody battleground for Alphas. Morchi began to indiscriminately attack, striking the classmate who had called his name with a powerful punch, causing the sturdy mechanical head to twist at a grotesque angle before collapsing. "I feel an unprecedented power," Morchi's sinister voice emanated from the mecha. "No one can defeat me." The standing Alphas from Team 3 ceased their chaotic brawl and turned their gazes toward him. Feng Shui took 2 steps back, positioning herself beside Yu Fei. He has lost control. Now was not the time to continue fighting. The priority was to subdue Morchi. However, before they could react, the subsequent scene proved exceedingly troublesome. Members of both the Imperial team and the Ackerman team also displayed signs of losing control. Even Feng Shui clutched her head in distress, yet it was not merely the symptoms of alpha agitation. She felt something clawing to escape from her mind. Feng Shui cried out in unbearable pain, as fleeting images flashed through her consciousness, her uncontrolled self before the League, the voice inciting her to lose control, and her overwhelming thirst for water. The final vision fixated on the moment she had inadvertently pierced her palm with a fishbone. "Feng Shui," Hejiao called out to her. "Don't come closer." Feng Shui raised a hand to halt her approach, her face contorted in anguish. It appeared she was in distress. The scene devolved into utter chaos. Morchi launched an immediate assault, causing those struck by him to fall into a frenzy. Bang! Someone, unknown, fired a cannon, striking Morchi. Seeking death, Morchi, now completely deranged, appeared unfazed, enduring the blow and raising the cannon mounted on his arm, unleashing a frenzied barrage. Yu Fei and Feng Shui had no time to consider the others on the field as they deftly dodged the onslaught. With Hejiao and Feng Shui restraining the agitated crowd, the two charged at Morchi from opposite sides. Feng Shui kicked away his cannon-firing arm and swung her blade down upon his shoulder. As Morchi staggered, Yu Fei leaped beside him, extending her chainsaw blade to ensnare Morchi's head and forcefully slam it into the ground. Morchi writhed in struggle, only to have Feng Shui sever his mecha arm with a swift strike. The pain coursed back through him, eliciting a piercing howl. His eyes glared at the two, seemingly intent on devouring them. Dina felt a tinge of boredom. To her surprise, even with Morchi on an upper, this worthless creature seemed incapable of accomplishing anything significant. Thus, she decided to amplify the effect. Pretending to be attacked, she collided with Yu Fei and Feng Shui, who were poised to incapacitate Morchi. My apologies. She placed a hand on Morchi's form, pausing momentarily before rising. The disoriented Morchi, catching sight of her figure, momentarily regained clarity. In the first 15 minutes of the competition, a slender silhouette had approached him. It was the frail, ineffectual daughter of the "Do you wish to win?" She spoke like an enchantress. "I can assist you." Deep blue liquid swirled within a vial, emitting sounds reminiscent of the ocean. Morchi had never felt such an abundance of power. His heart raced, as if this were a miraculous elixir, a means for him to redeem himself. Yet, why was it manifesting in this manner? Morchi felt the overwhelming force within him teetering on the brink of eruption, inflicting him with profound agony. Dina glanced back at him. The pale blue liquid upon his mecha had already permeated, leaving Morchi no chance to articulate further. The surging power finally erupted from Morchi in his moment of utmost despair. The mecha lost control and exploded, revealing his current form to all present. In an instant, Morchi's eyes rolled back as 5 long tendrils, adorned with stripes, erupted from his nape. A massive jaw, reminiscent of scissors, protruded from his drooling mouth, while his abdomen grotesquely swelled. A sickening tearing sound echoed as a 3-meter-long cylindrical segmented creature burst forth from his belly, trailing intestines and covered in fine spines. Once a towering figure, Morchi now resembled a tattered toy with passages breached from above and below. Save me. Tears streamed from Morchi's eyes as he unconsciously pleaded for help. He had been infected. When had this occurred? Everyone stood in shock, including the spectators and backstage personnel. Had he been infected during training? That was a military academy, a place established to combat the insectoid and mutated beings. If even they were unaware how perilous was the current situation, many students and teachers, akin to Morchi, remained within the training camp, yet they had not taken the stage. All the on-site spectators fled for their lives. Online discussions erupted, prompting the Imperial Military Academy to sever the live broadcast to prevent further escalation, dispatching personnel to halt the competition. Not only was it crucial to address the infected, but those competing were also elite selections from numerous families. Any mishap could spell disaster. Meanwhile, all who faced Mochi were rendered speechless, particularly those classmates who had spent countless hours with him. They were already suffering from the throbbing pain induced by Mochi's earlier mental outburst, now utterly dumbfounded, halting their actions. Why Yu Fei and Feng Shui instinctively recoiled. Why had Mochi become infected? Behind them, Feng Shi gazed at Mochi in horror, frozen in place, lost in thought, before anyone could fully comprehend the situation. Mochi, no, he could no longer be referred to as such. The bobbit worm suddenly opened. The robust mecha was instantly pierced, and the occupant let out a scream of despair. Mochi, please don't. We were the best of friends. Before he could finish his plea, his body was violently yanked to the ground, leaving behind shattered fragments of the mecha that could not penetrate the constricted earth. Chapter 56. This time, remember me. The events unfolded with such rapidity that they scarcely afforded anyone the chance to react. Yu Fei and her companions had encountered infected individuals before, thus they remained largely unfazed. The immediate objective was to minimize casualties. Those unaffected by Mochi on the field retreated with their teammates. Suddenly, it felt as though something was writhing beneath the ground, advancing towards the united front. At the forefront, Hijia supported Feng Shi, struggling to free her hands. At last, Yu Fei unveiled the true might of the Grim Reaper before her peers. She raised her left hand, directing the heavy artillery towards the ground. With a resounding boom, the recoil caused her mech to stagger backward. Amidst the sparks, a massive crater was created, and the lurking bobbit worm beneath the surface was propelled forth, twisting its body as it roared towards Yu Fei. Feng Shui transitioned into the spearfalcon state, seizing the opportunity to soar forward and launch a barrage of fire. The duo's coordination was impeccable, leaving no room for interference. In that moment, the sound of a bang 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 echoed, accompanied by a shower of sparks. The beleaguered bobbit worm writhed in distress, emitting a high-frequency cry that stimulated the brain, disregarding Yu Fei as it viciously turned to attack her. Yu Fei, too, was not idle. She fired a missile that struck the bobbit worm's buried midsection, thwarting its attempt to bite anyone and hindering its retreat. The lower half of the creature was obliterated, crashing heavily to the ground, thrashing in agony. Strangely, it did not succumb. In fact, it seemed to retain considerable combat capability. Evidently, the portion hidden underground was not its Achilles heel. Furious and humiliated, the bobbit worm began to lash out blindly, attacking anyone within proximity, relying solely on its reflexes as it lacked eyes and a brain. Panic ensued as everyone fled. The slower Ackerman logistic personnel was suddenly bitten in midair, shaking violently. Yu Fei unsheathed her blade, striking at the creature's head. With a swift motion, she severed it in two. Ackerman plummeted to the ground, and Yu Fei caught him before rapidly moving to rejoin Ackerman's team, handing him over to Daner. Daner glanced at the barely conscious teammate in her hands, narrowing her eyes with a smile. Such fascinating humans, truly endearing. Meanwhile, the beleaguered bobbit worm, seemingly on its last legs, abruptly launched itself forward with a renewed vigor, targeting the unsuspecting Feng Shi and her companion. Yu Fei and Feng Shui raised their weapons in unison, but they were still a moment too late. The creature's massive jaws clamped down on Feng Shi's mech head, releasing toxins from its saliva, accompanied by a faint blue luminescence. He just swiftly severed the creature's body, yet its bare maw remained latched onto Feng Shi's mech. Feng Shi, are you all right? He just hurriedly inquired, ordinarily. However, these toxins were different. They penetrated the mech itself, infiltrating the pilot's mental faculties and directly assaulting the brain. Feng Shi's vision blurred, and she collapsed to the ground. At the brink of losing. I have a problem. He just stumbled backward a few meters, and upon looking up, she saw Feng Shi's mech dissipate, leaving her seated on the barren ground, head bowed. Feng Shi, she called uncertainly, wanting to approach but being restrained by Feng Shui. Suddenly, Feng Shi's body twisted grotesquely, rising to her feet, her eyes rolled back, and her body exuded a viscous substance, scales and fins sprouting from her cheeks. He just stood frozen in shock. How can there still be infections? The Imperial Military Academy personnel were on the verge of madness. What calamity plagued this year's league, or had they simply chosen an inauspicious day? She did not launch a fierce assault. Instead, under the gaze of the crowd, she merely opened her mouth. What is she attempting? Someone queried. The next moment, he would find out. A piercing, high-pitched sound wave erupted from Fengshi's lips. It resonated at a frequency that jolted the brain, ensnaring the nerves of all who heard it, inflicting great anguish. Those who had previously heard it, like GCAI and Kant, were left in a miserable state, their mechs collapsing as tears, snot, and saliva pooled at their feet. He Jiao and Feng Shui appeared equally affected. Yu Fei observed those around her, then turned to Feng Shi, a sense of unease washing over her. Only she remained unaffected. No, it would be more accurate to say she discerned the meaning behind Feng Shi's cries. She was calling out, attempting to awaken something. Suddenly, a tightening sensation gripped her scalp, and a wave of nausea surged forth as her stomach convulsed. Meanwhile, Feng Xi's gaze shifted towards her. The crimson and white training suit Feng Shi wore instantly bloomed with blood, her brow furrowing. The pain jolted her consciousness awake, and she gazed at Yu Fei. Bang bang bang. The onlookers, she would perish. No! Jia spun around to shield her, shouting, but it was already too late. In that critical moment, Yu Fei and Feng Shui interposed themselves before Feng Shi. All the attacks rained down upon the three of them. Feng Shi, drained of strength, knelt on the ground. The earlier sound wave assault had exhausted her entirely. Feng Shui's silhouette remained as imposing as it had been in their childhood. Feng Shi gazed up at the black mech so close before her. This was the first time she had been so near to Sister Sui. Her consciousness blurred, and her body swayed, collapsing to the side. Feng Shui caught her. Feng Shi lay cradled in her hands, blood trickling from her lips, her pallid face tinged with a flicker of hope. Such coldness, it was Sister Sui's nature. A sudden smile broke across Feng Shi's face. To be honest, she had not anticipated such an ending, that it would come so easily. She had long wished to stand at the same height as Feng Shui, to fight alongside her, to earn her acknowledgement, yet, before it had even begun, would she fall here? Feng Shi felt an unwillingness to accept this fate. Her entire life, marked by her status as an illegitimate child and her mother's low-level mental capacity, had seen her scorned and bullied. It was Feng Shui who had rescued her, offering her a new lease on life, yet she had not yet fulfilled her dream of standing side by side with Feng Shui. Overcome with emotion, she wept bitterly. Then this time, can you please not forget me? Chapter 57, The Catalyst. News of two infected individuals emerging from the league organized by the Empire swiftly. The outcome of the competition seemed to have lost its significance. A profound silence enveloped everyone. One member of the Ackerman team lay dead, while the remaining soldiers suffered varying degrees of psychological damage. The Empire, alongside Morchi, mourned the loss of 2 lives. As for the Union, Jitsai and her companions endured greater suffering due to 2 sonic attacks, their pain immeasurable. Meanwhile, the unconscious Fengshi had been bound with restraints designed to suppress her mental powers and was taken to a confinement ward. How could this happen? Heger crouched in the hospital corridor, her hands tangled in her hair. She could not deny the harm Fengshi posed after her infection, but could not bear to see her isolated in a hospital bed. The fish, that mutated fish, but when did Fengshi become infected? Feng Shui and Yu Fei stood silently beside her, observing her turmoil. Soon, representatives from various schools arrived. The Empire, suffering the greatest losses, clamored for the execution of the only remaining infected individual, Fengshi, to prevent further danger. Naturally, the Union would not acquiesce. A heated exchange ensued. Ackerman fanned the flames, reveling in the discord between the two sides. Ultimately, your casualties are a result of Morchi, are they not? My classmate, though infected, caused no harm. But she is infected. I am aware, no need to reiterate. The union, akin to a parent favoring their own child, insisted, precisely for this reason, we must thoroughly investigate why her infection's incubation period was so prolonged, eluding detection. You're spouting nonsense. Infection warrants execution, or else it is a conspiracy orchestrated by your union. A man resembling Morchi stepped forward. The infection from Morchi is undoubtedly linked to you. You must provide evidence for such claim. What makes you think we are responsible? A union representative retorted, do you think we desire such accidents? Our students have suffered more than yours. Let us await the results of her examination. If it reveals that she is the source of Morchi's infection, she must be executed. The Empire's representatives issued their threats and exited the conference room. Heger and her companions, who had been serving tea, stood outside the door. The leader from the Imperial Military Academy, who bore a striking resemblance to Morchi, halted his steps. His expression darkened as he was aware they had participated in the demise of Morchi. What of Finch's infection? Did it render his nephew's life any less valuable? His demeanor twisted, and he fixed his gaze on Yu Fei. Unable to approach the other two, he felt emboldened to confront this civilian. Morchi could not perish without consequence. Yu Fei met his fierce gaze. Mo Wei placed a heavy hand on her shoulder, squeezing out a terse remark. In the end, the source of Finch's infection was identified. Indeed, it was that mutated fish. However, unlike the previously infected Li Ming, the toxin within her body exhibited minimal activity. Strangely, it appeared to have nearly fused with her being, resulting in a negative external infection test. She had become a carrier of a negative infection. While she could not transmit the infection, the toxin from the mutated fish persisted within her. The silver lining was that the toxin's concentration was low, and after the outbreak during the League, it had. The results for Morchi soon surfaced. His tests revealed the presence of stimulant compounds, along with an unknown potent toxin. The origin of this toxin was the bobbit worm. In nature, bobbit worms are classified as lowly organisms. Lacking a brain and eyes, they do not possess the capacity for thought, yet their fierce aggressiveness renders them nearly devoid of natural predators in the sea. This characteristic also contributed to their use as stimulants, as their formidable attacking power could enhance an individual's strength and elevate their emotions. The use of stimulants is not uncommon. Most unbanned stimulants on the market are produced with compliant techniques. However, it was evident that Morchi's luck had run dry. The substance he acquired was illicit. Before long, school surveillance footage revealed him venturing out alone on the eve of the competition, returning with a bag. Simultaneously, evidence was discovered in Morchi's dormitory. The black market dealer who sold him the drugs was swiftly apprehended for trafficking substandard products. Finch's suspicions were cleared. She was not the catalyst for the incident during the League. The true instigator was Morchi himself. In his room, Mo Wei kicked over a table, shattering everything in his path. Yet, as an infected individual, Finchi remained confined until authorities confirmed she posed no threat. To prevent further chaos, for safety's sake, Yu Fei and her companions were once again required to undergo infection indicator tests. Heger, glancing at the still unconscious Finchi, expressed her concern. It has been several days. When will she awaken? Yu Fei patted her shoulder. The instructor mentioned that the toxin has been extracted. While it is not fatal, the duration of fusion was extensive, and Finch's brain. Now we can only wait for her recovery. Indeed, at this moment, they could offer no assistance apart from waiting for her to regain consciousness. The Empire issued a statement online regarding the farce, condemning Morchi for purchasing illicit stimulants that led to the infection. They expressed condolences for the unfortunate loss of several students and promised to provide support and compensation to the bereaved families. The footage of the finish line was released, showing Yihen reaching the endpoint first, planting the flag. Yet, few cared about who the champion was. They merely sought to understand how Morchi, a military academy student, could knowingly engage in such behavior, culminating in the infection. Was it a failure of the Empire's military academy management, a reflection of inadequate student conduct? Regrettably, the Imperial Military Academy offered no explanations. After resolving all matters, the Union Military Academy returned to campus with Yu Fei and her companions, along with the unconscious Finchi. They should have been rejoicing at their victory, yet on the return journey, not a single person wore a smile. Jitsai, Kunte, and the others felt for the first time the thrill of narrowly escaping death. realizing the peril of mutated organisms, for they had no inkling of when they had been afflicted. The substitute Shu'Laran and her companions also witnessed the dangers of this competition from the sidelines, left in stunned silence. At the port, beside the Union spacecraft, another ship was docked. It belonged to Ackerman, who were also returning today. The two vessels were in close proximity when Dana stepped out from her team and approached UFEI. Yufei averted her gaze. "I look forward to our next meeting," she remarked, "little Yufei." Feng Shui turned to her, frowning. The atmosphere between them was anything but friendly, and Yufei stepped forward to shield Feng Shui. "Do you need something?" The question implied a desire to dismiss her, yet Dana, undeterred, continued to gaze at Yufei, her azure eyes sparkling. "If you were to discover that everything stemmed from you, Yufei, what would you become? I eagerly await your reaction." Chapter 58. Moving out, Yufei had secured a prize of 200,000 for her participation, as despite the challenges faced, they had indeed triumphed. She returned to Fangxing's modest abode, presenting him with the monetary reward. Fangxing gazed at the card in his hand, momentarily taken aback, his voice quivering with emotion. "Did you enter the competition solely for the prize?" He had witnessed the live broadcast and understood the inherent dangers. Yufei wished to alleviate his concerns and lighten his burdens, merely smiling as she replied, "Those who participated are all exceptional individuals. You ought to commend my prowess instead. Yet, you have given the money to me." Fangxing, much like his sister Fang Lei, was prone to tears, his eyes glistening with moisture. "Why have you been so kind?" She moved her hand from her side, eventually resting it gently upon his head. "Because you were the first to extend kindness towards me, your assistance has made my journey here far less arduous, and I am immensely grateful to have encountered you. Moreover, even in the absence of memories, I feel I must have held a fondness for you." This thought, however, remained unvoiced, not rooted in romance, but in that familiar yet foreign comic. The fragile yet resilient Fangxing held an inherent allure. Fang Lei interrupted their conversation, emerging from her room, fully dressed, and leaping onto Yufei's lap. "Yufei, you're here." Yufei affectionately ruffled her hair, smiling. Indeed, she relished the atmosphere of being needed. It imbued her with a sense of vitality. "By the way, I intend to move out," Yufei announced. Fangxing and Fang Lei had initially been delighted by her return, anticipating a lengthy stay, but were taken aback by her sudden declaration. "Why?" Fang Lei exclaimed, her excitement turning to dismay. "Why must you move away? Do you not like me?" Yufei found herself in a dilemma, attempting to soothe the larger issue while addressing the smaller one. "No, Lei has grown up. I cannot impose on you indefinitely," she replied. "Then I want to grow up." Fang Lei protested, unwilling to accept the situation. "If I stay small, can you remain?" It was evident that this was not feasible. Yufei did not wish to burden them further, particularly as she now possessed the means to stand on her own. Moreover, should Fangxing grow closer to Fengjing in the future, it would complicate matters. "No, Lei, we will eventually part ways." Yufei gently crouched down to meet Fang Lei's gaze, her tone soft yet she was quite understanding. After her unsuccessful attempt to persuade Yufei, Fang Lei fell silent, reminiscent of their first meeting, remaining quiet for an entire day. The following evening, she appeared in Yufei's room, clutching a pillow. Yufei, perceptively, made space for her. Fang Lei climbed onto the bed, turning her back to Yufei. "Are you upset?" Yufei inquired softly, reaching out to nudge her gently. Fang Lei did not respond. Yufei withdrew her hand. "Shall I turn off the light then?" A faint sound of sobbing emanated from Fang Lei's direction. Yufei halted her actions, rising to turn her around. Fang Lei's face was flushed, tears cascading down her cheeks. She seemed reluctant to reveal her vulnerable state, yet did not push Yufei away, resting her head against Yufei's chest, allowing the tears to flow freely like pearls from a broken string. "Yufei, do you still like me?" she asked. "Have I done anything to make you dislike me?" With only memories of her brother, she recalled Fangxing's hard work and the somber atmosphere of their home. Her initial encounter with Yufei had instilled in her a sense of belonging, a feeling of a family of three, though they were merely siblings, she had not anticipated that their time together would be so fleeting. Doubts began to surface within her, pondering if she had fallen short in some way. Yu Fei reached for some tissues from the bedside table, patiently wiping away Fang Leilei's tears. "I hold you in great affection." That night, after comforting Fang Leilei, Yu Fei began her search for a new place the following day. In an effort to spare her from overthinking, she even included Fang Leilei. He Jiao, having nothing to occupy his summer holiday, joined them. "House hunting? I've never done that, take me along." Yu Fei paid her little mind, treating her as a mere companion. Little did she know, He Jiao's selections were as unreasonable as if she had chosen for herself. "This house is too small. It won't do. Such tiny windows, how is one to breathe? Shall I use my nostrils to exhale out of here? These furnishings seem ancient, they might collapse. Good heavens, only a steel door." No security measures, how perilous. The towering female alpha, standing at nearly 2 meters, exclaimed dramatically. As the landlord's expression soured, Yu Fei felt her lips twitch. For the first, ultimately, He Jiao, having been smacked on the back of the head, was silenced and embraced Fang Leilei, falling into a sulky state. Fang Leilei, supporting herself, blew gently on the prominent bump on Yu Fei's head. The trio eventually settled on a location a fair distance from Fangxing's home, approximately 3 to 4 streets away. The apartment spanned over 50 square meters, which was quite satisfactory. The ventilation and furnishings were adequate, and a convenience store was conveniently nearby. Furthermore, just a bit further lay the residence of Xu Die. The rent was reasonable too, at 1,800 star coins per month. With no particular demands for her living situation, Yu Fei promptly decided to secure the lease. Why not reside in the city? He Jiao, unable to contain her curiosity after observing Yu Fei's bustle throughout the day, finally inquired. "Though the rent may be a tad higher, you can certainly afford it." "It doesn't matter, it's far more comfortable here." A common saying, life can be hard to enjoy. "Dull, how can it be dull? We can come to visit you." He Jiao insisted. Yu Fei regarded her with a look that spoke volumes, struggling to envision how lively her presence would be as a guest. Nevertheless, she could not disregard the goodwill of others. "Here, you are welcome to visit me as well." Those words touched He Jiao deeply. "You're so kind." She rushed towards Ufei. Yu Fei raised her hand to halt her advance. "When will you move in?" He Jiao's eyes sparkled. "I can help." Chapter 59, Karitan. Yu Fei had moved out, and on the first day, she invited Fangxing and He Jiao along with a few others to come over. He Jiao was the first to arrive, appearing quite enthusiastic as she stacked blocks with Fang Leilei in the living room. Just as Feng Shui arrived, it was nearly mealtime. She was dressed in an exquisite silk blouse, her skin as smooth as cream, glowing like jade under the dim light, standing in the cramped room in stark contrast to the old furniture. She navigated around the others in the living room and made her way to the kitchen. Yu Fei was clad in an oversized white t-shirt, with an apron tied around her waist. This scene felt familiar to Feng Shui as she leaned against the doorframe watching her. Upon turning, Yu Fei spotted her and asked, "What are you standing there looking at?" Feng Shui rubbed her nose, forcing her thoughts back, appearing slightly weary. "Am I not allowed to look?" Yu Fei did not respond to her remark, but was it not as greasy as what they had in the cafeteria? Feng Shui raised an eyebrow, however. Regrettably, it was not to her taste. She placed the dish on the table. "Wow, scrambled eggs with tomatoes." She had previously disliked tomatoes because her brother would carelessly boil them with noodles, resulting in an unappetizing dish, yet, she adored Yu Fei's version of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, which were sweet. Seeing that all the dishes she had ordered had arrived, He Jiao could not sit idly by and immediately called out, "Yu Fei, is my chicken leg ready yet?" Coming right up, came Yu Fei's voice from the kitchen. Could they still order dishes? Feng Shui's expression darkened. No one had informed her. Was she being isolated? The proud Feng Shui decided to leave, even though she had not yet eaten, for she would not partake in a meal where she felt unwelcome. As Yufei brought the dishes out, she saw Feng Shui preparing to put on her shoes at the entrance. "Hey, Feng Shui, are you leaving?" He Jia, who had been waiting for dinner, suddenly spoke up. Yufei looked at her in confusion. Fang Lei stared intently. Fangxing lowered her head and covered her mouth, relishing the rare sight of Feng Shui, the pride of the Feng family, in a moment of embarrassment. However, Feng Shui's presence indicated that the earlier unpleasantness among them had likely been resolved. Reluctantly, Feng Shui returned under the gazes of the others, yet she remained discontent, her face devoid of a smile. "I do not like sweet." The implication was clear. None of what was prepared today suited her palate. The atmosphere at the table instantly froze, with Hijia chewing on her chopsticks, glancing at Feng Shui, and then at Yufei. Why was Feng Shui acting so strangely today? Why put Yufei in an uncomfortable position? Yet, Yufei brushed off her sudden provocation and simply placed a steaming bowl of shrimp and tofu soup in front of Feng Shui. "Not sweet, not spicy, not greasy," she stated, "eat up." Under the warm light, the creamy broth was filled with plump, enticing shrimp tails, paired with equally sized tender tofu cubes, a sprinkle of egg crumbs, and seaweed, making it utterly irresistible. Feng Shui pursed her lips, biting the inside of her cheek, letting out a huff. Today's dishes were purchased by Hijiao and me. Yufei untied her apron and added, "I forgot to ask you." The implication was clear. Hijiao could order because she had chosen the ingredients herself. "And me?" Fang Lei raised her hand. Yufei said bad sister eats lighter, so we bought shrimp together. Who was she calling a bad sister? Such a lack of propriety. Feng Shui shot her a glare. "Our help." Fang Lei, who had already experienced Feng Shui's malice in the Azure Sea, quickly grabbed onto Yufei, hiding behind her. All right, Yufei pulled the little brat from behind her and placed her next to Fangxing, putting some distance between them. Dinner time. By the time they finished their meal, it was already past 10 in the evening. After a brief cleanup, he just suggested it was too late and that she wanted to stay the night. Feng Shui coldly tugged at her collar as they headed out. "I have a car." Yufei stood up to see Fangxing. The streets at night were not overly noisy, with groups of people gathered, engaged in unknown activities, murmuring, and disheveled homeless individuals lying on the ground, fast asleep. An old robot, tasked with patrolling, took a few steps, beeping, emitting a sound that seemed to declare, "I'm about to be scrapped." Yufei observed everything before. Suddenly, the sound of rapid footsteps and commotion from behind shattered the stillness. Before Yufei could turn around, she was bumped into, and a black cloth bag was thrust into her arms. "Come catch me, if you can," shouted a woman clad in a black shirt and burgundy suit jacket, her red curls bouncing as she gestured a middle finger towards her pursuers behind her. "A bunch of fools." With that, she sprinted away faster than a rabbit. 4 burly men charged past Yufei in hot pursuit. Their figures quickly vanished, and Yufei looked down at the black bag in her arms, unzipping it with curiosity. It was filled to the brim with money. Before long, the curly-haired woman returned, panting. "Hey, I didn't expect you to still be here. I thought you would run off with my money." Karatan was taken aback. She had anticipated retrieving the money would require some effort to locate it, especially after witnessing how fearsome the people here could be. Yufei handed the bag to her, inquiring, "You don't belong here. Why are you in this place with so much money?" Karatan opened the bag, checked its contents, and confirmed everything was intact. "I can appear wherever I please. This wretched place has no restrictions. As for this money, of course, I earned it," she replied, a hint of smugness in her tone. "Those big fools would never expect me to come back. How nave." Karatan was caught off guard by their counterattack, her teeth clenched in frustration. "Unrelenting spirits. Daring to steal from me, you must have a death wish. You should inquire about who I am. Tomorrow, I'll have someone flay you alive. If you know what is good for you, scram, and perhaps I might consider letting you off." Chapter 60, Symbiosis. Her words were chilling, yet the few individuals who had long been engaged in perilous undertakings appeared unfazed. It was only natural. If they could be easily intimidated, they would not have contemplated robbery, considering that their targets were invariably individuals from dubious backgrounds. After all, who among those people lacked a modicum of skill? Kyleton, witnessing their utter lack of fear, felt a mix of anger and helplessness. Had she known better, she would not have sneaked out for a bit of mischief. Her meager skills were woefully inadequate. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She glanced at Yu Fei, and with a mischievous glint in her eyes, she instructed, "You, distract them from me. If this succeeds, I shall grant you 1/3 of the reward tomorrow." Yu Fei, who was about to turn away, looked at her with a face full of questions. Kyleton, however, paid no heed to his confusion. Having spoken, she fled, tossing a stack of money from her black bag in his direction. While Yu Fei instinctively reached out to catch it, immediately feeling the penetrating gazes of the men behind him. "Which territory do you belong to, daring to obstruct our financial pursuits?" The leader of the group charged forward, exclaiming, "You seek death." A series of bangs echoed as Yu Fei, with the money in hand, clapped it against her palm, stealing a glance at the fallen men before departing. "You, wait for me." "I will definitely," the man, humiliated yet unwilling to lose face, pointed angrily at Yu Fei's retreating figure. While Yu Fei turned to look at him, although nothing had changed, the shadows cast by the streetlights appeared to sprout menacing tendrils from his back, creating a terrifying visage. The remainder of the man's threatening words choked in his throat. Before he could utter his final threats, Yu Fei returned to her abode, placing the money Kyleton had thrown onto the table. She had not anticipated encountering such troublesome affairs upon returning home. It seemed Fengxing's warnings were indeed justified. This place was far from safe at night. While Yu Fei released her hair, which had been tied up all day, massaging her scalp before heading to wash her dishes and prepare for bed. Yet, as she stepped into the kitchen, an unforeseen incident occurred. Suddenly, her surroundings blurred, akin to an old television set rebooting, and her vision was filled with a flurry of static. She steadied herself against the stove, trying to maintain her balance. Is this the real world? At that moment, a crisp female voice resonated in her mind, infused with a hint of bewilderment and an undeniable aura of authority. "So dull. Who are you?" Yu Fei exclaimed, terrified that another voice had invaded her consciousness. "Did you not summon me to awaken?" The voice carried an undertone of impatience. Yu Fei furrowed her brow, utterly perplexed by the meaning behind those words. A throbbing pain enveloped her head, as if someone were stirring a knife within. "I truly despise you all." The indistinct voice became increasingly unclear, and Yu Fei felt a wave of nausea. She collapsed onto the floor, retching uncontrollably. An obsidian sphere was expelled from her, rolling twice before sprouting for fleshy blades as limbs. Rising to its feet, the black orb opened its gaze, revealing a singular, pitch-black eyeball. "What in the world?" Yu Fei covered her mouth, anguish etching her features as she beheld the eye before her. "Do not be alarmed. You shall not perish," said Belier. However, Yu Fei's concern lay elsewhere. She reached for a kitchen knife on the table and swung it with intent. This thing was undoubtedly a mutated creature. Belier's fleshy appendages effortlessly deflected Yu Fei's fierce strike, retaliating by striking her wrist. Blood gushed forth in an instant as her arm trembled, leaving a gaping wound. Pain coiled through her body, and soon, a pool of blood formed beneath her. Belier's tone was neither threatening nor sympathetic, it was cold and detached. "Do not attempt to strike me, it would be your demise." For the first time, Yu Fei felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness as she locked her gaze onto it. "What exactly are you? Why have you appeared within me?" Unfazed by Yu Fei's scrutiny, Belier replied, "Shall I introduce myself? I understand that this is a customary social nicety among humans." It maneuvered its fleshy blades toward the clean section of the floor before disdainfully leaping onto Yu Fei's body, blinking its black eye. "My name is Belier, merely..." Among all the mutated beings she had encountered, none had exhibited the ability to articulate human language, save for that one mutated fish. Moreover, her utter powerlessness in the face of Belier only served to underscore its superiority. Speaking of the mutated fish, Yu Fei's brow furrowed. Despite undergoing numerous examinations, she had never uncovered any issues, and then there was Fengxi. She. "You summoned me to awaken." Belier's earlier words echoed in. Could this be an elaborate scheme from the very beginning, from the mutated fish to her injury, culminating in the subsequent infection incident? Belier seemed to hear her thoughts, slowly pressing against her cheek, murmuring, "It is not I who manifested within you, human." It is you who usurped my form. Yu Fei's pupils constricted as she seized Balier and slammed it onto the ground, striking it repeatedly until the black eye was reduced to a thin smear. You cannot kill me. Balier's voice persisted, and it rotated its eye before encasing Yu Fei's hand in its grasp. Yu Fei attempted to shake it off, but it was too late. Balier gradually melded into her skin, opening its eye within her palm. Such a grotesque and unsettling sight was truly repulsive. Balier regarded her sad smiley. We are one. Should I perish, so too shall you. However, if you were to die, I would be free from your constraints. The following day, Yu Fei awoke on the floor, having fainted from blood loss the previous night. She sat up, her gaze falling upon her wrist, which had been injured. To her surprise, it had already healed, the new skin a shade lighter than the surrounding area. Yu Fei pursed her lips, tidied herself up, and retrieved her holographic device. In the opulent and lavish villa, Feng Shui received Yu Fei's call for the first time, though it was morning and disrupted her sleep, causing her some irritation. She was willing to endure it upon seeing the caller's name. Could you do me a favor? Yu Fei's voice sounded faint over the line. Feng Shui's expression hardened as she sat up. Half an hour later, at the largest hospital under the Feng family's name, she encountered a visibly exhausted Yu Fei. What has happened to you? Her expression shifted like turbulent weather, yet she suppressed her emotions, lowering her tone. The situation was worse than she had anticipated. She pondered which fool dared to provoke Yu Fei under her watchful eye. If she discovered their identity, she would surely make them pay. Chapter 61, Examination. I need to undergo some examinations. Yu Fei gazed at her, but I harbor a certain distrust towards. Wasn't everything fine just yesterday? I'm feeling a bit lightheaded right now. Yu Fei tugged at her hair. Let me proceed with the tests first, and then I shall explain the reason. Feng Shui could not refuse Yu Fei's request. After all, this was the first time she had voiced such a need. The two of them drew several vials of blood and underwent a series of tests under various instruments. Suddenly, Yu Fei turned to the doctor beside them. Can this scan reveal anything within my body? Of course. The physician, whom Yu Fei had encountered during her previous hospitalization, reassured her. Do not worry too much. It is quite normal for those who have come into contact with mutated organisms to harbor a degree of paranoia. Yet, this was not mere suspicion. Yu Fei had witnessed herself expelling an eyeball from her mouth, and that very eyeball now resided within her flesh. If your anxiety is overwhelming, I can administer a sedative. The doctor adjusted his glasses. You appear to be quite emotionally unstable, with significant fluctuations in your mental energy. Yu Fei recognized her own restlessness and nodded in agreement. The needle pierced her skin, and a transparent fluid coursed through her veins. Lying on the examination table, her thoughts began to drift, and she closed her eyes, surrendering to a tranquil stillness. Outside the room, Feng Shui peered through a small window, observing the two within. Half an hour later, Yu Fei awoke. The doctor greeted her with a smile. Do you feel any better emotionally now? Yu Fei nodded and asked, when will the results be available? For a typical patient, I would advise waiting 2 to 3 days. The doctor winked. However, since you are Miss Feng's friend, I will expedite the process. Come back in the afternoon to collect the results. After expressing her gratitude, Yu Fei rose from the examination table and departed with Feng Shui. The doctor retrieved the syringe, now containing a strand of blood, pulsating with fervor. So, is there something wrong with your body? Feng Shui inquired as they sat opposite each other in the dining hall. I am at a loss for words, Yu Fei confessed, feeling somewhat helpless. If she had indeed been infected from the very beginning, the higher-ups at the school would surely imprison her for research. After all, the situation was precarious, with the events surrounding Mochi and Fengxi having only recently transpired, and Fengxi had yet to regain consciousness. Yu Fei was acutely aware of the moral implications. She understood that harboring Belial within her constituted a profound danger, both to society and those around her. Fengxi's sonic attacks had already caused considerable distress to many, not to mention the unseen threat posed by the monstrous Belial. Yet, could she acquiesce to being captured, surrendering her life to others, and allowing a sequence of unknown events to unfold? Yu Fei believed she could not. She could contemplate the welfare of others, extend kindness to anyone, but only on the condition that she remained herself, rather than becoming a mere pawn. Each individual possesses a degree of selfishness, but what if a problem were genuinely detected? Yufei could not suppress her thoughts. You humans will never uncover me, little Yufei, give up. At that moment, Belial's voice echoed in her mind, interrupting her contemplation. Yufei suddenly clutched her head as a sharp pain surged through her, veins bulging on the back of her hand. Yufei. Seeing this, Feng Shui leapt from her seat and grasped her. The voice in her mind persisted, I have told you, we are one. Do not even think of attempting to kill me. If you perish, my existence will cost many lives. Its tone remained lofty and cold, delivering its threats with chilling indifference. Disobedience will result in punishment. The headache intensified, becoming unbearable, as blood vessels began to surface around her eyes. She tightened her grip on Feng Shui's hand, her strength formidable. What is happening to you? Feng Shui's face reflected her concern. A strange urge to trust her surged within Yufei, as if confiding in her was permissible, that Feng Shui would not betray her. Yet, as she opened her mouth to speak, Belial obstructed her. It sought to conceal its existence. Feng Shui gleaned some insight from Yufei's abnormal state and leaned closer. Feng Shui's expression turned grave. She was aware of what followed. During Yufei's unconscious state, no evidence of infection had been detected, and the school's repeated examinations had yielded negative results. Yet now, Feng Shi, who had also tested negative, had manifested signs of infection. Why Yufei observed her, this time, Feng Shi's sonic attack seems to have stirred something inside me. Last night, I sensed its presence. How unfortunate. Feng Shui clenched her jaw. After releasing Yufei, the situation spiraled further out of control. Had she erred in choosing the path of freedom, in her previous life, nothing like this had ever occurred. As long as Yufei remained by her side, no harm had come to them. I will not allow you to be captured. Her gaze darkened. Even in death, she wished to remain by her side. Yufei's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Yet before Feng Shui could alter her course of action, in the afternoon, Yufei received her examination results, all negative. In the hospital lobby, Yufei let out a sigh of relief. Belial had been correct, it had not been detected. Feng Shui settled beside her. What will you do next? Are you going to confess? Yufei remained silent for a moment, lowering her head and shaking it in a daze. She still did not wish to be imprisoned, she was simply too selfish. You still possess your sanity now, but what if you lose control and harm someone in the future? Feng Shui pressed. Yufei had no response. You could stay with me. Feng Shui proposed, I can subdue you if you lose control. But what if it proves too powerful? What if even you cannot handle it? Yufei was somewhat moved, yet still kept her head down, responding, isn't that quite dangerous for you? Then we can face death together. Feng Shui's words were soft, drifting amidst the muffled sounds of footsteps and commotion within the hospital. Leaning against the specially designed chair, she tilted her head back, a glimmer of darkness passing through her grey pupils. Isn't it rather romantic to die together? Yufei was taken aback by her words. Abruptly, Feng Shui happened to turn her gaze as well. Their eyes met, no longer filled with the unfamiliarity of their first encounter. The beauty of each other's gaze sent a tremor through Yufei's heart. Now, asking why are you so kind to me, felt somewhat foolish. Yufei parted her lips, yet ultimately quelled her thoughts. Chapter 62, The Mission. The matter is not yet resolved. Regrettably, before the two could cohabit, they abruptly received a notification from Jinsai. He had discovered through Yufei's background check that she had previously participated in underground black matches. You want me to continue competing? Yufei gazed at Jinsai in disbelief as he appeared in the video. Why? Wasn't that illegal? Competing before entering the academy could be justified as a means of survival, but to do so now seemed utterly unreasonable. No worries, I've already filed a report with the school, Jinsai replied. This is merely a small task for you. A task? Yufei regarded Jinsai, but he offered no further hints. A sense of foreboding crept over her. Yufei inquired with Shudie, who stated that since it was a task, there was no prohibition against it. However, to avoid any potential troubles later, he advised her to wear a mask and start afresh from the first. After all, her face was not that of an invisible person in the underground arena, and as this year's popular newcomer, Many would recognize her. In the underground arena, it was common for participants to conceal their true identities, hence masks were frequently worn, and competitors entered under numerical designations. Yufei nodded and complied. Thus, after a year, she re-entered as a contestant. This time, she was not competing for survival, and her mindset had transformed. The man guarding the entrance scrutinized her for a moment, furrowing his brow. You seem somewhat familiar. Standing nearly 1.9 meters tall, with a well-proportioned physique clad in a white short-sleeved shirt, the lower half of her face concealed by a fanged mask, her hair was no longer loosely draped but tied high, with 2 strands framing her forehead, exuding an imposing aura. What? Her brows knitted in displeasure, as if finding his words offensive, her tone cold. The man pondered the Yufei he had previously encountered, feeling a disconnection, and allowed her to pass. Why Yufei thought she might have been recognized, yet surprisingly, she managed to slip through unnoticed. She plummeted from a great height, akin to her initial entry into this place. The familiar cacophony erupted once more, and the lights shone down upon her. However, unlike before, she would dominate this match with absolute force. Soon, rumors of a potential disruption by the newcomers swept through the crowd. Why Yufei breezed through the second level without any significant pressure, causing her odds to plummet further. Upon reaching, it appeared that trouble was brewing today, as she turned her gaze towards her opponent. The adversary, though not tall, possessed a lean physique, and the excitement in his eyes was palpable during their eye contact. He was rumored to be a recently popular boxer, notorious for his ruthless tactics. 1977, 1977, 1991. The crowd erupted in chants, representing one was a suddenly enlightened fierce contender, while the other was the latest disruptive fighter, undefeated thus far, who would emerge victorious this time. It must be 1977, what is 1991 even worth, proclaimed a supporter of the man. Such trivial tricks in the first and second levels are hardly comparable to a seasoned fighter like 1977. He had wagered all his money on 1977, confident of a victory this time. Nonsense, retorted Yufei's supporters, that so-called seasoned fighter has merely been unable to progress. If you ask me, he should retire. A heated argument ensued, clearly audible to the 2 fighters on stage. The man's gaze towards Yufei grew increasingly fierce. Always winning, undefeated, today, he would shatter that illusion. He would render her incapacitated, proving to those who underestimated him just who the true champion was. As long as he possessed that, he would be invincible. Yufei sensed the shift in his demeanor and approached the situation with caution. Indeed, during the fight, she soon discerned something amiss. The surge of her opponent's emotions resembled a frenzied bull, his bloodshot eyes and the palpable chaotic energy in the air. Wasn't this the same condition Mochi had experienced? Yufei took a step back, her heart racing, and glanced at Jinsai. He seemed already aware, displaying no surprise. The supporters of the man, witnessing Yufei being forced back, raised their money and erupted in cheers, as if victory was already within reach. It seemed that this was the task at hand. Yufei's expression hardened. Without leaving room for a counterattack, she executed a spinning kick that sent her opponent crashing to the ground, then seized his arm and twisted it behind his back while pressing his head down forcefully, pinning him to the floor. Ho, 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 the man gasped violently, his gaze directed at Yufei with an intensity that suggested he wished to devour her. Impossible, impossible, he could not possibly lose. He was. The potent, pungent scent of alpha pheromones gradually enveloped the air, mingled with his wildly unstable mental energy. Why Yufei frowned but did not succumb to his pressure, gripping his head and delivering several forceful blows to the ground. Blood seeped slowly from the surface, and the man, who had been so boisterous moments ago, collapsed into a heap of lifeless flesh, his pent-up energy extinguished abruptly. Why Yufei stood up, irritation flickering across her features as she rubbed her head, her dark eyes sharp. The fangs on the lower half of her face glinted ominously under the lights, akin to a king of the territory, ready to dispatch any intruders without mercy. An eerie silence descended upon the crowd. They could hardly fathom that the two fighters, who had been evenly matched moments ago, with Yufei seemingly at a disadvantage, had been so effortlessly subdued by her. What kind of monstrous newcomer was this? Clap, 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 the audience erupted into sudden applause. Yufei turned to see Jinsai, disguised among the crowd, giving her a thumbs up. Occasionally, one must consider the safety of the students. Yufei rolled her eyes in response. RRR. Suddenly, the crowd erupted into shrieks, the chant for 1991 resonating throughout the arena. Yufei shifted her gaze back, only to halt midway. The recently absent Keratin was donned in her flamboyant suit, but she was no longer alone. A few burly bodyguards stood behind her. She looked at Yufei with excitement, brandishing money while shouting, 1991, 1991. So, her funds originated from here. Why Yufei suddenly recalled that if Keratin hadn't appeared that day, compelling her to use her mental prowess, she might not have discovered. After disembarking from the stage, Yufei found Jinsai, and they stood together in a narrow alley by the exit. Jinsai pulled out a cigarette case and gestured towards her. Yufei waved him off. Jinsai lit a cigarette and placed it in his mouth. Although he typically refrained from smoking, he seized the rare opportunity to tease his student. This is a symbol of a mature alpha. Yufei, when had the usually serious Jinsai begun to crack cold jokes? Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly choking under Jinsai's earnest gaze, he seemed to sense Yufei's sarcasm and composed his expression. The matter regarding Mochi and Fengqi is not yet resolved. The number of infected individuals in society is on the rise. We have apprehended 3 just in the past few days. What do you mean? Yufei inquired, looking at him intently. We suspect that someone is mass-producing illegal stimulants, as several of those apprehended tested positive for stimulant components. Through our investigations and tracking, we have finally pinpointed the potential source of these drugs, the underground arena. Chapter 63. Kill him, feed me. Yufei was somewhat taken aback, as she had not anticipated that the aftermath of this matter would continue to unfold. Jinsai slapped her arm lightly. Therefore, we need someone to draw the snake out of its hole. I think you're quite suitable, especially since you are fairly familiar with this place. What if my identity is exposed? Yufei looked at him. Jinsai stroked his chin thoughtfully. To be honest, once you don the mask, in such circumstances, no one will pay you much heed. However, we have also made preparations just in case. He handed Yufei a document containing fabricated virtual information about her. Shifei, 20 years old. It is not far, and you can become acquainted. What exactly do I need to do? Yufei inquired. Just keep pressing on. Jinsai nodded. In principle, yes, but should you encounter a formidable opponent, do not feel compelled to fight to the death. Losing is acceptable, as your current reputation is already substantial, and they should have taken note of you. If you pass the 3rd level, there will be someone arranged by us for the 4th level. Yufei understood and nodded. They intended for her to cultivate a persona of a conceited genius to attract attention, then feign defeat, expressing rage and dissatisfaction, which would entice others to seek her out for business. Jinsai finished his cigarette, discarding it to the ground and extinguishing the ember. Do well, he said. If this mission succeeds, the blemish on your background from the underground matches might just be erased, which would bode well for your future endeavors. Millimeter. Yufei acknowledged. Jinsai turned to leave, and Yufei watched his retreating figure, only to hear a faint sound emanating from a nearby corner. Who? She demanded coldly. Kali-tan peered out cautiously. Were you two just having a private fan meeting? How long had she been there? Yufei frowned, realizing that neither she nor Jinsai had detected her presence. I just arrived. Noticing the expression on Yufei's face, Kali-tan hurriedly explained, wasn't that a fan meeting just now? I thought I might snag an autograph. Yufei remained skeptical, having previously fallen for this trickster's antics. Really? Kali-tan insisted, nearly swearing to the heavens, I genuinely admire you. Didn't you hear me shouting your name down there? I am now your devoted fan. What nonsense, Yufei decided to ignore her and stepped away. Really, can't I get an autograph? Kalitan shouted from behind, let's be friends. I have loads of money. Yufei received the address of the repair shop from Jinsai and, glancing at it, realized it was indeed the place Xu Jie had previously sent her to. She was astonished that Hu Wei and Qin Chen could somehow be connected to the school. Moreover, Jinsai seemed to know so much about her past, making her ponder the unsettling implications of United University. Had the events from a few days ago at the hospital also been monitored? Lost in thought, Yufei suddenly noticed a figure blocking her path. It was her opponent from earlier. It's all your fault. He gritted his teeth, his hands trembling. I had already won so many matches and received so much applause, and yet you made all of it go to waste. God knows how piercing their words had been when he had regained consciousness and heard their discussions about him. It seems his talent is indeed lacking. Even with external assistance, he crumbles before true strength. Perhaps it is time to retire. Indeed, in the close-knit world they inhabited, you did not know his true abilities. Many had already speculated about his recent use of certain substances. The man, tormented, realized he could have slapped them in the face, proving that even with such aids, his victories mattered. After all, no one dared to openly mock a victor, yet Yufei's appearance had led to his disgrace. He was crushed, utterly humiliated, twisted by his psyche. The man yearned to slay the scoundrel who had led to his death. With that thought, he drew a syringe from his pocket and plunged it into his thigh. The slightly bluish liquid surged into his system. I will kill you, kill you. The man's face contorted with rage, panting heavily. His mental fortitude surged, elevated to a level far beyond what he had previously demonstrated, and Yufei sensed the imminent danger. Har 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 har, the man laughed maniacally. He launched himself at her with a ghostly speed, resembling a vengeful spectre. Yufei retreated repeatedly. Despite her formidable abilities, she found it challenging to evade his onslaught. Why not use your mental power? A voice suddenly echoed in her mind, are you afraid of my reappearance? Yufei was momentarily distracted, her technique faltering as she raised her hand to block a kick from the man, stepping back several paces. Belial, penetrating her thoughts, inquired, are you truly afraid of my presence? You were just now on the stage. Yufei forcefully suppressed her mental energy, opting for brute strength to incapacitate the man. Her stance was impressive, yet only Belial understood that she was resisting its emergence. Yufei remained silent as the man's mental tendrils lashed out violently, causing the ground to tremble. She leaped aside, the brushing tendrils leaving bloody marks on her skin. Is this acceptable? Belial peered through her eyes. The opponent appeared devoid of rational thought, transformed entirely into a killing machine. Perhaps death is not out of the question. You, a mental entity, cannot be hungry. Yufei ignored it. Can you kill him and feed me? Belial said with a languid tone. Yufei froze. Dream on. Dream on. Before Belial could finish its thought, Yufei witnessed the man before her descend into utter madness. Why do you presume I am dreaming? He shrieked. You damned geniuses should all perish. The air around them trembled violently. Behind him, transparent tendrils began to coalesce, taking shape yet remaining grotesquely underdeveloped. In some areas, bones were even visible, the embodiment of a failed evolution. Chapter 64, The Brutality of Belial. Oh dear, this seems rather dire. Belial remarked. Silence. Yufei was truly on the verge of being driven to madness by it. However, in the current predicament, relying solely on brute force was evidently futile. While Yufei's mind was in turmoil, she wished to eliminate any possibility of Belial manifesting, for it was entirely uncontrollable. Just then, the man suddenly bent down, using both hands and feet to rush forward, his mouth stretching to an unimaginable extent, the corners splitting open to the ears. Die, he bellowed. Yu Fei gazed at him, her pupils reflecting the man's terrifying visage. In an instant, the streetlight flickered to life, casting a dim glow at the entrance of the narrow alley. A dilapidated figure was ensnared by a colossal tentacle, hoisted high. The man, who had been frenzied moments ago, now stood with his bones shattered, breathing heavily, as if he had returned from the brink of death. He stared at the scene before him, his mind reeling, wide-eyed as though witnessing a ghost. What manner of creature is this? An infector. He had encountered an infector. One of Yu Fei's eyes lost its glare. He should never have provoked her. He should not have. Yu Fei's other eye twitched, jolted back to consciousness by the man's screams. Belial, she reclaimed control of her body, halting the grotesque torture. Alas, the man who had fallen to the ground was already convulsing, and within mere seconds, he succumbed, unwillingly exhaling his last breath. He had paid a hefty price for his desires and emotions. I helped you. Do not be so heartless. Belial withdrew from her body, emerging from her shoulder to regard her. Yu Fei raised her hand to grasp it, but Belial swiftly burrowed back into her body, only to re-emerge from her arm. He had already lost control. That scene was a matter of life or death for either of you. Where have I erred? Survival of the fittest. He should have anticipated the consequences of his aggression. How does one communicate with a parasitic mutant? Yu Fei could not comprehend, for their way of existence was precisely so. But you had him in your grasp, there was no need to. Yu Fei clenched her teeth, refraining from uttering the word murder. How peculiar. Why am I unable to kill him? Belial could neither fathom nor wish to understand. Its voice, though childlike, sent chills down one's spine in the darkness. Even you, little Yu Fei, can you guarantee that you would not end his life? What I saw in your memories suggests otherwise. Wasn't Li Ming also a killer? Why is it permissible for him but not for me? Is it because I possess the ability to control him that I must refrain from delivering a fatal blow? No. It appeared upon you. Belial clicked its tongue and dove into her body. With a sigh, Yu Fei sent a video message to Jin Sai. Shortly thereafter, a police car arrived, and several officers disembarked. The man's corpse was wrapped in protective tape. He bore numerous wounds, his bones shattered, a gaping wound in his head. The newly arrived female officer glanced at Yu Fei, who stood to the side. She appeared youthful yet had managed to independently slay an infector with ruthless efficiency, remaining remarkably composed afterward. We need to take a statement. The lead officer approached Yu Fei, her tone gentle. Having received a call from Jin Sai, she was aware that the individual before her was a student from the United School. Unlike the inspecting female officer, she did not perceive Yu Fei's actions as problematic. The existence of infectors was inherently unacceptable, and allowing them to persist would only invite disaster. She could only marvel at how, as a first-year student, one could single-handedly eliminate an infector. What a remarkable future awaited her. Yu Fei nodded and followed her into the vehicle. The female officer behind her widened her eyes. Was this truly their captain? Known for her sharp tongue, Yu Fei did not emerge until the early hours of the morning. She concealed Belial's presence. The location was a dead zone, devoid of surveillance. A call from Feng Shui came through at such a late hour. What should she do? Yu Fei stared at the number, momentarily lost in thought. Belial's existence was far too perilous. What if her body were to be overtaken again? Her resolve wavered. After the call went unanswered, it rang once more. The vibration coursed through her wrist, and Yu Fei snapped back to reality. She answered the call. Where have you been? Feng Shui's voice came through. I'm at your doorstep. Yu Fei looked up, exhaling deeply, her gaze sweeping over the dilapidated buildings of the slums, then toward the pitch-black sky. A colossal black vortex loomed, as if it would swallow everything whole, yet amidst the darkness, she spotted a twinkling star. On her way home, Yu Fei quickened her pace. By the time she reached her doorstep, it was already 2 in the morning. A figure leaned against the railing on the third floor. turning to face her. The cold night wind blew fiercely. Feng Shui wore a full black trench coat that blended into the darkness, but beneath it, a vibrant red collared shirt peeked out, the buttons fastened loosely from the third button down. Her dark hair brushed across her face, strands kissing her slightly pink lips before reluctantly parting. It was a splendid yet haunting scene, Yu Fei thought. Feng Shui had come to fulfill their agreement to live together. Since Yu Fei refused to occupy her spacious home, she had resorted to self-sacrifice. While Yu Fei opened the door, allowing her to enter, Feng Shui's high heels clicked sharply against the wooden floor. "Do you have any slippers?" she inquired, turning her head. Yu Fei, caught unprepared, having been busy with Jinsai's tasks these past few days, shook her head. "Only mine." She crouched down, retrieving a pair of seemingly cheap plastic slippers. However, they bore no stains, having been scrubbed clean. Feng Shui frowned but said nothing, removing her heels to step inside. While Yu Fei, almost instinctively, arranged the slippers for her before stepping inside barefoot. "Why did you return so late?" Yu Fei recounted the task assigned by Jinsai, followed by the events that had just transpired. Due to Belial's constraints, she refrained from mentioning it, merely stating that she had suddenly lost consciousness, spiraled out of control, and upon regaining awareness, the man was already on the brink of death. Feng Shui seized upon the crux of her words. "Is it true that every time you employ your mental energy, this occurs?" Yu Fei pondered the 2 instances of Belial's emergence. "I believe so. But such an occurrence had not transpired before," Feng Shui remarked. "Perhaps it is due to its awakening within me." "No, I don't think that's the case." Feng Shui's beautiful brows furrowed slightly. "Yu Fei, it seems you are rather overly fearful." Chapter 65, Accident. Overwhelmed by fear, Yu Fei found herself momentarily stunned by her words. Indeed, ever since Bailey's appearance, her nerves had been particularly frayed. She seemed more fragile than before. This was not something she could consciously control, but rather felt as though she were being led into a vicious cycle. Especially after she had come to realize the terrifying nature of Bailey. Yet, ultimately, they were 2 halves of the same entity. When she resisted, Bailey merely remained obedient. It was only during her moments of wavering that Bailey would seize control. Just like tonight, she had been led around by Bailey like a puppet. Feng Shui leaned back against the chair. "You don't appear to be mutated, Yu Fei. You can trust yourself, and I've already sent someone to investigate your situation." Yu Fei felt a sudden clarity after her few words. Yes, indeed, why should she feel incapable? Her nature was not one of excessive worry, otherwise, she would have been weeping for her parents on the very first day in this unfamiliar world. Rather than fretting over the dangers that lay ahead, it was more prudent to strive to eliminate their possibility. After all, everyone must face death. It wasn't so terrifying. For the first time in days, she felt her mind clear and turned her gaze toward Feng Shui. Moreover, she had promised that they would face death together. A sudden smile broke across Yu Fei's face. Feng Shui glanced at her and stood up. "I'm tired. Do you have any clean clothes?" Truly, she was a demanding guest, yet surprisingly, Yu Fei felt no resentment and replied, "Only my clothes." Feng Shui had anticipated this and said nothing as she turned and entered the bathroom. She had settled in, but Yu Fei was hardly home during the day, as she still had tasks arranged by Jin Si. In addition to the scheduled arena matches, Yu Fei was also to meet with the grandfather and grandson of the repair shop, playing her assigned role. Finally, shedding her worries, Yu Fei ascended to the 4th level. During this time, Bailey indeed made no further appearances. Her mech could not be revealed here, so Jinsai provided her with an unfamiliar mech that needed to be returned after use. Yu Fei had to portray a challenging performance to secure a win in one match. Only then could she lose to the person Jinsai had arranged, thus ensuring credibility. That said, the individuals on the 4th level were no ordinary opponents. While Yu Fei's equipment was inadequate, and she hardly had the opportunity to showcase her skills, making victory genuinely troublesome. Finally, as the 2nd match approached, Yu Fei sighed inwardly upon seeing Hu Wei take the stage. It was as if fate had decreed her arrival. During her recent interactions with Jinqian, Hu Wei had displayed unmistakable dissatisfaction. Initially, she had questioned Yu Fei's apparent ineptitude and whether she could complete the task. Then, she resented the fact that her former subordinate had somehow become her nominal sister. Most importantly, the old man forbade her from revealing any information, and after so many matches, aside from the occasional rescue by Xu Die, no one knew who she was. Meanwhile, Yu Fei had been so brazenly visible that even familiar faces coming to repair machines recognized her, completely disregarding Hu Wei. With her pride pricked, Hu Wei was hardly able to tolerate this. The moment the two faced each other, Yu Fei sensed Hu Wei's formidable nature. Despite her youth, anyone who could ascend to this level was not to be trifled with. Almost reluctantly, Yu Fei succumbed to the flow of events and lost the match. Moreover, she suffered a rather embarrassing defeat, being kicked down to the edge of the cage and remaining on the ground for some time. Yu Fei, filled with frustration, pounded the earth with her fists. This was her only humiliating defeat on this occasion, yet she had begun to grasp the notion that there are always greater forces at play. There was nothing more maddening and hard to accept than being kicked off their high pedestal of victory. The amount lost by those who had bet on her, including Kara-tan, was unimaginably large. They were incensed, seizing whatever they could find to hurl onto the stage in a fit of rage. In an instant, Yu Fei transformed from a celebrated contender into a target of public ire, her gaze dark and frigid. Exiting the underground arena, she found herself in the bustling city center. Pulling the hood of her jacket over her head and hastily navigating through the throngs of people, she bore the visage of someone on the brink of eruption, unable to accept her defeat. They caught up. No one knew that beneath, drawing the attention of passers-by, she reluctantly turned and exited the city, heading toward the outskirts. Behind her, she caught sight of three shadowy figures lurking. Arriving at a Yu Fei, in a frenzy, executed a series of actions that sent the few bystanders scattering in fear. Just then, a voice interrupted her. Turning around, she saw a man with a sharp. It appeared the other two were elsewhere. "Why be so angry?" the man said. "I am your loyal fan. I support you." Yu Fei's expression remained unyielding. "Are you here to watch my humiliation?" "How could that be?" the man replied. "In fact, those of us who support you believe you should have won today's match. Those others don't know a thing. But I lost." Yu Fei forced the words out. "I lost miserably." No, you did not lose," the man countered, inching closer. "We were merely on the brink of a miracle. Yu Fei's emotion softened as she feigned intrigue, lowering her head. "What miracle?" The man whispered a few words in her ear. "It was a stimulant." "But?" Yu Fei scoffed disdainfully. She had no need for such substances. "This is a new, high-quality product. Don't be so quick to dismiss it." The man beckoned to someone behind him, who approached with a vial. "You can try it first. I'm sure you'll be pleasantly surprised." Clearly, he was quite cautious. Why Yu Fei accepted the vial, recognizing it as the same item that had been thrust into her hands by the man who had ambushed her after her conversation with Jinsai. It seemed these were the very individuals involved. The voice of Jinsai instructing her to act echoed in her ear. Yu Fei scrutinized the vial in her hand and asked, "Has anyone used this?" There are no side effects." Yu Fei lethargically uttered a name, the man who had been killed by Belier. Was it him? The man's expression instantly stiffened. What are you talking about? I don't know him." "Do you realize how many lives your products have destroyed?" Yu Fei discarded her pretense and pressed him. The man's face changed. Big brother, big brother, big brother." At that moment, the last of the trio rushed over in a panic, interrupting him. "The police are outside." Realizing it was all a trap and that he had been played, the man turned to Yu Fei, his eyes ablaze with rage. "Damn it, how dare you trick us?" He drew a gun and chambered a round. Yu Fei rolled aside to evade. Even without a weapon, she remained unperturbed in the face of three men seizing a hefty iron rod from the ground. She prepared to subdue the trio when a figure crashed into her, tightly wrapping her in an embrace. "I'm here to save you," Kara-tan yelled with her eyes shut. The sound of gunfire rang out in rapid succession, and with Yu Fei trapped, she had no choice but to grasp Kara-tan and tumble towards the nearby sea. Jinsai swiftly apprehended the men and approached the edge, only to see the rolling waves erupting with crimson liquid. "Save her," he immediately commanded. Chapter 66. Do you take me for your little brother? Yufei had intended to drag someone up from the depths, but she had not anticipated that Karatan was utterly incapable of swimming. In the water, Karatan clung to Yufei with a vice-like grip, not only hindering her movements but also attempting to wrap her legs around her. It was a miracle that Yufei had survived the She was now on the verge of being drowned by Karatan's panic. Let go of me, I'll take you up. Yufei was nearly driven to exasperation, seizing a fleeting moment when she could breathe and speak. Are you Moreover, they had to remain vigilant against the possibility of a cargo ship appearing unexpectedly. I don't want to. Karatan was deaf to Yufei's words. I can't do it. Oh my God, help. She had always harbored a profound fear of water. Yufei felt utterly helpless. Karatan's frantic strength was suffocating her. Fortunately, fortune smiled upon them. Jinsai, along with several officers, had approached the two and, seizing an opportune moment when Karatan was distracted, delivered a swift blow to her head, rendering both of them unconscious and allowing Yufei to be rescued. The two were brought ashore, and Yufei, having swallowed several mouthfuls of seawater, felt nauseous and retched repeatedly on the ground. Only after expelling the water did she begin to feel somewhat better. Are you all right? Jinsai cried. Yufei retrieved the medication from her pocket that had not been washed away and waved her hand dismissively. She only felt a slight pain while breathing. Due to Yufei's evasive maneuvers, the bullet had gone awry, grazing her right side just behind her shoulder blade, as well as her arm and shoulder on the same side. The pain had not been apparent while she was submerged, but now that she was safe, the discomfort surged forth. The two were taken to the hospital, where Yufei underwent emergency surgery to remove the bullet, while Karatan After surgery, Yufei was placed in a private recovery room, with Jinsai watching over her. It was not until the effects of the anesthesia wore off that she regained consciousness. This is quite the accomplishment, he remarked, indicating her injuries, but next time, I hope you will prioritize your own safety. He believed that his assertion that this mission could atone for Yufei's past transgressions had driven her to such desperation. Thus, he began to reflect on whether he had been remiss in conveying a sense of care and protection as a teacher. Yufei nodded obediently. To be honest, had it not been for Karatan, she felt she might not have been injured at all. Now awake, Karatan, clad in a hospital gown, opened the door to the room. Yufei and Jinsai turned to look. A weary officer spoke up. I'm sorry, I couldn't stop her. Are you okay? Karatan inquired, her voice trembling slightly as she gazed at Yufei on the bed. Having survived the perilous ordeal, she finally comprehended how close she had come to endangering Yufei's life. Her question, are you okay, bizarrely morphed in her mind into, did you not perish? Yufei, she was nearly driven to PTSD by her antics. Trouble always seemed to follow her, yet, despite the chaos Karatan had caused, Yufei could not deny that her intentions had been good. I'm fine, she replied. Karatan, still shaken, softened her tone. That's good. Although she had entered the scene only after the guards had gone in to report, and was unaware of the specifics, it was indeed peculiar for Karatan to have appeared there. Upon realizing that a police officer was present, Karatan instinctively tensed, swallowing hard. What if she was apprehended, and Yufei as well? She began to concoct a cover story, saying, I know her. I was just following her because I noticed she was upset today. I didn't expect anyone else to follow her, and it didn't seem like they were having a pleasant conversation. I only rushed over when I saw them draw their weapons. Yufei nodded. They indeed knew each other. Previously, Karatan had even referred to her as her devoted fan. This explained her sudden appearance to shield Yufei from bullets. To Jinsai's surprise, she was quite the impulsive and passionate girl. Jinsai's communicator suddenly chimed, and after glancing at it, he stepped outside. Once Karatan confirmed he had truly left, she approached Yufei. Look how clever I am, right? She whispered. Was she genuinely oblivious? However, I will remember that you saved me, Karatan declared. I am the type of person who repays kindness. Just empty words. After running away that night, she had claimed she would find her the next day, yet had completely forgotten. Smooth-talking and untrustworthy, this was Yufei's assessment of her. If you're in need of money, you can join me, Karatan continued, oblivious to Yufei's reaction. I'll be the big brother, and you can be my little brother. As long as I have food, you won't go hungry. She assumed Yu Fei had entered the underground fighting arena out of financial desperation. After all, the intel gathered by her subordinates indicated as much. Yu Fei appeared to be in dire straits, a mere orphan, a mechanic's adopted daughter, now living independently and without formal education. Why Yu Fei? Too many complaints to voice. All right, I won't chat with you any longer. There are police outside. Kara-tan glanced at the door, saying, let me know once you've made your decision. Jinsai, having seen her departing figure, ended the call and re-entered the room. What were you two discussing? He inquired. Yu Fei replied flatly, she offered to pay me to be her little brother. Jinsai, taken aback by this revelation, chuckled, but soon, the humor faded. Among the 3 individuals taken for questioning, 2 tested positive for latent mutant toxins. Initially adamant about their ignorance regarding the source of the substances, they were now struck with panic. They had never come into contact with the liquid inside. Could it be from those people? Fully aware of the dire consequences of infection, the 3 immediately began to plead for assistance. Although the officers were furious, they could not stand idly by and began preparing an antidote. This was a concoction developed by researchers after extracting toxins from the infected over the past several days. It would take at least 2 to 3 hours to arrive. Fearing that they would be abandoned if the truth came to light, the 3 insisted on receiving aid before divulging anything. The helpless officers could only consider temporarily separating the 3 to wait at the time. However, they were met with a resolute refusal. Do you intend to break us down one by one? Not a chance. Just moments ago, the 3 had been cowering in fear. Now, upon learning that they would be rescued, their attitudes shifted dramatically. They felt no abnormality in their bodies, believing that separation was merely a ruse from the police, insisting on staying together, reasoning that it was only a matter of a couple of hours, a brief interval. Reluctantly, the officers acquiesced and confined the 3 together, yet, within this short span of 2 to 3 hours, whether due to heightened emotions or some other reason, the toxins within 2 of them surged dramatically. When the officers heard the screams and rushed in, they found that one of the uninfected had already been pierced through the abdomen by an infected companion. Help, help me, he gasped, eyes wide with terror, as blood trickled from his lips. Chapter 67, Mission, Approaching Karatan Dam. The officers on guard were taken aback by the turn of events and immediately drew their weapons to fire. However, the man's injuries were far too severe. Ultimately, he paid the price for his actions. Fortunately, he managed to divulge a crucial clue before his demise. The contraband had been smuggled in not long ago, and the individual responsible for the handover mentioned that they would appear at the abandoned port on the night of the 11th of each month at 2 o'clock in the morning. Jinsai and his team lay in wait for several days, and at last, they apprehended someone. Yet, the outcome was startling. They had merely caught an intermediary. Just when everyone was at a loss, the inmate hoping for a reduced sentence finally recalled some significant information. He arranged a meeting with Jinsai. It's a member of the Brown family, he stated. I once saw the totem on their coat. Even though it was merely resting on the table, I recognized it. I hadn't paid much attention before, as some radicals. If what he said was true, this mission could be monumental. The Brown family, hereditary space pirates, possessed an astonishingly formidable military force. 40 years prior, 12 notorious interstellar fugitives emerged from their ranks, known as their 12 Saints. They were later besieged by a coalition of military forces, battling for 2 years until the Grand Galactic War ultimately led to their downfall, compelling the remaining Browns to surrender and sign a century-long interstellar peace treaty. Were they now preparing to unilaterally breach that agreement? Jinsai was left in the dark. His foremost priority was to ascertain the truth of the matter and report it accordingly. Unfortunately, the findings were grim. Jinsai discovered that the Browns ship had, indeed, descended nearby. Moreover, the owner of that identity was someone he had encountered just days prior, Keratin Brown, 20 years old, the sole daughter of the Brown family's patriarch. Why was she merely a candidate? Because she had been identified as just a beater since birth, with a talent rating of A, which was evidently not accepted by others. Exhausted from the relentless demands posed by the outbreak, Jinsai rubbed his face wearily. Things were escalating. Soon after, the reporting superior arrived and took his seat at the head of the table. Given the implications of this incident involving the Brown family, the visitor was a general from the Olive Star, who, despite being in his 60s, still bore the vigor of youth. Jinsai, it is challenging to determine the integrity of the Brown family. There's no need for such formalities when we are alone, the general said, intertwining his fingers with a calm and measured tone. Determining whether the Browns are indeed problematic is indeed perplexing. However, I have heard reports that one of your students knows Keratin Brown. A jolt of alarm shot through Jinsai's heart, and he quickly responded, Uncle, she is utterly naive and could cause trouble. It seems you have quite the fondness for her, the general chuckled. Do not presume me to be so cruel. It is beneficial for a young person to seize opportunities for growth. You just mentioned that the situation with the Brown family may not be as it seems. However, Jinsai attempted to voice his concerns but was interrupted. There are no buts, Jinsai, such opportunities are rare. High risk often accompanies high reward, a timeless truth. If given the chance, he could easily find an abundance of eager candidates, yet, with a suitable individual already at hand, there was no need for elaborate schemes. The task issued by the highest authority demanded that she comply, otherwise, she would be deemed ungrateful and rebellious in due course. The general stood and departed, giving Jinsai a pat on the shoulder as he passed. Seize the opportunity. Jinsai pressed his lips together and after at that moment, Keratin was pestering Yufei incessantly. It was baffling why she was so fixated on Yufei, creating an exasperating situation for someone in need of rest. What are you watching? Keratin inquired as she abruptly leaned in closer. Yufei raised a hand to gently push her forehead away, simultaneously shutting off the light screen with her other hand. Let me see, Keratin insisted, showing no signs of personal boundaries as she attempted to invade Yufei's space once more. Her foolish demeanor was starkly incongruous with the messages Jinsai had sent. The prospective leader of the Brown family involved in illicit substances. Yufei felt a surge of doubt and concocted a clumsy excuse, just some trivial recruitment information. Recruitment? Although I find it rather appealing, you should avoid going there, especially since there are police outside. Have you found a job yet? She asked. Why Yufei replied, no. Keratin's gaze fell upon Yufei's bound arms and torso, and she suddenly realized how trivial her question was. What kind of job could one pursue in such a state? How about you consider joining me? Keratin pondered for a moment and said, I really like you, your abilities are impressive, and you won't have to worry about food and clothing. This was her second time extending an olive branch to Yufei, her enthusiasm bordering on overwhelming. Yufei was skeptical of Keratin's overtures, yet the task she had just undertaken was inexplicably linked to her. What would I be doing with you? Yufei asked, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor, as though she were entirely indifferent. Serving tea and water. Don't even think about it. This perfectly aligned with her current persona, arrogant, ambitious, and dismissive of all else. Keratin chuckled, serving tea and water, that's the work of a servant. You, being so capable, should be by my side, providing personal protection. Do not be deceived by my current nonchalance. After this vacation, I will have a multitude of matters to attend to. What matters? Yufei inquired. That I cannot disclose just yet, Keratin replied, her foolishness fading as she regarded Yufei with a more serious expression. Once you arrive, you will understand. It is thrilling and entertaining. Moreover, the compensation will undoubtedly be far superior to what you currently receive. Yufei feigned being swayed by her words, yet recalling her earlier firm rejection left her feeling somewhat embarrassed, prompting her to wave Keratin away. Think it over and let me know. As Keratin reached the door, she suddenly turned back. I only have 3 days left in my vacation, you know. After that, it will be gone. Chapter 68, Infiltrating the fray. The officers from the Golden City withdrew from the ward after a day's investigation, asserting that Yufei bore no culpability in this drug case. Yufei feigned hesitation for 2 days before ultimately acquiescing to Keratin's invitation. She entered the therapeutic chamber one last time, removing the bindings from her body, which left only faint traces on her skin. The advanced medical technology of the starry realms never ceased to amaze her, and as she stretched her limbs, Keratin inquired whether she wished to bid farewell to her family. Without raising her gaze, Yufei replied, they hardly approve of my endeavors, so there is no need. This sentiment aligned closely with Keratin's investigations, due to her temperament, yet her bodyguard was unwilling to relinquish his position so easily. Miss, you cannot simply bring someone back with you. Keratin, initially delighted to have found an intriguing individual, shot him a frosty glare in response. Since when did it become your prerogative to dictate my actions? The bodyguard lowered his head and took a step back. Yufei cast a glance at them, pretending to be indifferent. In the afternoon, they boarded a spacecraft and departed from Planet S, landing on an unfamiliar world. It was then that Yufei beheld the vessel unique to the Brown family. Cloaked in black and gold, the massive ship exuded an aura of grandeur and authority, its prow emblazoned with a large, crimson background and a 3-headed black dragon. A contingent of individuals lined up to greet them, clad in matching black and white uniforms. Despite their piratical identity, they resembled the elegant aristocrats of yore. From this point onward, you must relinquish your previous belongings, Keratin declared, shedding her flamboyant coat and donning the uniform presented by a maid. Her new attire, also in black and gold, was sophisticated. The emblem on her chest appeared vividly alive, while the cuffs exuded understated luxury with their gems. Recognizing that she referred to her neural interface, Yufei removed it. Before she could contemplate where to place it, someone stepped forward to take it from her and handed her a similar garment, a white shirt adorned with the Brown family crest on the arm. She changed into it without hesitation and followed Keratin aboard the ship. The Brown family's residence was situated in a highly remote area, yet it was not on a planet. As the notification signaled their entry into the protective boundary, Yufei gazed out the window and felt her pupils dilate in astonishment. A colossal ship world sprawled before her, its coldly illuminated skyscrapers, vibrant neon lights, and countless flying drones zipping through the air, while formidable cannons loomed at the city gates. The relatively large ship they had arrived in seemed insignificant in comparison. After passing through security, they were granted access, and Yufei trailed behind Keratin as they disembarked, stepping into a suspended train that whisked them to the tallest skyscraper. Throughout the journey, she kept her head down, observing the surroundings. Unlike the inhabitants of Planet S, who prioritized experimental living, this place bore the unmistakable aura of ancient ruins, yet upon those ruins, a steel edifice had arisen, with armed guards stationed at every corner. To her astonishment, she even encountered some peculiar humans, their bodies maimed, with mechanical limbs replacing their lost appendages. Unbeknownst to the world, the Brown family had transformed from the defeated dogs of decades past into an imposing force. This distorted urban landscape appeared as if conjured from the depths of an imaginative dream. As the train arrived at its destination, Yufei reluctantly withdrew her scrutinizing gaze and followed Keratin into the opulent building. Gone was Keratin's previous playful demeanor. She nodded imperiously, not allowing a single glance to linger, and strode past. In the elevator, Yufei stood. It was the first time she grasped the significance of Keratin's status, the weight of being the next candidate for the leadership position. She began to understand why the Golden City had repeatedly emphasized the importance of personal safety in their messages. This was a perilous and unknown city, where a moment's inattention could lead to one's utter obliteration. You and they will wait for me here, Kara-tan instructed upon reaching their destination. Yufei nodded and followed, albeit reluctantly, as Kara-tan led her black-clad companion to a nearby hall. Upon entering, several individuals dressed similarly appeared before them, some seated, others standing. Yufei instantly felt their scrutinizing gazes, assessing, disdainful, threatening. All the expected reactions were present. The man accompanying her, they were acquaintances. "Lee, is this the outsider that Miss Kara-tan insisted on bringing?" a bearded man inquired with ill intent, regarding Yufei with a dismissive expression. "Doesn't look like much." His physique, even among he radiated an undeniable aura of intimidation. News of Kara-tan's rebellious actions had evidently spread swiftly. Yufei pressed her lips together. "Don't frighten her, Blake," interjected a slender yet ghostly girl with short hair, leaping down from a table and circling Yufei. "I hear you saved Kara-tan." Yufei noticed the mechanical hand concealed beneath the girl's right sleeve but remained silent. What a coincidental twist of fate, the girl mused. Miss Kara-tan cannot swim. In fact, she harbored a profound fear of water. "So, what merits do you possess?" The girl suddenly leaned in closer to Yufei. Yufei lowered her gaze to meet hers, and in that fleeting moment, tension crackled in the air. The girl, with fingers poised like claws, lunged at her with unrestrained force. Yufei sidestepped, causing the strike to crash into a nearby table, leaving deep gashes in its surface. The girl pressed forward, and Yufei, uncertain of the remaining individual's intentions, could only watch warily, retreating cautiously. "It appears you are not as formidable as you seem," the girl mocked, observing Yufei's retreating stance. The others laughed derisively, yet none intervened. It seemed this was a mere initiation, a show of dominance prepared for her. After all, no one wished to offend their master. What they sought was simply to assert their position. Yufei felt a wave of relief wash over her, for engaging in a one versus many scenario was hardly advantageous. To be frank, she had never been so arrogant as to believe she could easily best them. The girl, sensing a shift in Yufei's demeanor, thought that the latter's earlier lack of resistance implied she was powerless. However, in the next instant, she would learn the cost of her contempt. Yufei abruptly halted her retreat, raising her hand to strike. The speed of her attack was astonishing, catching even the typically swift girl off guard, sending her stumbling back several paces. Yufei denied her a moment to recover, seizing her wrist and forcefully slamming her onto a nearby table with a resounding crash. The girl winced in pain, attempting to break free, but found herself pinned down with an alarming strength. This was unexpected. Just moments prior, Yufei had seemed utterly defenseless. In an instant, the tables had turned, and as Yufei tightened her grip on the girl's wrist, she was surprised to find that the girl exhibited no change in expression. This indicated that she felt little to no sensation in her prosthetic limb. What remarkable technology, Yufei mused, considering she had just been able to maneuver it so effortlessly. Clearly, the focus was not on this aspect. Yufei lowered her gaze to the unresponsive mechanical hand, a smile spreading across her face. "Your hand appears rather exquisite." Flattered yet suddenly uneasy, the girl felt a shiver run down her spine. She turned to meet Yufei's gaze and found herself staring into a bottomless abyss. In the next heartbeat, agony surged through her as Yufei forcefully severed the connection of the mechanical hand. Chapter 69, The Arrival of Feng Shui. All gazes turned toward her as Yufei made a sudden movement. "Scoundrel!" Zhuzi exclaimed, exasperated. Yufei released her grip and placed the artificial hand on. Though his physique was not as imposing as Blake's, his facial expression suggested that he was not to be trifled with. Yufei remained steadfast in her persona, letting out a cold scoff. "Unfortunately, I am currently at an age where I cannot control myself." The man chuckled derisively but took no further action. On the other side, Kara-tan had finished her business and emerged, spotting Yufei standing alone by the door while others were seated inside. The two parties seemed to be at an impasse. However, Yufei showed no signs of retreat. A satisfied smile graced her lips as she walked over. "What are you discussing?" She stepped out from behind Yufei and inquired, a welcome party for new colleagues. Miss Kara-tan. Upon seeing her, Blake, Juzi, and the others reined in their sharp edges and bowed their heads in greeting. Kara-tan nodded and then noticed Juzi's severed arm on the table. Juzi, was your mission particularly challenging? She asked. Juzi's expression darkened, but she could only swallow her humiliation, unable to reveal that it was the result of her own provocation. Yes, she replied quietly. The smile in Kara-tan's eyes deepened as she placed a hand on Yufei's shoulder. Shall we go? She suggested, clearly in high spirits. While Yufei followed behind Kara-tan, her thoughts drifting. Kara-tan's residence was in this very building, albeit several floors higher, occupying an entire expansive flat. As she entered, the automated assistant activated, drawing back the curtains to reveal the former fantastical, opulent, yet perilous visage of the city. Once again, Yufei witnessed the stark contrast of social classes. A maid in a black and white uniform poured red wine for her, while Kara-tan settled on an oversized sofa that offered a direct view of the bustling city, tilting her head to glance at Yufei. What do you think? Will you regret following me? Yufei shook her head. This place is vastly different from my previous world, it's quite extraordinary. Hearing this, Kara-tan lifted her chin proudly. This is the fruit of my father's labor. He resurrected this desolate city, breathing new life into it with extraordinary power. He is truly an incredible man. I doubt anyone else in this world could surpass him, she said, fixing her gaze on Yufei. Indeed, Yufei concurred, and there was no pretense in her agreement. Transforming the city in such a short time was undoubtedly a rare feat. Kara-tan, in high spirits, sipped her wine while gazing out at the scenery below. Although I may not be the most outstanding candidate, everything here will eventually belong to me. Her voice suddenly grew somber. It must be. Yufei lowered her gaze at the ambition that had unexpectedly surfaced within her. You will follow me from now on, Kara-tan declared, closely. Lee, overhearing this, stepped forward. Miss, that is not permissible. She is still not trustworthy for the time being. Once more interrupted, Kara-tan's smile vanished instantly as she rose to face Lee. This was the second time she had shown him her displeasure today, and realizing his overstep, Lee quickly bowed his head. Miss. He should not have let a minor figure like Yufei disrupt his composure. Despite Kara-tan's playful demeanor, she remained fundamentally a member of the Brown family. Kara-tan placed a hand on his shoulder. Lee, if I hear that it was downstairs particularly dangerous, no, this city appeared to be inherently unsafe. Meanwhile, in a different location, several individuals, accompanied by their respective aides, were discussing the newcomer brought by Kara-tan. She possesses some capability, yet her temperament is rather eccentric, they assessed Yufei. A graceful figure stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, also admiring the city's landscape. Upon hearing their remarks, she scoffed softly. Such childish antics. At a time like this, still thinking of play, how should I address you, Kara-tan? The night stretched long. The foundation of the Brown family's fantastical city was built on a vast fortune. Bound by a peace treaty, they could not blatantly engage in thievery, so they turned to commerce instead. Their industrial sector was particularly advanced, rivaling that of any typical planet. Consequently, many resource-scarce territories chose to trade with them. Kara-tan had only recently taken on this task and was still unfamiliar with it, leading to numerous setbacks at the beginning. They encountered traders who were not the main decision-makers, merely a NAVE girl, filled with schemes and provocations, with her subordinates also proving unreliable. Kara-tan faced considerable obstacles and suffered significant losses compared to others. Ultimately, witnessing her despair, William Brown, her father, granted her permission to take a break. However, this time, Kara-tan had someone she could truly rely on. She presented Yufei with the information regarding a customer from an underdeveloped small asteroid. They ordered 300 Lottie L-39 semi-automatic anti-tank rifles and 300 0.95 JDJ large-caliber bolt-action rifles, along with additional ammunition, shells, and several sets of mechanical exoskeletons. It was indeed a sizable order. They played me last time. How dare they come back? They have quite the audacity, Kara-tan remarked, her expression grim. Why, Yufei inquired, what should I do? Kara-tan replied, you must ensure they understand that my goods are not so easily acquired. Yufei accepted the task. In the afternoon, the two parties convened. A short man spotted Karutan and looked upon her as though she were a deity of wealth. "Miss Karutan, it's a pleasure to see you again," he said. Karutan ignored him entirely, instructing her subordinates to bring forth the items. Several neatly arranged crates were presented. The man beamed broadly, eager to have them opened, yet Yufei stepped forward with her people, blocking their way. The man's smile faltered, and he turned to Karutan. "What is the meaning of this?" "Payment, of course," Karutan replied. "What are you looking at if you haven't paid?" "We can't verify the quality without inspection," the man countered. Seeing through his ruse, Karutan scoffed coldly. "Mr. Yamamoto should have learned that from our last encounter." Yamamoto chuckled awkwardly. "It's necessary to take a look." Karutan turned her gaze toward Yufei. Receiving the signal, Yufei pried open a wooden crate, retrieving a .095 JDJ large-caliber bolt-action rifle, weighing it in her hands before suddenly pointing it at Yamamoto. The formidable .095 JDJ large-caliber bolt-action rifle, renowned as a cannon among firearms, is armed with 24 1mm ammunition, delivering devastating power against mutated creatures, let alone mere humans, capable of dismembering them in an instant. The sleek black body of the weapon pressed against his forehead resembled the gaping maw of the Grim Reaper, sending shivers of terror through Yamamoto, causing him to tremble and shout in desperation, "What do you want from us?" His guards instinctively took defensive stances, yet their efforts appeared trivial in the face of such a lethal instrument. "You cannot violate the peace treaty." "Otherwise," Yufei suddenly interrupted him with a chilling smile, his dark eyes icy like a reckless spectre. "Isn't he that what you wish to see? Allow me to demonstrate. Do pay close attention." With a slight adjustment of the gun's aim, Yufei fired twice. The resounding blasts caused Yamamoto to cover his ears and recoil, yet he observed Yufei effortlessly withstand the immense recoil, his arm muscles bulging, only slightly shifting his stance. "What manner of beast is this?" Everyone stood in astonishment, including Calatin's own subordinates. With a thunderous crash, the wall behind them collapsed under the impact of the two shots. Yamamoto and his companions, gripped by fear, dared not utter another word. Calatin revelled in the scene before her, casting aside her previous humiliations. With a smile, she playfully tapped Yufei. "Do refrain from acting like a bandit. We have signed a peace treaty." Ultimately, Yamamoto and his companions submitted their dues, too intimidated to raise further objections. Aboard the spacecraft, Calatin embraced Yufei in celebration. Following this, Yufei continued to accompany Calatin on her ventures. In the span of a mere month, they successfully executed several transactions, recovering their earlier losses. Consequently, the news of their waste Miss Brown now having a capricious and violent attendant spread like wildfire. Those who had once fancied exploiting Calatin's goodwill were compelled to abandon their aspirations. Meanwhile, Lee formally withdrew from Calatin's side, making way for Yufei's ascension. No one anticipated that this newcomer would garner such prominence, exhibiting a more domineering demeanor than those who had grown up on the ship, as if she was born to thrive among star thieves. Under the night sky, amidst the vibrant lights and revelry of the city's grandest entertainment venue, Lee, with a face full of resentment, downed several drinks before smashing his glass onto the floor with a resounding crash. Juzi offered him a few words of comfort. "No matter how much Yufei tries, she is merely a newcomer, not worthy of comparison." This remark only fueled Lee's anger further. Calatin had recently excelled in her tasks, earning praise from the leader, igniting hope among those who had previously deemed their association with her futile. However, with Yufei's demonstrated prowess and the growing favor she garnered from Calatin, 2/3 of their ranks had defected to her. Now, having been sidelined, Lee clenched his fists in frustration. He was uncertain whether Yufei bore a grudge against him or if she would even care to acknowledge it. Thus far, she had discovered no trace of their forbidden substances, leaving her utterly perplexed. At that moment, Calatin, suddenly eager for relaxation, summoned her, and they ventured to the entertainment venue. Aside from Yufei, she brought along 2 other companions, forming a party of 4. In the vehicle, Calatin exhibited an exuberant demeanor as if something thrilling awaited them. She turned to Yufei, inquiring, "Which attribute do you prefer?" Yufei regarded her, perplexed by the question. "Alpha, Beta, Omega," Calatin gestured playfully. "Which do you favor?" What do you mean? Yufei remained bewildered. Why must she choose an attribute? I can't quite guess which you might like. Calatin leaned in with her chin resting on her hand, but I doubt it would be Omega, as they wouldn't be able to restrain you or hold your interest. Though you present yourself as domineering, I surprisingly sense that you might favor unconventional relationships. Yufei remained silent. Calatin, unfazed, continued her scrutiny. Perhaps it was her initial impression of Yufei that lingered in her mind. She studied Yufei's profile, from her brows to her nose, and finally to her slightly tinted lips. Though her features were not conventionally striking, together they created a unique allure. What would a more relaxed Yufei be like? Calatin felt a twinge of curiosity. Unfortunately, she had yet to uncover what piqued her interest. However, this outing was not merely for indulgence. Tonight's entertainment promised a special performance, a project that had been meticulously prepared. As one of the behind-the-scenes orchestrators, Calatin felt compelled to witness it for herself. Upon arrival at their destination, the group ascended to the third floor. The first floor catered to the general populace, the second to those of a certain standing, while the third and above welcomed the wealthy elite. Although merely a few steps separated them, no one dared to overstep the boundaries. From his vantage point on the second floor, Li, nursing a drink, caught sight of Yufei following closely behind Calatin as they made their way to the third floor. Calatin chose a seat directly facing the stage, settling in with Yufei, while the other two remained vigilant at either side. As the clock struck midnight, the nightlife commenced, and a cacophony of noise filled the air, heightening anticipation for the upcoming performance. A serving attendant crouched to pour drinks for the two, yet when it came to Yufei, she raised her hand to decline. "I'll pass, thank you." Calatin took a sip of her drink. "Not drinking." "How dull. No worries, today you can relax." With no further excuses to refuse, Yufei lowered her hand, allowing the attendant to pour her a drink, and took a tentative sip. The liquid, both spicy and subtly sweet, coursed down her throat, momentarily causing her brow to furrow before she set the glass down. Observing Yufei's resistance, Calatin chuckled and took another sip, withholding the fact that this was a high-proof spirit, enough to leave an average person dizzy after just a few sips. The long-awaited performance finally commenced as the stage curtains drew apart. Yufei felt the warmth of the alcohol coursing through her, igniting her senses and causing her focus to waver as she gazed toward the stage. The special performance they had prepared was a freak show. Beautiful alphas, manifesting grotesque failures, were bound and caged, their bodies marked with signs of aberration, drugged to suppress their mental faculties. They were not as submissive as Omegas, yet exuded a certain aggression, akin to toothless wolf cubs, possessing a peculiar allure that stirred the twisted desires of specific audiences. Yufei observed the surrounding commotion as patrons bid exorbitant sums for the chance to claim a new prize. She remained indifferent until a figure clad in a flowing white gown was lifted into view, ensconced within a golden birdcage. With long black hair and fair skin, she languidly leaned against the bars, eyes closed, reminiscent of a fallen angel, yet, the black scales adorning her left cheek and arm rendered her a strikingly paradoxical figure, evoking a powerful impact. Yufei's heart skipped a beat. Feng Shui, how could she be here? As the beautiful woman sensed a familiar gaze upon her, she slightly opened her eyes, revealing ruby-red slit pupils, both dangerous and enticing, reminiscent of a siren. The surrounding clamour abruptly fell silent. Chapter 70, A Clash of Moods. Now on stage is our most extraordinary offering this time, an S-grade female alpha, whose spirit animal is a venomous black king snake, the host proclaimed into the microphone. We have invested considerable effort into her, administering 3 times the usual dosage of the drugs to suppress her psychic abilities. Within a cage towering over the crowd, Feng Shui's gaze met Yufei's, her hand gripping the iron bars to steady her trembling form. "So, she may not be very obedient," the host continued, "but that adds a unique flavor to the experience." This was precisely what the audience craved, and the atmosphere ignited with fervor. Amidst the cacophony, Yufei's expression remained unchanged, her dark eyes deepening as she took a sip from her wine glass. Karatan noticed where her gaze lingered. "Do you fancy her?" she casually remarked. "Indeed, she is striking and appears quite spirited." Yufei did not deny it, a revelation that took Karatan by surprise. She shifted her attention to Feng Shui. then back to Yufei. Surely, this was a jest. Yufei was drawn to such tastes, like those perverts with an excess of wealth who would flush it down the toilet, possessing peculiar preferences. Kara-tan found herself perplexed. She could not accept such aberrations, however. As the leader, she recognized the necessity of bestowing favors upon Yufei. After all, it is the judicious application of benefits that wins hearts. Kara-tan signaled to a servant behind her, whispering for a moment before sending the individual away. Soon, the host, who was about to initiate the bidding, adjusted her earpiece and, with an apologetic tone, announced, "This one has already been claimed." This declaration sparked discontent among the patrons, who had prepared ample funds to vie for her. What is the meaning of this? Wasn't it supposed to be an open auction? Are you renouncing your word? The host attempted to quell the crowd's ire with a few more words, but their anger persisted. Ultimately, she had to invoke Kara-tan's name, stating, "It has been secured by Miss Kara-tan. My sincerest apologies." The stage lights illuminated Kara-tan, seated at the forefront, silencing the uproar. Recently, she had become a figure of immense popularity, and even the wealthiest could not contend with the only daughter of Commander William. Kara-tan paid little heed to their grievances. Since her identity as the buyer was revealed, she simply gestured for them to release Feng Sui. At that moment, Yufei set down her wine glass and cast a glance at her. Kara-tan remained silent. She rose, shedding her coat, and approached Feng Sui. Seeing her approach, Feng Sui relaxed her body, tilting her head back, like a perilous creature revealing its softer side. Her reaction conveyed her fondness for her newly acquired master, inciting envy among those who had not secured her. Yet Yufei felt no joy. She draped her coat over Feng Sui, lifting her into her arms. Upon touching the place where their hands met, Yufei discovered that beneath the thin dress, there was no other garment, and her expression soured. She could not comprehend why she felt discontent and had no desire to explore it. If only she could inquire about Feng Sui's thoughts. With her elongated arms loosely encircling Yufei's neck, Feng Sui buried her head against her collarbone, biting in frustration. Had she not clandestinely accepted this task and concealed her true purpose of merely apprehending a fugitive, she would not have felt compelled to participate in such a suffocating charade. Feng Sui's sharp teeth sank into Yufei's flesh, and Yufei tightened her grip. Feng Sui, stifling a groan, released her bite as Yufei carried her off the stage, exiting amidst the gazes of onlookers. Following that night, news spread of Kara-tan's extravagant expenditures to procure women for her attendants, allowing her companions to witness Yufei's favored status once more. Meanwhile, Yufei returned Feng Sui to her residence, gently setting her down. Feng Sui reclined on the black king-sized bed, her hair cascading around her. The lingering effects of the drugs rendered her unable to rise, leaving her to gaze up at Yufei, who stood beside the bed, a serious expression on her face. "What are you standing there for?" "I have to crane my neck to see you, and it's quite uncomfortable," Feng Sui remarked, seemingly oblivious to her current vulnerability, still issuing commands with her customary brusqueness. Why? Yufei sighed deeply. "What is that expression on your face?" Feng Sui questioned, her demeanor clouded. She assumed Yufei wished to avoid her presence, a notion she could not abide, especially since Yufei's slightest discontent would lead her to contemplate extensively. She had already been sufficiently accommodating in this world. Was that not enough? "You can accept this mission, why can't I?" She turned away, unwilling to meet Yufei's gaze. Why? Yufei moved, restraining Feng Sui's waist to halt her from turning, then sat down, adjusting the skirt that had shifted with her movement. However, Feng Sui was not one to easily acquiesce. Without looking back, she retaliated. With a weak slap, she brushed Yufei's hand away, as though it were a mere caress. "Let go," she commanded, her voice low. If Yufei was ungrateful, it mattered not. She felt no concern. After all, she could undertake this perilous task alone, cloaking herself in feeble justifications, pretending to be an oblivious fool. Even if she had declared they would face death together, it could be easily disregarded, just as in her past life, where she exhibited such callousness. Feng Sui suddenly felt an emotional surge, unsure if it stemmed from the degrading treatment she had endured in that wretched place over the past few days. It was a humiliation unlike any she had ever experienced. Why? Yufei bit her lip to regain her composure, her voice softening. "I was merely pondering, why did you come?" Feng Sui turned to look at her, an expression that seemed to mock her for asking the obvious. Because Jinsai has been unreachable since the day you left. It was he who came to me, she replied, meeting Yu Fei's gaze. Yu Fei, why did you deceive me, claiming it was merely a simple task? Did you want me to sit idly at home, awaiting your triumphant return? Or perhaps for news that never arrived? Her words were fervent and confrontational. Yu Fei's hand, which had been resting on her, shifted away, yet she remained silent. I detest your silent demeanor. Perhaps fueled by pent-up frustration, Feng Shui's anger flared, yet she did not wish to lose control and push Yu Fei further away. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "Leave, I do not wish to see you now." This was her first time expressing such emotion openly, yet Yu Fei did not comply with her request to depart. She reflected on their journey from their initial meeting to the present, realizing how Feng Shui had transformed from a dangerous entity into a defiant yet tender-hearted woman lying on her bed. What had instigated this change? Was this truly her inner self, or had she never altered, and it was merely Yu Fei's perspective that had shifted?